Come on, Ruby, come on. Come on, puppy, come on. Hey, what's up? What's happening? I will be out of the very sunny and bright outdoors in just a moment here. What's up, everybody? Happy, I guess if you're from America, I would wish you a happy 4th of July with a big asterisk next to it, which I will explain. I have such mixed feelings about this holiday. Anyway, out for a walk with the dog, as usual. And it's going to be a hot one where I live. It's going to be in the low 90s. And I'm not a fan of really hot weather. I'm more of a fall kind of person, like cold weather. Some people love the beach. And it's fun to be at the ocean. I like going down at like nighttime, but the daytime, like sun tanning, nah, that's not for me. I sweat and I get sunburned. I always wonder how the hell people, I'm European, obviously. I have a golfer's tan. So if you saw my chest, you'd like have to put on sunglasses. That's how bad it is. Somebody says, what am I doing for the 4th of July? I'm definitely not letting off fireworks. I'm definitely not going to be, going to a cookout or a barbecue to celebrate. This is like Christmas for me. I don't celebrate Christmas. I'm not Christian, and the commercialization of Christmas in America is just like a big orgy of gift giving and consumption, which just kind of disgusts me. And similarly, and listen, it's not that I'm not grateful and appreciative of the things that have accrued to me as an individual. I'm very lucky in a lot of ways. But, the more that I've learned about how this came to be, how I was able to have these lucky things for which I'm very grateful. Listen, a lot of people had to lose. It's very similar to how I feel about the Israel-Palestine. It parallels in a big way. And so the criticism that people like myself get for who's critical of the United States and its formation based on ethnic cleansing in Israel and other countries, they say, well, why do you live there? Why don't you leave? Well, it's not that simple, first of all, just uproot your life and leave somewhere, right? It takes a little planning. It takes work. There's an exit tax in America of half your net worth, if you don't know that. Also, you have to figure out the local language. You have to get a new place to stay. It's disruptive. It's logistically challenging, right? There's that. But on top of that, I don't know for sure where I'd have a better life, even though I kind of feel guilty about the one that I'm in now, given what happened. So again, we're mixed people, right? We have different things. We behave in ways that aren't always consistent. It's just, I'm not doing so great because of the medical condition that I'm in from the first Gulf War. So there's that. I probably don't seem like it on these lives, but I have a lot of cognitive problems that don't affect my ability to articulate, thankfully, but they affect me in a lot of other ways that are not great. And life is tough, man. For right now, I've been really having a hard time. Try not to talk about it much on here because, who wants to hear it? But I confide in a few people I've met through here about what's going on. And it is what it is. The people in Gaza and other places have it so much worse. What's the point of talking about, my difficulties? But anyway, so getting back to all that, that's one of the reasons why I haven't moved yet, just to, point out that. I probably, if I wasn't experiencing the stuff I am, I have to go to the VA hospital for my health care. I probably would have left by now. Maybe there is a protectorate outside the U.S., maybe Puerto Rico or some other place, or someplace I can travel to. I don't know. I got to figure that shit out. Trust me, I would like to. It would make me feel in alignment with the things that I speak to if I were elsewhere. But it's not that I hate the U.S. I don't hate the United States or the people. I just disagree with what the government does and what the government has done over the history of the country. No, I don't live in Israel. No, I don't live in Israel. I would not live in Israel. Not that it wouldn't be a beautiful place to live and some of the same characteristics that I just mentioned. I'm sure that if I visited, I would like it. I've spoken to people who have lived there, who have visited, and they said it was beautiful and they had a wonderful time. I'd probably have the same experience. But however, I told somebody once if I visited, if I went to Israel, I'd probably feel like I had to take a shower afterwards. And again, it's not because the place is bad. It's what the government does and the policies that and listen, when you're in a country, I'm not supportive openly of what the government does. A lot of people in Israel are. Maybe not the current leadership, but in general, they support the occupation or they look the other way. They're for a Jewish ethno state because they believe what I believe are myths and framing of, you know, indoctrination about why it's such an important element of life. And listen, from their point of view, they're entitled to their point of view. I can't deny anybody else's lived experience and beliefs. It's what they've been through. Air conditioning. See, another reason why I'm grateful. But at the same token, it's you know, it's in my mind, it's a bunch of made up stuff. And I'm just referring to other people who have lived there or been through the experience outside of Israel, which encourages people to support it. And I don't want to talk just about Israel. I want to talk about the 4th of July. So let's get back to that. There are plenty of other places you can go. I would say South America is probably a good bet. I'm talking about places to move. There's some places in Asia that would be good to live in. I think that the least safe place to be in the next 15 years are the Western countries, both economically, internal chaos, as well as the potential for external conflict. Hey, what's up, Maz? Maz is always such a nice person to come and help with the moderation. Thank you, Maz. I appreciate you. Hope all is well in the UK. Hope everybody's healthy and happy. This is one place they don't celebrate the 4th of July, is the British, because we, in the course of establishing the United States, we ousted the British rulership. You know, King George III was the current leadership. And listen, whenever you're occupying a territory, some people who are occupied are more docile, and some people are more, resistant. And what we're seeing right now. Hey, what's up, man? This is Bayless. Bayless, I haven't seen you in a while. I kind of popped by. I listened to some comments in the Discord recently. I've been doing less of that, although some of it, I'll tell you more about it. We'll connect offline since we have each other's email. But good to see you, Bayless. I hope you're well. There was a big gap. I was following a trader. He's someone who trades in the financial markets. Very talented guy, but I think he's also, like me, been through either a move, like he shifted locations, which is a big deal. And then, of course, I don't know what there was a gap in communication, which I assume is something that was difficult, or he wouldn't have had that gap. So we sort of felt kind of drifted apart in that regard, but I think he's back in the groove. So hope you're well, Bayless, and I hope your extended family and everybody else is doing really well on this 4th of July. So listen, I don't want to come across as an ungrateful American ingrate where people say, get the hell out of the country if you're not happy about it. You know, I think one of the beautiful things about our Constitution, it was written a long time ago, and the people that wrote it must have been really intelligent or really forward thinking, and they couldn't see everything. They couldn't see the advancements of armaments, right? So you can argue that the Second Amendment, the application of it in the past, is different than it should be applied today. Some people think it should just stand on its own and be an unlimited sort of right. There's that issue. We just had a Supreme Court decision that basically allows presidents, including the one that was charged with potential crimes for January 6th, to be given mostly liability in the course of their official duties, whatever that may mean. And that's the argument when it's going to come down to situations, is what is official and what is personal. And remember, again, this is not conspiratorial. President Trump, during his administration, he appointed 3 Supreme Justices, which is highly unusual, by the way, for a president to have that opportunity. So right now on the court, there are 9 justices, 3 of which are considered left-leaning. And they wrote a big dissent about this latest ruling. But 6 are considered conservative, pro-corporate friendly, etc. So just think about the implications of that. 6-3 is a very large margin. The court is not normally that divided in terms of being lopsided one way or the other. It's pretty close, like 5-4 either way. Never read the dissent, so you have no idea what it said. Mustafa. Well, when you say the dissent, can you be just, and Mo, if you want to come up and share some of your thoughts, I'm happy to. Listen, I'm the first person to admit that there's definitely information I don't have. Sometimes in cases, I think we don't know what we don't know until we bump into it, right? So if there's a resource that anybody thinks is helpful in rounding out someone's knowledge, I remain open to it. It doesn't make me feel any worse because I'm ignorant about something. That's something that can be worked on. What can't be worked on is inflexibility. You know, when somebody basically thinks that they got it all down, that there's no other way to think about something, I think that's a dangerous way to be. So in critical thinking, the great thing is you're not married to anything. You can pretty much move as you learn. And unfortunately, a lot of the people that I run into here on TikTok when I'm having these spirited conversations, it's clear to me that they have not decided to go down that lane in terms of how they view the world and how they think about things. And that's unfortunate because Mo says Cliffy Bring me up and I will educate you. Well, Mo, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with anybody, but that indicates to me that you're already start striking a disrespectful tone. One, by not calling me by my name, which is Chip, and secondly, by making all these assumptive comments. And again, what did I just say to you? I said that I'm open to learning. Now, I want to make one point. This is a really important determination. Forget about all the other political issues. This is just a general principle that I believe in. So there's what happens. So certain things that happen are indisputable. Let me give you an example. Okay, we know on October 7th, as horrible a day as that was for the Israelis, there was a military response. Okay, so let's say in this example, we have an aerial video showing one of these small communities that was engaged with, horrifically by the adversary. And part of the response was a tank. A tank came up to the periphery of this village, and let's say it fired something, because you can see it on video. So we know that's what happened. That's the actual factual, objective event that occurred, right? And then you have what's called interpretation of said event. So, for example, someone from the pro-Israeli side might say, our brave soldiers are coming in to eliminate the T words that have done this horrific thing to our people, and they deserve to be unalived. That's an interpretation of that exact video. Another person, or from a different angle, different thinking process, might say, hey, look how crazy this is. These crazy Israelis came in and they indiscriminately fired into a village, unaliving both the brave freedom fighters that were there to try to do whatever they did to attack the enemy, the Zionists, and they also unalived their own people in the process. Now, that's the same exact circumstances with two drastically different views. And unfortunately, a lot of people conflate their viewpoint, the take that they just mentioned, with what they call the truth. But objective reality is what happens. And then one's take on what happens can come from different angles. That is such an important point to consider. And as a part of that, I like to look at myself as someone who has a take. And I've never met somebody that says, this is my take and here's why I'm wrong. So that means that every person has a sincere belief in what they believe and what they say as far as how they phrase it. And it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them an idiot. It doesn't make them a fool, although some people obviously don't have knowledge of facts. And again, if I'm one of those folks, what I do is I say, okay, I'm open to hearing. Let's hear the information. And then what we all have to do is we have to think of the source, the veracity of it, whether we think it's truthful or not. We have to compare that to what we've come to learn and see if it's consistent or inconsistent. And again, if experience plays a big role in this. This is why, as someone gets older and they've seen a lot of these things bounce around, much like someone like Velas, the trader, has seen a lot of different market circumstances. So when he makes a decision, it's based upon a lot of experience. The bottom line is we have to make a determination as to where things fit into our belief system. And in doing so, hopefully we're objective and fair as best we can be. That's all you can ask of somebody. And somebody may say you're biased or you're not going to accept things. Okay, maybe somebody has blind spots and they just can't see them, right? Myself included. But I think having some humility is important. Now, when I engage with people who I think see something from a different angle, I don't disparage them for it. I don't call them names. I don't, like this person in the comments doing, I don't come at them and say, you're an idiot, you don't know, let me come up and educate you, which is presumptive. So someone will be making assumptions about what somebody does or doesn't know based on whatever reason they're basing that. And instead of asking questions, they make declarative statements and it's sort of impugning somebody for being either uneducated, ignorant, or whatever. I find that troubling. That's not how I engage with people regarding political issues because I don't know what somebody knows. And what I like to ask people is, hey, so-and-so, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you believe. I'm listening to your point of view. I'm taking it all in. Okay. How did you come to believe that? What things did you encounter in your life that led you to say the things or think the things that you're thinking? That is a really important differentiation in terms of being open to listening. And then when you understand how somebody came to believe it, at least you can understand what got them there, rather than just impugning them for being there, if it's different than what you view. We see this all too often in these TikTok debates about Trump, Biden, left, right, Democrats, Republicans, whatever. If you can flip away from this live, not that I want you to, but if you did, you're going to run into one in the next couple swipes. And each person on these lives, more often than not, is doing the least amount of benefit to solving the political challenges that divide the United States, the population. And that is because they take this tact. Just to let you know, Mo Staffa, Yeah, the way that I don't engage with people and the way I don't bring up people on my panel is when they take the tack that you take. You keep saying. I'll give you another example of something this person's saying that falls along the lines of these. What I believe is a poor way to go about communicating these things. Bring me up, Chippy. Don't be scared of me. First of all, I'm not scared of anybody to talk to anybody. Okay, but again, the way you're phrasing that is. Let me give you a different way. Hey, there's some things I think that you don't have knowledge of or you're incorrect about. May I please come up and share those with you? Fair enough. Let's talk. But hey, idiot, I'm going to come up and educate you. Who's going to listen? Nobody wants to be approached that way. And why should I? Now, here's what I am willing to do. I go on pro Israeli lives all the time, for those of you who follow me and kind of keep an eye on what I do. And it's difficult because when someone else has control of the conversation, they tend to use that control to stifle the conversation, to let people talk over people they disagree with, which I try not to do. I try to give people an equal chance, as long as they're decent and respectful. If they're acting like this guy, Mostafa, I tend not to engage with them. But if they're reasonable and they want to share their point of view, we had a guy yesterday named Yo who came up. He was not acting like a jerk. And he came up and he shared his point of view. And we had a good dialogue back and forth. He didn't necessarily agree with the things we talked about, but we gave him some things to chew on. He gave us his point of view. Fair enough. Again, different takes on an issue. Okay? So Mo, respectfully, I'm not going to bring somebody up like you who chooses to engage that way, because there's no having a good dialogue. Somebody out of who's acting that way is going to say things and do things in a way that's not going to foster a good conversation. Is what it is. There's no fear involved with that. It's just about a matter of style. Somebody says, I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? I've been okay. I've been focusing on trying to work on some things. I've had some, when you go through combat and you go through exposure to a lot of stuff and you go through the experience of what you experience, it just tends to tool with your head. I can't explain it any other way. And so I've been trying to deal with some of that and taking some time to do that. And it's not been easy and it's not been fun and I'm not enjoying it. So it's a lot to iron out. I got a lot of wrinkles in my head, that a lot of demons. Anyway, that's why I've taken a little break. You haven't seen me. But I'm trying to get back on the train. I really enjoy doing this stuff. One of the things I like to do is just to have dialogue. It's fun to talk about stuff for me. It's also fun to learn stuff. If somebody like Mo were to come up and not be acting like a jackass, and he can tell me some things that I've never heard before that I think make a lot of sense, I'd love to learn them, because I think that somebody says I've only seen you. I've been going on to a lot of opposition lives just because, and this is one of the reasons why I do it, to point out exactly what I'm referring to. So if I go onto somebody's live and all they do is berate me, question my motives, claim that I'm being paid, be rude as hell to me, tell me that I hate all Jewish people, tell me I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm naive, all these things. And they do it in a way that's very negative, and they don't provide the opportunity for any sort of reasonable dialogue. I think that speaks volumes about somebody in terms of how they comport themselves and how they choose to conduct things on a live. And so therefore, I just kind of let it be what it is. Sometimes in the past, I've recorded them kind of for shock value. Like, can you believe people do this? But again, I think everybody who's been to these forums, and listen, it's not that pro-Palestinians don't do some of this too. I disagree with doing those kind of things to people, but I can't control other people's lives, how they run things. So I understand why both sides are frustrated with people who have different views, because you firmly believe, if you're on one side, that you're right and that the other side just doesn't get it, right? That's normal. Like I said, I've never met somebody that says, here's what I believe about a political issue or my worldview, and they go, I'm wrong. It just doesn't exist. So we all have to come to where we are based on our own experiences. And again, rather than impugning someone like me and assuming that I'm doing it for some reason that's, whatever you believe arbitrarily, why not ask? Here's an example. Hey, Chip, you seem to take a very strong anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian stance. How did you come to believe that? Why do you do that? No one's ever asked me that. Not once. But I've asked a lot of other people that very question, and they just don't have an answer for it. They just say, I'm on the right side because I know I've studied, I know the history. You're naive. You're propagandized is what I hear a lot of the time. You're falling subject to Palestinian or T-word propaganda or H group propaganda or whatever it may be. Listen, I don't know everything. right? I try to be fair and objective, but it's so arrogant to think that you got it all figured out, right? Life is a lifelong journey of learning. So, and this is the other part of it. I talked about this yesterday. I don't like saying this, but the manner in which people have spoken in these lives, the way they sort of carry themselves, it's a combination of arrogance, dismissal, overconfidence, especially when talking about potential conflict with other nations. There seems to be some thought, a lot of people in the US think this way too, that there's a sense of invincibility, that because maybe of past military successes, that's going to translate into an ease of activity. First of all, if you don't know much about what's happening in Gaza, the way the Israeli narrative kind of goes like this. We've come in, we've shown them who's boss. They shouldn't have done this. We're knocking the crap out of them. We've eliminated, half the people that have unalived are those bad people. These are not accurate and truthful statements. Now, have they come in and done an amount of destruction? Absolutely. Do they have the superior military with huge asymmetry, especially from the air? Absolutely. Have they used that to their advantage? Absolutely. They've destroyed a lot of the landscape, and they've gone through after they've leveled places and cleared out, the short-term resistance. They've then destroyed the landscape with things like explosives and stuff, universities, mosques, residential structures. They just leveled the place to make it unlivable, right? That's happened. Or they just put it this way: the place has been leveled. You can ascribe motive to it, but they have not been able to root out the underground enemy. Listen, I'm not berating them for their inability. It's an incredibly difficult task. I don't think any military would have a whole lot of success engaging with an enemy that can pop up from a hidden place, maybe drop a sticky thing on a tank, and boom, boom, it just disables it, or pops up and uses an RPG or Kalashnikov, whatever it may be, and engages the enemy. It's a very difficult enemy to fight. The U.S. learned that in Vietnam when the Viet Cong used tunnel systems as well. It's a guerrilla force, and a lot of people criticize them for fighting that way. It's general, and I call it an unpleasant demeanor, where you sort of talk down to people, you sort of have this arrogance, you laugh. I heard people the other day on one live, it was Captain Kapara, and I usually enjoy interacting with him. He doesn't have as much of these qualities as others do, which I'm appreciative of. But he lets a lot of people on the live do these things, which I don't appreciate. But anyway, getting back to whatever, it is what it is. But getting back to the idea, they were talking about food availability in Gaza. And they're saying there is no problem with food. There's tons of trucks going in. But if you don't know, and this is just normal logistics, aid does not get equally distributed among all parts of a territory, especially when it's been demolished the way that it has. So it's difficult if a truck gets in from the south, let's say through Rafah, and it comes into Rafah, it's going to try to distribute the aid as best they can, and they're going to try. But the further you have to go through the more difficult territory, especially if there's fighting going on, it's much more difficult to deliver the aid. So a lot of people that have remained in the north are having a hard time getting said aid, which means there are pockets of food insecurity or famine. It is real. They were laughing about the fact that kids are unaliving and from that issue. They're just having a good old time chuckling. And what I would say is this: when one is in a position of power, it's very telling with how they choose to use that, how they act. Being humble with power, I think, shows a lot of respect, and being reserved, not just letting it all loose because you can. I would argue that one of the things I find most objectionable and what kind of set me on this path was learning about what the Israeli military does to Palestinians, or has done to Palestinians, over the years that the conflict has been going on. It changed my view. I didn't know all this stuff was going on. And I don't believe most of the people who speak to this issue understand that either. Does it make them bad people because they don't know? No, of course not. They've been told a narrative, they believe that narrative, and anything that would contradict that narrative they think is make believe, that bad apples would get rooted out and prosecuted, or it couldn't possibly be the way things are done on a regular basis. But I view it differently because of what I've seen. I base it upon only the evidence that I've seen and instances that have happened over and over and over. What else are you supposed to conclude? But I understand why people see that differently. Okay? So again, I find it disappointing that people choose to be arrogant and believe that they're invincible and that they're superior to others, and they just kind of treat others with disdain. And I try not to do that because you never know what's going to happen next, right? And it could be that at some point in the future, I don't know how, I don't see it happening right now, but it could be in the future that these power dynamics change. And if somebody laughs at you and scoffs at you and dismisses you and doesn't care, is totally indifferent to your suffering, and then the power dynamics change. what's going to happen next? Is somebody going to be as nice to you, or are they going to be even harsher than they would have been given their anger over what they perceive has been happening? I wouldn't want to create unnecessary, it's almost like if you're winning a basketball game or a football game and you taunt the other side and you go down the sidelines and laugh at them. I don't think anybody likes a sore winner. And I would argue that the people that are pro-Israeli and those that support Israel are, not everybody, but a lot of them are sore winners and they laugh at the other side as they're doing great harm. I don't agree with that. And I don't like that. And that disgusts me to a point where I spend a lot of my time addressing these kind of things. I also think there's an injustice. And it's not fair to not criticize both sides. You can easily point to the different intifadas, especially the second intifada, which happened in the early 2000s. And there were a lot of horrible things that happened to Israeli civilians, which I completely disagree with that tactic. I don't think that should be within bounds. But again, it's a tactic that has been decided by, it's not my place to decide how to resist an occupation being subjected to the things that we've talked about. I don't agree with the tactics, but it's not for me to decide. These are people trying to fight for their freedom. And this is a tool or tactic that others have used. It happened in Ireland. It happened in many other places. It happened before the establishment of Israel. There were pro-Israeli gangs that came in to terrorize both the British and the local Arab populations to try to, get people the hell out of the way so they could do what they wanted to do. This is what some people do. It's brutal. It's hard. It's just not something I want to play in. But anyway, so I understand. I'm critical of those things. I think it's fair to criticize that. But my point always comes back to, why do these groups exist? Why would they do something like that? And this is the crux of the issue. I was just on a live with Captain Kapar. And what I wanted to say so badly before I got dropped, and this is the point I try to bring up, is what is motivating the things that we're seeing, not only during, not just the buses and the cafes and the cars and whatever it may be, but what happened on October 7th, which they believe was the beginning of a new chapter of just, unprovoked violence. And my argument against that is, no, if somebody has an ongoing struggle and they have not been able to achieve any or much of any of their long-term goals, which are reasonable, which is just to have autonomy, dignity, and self-determination, which is, by the way, what this person Yo said the Jewish people want in Israel, which they have, albeit with a hostile neighbor because of how they feel they've been slighted by that state. And I concur with that. I think there's a injustice that occurred. I know those injustices have occurred in other places. That's fair to point out. But it's not aboutism. It's whataboutism when you say, well, why don't you talk about Syria? Why don't you talk about the Congo? Why don't you talk about what's happening in China? Okay, we can address those issues. Yes, it's fair to criticize and say, but that is deflection 101. Don't look over here, look over there, because that's also bad. If it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. So yeah, we can talk about other bad. What happened in the United States was bad, right? The ethnic cleansing of any people, or the mass, whatever you do to people that's mistreatment, up to and including unaliving them, is bad and to be condemned. And it's ironic that the very people whose grandparents or parents went through this horrific experience, many didn't survive, in Europe in the late 30s, early 40s, that they would then turn around and do some of the same type of things and have the same kind of mindset that kind of dehumanizes the other and excuses mistreatment. Let's just put it that way. I find that very tragically ironic. And listen, do you think the Germans thought they were doing something wrong? They were looking to achieve their goals. No, they were doing what they thought was necessary for their state. I disagree with it vehemently. Obviously, it's horrible. But do you think the Israeli government and many of its supporters think they're doing the wrong thing? No, they're protecting their interests. But in doing those things, they're doing a lot of things that others view as disproportionate, horrific, unnecessary, and even genocidal, if you want to use that term, or ethnic cleansing. And again, if you forget about all the conversation, look, we talked about objective reality, right? Like what's happened. So, Carmen Bella, I don't want to get into that. That's not a good thing to say. And again, that's a hateful. Carmen Bella, please don't make comments like that, okay? You can feel whatever you want to feel about a situation. Just please keep it to yourself and don't put it in here. That's not okay. Anyway, so, if you took a satellite and just backed out and just put it over top of the region, and let's say those who were Jewish Zionists who wanted to create a state and you look at the population of, let's say, blue, which would represent the Jewish slash pro, aspiring Israeli population, the Zionist movement, and you look at the Arab population in red, so blue and red, and you go to 1900 with this satellite and you pan down and you see a certain view. Very small amount of red, a very small amount of blue, huge amount of red, which represents the Arab population, right? And you keep that satellite there. And what you see is a huge shift from red and blue to the red shrinking and the blue growing. And now you have this. And this continues to get even smaller. And these campaigns that we're seeing, you can try to explain it away, saying you're meeting the destiny of your historic homeland, your ancestral rights. You can make that claim. But let's face it, someone who lived there for probably centuries is losing territory and being horribly mistreated. And if you look at the number of people that have been unalived over that period of time, do the same kind of satellite dish, it's much bigger on the Arab side and teeny on the Israeli side. Albeit when it happens, it's horrible. I'm not saying it's justifiable. Anytime civilians are purposely targeted, it's wrong in my opinion. But again, these are indisputable numerical facts. The amount of physical territory that is under the control of the Israeli Zionist project is more, vastly more than it was in 1900, because it was just a shared territory. It wasn't even a nation state. It was just a territory that was named Palestine by the Romans, Palestine in Arabic. And, and it's changed dramatically. You can try to paint the picture that justifies it. And again, the thing that I take issue with is not so much, it's not about the people. It doesn't matter who the parties are. It's about the narrative that gets put together to justify the occurrence of what I just laid out. And it's not that I hate the people that believe in it. It's that I disagree with the narrative. I think it is one that's very self-serving. It's selfish. It's almost like what the Germans might have said. Well, we got to do what we got to do. This is a problem. We got to deal with it, right? Well, you can say that the same process there's people in Israel right now, people like Ben Gvir and Netanyahu and Smotrich and all these other Yahoos that say the same kind of thing, that the words are a little different, but the flavor is the same. It kind of rhymes with what we're hearing. I don't think the Germans were justified in handling how they want to deal with the other in World War II. And I don't think the Israelis are entitled to deal with the other the way they're dealing with the other because of what they want to achieve. That's the difference. That's it. People call me anti-Semitic. That's absurd. People say you're just unreasonable. You don't understand. No, I understand. I understand the other argument. I understand it very well. If anybody's listened to people's version of the narrative and read about it, it's me. I mean, I'm not a scholar, but I don't know if anybody spent more time on TikTok and these lives listening. I've probably done more of that than most. And I hear a lot of the same things, a lot of the similar types of narratives and conversations that are used to try to justify this. I believe people believe that stuff. I'm not impugning their character for believing it. I'm not calling them idiotic or dumb or mean, but I do think that it is cruel in the way it's carried out. And I don't want to support cruelty, and I try to be consistent. I point out what happens in my country, both historically and currently. Not that I want to be critical of the place where I live. I want to hold the pom-poms and cheer for America, USA, USA. That would be great. But the U.S. government needs to do things that are praiseworthy to be cheered on, not just because I happen to be on the team. And so I think that's a fair distinction. And I think that unfortunately, people who are on the other team try to find anything and everything they can to justify their team's behavior, even if the behavior is not justifiable. That's the biggest difference. So with that said, I would love to have some other people share the conversation if anybody wants to come up and talk. We got about 79 people, and while we're waiting for someone, if they want to step up, who's hopefully respectful and sincere and wanting to have a good dialogue, please share the live. My presence has been cut dramatically on TikTok, unfortunately. I don't know if it's because of algorithm or because of some other things. But I'm going to hold down the screen for a half a second, as can you, and I'm going to send out a bunch of invites. I think Brenda did already. Thank you, Brenda. And this way we'll hopefully get a few more people. I'm sending invites to people who disagree with me, who I've befriended on TikTok. See if we can get some more people in and have a reasonable conversation. Again, this is not about winning. The way I look at it is peace is the ultimate goal of all this, right? Whatever you want to say, nothing really matters until the achievement of some reasonable, dignified, autonomous Palestinian something or other gets created. And everything else is just conversation, right? Nothing really matters other than that. So I try to communicate with that in mind. And I think calling people names or being mean to them is not going to help foster that. So let's give people a couple more seconds. Also, if you tap anywhere on my face, you can like the live, which I'm going to do a second myself. It's kind of self-serving to tap you. Let's try to get the likes up a little bit, and hopefully this will protect the live if anything does get said that's against the algorithm, which can happen. And also, hopefully I think it gathers more people too. It makes it more in front of people's For You page if it has lots of likes. The other thing you can do in the comments, I don't know if this helps or not, but people have told me it does. You can write something like, this live is very informative, or great live, or whatever. That tends to increase also. It boosts the presence of it. Okay? So if you don't mind doing that. Okay, we have two people that want to come up. We have Brenda and Mind Wars. So we'll bring those two up. Again, if you're someone who disagrees with the pro-Palestinian. If you're pro-Israeli or you think something's wrong about what people who take the pro-Palestinian view, please come up. Please share your views. You'll be treated with respect. You're not going to be talked down to. You won't be muted unless you never stop talking. The only time I mute people is when they go on and on and they'll never take a breath. And they're making so many points that I have to write them down. That's when I'll mute people. I think that's fair. Hello, Brenda.
Hey Tib, how's it going?
Pretty good. How have you been?
Good, long time. I kind of took a break, I think, like you. Just, needed to clear my mind from all the craziness. I think every once in a while we have to take
Yeah, once in a
a
while.
little bit of break because I think as we have seen, we're in it for the long run. I
Yeah.
really thought that this would kind of have some sort of direction by now, but it just seems like it is a little bit of at a standstill. And I think the thing that's on my mind, and it was a someone that commented this, and it just every time I hear a comment similar to this, and I think a lot of us who have deconstructed some of the systems that we live in, and especially as people of color, especially someone like me who is a person of color, like I don't actually know if I'm first generation or immigrant to the United States. I was born in Mexico, but but I was brought to the U.S. as a very, very young child. So maybe I'm an immigrant. I'm not sure. But my adopted dad is American. So I'm a U.S. citizen. So I grew up in the United States, but as a minority. And so the perspective is a little bit different because I have ties to countries that have been, pretty much oppressed for a long time, colonized. My ancestors. This is something that I've deconstructed a lot with my sister recently when we took a break, was on deconstructing our history, what really has happened to the colonized people, all colonized people around the world. And I think it's such a hard reality. It's a harsh truth to affront if you are a descendant of the people who have been oppressed, but also if you're a descendant of the people who did the oppression of the colonizers. And I think because the systems of power are in on one side, on the side of the descendants of the people who colonized these lands, those of us that kind of speak out and want to bring back, or like to just kind of deconstruct those ideas, were met with like, oh well, that happened such a long time ago, like get over it, like the plight of African Americans to this point, that they never been able to, they never got a fair start. So they were never able to to reach, areas of success and the systems and power that were made to keep them oppressed. And so there was a comment, someone commented that said, well, we've tried to help the Palestinians to get their freedom. And every time that I hear that statement, it just drives me nuts because it's like we are trying to give them their freedom. We have tried to give them their freedom. We have tried to get them because the thing is like the freedom that the Palestinians deserve is not anybody's to give. And I think
Yes.
that's the biggest thing. We are nobody to say that we give anybody freedom. Nobody is nobody. We're all the same. And I think that's the biggest thing that people haven't deconstructed, because if you're using that line, that statement, you have not deconstructed the fact that Great Britain should not have had a mandate over Palestine. And yes, I understand our histories in which people have colonized one area and the other, and I think this is something that's used quite often. I was like, oh well, the Ottomans colonized Palestine and all that, but like the thing is, we don't live in those times anymore. When they talk about how the Americans carpet boomed, Dresden and Germany. It's like there's a reason why we don't live in those caveman era anymore. Like we're supposed to be more civilized now. We're
Yeah.
supposed to have we're supposed to be evolving. This invention of mankind called war is just such a ridiculous invention, and I think that's something that I need to keep pointing out to people, like those of you who are listening. Anytime someone brings up these points of like, oh well, we've tried to give them this, we've tried to do this for them, like let's just nip that in the bud from the beginning. Let's just say this is not we are not those people that should be giving them freedom. Like they already have a freedom that we are taking from them. That's the thing. We have it and we should have never had it in our hands from them. And so we need to continue to call out the fact that people still have not decolonized their minds, because we claim that we are decolonizing all over the world and all this, but like our minds, in which we continue to call out these systems of colonization and imperialism that are still present today and continue to oppress people all around the world. Like that's what this revolution is about, decolonizing our minds. So let's not forget that aspect of this. Is like we can argue all the logistics and like the politics and the geography and the treaties and all of this, but like the main root of the issue is the fact that we still think that we should have the right to other people. So that was kind of like the thing that was on my mind for now.
Yeah, thanks, Brenda. I made a couple notes while you were speaking, and a couple of comments came through I'm going to address. I agree with you on some of the points. Totally. The concept of we give them, they, them. Why don't they go to Muslim? Why don't they go to other Arab nations? When Abby Martin went to Jerusalem to do on the street, it's the man on the street, they call it, where you're just kind of talking to passersby, asking general questions. And she was asking about, what do people think about, I can play the video if you want. What do people think about what should be done about all this? And they were almost to a T. Some people said they should be unalive, which is obviously horrible. But others said, why don't they just go back to Jordan? Or they said Arab countries. Just, we don't want to unalive them. Just, they should go. This is a land for us. And again, it's that mindset. When I talk about Zionism, I understand it was the aspiration for a Jewish state in historic Palestine, reclaiming the what do they call it, ancestral homeland. I get that argument, but really, it's the mindset that pervades that way of thinking. That's what entitlement and the arrogance and the dismissal and the indifference to the suffering of others and all that goes with that I'm critical of. I'm not against safety for people or even their own homeland. The question is at what expense to whom, and how is it conducted, and how is it maintained? And those are the things with which I take issue. Somebody in the comments, Ian Buster Rhymes, said, Chip is so anti-Semitic. So again, just to repeat, there's a Knesset member, which is their parliament, their legislative body, that came to the United States and was doing an interview with Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! And she clearly said that the way they deal with criticism, if the criticism of Israel comes from someone who's from Europe, we bring up the Holocaust. If it comes from somebody from the United States, we call them anti-Semitic. And that's a very, very effective tool, because no one wants to be branded an anti-Semite, especially if you're in political office. So people are very cautious about being critical because of this very reality. But on TikTok, and people who are independent like me, who are self-employed, who don't have anybody, you can't go after and cancel me. That doesn't work. You can't chill me into not speaking out on what I really believe. And I'm not doing it from a malicious point of view, as I often get accused. I'm doing it because it's just how I see it. You can disagree with how I see it, but you don't need to demean or, try to take somebody down because they have a different viewpoint from you. I accept the fact and appreciate the fact that people see this differently. I want to listen to their point of view, and I want to respond with why I see it differently. That's a fair conversation. I'm not going to call them a Jewish supremacist because they believe in the existence of the state of Israel, which would be the similar thing to say. Some people may be, but I don't know until I ask them, hey, what are your thoughts about how Jews are versus other people? Do you think they're better or more important or special? That's a fair question to ask to determine if somebody has that belief. No one ever asks me or gives an example of how. They just say, well, the way you talk is that way. Listen, specific example. I've never said, all Jewish people should be. Somebody in the comments just now, and this is to point it out, somebody said, why was Germany wrong when I was talking about the Holocaust? I called that comment out and said, that's not right. That has no place here.
You see? So I differentiate between the mindset that is Zionism and its indifference to the suffering of others, and the identity of being of Jewish ethnicity or practicing the faith of Judaism. Right? I think that's a fair distinction to make. Other people conflate all three, like Ben Shapiro, and any criticism of any is criticism of all, and it's all about hatred towards Jews. I think that's a cop-out. Because if you always blame things on the hatred of your people, then anything you have to do to defend yourself is justified, because all they want to do is unalive you. And I often speak to this in lives, and I never get a chance to get the words out. There's a false belief system, in my opinion, that is perpetrated from a very young age, that the Jewish people are under threat constantly by everybody in the world. The whole world is against us. And all they want to do, and all these other people in this territory that are of different color and different background, all they want to do is unalive us. They're crazy, they're violent, they're Islamic extremists, they all support the worst of the worst, and therefore we have to do whatever it takes to support ourselves. That is a very effective way of telling somebody and getting them to go to the military and commit acts of whatever, because it delegitimizes and makes the other person a permanent enemy. So how can you have peace with somebody who wants to unalive everybody? There's no chance for peace with that. Yeah, if I believe that were the truth, I would take the position and support Israel. Why wouldn't I? That's the right thing to do. I think that narrative is total bunk. Now, asterisks, there are some individuals, perhaps, I don't know who they are, what's in their heart, that may be radical, that may see the other as the ultimate enemy and wants to expel them or by any means necessary. But I don't believe that's the mindset of the average Palestinian. And I had somebody come up yesterday named Nader, who's a well-known. He's a journalist for Al Ahmadiyya, which is a small outlet that does the news for different outlets. And he's a guy who's very level-headed and not mean-spirited. And we asked him on the live yesterday, what is it that motivates things like happen on 10/7 or the Second Intifada, the First Intifada, the acts of resistance as they see it? Is it about hatred towards Jewish people? Nope. We don't care what religion you practice. We don't care who you are. Just we want to live and live our lives and not be subjected to what we're being subjected to now. Is it about Islam? No, we don't care if you want to practice Judaism. There are Arabs in Gaza and in the West Bank who are Christians, who aren't persecuted by the Islamic fundamentalists. They don't try to force Sharia law and make everybody convert, because they look at people who are religious as people of the book. They believe in an Abrahamic God, and they're entitled to their interpretation of that because it's still respectful of a framework that is within belief and faith. Now, would they prefer everybody practice their version? Everybody would. Most Christians are the ones that are most proactive in trying to proselytize and tell people they should join their reason, or otherwise they're going to go to HELL. It's not Islam that's out there trying to force everybody to believe a certain way. But when possible, they speak to it. And most people who practice Islam do follow the tenets of Islam, which is peace and kindness and respect. But there are some who hijack it, just like the Zionist movement has hijacked Judaism and Jewish identity with the establishment of an ethno-state and brutality towards others, in my opinion. Okay, same kind of thing. So when somebody who's radical hijacks an ideology, you can't blame the ideology, you have to blame the hijackers. Okay? And the existence of hijackers doesn't mean the entirety of the people who follow the ideology of religion are bad, which we're often told inside of Gaza because people have shown support for 10/7 that they're automatically all bad because they believe in the worst of the worst mindsets. All they want to do is unalive people. And there can be a distinction between military engagement and civilian atrocities. It's not all or none. And I believe that most people in the Arab world and in the Palestinian community, specifically in Gaza, aren't into civilians being harmed. They don't want to be harmed as civilians, and they don't want their people to harm civilians because that's indecent and haram. I think the word is off limits, or to be shunned in the Arab world or in Islam. Okay, you mentioned about being civilized. I think that's important because we're in a modern state. If you don't know, after World War II, Schmittler, mustache people, they went on this massive campaign of trying to offensively capture territory, and they were trying to dominate the entire world as much as they could. And they moved in and occupied France and Belgium and all sorts of other countries, Denmark, and probably 13 or 14 Czechoslovakia, which is now called the Czech Republic. That you cannot, according to international law, go into a territory, fight a conflict, and remain indefinitely occupying it. That is something we've decided as an international group, being civilized, that we're not going to do. We're not going to allow for that. So when Israel, based on its perception of pending attack by other armies, especially the Egyptians, they claimed preemption, and they fought Egypt in the Sinai, They fought what was Transjordan or Jordan territory in the what they call Judea and Samaria, and they fought the Syrians in the north in the Golan Heights. And they captured that territory by prevailing in the combat. And then they claimed that they have control of that territory because they were the winners. And war has consequences. We hear this all the time. If you fight us and we win a war, and by the way, they always claim, people who support Israel, that, quote, they started the 1967 war, we finished it. If you look at what actually happened, it's shaky ground. The justification for the 1967 Six-Day War is not rock solid, clear cut. And this is why the United Nations, after this happened, pushed back. You have a dubious set of reasons to go in. By the way, the people that actually did the first combat activities in 1967 Six-Day War was not Egypt, was not Jordan, was not Lebanon, was not Syria. Guess who fired off first? Israel. Guess who moved equipment into someone else's territory? Israel. Okay, so they started the war as far as the physical aggression, and then they've captured and kept territory, which is the antithesis of what's allowed to happen in the international community. Now, there's been no repercussions, unfortunately, so I've heard people on these lives say, well, what's going to happen to us? No one's done crap yet. What are they going to do now if we continue? They're right, but it doesn't make it right. Just because it has made right, which is the antithesis of how we want to be civilized, doesn't make it okay or moral or permissible. And I would argue, and again, I've made this argument before, and I'll shut up and let Mindwares come in a second, is that this is the real problem that Israel's having right now. And maybe they don't care. Maybe those who support Israel are like, F it, we're going to do whatever we have to do to protect ourselves because of these underlying beliefs about the world being against them and against the Jewish people and all this other stuff we've talked about that I don't believe is true, but they believe is true. And they don't seem to care much about what others think of them, their actions. They're like, F it, they don't like us anyway, so what the hell, we might as well do what we're going to do. And that attitude is problematic, and it will lead to, in my opinion, more negative sentiment towards Israel that will play out in significant ways, economically and politically, to the detriment of Israel. I don't want the people of Israel to suffer because of government behavior and military activity that tarnishes and destroys the reputation of a nation state that so desperately wants to exist for the reasons we've described. So, again, I think that what's being done is arrogant, it's dismissive, they're acting with impunity, and these are the things that I oppose. Not the people, not the mission to have a state for Jewish people, although you can question where and when and how. So, Mindwares, what do you think about this, or what else would you like to add to the conversation?
How you doing, Chip? Nice to see you, man. Hope everything's well.
Yep, thanks.
There's a saying that says we don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against ideas, and I forgot the other word, but something in high places, right? So I think that's kind of like what you're trying to say there. I really agree with a lot of what Brenda was saying, and about being civilized and we're all the same and all this stuff, and I believe all of that 110%. The problem is that the power dynamics and the reality of the world we live in, it's obvious that there's many of us that are not the same, for the simple fact that you have a certain structure, power structure, that is literally doing as they please with you said, no consequences and no pushback from anyone or any other entity. As a matter of fact, the nation in the world that profitalized justice and humanity and equality and all of this stuff is actually the main one that's backing this whole thing. They're the ones funding them. They're the ones endorsing this, and it's kind of really ironic. So that right there shows you that they don't really believe in what they're saying or what they tell us or what they have indoctrinated many people with. If that was the case, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. Now, as far as what you were stating about the Zionists, and anytime I say Zionist, I totally do not conflate Zionism with Judaism. Judaism is a faith. Zionism is a political ideology. In my opinion, all Zionism has done is hijacked the faith of Judaism in order to cover their crimes and to get sympathy for the H cost so that they can actually have an excuse to do what they have been doing for decades. It's disingenuous and it's terrible. So just the fact that you can have that entity go into a refugee camp, and mind you, these people are refugees on their own land. And many of these refugees in those camps have been refugees for generations. There's people that live there that are in their 70s and 80s that have been refugees on their own land for that long, till now. And whenever you have an entity that can go into a refugee camp with the aid of the United States government, may I add, and unlive over 200, I think it was 274 people, and wound another 400 some odd people, just to supposedly rescue their hostages, actually unaliving a couple more, by the way. That should show you the attitude that this entity has about itself and about the people that it's so-called fighting against, in my opinion, oppressing. They believe that they are better than those people. They are racist against those people. They don't think that their lives are as valuable as theirs. Every action that the Zionist entity has done since October 7th and beforehand for many, many years has been nothing but evidence of their thought patterns on that. They don't look at Palestinians as equals to them. No colonizer ever looks at the indigenous people that they're abusing as equals to them. It's a sick ideology, and it's racist as hell. And they're getting away with it because they're kind of supposed to get away with it. You know, all of this stuff about historical rights to the land and the faith of this or that, and all of this extra thing, all this smoke screen that they kind of put out there. I would happen to say it's just not true. It's just a lie so that they can have that outpost there. You have to understand the geopolitical ramifications of all of this at the same time. Like right now, there's a power dynamic that's changing all over the world. You know, you have the BRICS nations. They're coming up with a different currency in order to do world trade for resources. The petrodollar is pretty much dead, and it just seems like the so-called West is they're desperate, and they're just kind of like their last stance, in my opinion. That's what it kind of looks like to me. And that's a big thing, you know, that we have to look at the big picture. I think a lot of the times we get caught up in all of the smoke screens and all of the political stuff and the I'm right, you're wrong type of thing. And you know, they started it and they started it and everybody's pointing fingers. But at the same time, nobody's looking at the big picture of what may really be going on. You know, and I would say that the people that claim to be civilized are actually the most uncivilized people on the planet.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, but you know, I totally agree with a lot of the things that have been being said. I wanted to ask you, Chip, because I was very curious. I was on a live the other day, and I don't want to instigate anything or start any beef or you know, anything like that. I was just curious because I was on a live with Brooklyn Moe and some of his people this was maybe a week or two ago. And they were speaking about you. And I didn't understand what the beef is. I don't understand. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you're on the same side you're on the same side as they are as far as, you know, what's going on. I don't get where the tension is coming from. If you could kind of explain that, because I was kind of caught back by that. I was taken back by that.
Yeah, there are cleavages in the pro-Palestinian community, and there are also cleavages in the pro-Israeli community on TikTok. So there's a group that called themselves the Lion's Den. It's Hasmonius, Maccabiah, and some other folks that tended to kind of, it's like, you know, in high school, you have different lunch tables and like the football players sit together and the people in the chess club sit together, very similarly to that. And they all may like the school they go to, but they're different, and sometimes they beef between each other or make fun of each other, whatever. Very similar to that. In my particular situation, and this is unfortunate, I kind of laid out a landmine and stepped on it. And what I did was, and I've addressed this literally to a point of nausea, so I don't want to get into it in detail. But I wrote a couple of tweets on Twitter a while back that were very upsetting to especially the people like in the Lion's Den. And there was a big back and forth about whether or not someone, and I talked to it, and I apologized for it, and I tried to do my best to address it in a way that was sensitive and polite and dignified, and of course committed to not do something again like that because it was stupid and offensive. I agree. I mean, it was my responsibility. I effed up. So, but there was like a week. It got blown into this week long. I mean, literally like 12 hours of lives a day. I have some of them recorded, which is just beyond my. And between Mo Pesci and someone named Zubaydah Al Arabiya, their attitude was, and what Mo said during one of these lives, this is what upset the other side, was, hey, we have bigger problems right now with children and women being unalive and stuff. Why are we even talking about this? The guy apologized for it. Our religion says that if somebody apologizes sincerely, that we got to move on and give them a chance. Zubaydah said, why don't we give this person some counseling rather than get rid of them because they're speaking to an issue that's important. I also went to other people who were pro-Palestine, people who I trust on the app I've met, and I asked them, hey, this could be a big distraction. I don't want to be that. What should I step away and just kind of keep quiet? And they said, listen, I think what you said was wrong, but you've apologized for it, and I think we need to move on. You're a strong voice, so just keep doing what you're doing and, let that be what it's going to be, which is what I've done. But in those lives, there was a huge argument about that, whether or not to take that tact regarding me or whether to ostracize, kind of exile or banish me. And because Mo Pesci's statement so upset the people that were angered by what I wrote, they were going to cancel Mo and do everything to kind of. So there was this war going on between the factions, ones that were kind of like, whatever, let's move on, or this person needs to be like Schmittler, which is what a lot of people refer to me as, unfortunately. So it's unfortunate. It went on for a full week. And at the end of that week, finally, Mo had to drop on his knees and apologize and kiss up to the group that he offended. It was really undignified what happened, and I think blown way out of proportion, but it's not for me to make that decision. So that's where things are. So my audience has shrank by about 75% because of what blew up in this situation. So listen, I'm not in this for notoriety. I've talked behind the scenes to people like Eric Warsaw and others about these issues. All I care about, and in the end, the only reason I do any of this is I want there to be peace. I want there to be less death. I want there to be a future for everybody. That's the only reason that's in the back of my mind when I speak to these issues. So it's unfortunate that I created a stir in the community, that it was so, distracting. But at this point, that's where people went with it. And I respect anybody's choice to do whatever they want in life. And that's kind of where we are.
Do you think that maybe some of the heat you had to take had something to do with you being Caucasian? You think that might have
No,
something to do with it?
no, those thoughts never crossed my mind. I mean, the way I look at it
Okay.
is I give people the benefit of the doubt. And listen, I think it's fair for people to be upset when somebody crosses a line they think shouldn't be crossed. And I've done it when people have done it too. So I understand that. But the way I look, I'm 57. My generation is not so outrage oriented. And so
Yeah.
in my the way I look at the world is if somebody screws up and they apologize for it and they promise not to repeat something, you give them a chance to see how they do. And then if they continue to do something, then you put them in the bucket that says, see you later, buddy. But that's not how
Yeah.
some people think. It's one strike and you're out. So that just, hey, it is what it is. And all I care about is trying to speak to the issue in the most effective way that I can, and everything else has to be tuned out.
Yeah. Whenever I've been on your lives, I mean, you've actually had to mute me a couple of times. And I think you're always pretty fair. You're like the fairest live that I ever get on, and you're pretty much fair, and you bring people on that maybe some people on the live don't want you to bring on, but you bring them on anyway.
Yeah.
That's why I couldn't understand where they were coming from, because I was like, what are they talking about? Chip Barnes is fair as shit. Why are they giving him a hard time? You're like, you
Well, and
know?
the other thing is, I mean, it's not so much my ethnicity or my color; it's my background. Some people think that people who aren't living the experience or who aren't maybe Muslim shouldn't be as propped up as those who are. Maybe I don't have as much legitimacy to and the passion that would be necessary to discuss the issue. Maybe not as knowledgeable. And I admit, someone like Zubaida Al Arabiya is incredibly knowledgeable. She's the most eloquent speaker to this. She puts me to shame. But that doesn't matter to me. I'm happy that she's that way. And if they don't look to someone like me who's not, and by the way, some people think the opposite. They think the fact that a Westerner who doesn't have anything to do with the issue, who speaks to it frequently in an articulate manner, is to be valued. So, hey, listen, I can't control anybody. I can just control it. I have a hard time controlling myself, much to be true. Obviously, I should. That's all I can do, man. And listen, that all I've been told is try to be present and do the next right thing, and that's life, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm here.
I
Chip,
mean,
Chip, may
I
I
believe
add
every
something
voice
to
is.
what you're talking about? To
Oh,
someone that's
sorry,
been kind of,
Brenda.
no, it's okay. Just as someone who's kind of been around this whole situation from the beginning. So I mentioned earlier that, I had kind of taken a break, and I did want to bring up this point for anybody who's listening, because I'm sure that I'm not the only one experiencing this. And this has to do with what you're experiencing, Chip, because when this whole thing broke out, I was a huge advocate for moving on, because one of the things that I have experienced as a person of color who is, uh, as they call it, white passing, I have experienced a lot of sort of that prejudice in my own community, because I am, on both ends, where I've experienced a lot more privilege because I am a lighter skin, and at the same time kind of cast aside sometimes because I don't have as much, I don't have as much voice because I am, um, I am a lighter person of color. And so therefore my experiences is not the same as other people. So I have this kind of like weird limbo that I fall in. And so one of the things that kept happening whenever I was advocating for everybody looking at their internalized racism, because we all have it, all of our communities have it, especially our, not especially, but including our communities of color, we all have this internalized racism. And so one of the things that I was experiencing was people automatically in the comments looking at my picture and saying, oh, you're white. What do you know? Like, just kind of setting aside my experience, and the fact that every single time I had to defend myself and say, well, I'm actually not white. And it's kind of one of those things that, as someone who grew up halfway between white and halfway between being a person of color, I always aspired to be on one side or the other. I was never really accepted for, where I am. And I think the fact that we are kind of having this weird sort of prejudice within our communities, and kind of casting aside people's voices just because of the color of their skin, that is an experience, and that's something that's happening. And I think because every huge movement like this is going to have its toxic side of it as well. There's always going to be, people who are not as aware of themselves and their own prejudices that are letting that come out. And I think that is something that happened with you, Chip, is that I feel like a lot of people just sort of said, well, it's all or nothing. You have to be perfect because, we are perfect. And it's not like that. Nobody is perfect. We all have our own issues. So that was just something that I wanted to add as, because I've been from the very beginning, Chip. I've been with you and throughout this whole drama. And to anybody who's listening, Chip has, like he said, ad nauseum, and me and Mind Wars have been, his mods have been in here just every single time. He spent hours where he let creators, other activists of color come and talk to him. And like we spent hours, and he has been berated by both sides of the aisle. Like it's been too much. And so, I think that at this point, this whole canceling thing, like, we're not going to cancel Chip. Those of us who are still here, we're not going to cancel him. And so anyone who just doesn't agree with it, I think people need to kind of like grow up, because we have bigger fish to fry in this whole thing. So we need to kind of set that aside. So that was what I wanted to add to this whole
I
situation.
appreciate that. And the other thing is, imagine this for a second. I know that there's this Neuralink coming out where they kind of put a thing on the side of your head, and without speaking, your thoughts can be whatever community. Imagine right now if everybody who's in whatever side you're on this had a Neuralink, and you had a little teleprompter above your head, and it ran your thoughts across for the world to see. So that
That's dangerous.
no matter what thought you may have harbored or mumbled under your breath at some point during your life, was broadcast and permanently recorded for the world to see. And if you were to draw from that body of work and say that you've never ever once thought or mumbled anything that you then later, condemn someone else for having done, then listen, I give you credit, because I don't think any of us have ever done everything in the world that we're completely 100% proud of all the time. So I don't want to beat a dead horse. We do have a new guest named Ello. Before we get to Ello, I do want to address 2 questions in the comments that I promised I would address. Thank you, Brenda, for those kind words. I do appreciate it. I also respect people who feel differently. Everyone's views are to be respected, even if I disagree with them. And it's unfortunate, but as they say, it is what it is.
Hey,
Okay.
Chip, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, real quick, because I want to get to these 2
Yeah.
comments I promised I'd
That
address.
that Neuralink comment you just made, imagine how dangerous that is. I mean, part part of growth and part of like growing and like what's the word I'm looking for? Evolving your thoughts might it be on people, on your life, on politics, on whatever issue is going on, is actually asking yourself these things in your mind and then processing them and then being critical and figuring out where you actually stand. So if you had like a Neuralink where every thought just popped up over everyone's head, that would be a madhouse because there's no process going on.
Yeah, it'd be kind of chaotic, I agree. But more so, I was talking more so not so much as the calculation one makes an analysis, but just what one does in their day to day life. We all have negative thoughts that creep in. We say some things or think some things that aren't necessary. You kind of catch yourself like, wait a second, that's not really fair or whatever. And so I think we've all been through that. And if you're someone who hasn't, good for you. You're cleaner or purer than most. But I think most of us, if we're going to be honest, would probably admit that. And again, that's why the Neuralink would be so interesting for those who are pointing fingers. Three fingers are usually pointing back as you're pointing that finger to someone else. Okay, I want to address these comments. Thank you, Mind Wars. What somebody asked in the comments, this was Ion Islam, said, is this an East versus West issue? In other words, some claim on the lives that this is not isolated to the region and that it's coming to the West, so to speak. It's already happening in Europe, they argue. There are pockets of places where there's Sharia law and the local law enforcement doesn't get involved because it's a community. They don't want to mess with it. I can't deny that. I think there are some places where there are some heavy-handedness regarding religious, what it's called, you want somebody to conform to the but I don't think it supersedes or is pervasive enough to overthrow or overcome the national identity or even the laws or the structure and institutions of the state itself. But I can understand why people are concerned about that whenever somebody comes into a territory. And this happened in Palestine, by the way, when there were more Jewish immigrants coming into the region. Listen, when a balance starts to shift and you're used to one thing and another thing starts to take course, gets roots, it concerns people. This is how we are. We respond to change in a way that sometimes is uncomfortable. Okay, but I don't believe that this is something that's like a caliphate that's going to spread to the West. I don't believe that the H group is forming the foundation to first get rid of Israel, get rid of the Jewish people, and then move on to try to take over other countries and convert people. That's not the experience that I've had. That's not what people who I've spoken to have said. Listen, would everybody who's Muslim prefer that everybody else experience what they think is the right way to live, to see the world, to worship? I think every religion feels that way, that others are not being given the benefit of experiencing what they believe is the right path. But in terms of forcing that on people, I don't see that. And yes, it's happened in the past where people were given a choice between conversion or paying a jizya or worse, whatever somebody's argued. But that's not what's happening now. People aren't being treated in that way, that they're somehow compelled to do one or the other. That's just an excuse, again, to try to say we got to get these people before they get us, in my opinion. Okay, the other question I got from Saint Brenda the Nav, I didn't see the rest of the name, was do I think Israel has a right to exist, or do I believe Israel has a right to exist? Okay, the answer is yes with an asterisk. And let me explain why. Okay, why do I think Israel or a country for people should have a right to exist? Because if the goal of Zionism is to have a protective place for Jewish people to exist and be safe from harm as they've historically been subjected to, I'm 100% on board. Now, where I deviate from the mission or the mindset or the goals is where, when, and how. So you can leave that up for debate. Now, I think at the time, the people that were pushing most for this to happen were not practicing the Jewish religion. They weren't part of or supportive of Judaism. They were atheistic in their normal day-to-day beliefs. However, they sort of they hijack the concept of Jewish identity and Judaism to then use the historical claims to the ancestral homeland to then push for and lobby for the establishment. Some people have used the word scheme because there was some money that changed hands, the Balfour Declaration, the British involvement, etc. And quite frankly, there were members of very wealthy families that did use their wealth and power to influence the process since the Balfour Declaration until the establishment of Israel. It's historical record. You can impugn it or not impugn it, but it is what it is. So I put an asterisk next to it in that I don't like the fact, and nobody would like the fact, that there were people on the losing end of this construction. And you can celebrate the existence of the state of Israel if you're someone who supports that concept of Zionism and the Jewish people. Again, I'm not against the concept of it or the intent in general, but the who, where, why, and when had a lot of negative impacts on others. And this is an indisputable reality. I think everyone would agree with this. Since the establishment of the state of Israel through Zionism, the region has become irreparably disrupted. There's been nothing but chaos, violence, conflict, consternation, all of the above. And again, for someone who's peace-loving, who served in a war, seen the worst of mankind, all the above and all the other things I've studied, I want people to get along and live harmoniously. That's the most important thing. And each side has things you can point out that are worthy of blame. It's hard to take the fact that people have targeted civilians, primarily from the liberation side of the movement, although it's not for me to condemn them, but it's troubling to me to see that happen. And I can understand why others point to that and say we have to, whatever we do is justified because of that. I understand that argument. But if also the reason why those very groups exist and even conceive of doing such horrible things is because of something the other is doing to prevent them from having said peace and harmony, then although I don't agree with it, I understand it within the broader context. So the asterisk is, no country, in my opinion, has a right to ethnically cleanse another group, to take land that's not technically theirs at that time, to dispossess and unalive people who try to resist it, and to not then find a way to try to create peace afterwards and continue to what appears to be a long but slow progression of acquiring more and more of said territory that was initially dispossessed. I can understand why people who are on the losing end of that are frustrated and want to resist it. So I hope that's fair. I'm not trying to be too one-sided, but I tend to think the real injustice here is not the attacks, although they're horrible and they're worthy of condemnation, again, the resistance attacks or the terrorism, but the point is, what was the original sin that started the ball rolling with this? And you have to point back to the Nakba. If you don't, you're being disingenuous. Okay? And Brenda mentioned something too, and this is something that Quinn the Eskimo has been criticized for, myself, other people who aren't Palestinian, who aren't Muslims, who aren't Arabs, that they call, you're a white savior complex. You think you can come in here and make sense of all this better than we? No, I'm not looking to save anybody. I would love to see the outcome of peace. That would be the greatest gift of all this work that people are doing, is if it resulted in something positive. It doesn't seem to have any positive track right now other than more awareness and people realizing the reality is they've never had before. That's a starting point, which may hopefully work towards the eventual goal. But I'm not arrogant enough to think that my work is going to somehow, save the day. And being accused of that, I think, is just absurd. And it's not fair to those people who take time and effort to try to advocate for what they personally believe is just and right, to somehow disparage them because of a condition they had no choice over, which is to be born in white skin in a European colonist society. I didn't choose that. It's the genetic lottery that played out. But my brain can still process things in a similar way that you can as far as injustice. And if you don't think I should advocate it for me, flip the damn channel. Okay. Elo's here. Elo, what would you like to say? And then we're going to bring up two more guests, see what happens.
Hi, Chip. Hi. I don't know if you remember speaking to me before. I don't know, but I have spoken to you before. I've spoken to on different pro-Palestinian lives. Chip, the work that you do, what you're doing is invaluable. It's important. You have a unique position where you can see things from a removed position, and it's very important that people can do that. You're quite right. You're a white gentleman from the Americas or living in the Americas, but people might say, "Oh, well, why can you have an opinion?" America's involved in what's happening. It's very important that Americans do have an opinion, that they are able to form their points. It may be that your voice is, and your complexion and your voice is able to reach people that, people with an Arab accent can't, or brown skin can't. And that is also important, and it's valid. And I really appreciate what you're doing. I like Brenda, I'm mixed race. I think you call it biracial in America. My mother's black and my dad's white. So yeah, I often advocate for my own community who don't recognize me a lot of the time. And then so it's like, well, why is this light-skinned girl, why is this white girl thinking that she can say these things? And yeah, I have to say, look, this is my mom. Look at the pictures of my family before people understand. I'm also the ex-wife of a Palestinian from Gaza. So in the first few months of this conflict, genocide, whatever you want to call it, I was waiting to find out if people that I loved were still alive. So that was an incredibly difficult time, and I kept that quiet. I came onto the lives and I spoke, but I didn't share that. I didn't share that for the first few months. I found that when I've gone on to different lives, I've been accepted, and when I explain my connection to Palestine, people are understanding. I have been dropped off several lives. I've annoyed Zionists. I've annoyed a pro-Palestinian who I was getting on okay with, but because I decided that I'm not going to cancel others, I was dropped from their live. But then I sent them a message saying, you know what, basically I've got nothing but love for you. Just carry on doing what you're doing. I'm going to choose not to be offended, and just carry on doing the amazing things that you're doing in your way. It's so difficult. There is so much abuse that everybody is taking, images that we are seeing, things that we are going through. It's affecting people's mental health across the world even, and especially those people that are advocating, and I guess on either side as well, that we're all going through. And it's going to come out in ways, and it's going to come out with backstabbing each other. It's going to come out with frustration because we're unable to stop the horrific things that we're seeing happening. And so I think if people can just choose to not be offended, just make it a choice. I'm going to choose not to be offended by what that person said to me and not take things personally. I think we can all move forward. I don't think anybody should be cancelling anyone. I think that everybody's got a right to free speech, and as long as they're not wanting bad things for people, for individuals, I don't know. I'm stumbling over my words now, but that's basically what I wanted to say. And also I actually, so I'm Christian, but actually it was before I got married to a Palestinian. I looked into Islam, and then I lived. He wasn't interested in faith whatsoever, but I followed Islam for up to 10 years, sometimes practicing, sometimes not. And then later on, I kind of stepped away from it. It had nothing to do with the marriage. He wasn't religious at all. And then later on, I found actually that, that I learned more about Christianity and found out that that's where I belong personally, and that's what I believe personally. I don't regret my time living as a Muslim. I used to wear a headscarf. I used to get abuse for it in the streets. Muslims would think that I'd chosen it because I had married somebody that was Muslim. That wasn't the case. Now that I've decided that something else is right for me, people think that I never lived it in the first place, or that I'm lying, or that I didn't understand it properly. And so people will make assumptions about you, but it's just about choosing not to be offended and just going out with love. So I have love for those Muslims that are doing everything that they can to try and stop from what's happening at the moment. I've got nothing but love for them. And, and for those Christians that are doing it as well, I've got nothing but love for them. And also the Jewish people that are standing up and saying, do you know what, I've learned something that I didn't understand about Israel. Or I am Israeli, I'm going to carry on being Israeli, but I don't agree with what we're doing. I've got so much respect for them for standing up and saying, and being honest about things. So yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to share that, but thank you, Chip, for everything that you do. I think you're amazing.
That's very kind. I'm just curious from your point of view now, when you were practicing Islam, what drew
Yeah.
you to it initially, and then what took you away from it?
Okay. So for me, so start off with, I come from a non-religious family. So I didn't grow up with any faith in my home. So my parents, so I was born in the early 80s. My parents were of the, grew up in the 60s, was out there in the 70s, kind of, we're going to do what we want, throwing away religion kind of generation. So I don't know why. I took myself to church when I was little. Okay. So I always had an interest. And then when I got to an age where I was sort of a young teenager, I'd moved to an area where there was a large Muslim population. Okay, so I could see how the community behaved. I saw girls wearing headscarves. I was interested in what it is and why it is, and started reading about it. I also wanted to study religious education at college, but they wasn't offering the course anymore. They stopped the course. So I did business studies and found myself sat next to a girl wearing a full niqab. I had an issue with it. I didn't like it. So I read about it. And so it was sort of a personal journey of wanting to seek to be close to my creator. And it was quite a personal journey of my own. And then later on I was like, well, this thing makes sense, that makes sense. I'm gonna do this, And so it was a journey that I made. I liked the fact that that Muslims weren't engaging in, they would get married. I liked that. I liked the fact that they would get married. The girls wouldn't have to go out, boyfriend after boyfriend trying to find the love of their life. I liked these things that I was seeing. And that's one of the things that drew me to it. Okay. So living it, I found, was a completely a different experience. And I found that personally, for those people that choose Islam that aren't from Muslim backgrounds, so you'll take it really seriously, and you won't just kind of like half-ass do it. You want to do it because it's what you are seeking to get close to your God, and there's no other reason. You're not doing it for your parents, you're not doing it for your friends, you're literally doing it because you're just trying to follow it by the word. And so I'm not reading the comments, by the way. So if anyone say anything nice, thank you. If anyone say anything negative, I'm just not going to look. So I just, and when you try and do that, you'll find that those that convert, they go really, really far along with it very fast. So for anybody that's Muslim in here, you'll see white guys that, they'll grow their beard out. They'll be wearing, they'll try and dress in the way of sunnah. They'll be swinging a tesbih, chewing on a mizwak. They'll go all the way as far as they can possibly go. And everyone's like, whoa, that guy's maybe gone too far, too fast. Yeah. But you're in it. You're not in it for the community. You're in it because you're wanting to follow a religion. So I stopped listening to music. I would lower my gaze all the time. I really found it's quite it can be, when you're not from the community to start with, a very isolating place to be. And eventually, so I didn't live it just kind of like, along with family and stuff. I lived it, tried to live it to the word. And I found that to be, eventually I just felt that this isn't what God wants for me. This isn't love. And it doesn't mean that isn't right for somebody else. I'm just saying that's how I felt, and that's how I kind of started to step away from it. But it was later on when I read and learned about what Christ did and his actions, and being free of the fear of sin and shame, why I became Christian. It wasn't a case of, I don't like Islam, I'm going to be a Christian. It wasn't that. It was my personal journey. Some people go along, they become Buddhist and they experiment with that, and then they come away from that. Some people try different faiths before they find the one that they settle in, and that was my experience. And I'm blessed for the time that I spent living as a Muslim, and I don't regret it. And I have nothing but love for those people that I met along my journey, and I'm still friends with many of them. So yeah,
that's really cool. Yeah. And by the way, so when you first were attracted to Islam,
yeah.
I think people see Islam as this propelling force of violence and evil and terrorism across the globe, that the extremists are created by the religion itself. What are the principles? First of all, do you agree with that? And then second of all, what are the principles that you understand them to be within Islam that drew you to the religion initially?
So, sorry, I'm just trying to think about my answer there. So when I was first reading about it, so I'm in my early 40s, so this is going back many years now. So it would have been, you would have classed me as being one of those post 9/11 converts. That's what I would have been classed as. And there was so much in the press, in the papers, in the UK, really demonizing Muslims, and there would be pictures of converts out there. There would be a lot of suspicion from Muslim communities actually about people that were reverts and converts, and are they spying on us? That was quite that how things were at that time. I had friends that actually served in the British Army, that got sent to Iraq, that got sent to Afghanistan. I never believed that that Arabs were aggressive and abusive, like they would say. I didn't believe it of the Asian communities. I knew that was not the case. And for a lot of the time, I actually took a lot of the brunt of things. I got a lot of abuse along the way, and I advocated for Muslims during that time. Sorry, could you tell me your second? I don't know if I answered that. Oh yeah, and why? What was it about principles?
There are a lot of people, myself included, that I was relatively ignorant until I've met some people here. And Americans were told all the time in movies, the villain is always some Arab terrorist, right? It's always some bad Muslim. And after 9/11, of course, that just solidified that thing. But the question is, what were the principles that you learned about while I guess you studied the Quran, that were attractive to you, that you think are worthy of focusing attention on rather than some of these other ways of focusing on Islam?
I think one of the major things, I think there's a great protection of women actually in Islam. I think on the flip side of it, I think there are some rights that aren't there for women across the Muslim world in some ways, from the perspective of a Westerner. But certainly here in a Western country, Muslim women definitely do have so many rights. They generally, not all, but generally, if they cover up, it's their choice. They're choosing to do that. I think the family is valued. It's so valued. The family unit. Sorry, this is why people don't believe that. They're like, oh, you can't ever be a Muslim because you can't answer this question. But
here's another question I have for you. In terms of your religious, you've gone from being a practicer of Islam, and then you're Christian. Mm-hmm. So when you think about people, first of all, do you know anybody in your personal life who's, I guess, atheist or agnostic? And what goes through your head when you hear people say that they question or deny the existence of any deity? How does that resonate with you?
I think that, for me, I think the power of prayer, if you've really, truly prayed, if you've prayed in the Holy Spirit, if you've really prayed, you will see answers to prayer, and they come. And it's, for me, I find that it's undeniable. Yeah. So honestly, for example, when my ex-husband and his wife and family were still in the Gaza Strip, and I didn't know how they were. I tried to reach out to every phone number for the family, every social media I could get in contact with them. And I just didn't know exactly what words to send. Are they under the rubble? Is he going to open his phone and he's under the rubble? Am I going to be the last person in the world that he wants to hear from? I don't know. And I prayed, and I really prayed about it. And I sent through a prayer. And this prayer was, for the, I don't know how, God, but please protect him. Please protect his family and his children. Please, that I don't know how, but for no airstrikes to fall near them, for any building to fall in a certain way that it would protect them, And just basically, I didn't know how, Lord, but just to protect them on their walk. And the time that he opened that, they were traveling from the north to the south. And when they opened that, he read it, and they stopped. And while he was reading, he may have been doing other things at the same time, but he stopped and he spent time reading it. Yeah. And when they stopped and did that, there was an airstrike in front of them, maybe 100 meters. And he said, he told me, So he told me when he came to, he said, Ella, I read that. And I said, thank you, Ella. Thank you that you sent that. And to me, that's like divine intervention. Okay. Because, I sent these prayers through, I prayed to God for this answer. And it came in the most unexpected way, but in the most beautiful way. So for me, that shows that there is, there is more. There's more than science can explain. We're always learning about things in science, Even people say like, oh, could there be aliens out there? But, if an angel is a being and not from this world, then what else would it be? So I don't believe in aliens, by the way, but, there's so much more than we understand. And why wouldn't there be? So for me, that's my position. But I'm also not one to just kind of go, oh yeah, I will just, that makes sense, I'll just do that. I do sit back and I do read and I do think about whether I agree with something and can get with it before following.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, the way the mind processes and tries to, you would come into contact with family, friends, community, and this is a part of the fabric of all that. And, it's interesting in my journey. I want to shift the topic actually when we bring up the next two guests, but I really appreciate you sharing your experience because it helps me, learn more. There's actually somebody in the comments who spent about an hour and a half or 2 hours with me on the phone explaining his journey after hearing me speak to the fact that I've had a hard time with being a skeptic the way I am about politics and stuff like that. The same way, I was raised a Christian for the first 13 or 14 years of life, and then just couldn't kind of connect. I don't know what it is. There's still a disconnect in my brain, but maybe I just don't get it. But I've listened to different sides of the debate, and the evidence part is what gets me. But the thing about existence, which is, I think, fascinating, and I think you just said it, I don't think we can know if there is a such thing as a beginning, how these things around us came to be, not just the earth and everything, it's magical, but then all the other stuff that's, telescopes can point to, and the vast nature of everything, and what they can think they can see is 45 billion light years across. That's the observable galaxy. Think about that. That's the amount of time it takes light to travel, is the amount of time, the distance light will travel in 1 year is some astronaut, and it's 45 billion of those is what we can see with telescopes and stuff. And the rest we don't know. So it probably goes on way more than that. And there's like billions of galaxies and then billions of trillions of planets. The whole thing is just beyond comprehension, in my opinion. And then what happens when we die? What happens like the moment that the body stops? What happens to us? Are we just a piece of flesh that rots? Or are we some sort of, conscious being that tends to, that part of us drifts to another realm or goes to some place, which we're told often if you do certain behaviors, you're going one way or the other. I find it fascinating, and I wish I could understand it better. I have friends that point to things like beautiful days or pretty trees or wonderful looking animals and say there must be a creator, because how could that exist in just out of pure chance? But then I have questions. So it's a great thing to talk about. I don't want to get into it too much right now because we could do a live just on that, because I want to have panel on Judaism. If we had 6 guests, two people who practice Judaism, 2 that practice Islam, and 2 that practice Christianity, I would love to have that conversation in a respectful way. Okay, I want to bring up, thank you so much, Ella. Please.
Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing. Take care. Bye-bye.
I followed you, and please, stay in the loop. If you want to come up again, you're more than welcome.
Love to. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, we're going to go to Auntie, and then we'll go to B after that. Auntie, welcome to the party.
Hi, thank you for having me. So I wanted to talk about the whole incident with Hasmo and Zubaydah and everything. Just quickly state that, first of all, this was the Zionist tactic. When you went to those panels, man, they really dissected you. They were trying to slander you, cancel you, and this is what they do. They saw how much of a threat the Lion's Den was with you, Zubaydah, and everyone uniting. And they couldn't handle you guys, so they had to split you guys up. I want to put that out there because I don't know why this is not talked about enough. But also to that, And that whole situation, religion really got in the way with the unity of the Lion's Den, because I saw now that Hasmoneus has turned more. He's still for the cause, he's still for the liberation, but now he's kind of gotten a little Islamophobic with his belief. And then Zubaydah, she's still strong, she's doing what she does best, and she's advocating for Palestine. But I also see her more focused on protecting Islam and defending her faith, which is okay. That's fine. But I also saw how it really divided everyone. And you know what? I'm still a big fan of Zubaydah. What she's saying is true. There's too much Islamophobia going on with Christianity. Too much of it going on everywhere, and that's another Zionist tactic. They're really trying to pit people against each other like that. And I see it nonstop, because this is what I do. I observe what their goal is, and I observe how they manage to get to that goal tactics-wise. I'm so interested in counter arguments, counter tactics, like what are they going to come up with next? And so I just want to put that out there as well. And when it, yeah, and
Someone in the comments just said, I'll just put this out there. Someone said that Mo Pesci, Zubaydah, and Chip should host a live together. I don't think that either of those two would do it, not because they personally don't want to see reconciliation, but because of the negative repercussions after all that drama.
you're kind of cutting off, Chip. I can't hear you that good.
Sorry, maybe my microphone is being covered up by a towel that I put here. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't think they'd be open to that because of the fear that what would like the blowback.
Exactly, and I see that as well. I observe the younger generation, like what's her name? I follow her, Lily. She was like an anti-Zionist Jewish person. Yeah, she really wants, because I don't defend people. I just understand, like, hey, this, I see what they did, but the cause is the cause. And the younger generation, they don't excuse anything. And they're privileged. Even me, I was indoctrinated at a young age to support USA, and I have said some terrible remarks because of that indoctrination. And this is what I'm saying. These new generations, they're lucky to have Gen X and Zillennials to actually show them to break away from that indoctrination. And I think that's what I see a lot with Gen Z and younger generations. But it's a good thing in a way, but they are getting a little intolerant of change as well. So that's another thing.
Mm-hmm. The irony is that most of these religions that people espouse on the lives who have taken whatever position, one of the key tenets is forgiveness. And by the way, forgiveness is hardest when you feel the anger of whatever was causing you to be angry. That's the exact reason why forgiveness is the principle, because anger that resides within us and hate is the worst emotion, because it's kind of like carrying poison in our vessel. And the whole idea of forgiveness is to extinguish and let out that negative emotion, and to let kindness rule the day. It's like the turn the other cheek principle when talking about Jesus or the Bible. I'm not suggesting anybody, people have to do what's right for them, but it's hard to see somebody who says they believe and abide by a religion and then reject one of its key tenets because it's not emotionally comfortable, or they make the decision not to follow that part of their religion. So be it. We're all flawed, and we all have our different things that we do or don't choose to do, and that's, I respect everybody's choices, but in the end I wish that they would be consistent in that regard. Let's not even bring up Christians. I think the Bible says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into the kingdom of God. So we'll let you decide. I'm going to bring
lastly, I want to say one last thing. I'm sorry. My name is Anti-Racist for a reason. I've been studying deep into supremacist ideologies, racist ideologies, learning about their rhetoric, their words, their whistleblowing. And when I first encountered these lives, with you and everyone, I was like, this guy knows what he's talking about. I like how he's very fair and he wants to hear all the information before making an opinion or statement. But I knew for a fact, I know for a fact, and I don't want to be mean in any way, I know for a fact this guy has said some controversial things in the past. I know for a fact, just the way you talk, and I understand. But I also knew, but I do see the unity here coming on. The revolution's coming. It looks like it, and then the divide happened, and I'm like, oh no, so close. The difference is so close, and I'm just really disappointed in that. But yeah, that's
Well, it's
it.
okay. I think in the end, common sense always prevails if people are going to try to achieve a common goal. And it takes a lot of different folks involved, different coalitions of people who don't necessarily like each other on a lot of issues or agree. But if they agree on the one thing, they put aside their petty differences or their feelings for the greater good. That to me is the most important place to be. And hopefully people will move into that space, because I think every voice can be helpful. There are people on this app that I literally don't like at all. Like, personally speaking, I don't really like their style. I don't really get along with them. But I appreciate anybody's contribution to a subject that I also agree with them from a pragmatic standpoint. So it is what it is. My personal feelings really don't matter. What matters is the peace and to stop the suffering of the Palestinian people and to give them dignity, autonomy, so they can live their lives like everyone else with reasonable rights as every human being deserves. And that's all that matters, in my opinion. Thank you, Anti. I appreciate that, and please stay up. B, welcome to the conversation. What would you like to discuss? Oh, sorry, I just accidentally. There you go.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to say I was well, two things, but I was watching Chip. You were in a pro-Zionist live, I think over the weekend or a few days ago, and like you always are, but I've noticed a pattern where, especially in that girl's live, she had a bunch of pro-Zionists on her live. Then she brought you up, and I think what they do is they only bring one pro-Palestinian up to try to like gang up on you, so they don't get ganged up on, I guess, and they try to shut out your voice and call you names and stuff like you've been experiencing often. I think they, like Anti said, they try to they try to gang up on you and make your voice seem less important. But I just wanted to ask about what do you think about the Hezbollah situation? I think if the IDF couldn't really defeat H group in 8 to 9 months, I don't think they'll be able to defeat a Hezbollah quote unquote militant group who's much more experienced, much stronger, has a lot more manpower than H group, by the way. And if the IOF can't defeat H group in 8 or 9 months or however long it's been, I just don't see them defeating Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is, they have members who actually have fighting experience, and most of the H group, they don't really, they're resistance fighters, they don't really have the fighting experience that Lebanon's Hezbollah has, and I just don't think it'll end well for Israel.
Yeah, you make some great points. Let me touch on the first thing you talked about briefly. So just one example of how you don't have a very warm welcome on other lives. So the first question I was asked when I came onto a live yesterday was, "Hey Chip, what reason have you come up with today to hate Jews?" First word out of their mouth. And I'm like, well, I haven't really thought about it much because that's not something that goes through my mind. Anyway, just to give you a little sense of humor there. Regarding Lebanon, so if you don't know, just to let you know, the Lebanese government and the militant group Hezbollah are different. Now there are some members of Hezbollah, a small number, that are in the parliament of the legislative portion of the Lebanese government, but very small. And if you don't know, there are tensions between the central government of Lebanon and the H group up north. It's not like everyone's on the same team, so to speak. A lot of pro-Israelis have criticized the Lebanese government for allowing them to exist. But the problem is that it's like the cartels in Mexico. You can't just tell the Mexican government to get rid of the cartels. It's easy to say, but nearly impossible to do because of the power and the military force that they have and the strength and their resolve, by the way. But getting back to the military stuff, I don't criticize the Israeli military per se for their inability to eradicate the H group in Gaza. Okay, the H group is very, very competent at fighting. They have the most resolve, way more than the average Israeli does, because think about it, they're defending their homeland, they're on the home turf, and people just fight differently on their home turf than they do if they're off somewhere else fighting some rich guy's war. Now, in terms of the terrain itself, in an urban environment, densely populated, destroyed, there's all sorts of tunnels underneath. Think about trying to go into that terrain and try to engage an enemy you can't see, don't know where they are. They pop up, they shoot at you, they place a thing on a tank or hit it with an RPG, and they duck back down.
Yep.
That's hard to engage. It's very slippery and almost like ghosts. So they do sometimes have skirmishes where people are above ground and they can actually engage the enemy. Sometimes they sit in buildings and snipe or whatever, like any other military, and they do get them. But it's very hard to get a lot of them because of that advantage they have. Plus, they know the terrain and they can use it to their advantage. Let me give you an example. They can lull the enemy into thinking an area is cleared. So let's say the Israelis move into a terrain, they engage the people in buildings, they think they got the area covered, they search for all the tunnels, blah, blah, blah. And then at nighttime, they set up a little camping area, what they'll call it bivouac is what they call it. And somebody pops out of a tunnel and throws a grenade, and then you get 18 people who just lost their lives. This is the advantage that the H group has. And again, people who have the dominant force, the establishment military, always refer to their smaller, less well-equipped enemy as terrorists because they use guerrilla tactics and unconventional, ways of attacking, and they criticize them for not fighting fair. They don't have the equipment to fight fair. I guarantee you, if the U.S. equally backed both parties and they gave them the same amount of money and military support, they'd fight fair. Yeah. They would use their tanks and they would use their satellites and they would use their Air Force. They don't have that stuff. So with an asymmetric warfare, which is one party being stronger than the other, you talked about H group up north, so let's shift to them. The asymmetry is not as wide, it's not as stark. If you don't know much about the H group, they're backed by the folks in Iran. They're a proxy, and they get a lot of money and a lot of technology and a lot of missiles and drones. So what they have now that they didn't have in the 80s and in the early 2000s, they have now. They're a much more formidable fighting force, and their ability to reach deep into Israel with their weaponry is it's transformed dramatically. We've seen that in the north. There are towns in the north of Israel that have had to, completely evacuate because of the H group's ability to pretty much eradicate whatever's in that zone. Now, what they haven't done so far is to go further into Israel. They don't want to provoke some massive, crazy response. Because let's face it, when the Israelis decide they're going to come in, what do? They wreak absolute havoc from above. And this, unfortunately, gets a lot of civilians involved, and they don't seem to care much as long as they claim they're going after militants, as we've seen in Gaza. They just tend to destroy. And what happens? Civilians get unalived by the tens of thousands. Now, if and when this conflict does escalate, which I think it's going to, Israel has said they're going to go in, you're going to see this. They're going to somehow try to justify, like they always do, all the militants, and they're going to claim they're holding their people as H shields to make them look bad. This is the same playbook. But the difference is, and they've shown video of this, if you don't follow Richard Medhurst, he has a video where H group, during this last set of skirmishes, sent some drones that are basically, they're like kamikaze drones. And they fly towards things, and then they have enough explosive power to destroy something. And they showed video, because these things have cameras until they hit the target, of them targeting some of the Iron Dome facilities. Iron Dome is basically a mobile surface-to-air missile launch system that has got very good tracking and very high capability, but it has limits. Of course, if it's destroyed, it has that limitation. But even if it's not destroyed, there's a limited number of rounds that it can fire, and they're very expensive. So the H group up north, unlike the H group in the south, the H group in the south has these crude, like made out of pipes, like they're like big bottle rockets. And they aim them in such a way, and they kind of hope they hit something, but they have no way of guiding them, no guidance systems, none of that stuff. That's different with what the H group up north have. They have long-range, guided, precise missile technology, and the Israelis know it. So I talked about this on a live yesterday. I said, hey, if your country attacks Lebanon and attacks, the H group north, there are going to be targets in Israel hit. Now, whether they choose to target simply military facilities or they target other facilities is unknown. But I asked them, is it worth it to lose 50,000 Israelis to go into Lebanon to try to eradicate H group up north? Which, by the way, is something they'll never be able to do. It's 120, 150,000 civilians that look like everybody else, and then when they want to, they fight. That's the advantage that they have. You can call that cowardice, you can call it terrorism, you can call it H shields, but that's how a less equipped, when there's asymmetry, you have to use that to your advantage. Israel seems not to care, and they just blast the living shit out of everything.
They don't care.
And then somehow try to craft a narrative around said blasting.
Yeah, because they don't care at all. If they, I think they would happily let their civilians die if that meant they were gonna achieve a military objective. They don't seem to care about civilian lives, as we've seen for the past 75 years. But yeah, you're right. I just don't think. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I just
And then
don't.
the other risk.
Yep.
Now, obviously, I think one of the goals of the Israeli leadership is to draw the U.S. into a conflict some way, some shape, so that if the conflict broadens, they have full U.S. military involvement. Again, that's why Netanyahu is coming to Congress on the 24th of July. A lot of us are going to protest. Eric Warsaw's coming down. Natter's going to be there. I'm sure other people will come.
That's gonna be a. Oh my God.
He's coming to address a joint session of Congress. And this is unheard of. Zelensky came in and did the same thing, the president of Ukraine. But this is basically a way to drum up more support and more backing, more so than there already is, to get 15,000 standing ovations, which is just sickening, and to further solidify the Israel lobby's stranglehold on the U.S. government, which is unprecedented and I think dangerous and doesn't necessarily benefit most Americans. And yet they have this incredible set of tentacles that are just wrapped around everything that we do. So
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous about that. Most military analysts are nervous because think about the dominoes that could fall. I hope they don't. Just play this out. They, excuse me, they attack the H group up north. Things get out of control. The U.S. gets involved. It starts firing in from, let's say, the carrier group in the Mediterranean, and puts some troops on the ground to assist with logistics, satellite targeting like they've done in Ukraine. Iran eventually gets fed up and starts to attack military installations around the region, which it's already done a little bit based on the attack that took place in Beirut and in Damascus on different Iranian officials at their embassy or consulate. So if it does escalate and Iran gets involved, well, who are the allies of Iran? Russia and China. Very heavily nuclear-backed countries willing to do what they take to protect their survival, as Russia has already said in Ukraine, and they have submarines that are surrounding the United States right now in case things get hot. It's not good. So I'm like a normal human. I want no conflict. And the last thing I want is global thermonuclear conflict. Even tactical is bad. So we have to do anything to prevent that. That's why I support candidates like Jill Stein and Diane Sayre, because they're sane. They understand that this callous, reckless foreign policy can lead to unforeseen consequences that are totally unnecessary. So I criticize the projection of U.S. and Israeli power in the region, and I think that it can only lead to bad things. I think it's unnecessary. Israel needs to basically learn how to coexist with others, and then they won't be fighting these battles.
They can't. They can't. They'll never learn. They'll continue to do what they're doing. They just don't want. They're talking about making a quote unquote greater Israel, taking over Kuwait, some of Iraq, Syria, and it's what we've said from the beginning. They want total Zionist domination, I guess.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, there's something called the Greater Israel Project, which is it's almost like the project for the new American century. On the U.S. side, it's this aspiration for global domination by the United States. Well, the Greater Israel Project is this concept based on this historical claim to ancestral homeland, that it just doesn't just include historic Palestine, which obviously they're slowly but surely and even faster recently taking over, and they're going to be annexing territory, and eventually they want to expel or control all the local residents like they do inside of Israel. And their aspirations by some of their more radical settlers and proponents is to include all the territory, all of the Sinai up to the Nile River in Egypt, all of Jordan, all of Lebanon, most of Syria, the northern 2/3 of Saudi Arabia, all of Iraq, and all of Kuwait, in like this big territorial expansion. And then they say they're the victim. That they're being victimized by others who are just trying to stop what they believe is insanity. Like, these people are insane. How can they aspire to take all this territory? And if it's part of a master plan, which I can't prove it, but if it is, anybody who wants to resist that, this is very like the mustache thing in World War II. Like, who the hell are you to tell other people they have to get off the land that you just say is yours, and you're going to militarily and politically try to marginalize them? It's just, to me, it's insanity, and it needs to be stopped. And I think whatever means are necessary to do that are reasonable.
Sounds very Yahtzee-like to me.
Yes, there's a lot of similarities, unfortunately, and that's the last thing people want to hear. They think it's inappropriate, but What else are you going to do? It rhymes. It definitely rhymes.
Yeah, it's disgusting. They just they wanna take over, I guess. And I mean, if they try to make a greater Israel, I think it's just going to be the end of Israel because they can't even defeat H group. What makes you think they're going to defeat the Iraqi army, the Syrian, and all the militia groups in those countries? And they're not gonna. I don't think it's going to end well for Netanyahu and his.
Well, it won't be Netanyahu because he'll be long gone, but
Yeah,
this is going to be an ongoing conflict. And the thing is, I mean, if they really want peace, and I think sincerely the Israeli population, for the most part, wants peace. There, of course, these fringe people, but they're not just like the H group or the fringe inside of Palestinian society. Itamar Ben Gvir and Smotrich and the Likud party and all these hard right people in the settler community. They're the crazy, ideological extremists. But most Israelis are just like anybody else. They want to just live their life in security. They want peace, but their governments have always done things to stifle a peace process.
Yep.
And then they blame their adversaries by not accepting the deals that they give that are unacceptable deals.
Yep.
That to me is just, it's obstinance in another form. So they're slowly, but why should they change their policy? Think of it from their point of view. I mean, if I was an Israeli leader, I would look at the landscape and say, what we've been doing is working. The inertia is on our side. We have the political backing at the UN of the strongest superpower. We can't be held accountable. Like they said yesterday, nothing's been done to us in the past. Why would it be? So why should they stop? Why should they rein in their desires to do whatever they want? They just get away with it. So they're not thinking about their reputation, morality, what's right, what their parents went through in World War II. They're just going to take what they want to take and do what they want to do for their security and try to justify everything. And that's what I take issue with. It's not they're protecting their basic security. It's all the other shit they do that doesn't directly involve their security, but it's just done to immiserate and dominate another group. And that frustrates me.
Absolutely, 100%.
Anyway, we should talk about U.S. politics a little bit. I hope to change gears, and if everybody's okay with that, because I would like to make this claim. I believe that the Israel-Palestine issue, the special relationship with Israel, are not the problem. They're problematic, but they're not the problem. Just like if you have a medical issue and you have an autoimmune problem that's causing your skin to itch, and the doctor says, hey, put an ace bandage on there. You're like, what? So you put an ace bandage on, but the problem still happens. You still got skin problems. You have to get to the core of what's causing the problem. In the United States, the core rot is our political system and the money and all the, all the corruption and the way the system's established. These situations around the world and domestically and the relationships, they would not persist if that core rot was not in place. Because we do have a democracy, thankfully, and a constitution. It's a republic. But we do have democratic institutions built into the modern implementation of said republic. But they don't function the way they were intended to function. And we, the people, which is what it says in the Constitution, that's in the preamble, are not being served by said political system in any way, shape, or form. It's been co-opted by a very specific set of specialized interests that propel and benefit a very small number of very wealthy Americans and a security, surveillance, and media establishment that is continuing to control how things work in society. So in many cases, much to the detriment of most of the citizenry. I'll give you an example. 75 to 80% of all Americans, including members of the National Rifle Association, want reasonable gun policy, which would include the following. It's not draconian. Background checks. Close what's called the gun show loophole. In some states, right down the street from mine's more restrictive, but a state just to my south, Virginia, they have a policy that says you can go to a show. They have these little shows. It's almost like little flea markets, but for, boom booms. And you can get things like an AR-15 just by going to a show and having $2,600 or whatever it costs. And you don't have to do any kind of background check. That's called the gun show loophole. That to me is insane.
Tip,
Yeah.
I saw a video of where they put like a camera, like an undercover camera on, I think it was like a 15 or 16-year-old kid that went into one of these gun shows and he walked out with a rifle. Like, that's insane.
He was 15.
Was he 15? Yeah. So like that, imagine that's one kid. And yeah, it's just our system for guns in the United States is just an absolute joke.
I
Yeah, and listen, I'm not anti Second Amendment. I think that I don't like the fact that weapons can cause a lot of damage, but I understand the other arguments about self protection, tyranny, those kind of things. So I kind of err on the side of personal liberty, but also responsibility and being very and having proper regulation. So I have mixed feelings because what our country's going through is going to require some shifts that probably won't end up being as peaceful as I would like them to be. So I understand that argument that you're going to have, but the asymmetry of the U.S. government and military versus the average citizen is pretty much, it's absurdly, the gap is huge. So I don't know how
Chip,
that could possibly.
I believe that at this point, the way things are going, and I wish I was a little more like optimistic about this whole thing.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the political system and you look at the choices that we actually have been presented with, the same guys from 2020, one of them's pretty much a cadaver, and the other guy's, a convicted felon. I mean, what else do you have to see in order to see how devolved the system actually really is? And as far as gun control is concerned, if things keep going in the direction that it looks like they might be going, good luck. Good luck trying to keep people from getting weapons to protect themselves. And it won't even be, in my opinion, to protect themselves against our government. It'd probably be, whether rightly or wrongly, it should protect themselves against each other. So I mean, things don't look too great right now. I mean, I wish I could say different, but that's just the way I see it right now.
But my question about this whole gun thing, that it was established, back when it was established, was to protect the citizens from the tyrannical governments. But couldn't we make that argument right now about what's happening in the United States? Everybody is struggling. Nobody can
Hell
make the
yeah.
rent. Like, why isn't that happening? But here's the thing, though. Like, this is just a facade. This whole Second Amendment, you got the right to defend yourself from the government. Like, we wouldn't stand a chance against our government's military. I mean, if anybody saw that movie Civil War, like, come on, we wouldn't stand a chance against our own government. So, if the government were to ever turn their weapons on their own people. But the
I
point
mean,
of the whole gun thing has just it's been made into something else, which I think is one of the things about separation as well. They continue to create these systems and establish these, whatever is happening, these this way of life, to continue to separate us as well. Like, think about who are the people, for the most part, like in generalization, who are the people who are like the staunch, like, I got my rights with, the guns and all that. Like, who are these type of people? You think about, they fall under a certain demographic for the most part. And so that creates a staunch separation between all of us.
well, I mean, the government separates us in all kinds of ways, whether you're a gun owner or not, whether you're gay or not, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Latino, whether you're this, whether you're that. And that's part of the
Exactly.
reason why they do it in the first place. Because imagine if everyone was to actually get together and actually pay attention to who the true enemies are. That's a very small minority of people. The problem is that you have a lot of people that have been indoctrinated to think that what's good for that minority of people is actually good for them. It's almost like Donald Trump. Like, who's Donald Trump's base? Donald Trump's base has zero similarity to how he was grown up in the privileged life that he has, but he's been able to make them believe that he actually has their best interests at heart. So you're dealing with all of that also. It's just such a mess that I just don't see it getting better. I just don't see it getting better.
If I could
Yeah, for
chime in
those of you
on
who don't
that.
know, there was a
Oh,
recent Supreme Court decision. For those of you who don't know, there was a recent Supreme Court decision that pretty much gives a president unlimited freedom from liability criminally for acts what they claim are within the scope of their normal duties. It doesn't include personal acts, which there's a lot of ambiguity as to how that would be determined. So let's say, for example, a president decides to issue an executive order to limit the ability for us to use this app, to shut down the ability for people to use a certain social media app like TikTok.
not through the legislative process, not through Congress, but an illegal, far-reaching order that normally would not be permissible. That president is not accountable other than impeachment through the normal process within government, but criminally not responsible for any act. Now, he could order domestic assassinations if he wanted to, and make an argument that it's for the benefit of, the republic. He could lock people up, like you and me, who are talking in this manner, and the president would have no legal culpability for as long as it's within the scope of his official duties. I don't know about you, but I don't like that for either party or any person under any circumstances. That's giving way too much power to the executive. What do you all think about that?
Doesn't that just show you what's coming? I mean, they're not going to prepare. They're not going to prepare a red carpet for anyone they're not planning on walking over it. There's a reason why they're doing this. See, and this is the thing. And this is, hey, Chip, this is why I like coming on your live, man, because you bring up stuff like this. And a lot of people kind of shy away from that. I think there's still a lot of people that think that voting actually matters. And I'm not going to say that it doesn't matter at all. I would say maybe at the local level, it definitely matters more than the federal. But when you have a system where you actually have what's going on, and I mean, right now, even if you had a third party candidate that was actually able to win the election, the system is so corrupt that that particular candidate and political party would just be sucked into that vacuum because there's still too many people willing to go along with the mainstream status quo. And the mainstream status quo is not to the benefit of your regular everyday citizen. Brenda just stated before, people are struggling to pay their rent and buy groceries for their families. And there's still people out here that are willing to go along with the same people that are making it harder for us to live our lives and have some sort of a future for our children, mostly.
And mind wars, if I may add to what you're saying, because I think one of the biggest things in which why Israel was so important to them, why maintaining the status quo, like you just mentioned, was so important to the ruling party and to the elite, is that uncovering what's truly happening in Israel is basically like lifting the veil on everything, every corruption, every single conflict around the world. This is lifting the veil on that because we're making those connections, like you said, about we're connecting the fact that people can't pay the rent. Where is all our money going to? The billions of dollars that are going to Israel. So people, if they let people see all the money that's going to Israel and realize that it's for nothing, that we're not really protecting our freedoms or we're not really the good guys, and people are then connecting that dot like, hey, wait a minute, you're sending like my billions of dollars when I can barely make my rent. Why do they have universal health care when we are over here dying, literally dying because you can't go to the doctor? So like those type of things that are making everybody wake up is why they're just holding on. They don't want people to know about this, to wake up about this.
But people are waking up. People are waking up,
Yes.
and they're afraid of that.
Alhamdulillah.
And to come and to add on to what you just said also, yeah, the veil has been lifted, and America is the only. And I don't really think America has ever really been the good guys. Let's be honest. I don't think America was ever really great. Like Trump says, "Great again." Like great again to Trump. That means totally different, something totally different to, let's say, people of color than it would to guys like Trump and his
because
base.
from its inception, America was inaugurated on occupied land. Like that's just the birth of the United States. I think it never got better from there.
Exactly, and that's the thing, and it's so Scary because, like you just said, our infrastructure is damaged. There's homeless people all over the place. I've lived 48 years of my life on this planet. Inshallah, I have many more to come. But I don't remember things being so dark. I just don't. And I hate to say that. I really do. I wish I could say different. But yeah, billions of dollars, billions and billions and billions of dollars have been sent to entities like Israel, the Ukraine, all of these places. And meanwhile, America is like the only place where you can live your whole life building up to have something in your life only to get sick and have to give everything up and be broke again just to be healthy and destitute, you know, and that's not what it should be about.
And I just wanted to add one thing. Punks and leftists, and I don't mean leftists like Democrats or communists, actual leftist, anti-authoritarian anarchists, they've been saying this for years, for decades. They've known that America, this is why you see, you know, those protesters back in the day just call everyone in suits and ties fascists. Like, because they support the capitalistic system, because they're over in Wall Street literally investing in wars and things like that. These billionaires, like, punks have been saying this for so long, but America has demonized us punks as, you know, as uneducated, as slow lives, as bums, all these things. But the more punks I talk to, especially the ones who I talk to a lot of punks from all over different nations, and we all think the same thing. Every tyranny begins with a corruption of a system, no matter what system they're using. So I just want to notice that the punks were right the whole time. So
Like 100%. I think one of the biggest things that in the past used to be taboo was to say you were anti-authority, right? Anti-government, because I think we were made to believe that government and quote unquote authority brought civilization, a better life, like peace, you know. And so I think we're realizing that that's not the case, and that's why being anti-authority and being anarchist now. Because as soon as you said the word anarchy, I was just thinking about that, about how like now it's almost like we need to be anti-authority, we need to be questioning the government. That's something that in the past we were just so indoctrinated from, you know, we were just so indoctrinated from such a young age through all of our systems, education. You know, I was an educator for a long time and I was part of it. I saw how the indoctrination happened with our students. And so now, because we are not we are waking up to all the things that are happening, now we are realizing that. And I think, like you said, anti-racist, I think now all of us are pretty much, we're punk now.
exactly. I mean, I've been punks my whole life, or a majority of my life. So when I hear all these things, I'm like, finally, you guys are joining the party. So I'm happy to see it.
I mean, it's just volunteerism at the end of the day. You know, when you say anarchy, like people, as soon as you say the word anarchy, it's a negative. You know, people see it as like chaos, and it doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. But unfortunately, you know, authority. I think authority is only as good as the accountability that they're held under. And the problem is that there's no one in authority being held accountable. You can just take a look around and see. I mean, it could be something as simple as like when they take the garbage out in your town, you got to literally go through like maybe 4 or 5, 10 people in order to get to someone that can actually get something done so that the trash doesn't pile up. It's that ridiculous. There's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of bullshit and a lot of people getting paid that don't need to be getting paid just for the simple fact to say that something's being done. So when you don't hold authority accountable, this is what you get. And if you're trying to live your life and it's getting harder and harder to survive every day, it's obviously just going to get harder to hold authority accountable in the first place. So it's terrible.
Because you know why, Mind Wars, sorry, anybody who is struggling to fulfill their basic needs, they can't be intellectually active in like deconstructing all of these things. They keep us busy, they keep us dumb, they keep us occupied, they keep us like just struggling mentally and physically so that we won't wake up to what's happening. But I think that, you know, this is something I keep saying, is that they're squeezing too hard. Like, I think they're squeezing to the point that it's squeezing people into waking up to what's happening.
It's not
So they're
working.
pushing. What's not working?
Their
They're
propaganda.
indoctrinating. Yes, exactly. It's not working. It's not working anymore.
Just like the Israel propaganda. Israel tries so hard to bend the narrative to make them look like the victims, but people are waking up and they're seeing right through it, and they're trying so hard. They're trying so hard to win the proxy war, but it's just not working. Netanyahu knows this, and he throws every time something like that happens. Netanyahu gets on stage and says, like the indictments, the war crime indictments. He got on stage and said, "These indictments are anti-Semitic. We have to condemn them and condemn anybody who says that I'm wrong and that we're wrong and that we're war criminals." And he calls them anti-Semitic, and they're just trying so hard, but it's just not working. It's just
No,
not working.
I did a podcast with an outfit called what was it, Colonial Outcast, and I had actually brought up Netanyahu, and the host of the podcast, Mark, actually stated to me that Netanyahu and all of these other prime ministers, presidents, or whatever you want to call them, all the leadership in most of the countries, they have bosses. They're literally just pawns and puppets for another entity that actually is controlling the geopolitical chessboard, you know, and I kind of at first I was like, hold on a second, this is getting a little too conspiratorial. But think about it. Netanyahu's going to be gone soon. Our president, he's probably going to drop dead at any time. Trump, you know, he's a joke. So, I mean, these guys are just pretty much figureheads. They're just put there for the dog and pony show to actually take your attention away from the people that are really manipulating the situation. And he opened my eyes when he said that. I think they use a lot of these figureheads as the fall guys and as the lightning rods, so that we actually don't look at the situation as it really is. But it's getting very difficult for them to do that because they can't hide it anymore. And like Brenda said, a lot of people are waking up. They're squeezing too hard, and there's too many people starting to ask too many questions. Unfortunately, though, you're still going to have those indoctrinated people that are not going to let go because, you know, they have cognitive dissonance to begin with. And those are the people that are the most dangerous, like the police officers that'll be the first line of defense as a buffer between the citizens and the government entities. And you know, it's just so scary. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all, you know?
I have a quick question for everybody. So we talk about third-party candidates. I'm lying down, sorry, but I'll show you my face, but it's not pretty lying down. The third-party candidates, we talk a lot about people like Jill Stein, Robert Kennedy Jr., Cornel West, and others. But in the history of the country, the most a third-party candidate has received popular vote-wise is 27%, maybe 27%. And the Electoral College, which is the way the states allocate their electors, they got 19 electors, and you need 270 to win. So the question comes down to, if you don't know how the United States works, just real quick for the Electoral College, if you have it's 50 separate state elections in the presidential race. So for example, California has the most electoral votes. It's based on population. So they have 45 electoral votes, which is huge. That's a huge state to win. Now, if you lose by one vote in California, the other person gets all of the electors. It's not proportionate. So winning a state can be very critical. Now, during the elections, usually states tend to vote similarly as in the past. So California has always voted Democratic. Countries like Alabama in the South have always voted Republican. So they're called blue states for the Democrat and red states for the Republicans. So in the blue states, obviously the Democrats who have a secure, and it's only the states that are very close, where there's about an even mix of blue and red, they call them purple states, that matter for the election. It usually comes down to a handful, sometimes one state like Florida or Ohio or whatever, where there's a mix. Now, in those states, that's where they do most of their campaign work. But believe it or not, sometimes, one state with 24 million people or 15 million people, they decide the fate for the entire country. So it's not a popular vote system. A lot of people want there to be a popular vote. Hillary Clinton, I'm not a fan of hers, but when she ran against Trump in 2016, she won the popular vote by 3 million votes in total across the country. So in states like California and other states that are blue states, she had a huge advantage, but it didn't really help her because she lost the states that were swing states. So a lot of people want the Electoral College to be abolished. But getting back to third-party candidates, the two-party system goes out of its way to marginalize and to quiet down and to basically delegitimize anybody who's not part of the two-party structure. And as long as the ruling class can financially control or pre-select who gets to run for office and control what they do or don't do while they're in based on money and influence, and the third-party candidates get marginalized, what path do we have as citizens to affect any change at the executive level? Anybody got thoughts about that?
You have zero chance. Zero chance. Zero, zero, zero chance. You can have millions and millions of citizens, and if they don't have the backing and the moolah or the paper or the cheese or the bread to back any of these candidates, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You need to take the money out of it, and that's almost virtually impossible at this point. And that is the problem. That is the major issue. When you talk about third-party candidates, most of the time when they're running, they're not even running to win. They're literally running because whenever you get a certain amount of votes or a certain amount of electoral votes or whatever, you actually get certain funding so that your party can actually still even be in existence. So that's already a problem. I mean, they're telling you you have the right to vote. They're telling you your vote counts, but every single action they take is to minimize the effectiveness of your vote. And that's just what it is. And that is the problem. You know, that is the main problem.
Yeah, in other democratic systems, if you don't know this, folks, so in places like Italy and even in Israel, they have what are called coalition governments. And there are many different political parties that vie for power and that different people support. So you have a much better competition and have more, much more that reflects much more what the people want, not what the people at the top want. So, for example, when they talk about forming a government, Israel goes through elections more than we do because when one government loses confidence, they then have a new election to reestablish which coalition of different parties are going to control the legislature and then the prime ministership. And so the United States has a two-party system where people get choice A or choice B, like it or not. So they call it voting for the lesser of two evils. And there's really not much we can do to influence that process. Now, the third-party candidates do not even get a chance to make it to the debate stage. So their views and their stuff cannot be broadcast at the larger level. Name recognition is a tough thing. Just getting any sort of presence on any sort of media stage that can reach a large number of people is purposely suppressed by both parties. Because in the end, they want to make sure that they have a chance to control everything. And really all the parties do when they get into power is control how much they get the bigger amount of bribes. They control more money flowing because they can make decisions about policy. It's just basically a controlled bribery. It's a scheme. What we see every 4 years is one giant pageant that gets put on to give people the illusion of choice. I mean, imagine, I use this example a lot. Imagine, we all know those little marionette stages where they have these little dolls and they're sitting on a stage and they're people that are above them are sitting behind the curtains speaking the voices or making the play happen. And in reality, that's the United States. The politicians are the puppets, the little dolls on the string. And the people who are literally pulling the strings are hidden behind the curtain. They're making donations to dark money pools. They're not people that are known, like the George Soroses of the world and Miriam Adelson, who's the wife of the late Sheldon Adelson, who's given tons of money to protect Israel. Again, these are the people that control the entirety of U.S. politics, and I would argue all Western politics as well. And until we address that core issue, this is like the issue with the autoimmune disease that causes the skin problem, we're not going to change the skin. We're going to continue getting more of the same. In fact, it's going to get worse. The question is, how in the hell do we do it? If they don't allow political change to happen from within the system because of the dirty tricks they play, what are the citizens left with?
Chip,
Rebellion.
and one of the things that I think it's very important for us to note, is how we need to realize the fact, and I know a lot of people are talking about this, but we need to make sure that we are looking at the fact that there are no bipartisan issues that the Democrats and Republicans have been able to agree on that are for the betterment of the American society. Things like, paid maternal parental leave, things like universal health care, like all the things that would actually benefit us as just like the American people within America. There have been, no, they don't agree on it. But the one thing that they agree 100% with, like, I think 90%, um, 90% agreement is the Israel, giving billions of dollars to Israel and to continue to fund this G-side. And I think that's something that is a talking point that we need to make sure that we are bringing up, because these are the type of talking points that cause people's cognitive dissonance, that there are people who are still continuing to advocate for Israel. They need to realize what the connection to them is, because they're still using the talking point like, oh, this is a country on the other side of the world, teeny tiny country that has no influence on anything, which is absolute BS. And with that, I wanted to thank everybody on the panel, and I need to drop, but thank you so much, you guys. This has been an amazing conversation. And everybody who is in the comments, make sure that you are following all the panelists and that you are tapping and sharing with your friends. And everybody have a lovely afternoon. I will see you next time. Thanks, Chip, so much.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Are you done?
Take care, Brenda. Have a nice rest of your 4th of July. Okay, yeah, someone in the comments just said that to claim that someone else is indoctrinated is lazy. So I gather someone from the Palestinian side said something to someone on the pro-Israeli side that they're indoctrinated. I just want to make this point, and that is almost every single person who is a Jewish person who grew up in supporting Zionism, who has since changed their point of view, says that they were indeed indoctrinated during their upbringing to support the state of Israel and to not like the other, that resist the actions and policies of the state of Israel. So you may say it's lazy, but others acknowledge it. They're Jewish, they're not anti-Semitic, they're either Israeli or Americans that disagree with the policies of Israel, and if they speak out publicly, they're called a self-hating Jew, which is, I don't even know what the hell that could be. So what do you all think about that? Do you think Israeli people who support Zionism are indoctrinated, or do you think that we're the people that are indoctrinated because the Palestinian propaganda gets to us?
Yeah, they have to really look at the word indoctrination. They really have to study what that means. Indoctrinated means you're being put into a mental journey in a certain doctrine. For example, like religious indoctrination. There's always a set of rules, books, a belief system that they have to input into you. So when they say things like liberals are indoctrinating our students to be anti-American, there is no doctrine that says, oh, be anti-authoritarian. There is nothing like that. That's the opposite. That's breaking indoctrination. So they just really have to study words they say, in my opinion.
I would tell everyone listening, there's 90 people on here, everybody on the panel, I would say have an open mind and check out a video on YouTube. It's called Statism, the World's Most Dangerous Religion. And that's going to give you an idea of what indoctrination is. It pretty much bases the video is based like for Americans, but you can pretty much base it on any government. And again, it's called Statism, the World's Most Dangerous Religion. And you'll get an idea of what exactly indoctrination is, because to be honest, we've all been a victim of it. And that's kind of why people always say, oh, now I have awakened, or I have woken up, or I now see, my eyes have opened. That's pretty much why people say that. I just wanted, before I get off for today, it's kind of funny that today's Independence Day, right, Chip? If you want to really understand the attitude of our so-called leadership, it's pretty easy to kind of see what they're all about. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the videos where like the protesters are sitting in the audience when Anthony Blinken is speaking to Congress or Senate or whatever, wherever he's speaking, and they have like their hands painted red and they're holding up their signs and they have the gall to actually protest and call the man a war criminal or whatever they say. And they're pretty much just very quickly drug away from their chair out the door with the authority figure, the cops or whatever you want to call them, security. That's kind of like what America is. It's the people with the power being able to dictate everything, and when the people scream and yell and protest, they're pretty much just drug away by the goons. And once people realize that maybe it may be time to, and I think Chip brought this up before, and I wish it wasn't the truth, but if things go left, there may come a time where you're gonna have to fight the goons, and that's pretty much. It's happened all throughout history. Happened in this country. Happened in many countries all over the world. I hope that's not the case. We're supposed to be civilized these days, right? But at the end of the day, struggle is struggle, and sometimes things have to get that bad in order to get better.
Some people may not be aware of this, but when you serve in a public capacity in the military, police force, government, whatever it may be, they require you to take an oath. And what the oath says is, I swear to abide by and support the Constitution and defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now, the question is, can one make the argument that the evolution of these political imbalances that have occurred and all the corruption and all the forces that are co-opting the way the Constitution and democracy are supposed to work, can they be determined to be domestic enemies of the Constitution? Because ultimately it says we the people. And anybody who would make the argument that the U.S. political system supports we the people, I think is completely out to lunch. Because let's look at who it really supports. The wealth divide in this country has never been wider in its history. So we have more money in the hands of the few. We have a government that supports more of the same through special interest groups, lobbyists, campaign donations, high net worth donors, huge interest groups like Big Pharma, Big Agriculture, different lobby groups like AIPAC or the National, all these different groups are very effective at getting the ear of the elected officials. And then when votes come up on things like tax policy or the gun control stuff, or foreign policy, giving money out to foreign countries, all of it is completely against the will of the constituents for most constituents. They have no involvement. The best we can do is either go to a hearing, like he said, in protest, like Medea Benjamin does, God bless her, or we can call our congressional or our senatorial offices. They have a staffer that'll answer the phone. They're very polite, and they'll say, thank you for expressing your point of view. I'll make sure the senator or the congresswoman or man is aware of it, right? I've done it many times on many issues. Guess what happens to that comment? It gets filed under who gives an F. Now, if I'm a lobbyist or if I'm a representative of AIPAC and I call my senator and I say, hey, Senator, I need to talk to you about something, what do you think happens next? Do they get to leave a comment with a staffer? No, they get a meeting. And they're probably going to cancel 3 other meetings to take the meeting for the person from AIPAC because of the consequences of going against them. This is the problem with the system. The special interests and the moneyed interests get first influence on everything, and they have all the punishments and all the incentives that they can use to get their will enacted by the elected officials. Now, is it all that? It's not always just that. There are some issues. If you want to create a recreational center in your district, or you want to vie to have a certain company come based on tax breaks, for jobs, they do other things that they have the latitude to do, but they're what I call bookends. And there's only so much you get to do as a congresswoman or elected official within the bookends. And when you stray outside those bookends and you push back against the policies that are desired by the party leadership, guess what happens then? You start to get the talk. Hey, so-and-so, I appreciate your passion for this. Let me tell you how this is going to work. You're going to fall into line. You're going to raise money for the party. You're going to get money back when it comes time for elections. Whatever you want to be able to do for your district, You can do that, great, good for you, but these are the things you're going to have to do to be allegiant to the party. If you don't, it's not going to be smooth sledding for you. That's pretty much the talk. I have a friend that was in Congress. This is the talk. So if you don't believe this is true, again, the party leadership determines who gets what's money for elections. In addition, you have these outside groups like, if, for example, AIPAC for this guy, George Latimer, who displaced Jamal Bowman in New York. They spent $15 million of outside money just on this one candidate to get rid of him. And AIPAC boasted on their website that every single one of the candidates they support, bar none, 100% won their races this time. Now, I don't know how you think about that, but that is just uncanny. I mean, that never happens. How can any group of people that support one single issue all get elected? Not one loses. It just doesn't make any sense. It just tells you how crazy the influence is.
It's criminal. It's not only uncanny, it's criminal.
They complained when they complained that Russia was involved in the 2016 elections, but we don't hear a word about how Israel is, literally like in New York against Jamal Bowman. They literally bought they bought that election. They gave him who was it who ran against Bowman?
Well, that's
George Latimer.
They bought him out. We don't hear anything about them quote unquote rigging those elections.
that's because the indoctrination of us to be anti-communist, but and the reason Israel just keeps pleading and they keep pandering to the patriots and how we're the only Western influence in the Middle East, and it just really gets to people.
They don't care about our people; they care about our money.
Yeah,
And real quickly,
I dare to say fake patriots. Fake patriots. They don't talk about it.
if you don't know as much about the influence of this particular special relationship and you want to learn more, the best book that I've read is called The Israel Lobby by Professor John Mearsheimer, and there was a co-author too, I forget his name. If you don't know who John Mearsheimer is, Mearsheimer, Mearsheimer. He's a professor of political science from the University of Chicago. A very smart guy, very well studied, and he's researched this to a great length to understand the relationship of, let's say, AIPAC, the Anti-Defamation League, and other groups that lobby for pro-Israeli policy. They're very effective, by the way, to give them credit. I mean, they're incredibly competent at what they do. You have to tip your cap. They've created a set of circumstances that are unprecedented in U.S. history. But here's the thing. The lobby gets what the lobby wants. That's it. That's his argument. The lobby gets what the lobby wants. And so they don't spend the most money, by the way, although they spend a lot of money on some of the races this cycle, obviously. But in terms of the total money that go to individual candidates, you can look it up on opensecrets.org. It's very clear that other industries like Big Pharma, they're a big one, agricultural, weapons manufacturers, they give money, energy companies. They give a lot of money to politicians and both sides, because it serves their interest. $1 spent gets you 1,000 back in return. Who wouldn't do that? That's a great investment. I mean, it's completely amoral, but it's a good investment. From their point of view, they're worried about the money, like Mindwar says. Now, if you read that book, once you read that book, you'll understand just how nefarious these relationships are. And again, if people want to go to Congress and they want to make their case for something and they have a more plausible argument that helps the country, I think to that extent that should happen. That's democratic. But these backdoor deals where certain groups get all the consideration and the regular we the people get just left out to the lurch and we just get to deal with whatever they send our way. Now, somebody said in the comments, hey, Chip, how do we change this? How do we change all this? And I speak to it again. Let me be clear. I don't think it's going to change. I think it's going to get worse. I don't think the occupation is going to change. I think it's going to get worse. This is just being realistic. It's not that I don't want it to change, but just being practical. Now, it could change. It could be changed. Any society can be changed. It's possible. But the things that have to be done that are required to achieve that change is the question. So let me give you an example. Any of us can, if we gain weight, we can lose weight. We know people have done it, right? We can do it. The question is, are you and I willing to do the same things that someone else did, which are not fun, are sacrificing, and are difficult, right? You go through an emotional strain, you go through physical strain, you don't have as much pleasure from the food, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's no different here, except it's worse. Because when you're trying to lose weight, you're not putting your physical safety at risk. You're not putting the rest of your family at risk. In fact, you're making life better for your family. But in that case, what if you get arrested? What if you stay in jail? What if you get harmed by a response to a protest or whatever it may be? These are legitimate questions if you have a responsibility to a family, like you're head of household and you're the breadwinner, you're making 150 grand a year. Are you going to give the security of that up for your family to do something that's, quote, radical, to try to change the core tenets of how your society functions? Most people in that situation are less likely to get involved. I call them, they're in their lane, they're in the middle lane of society. The only way to get change done is to get some of those people into the mix of what has to be done. So what has to be done? What could be done? You're asking, okay, you're not going to like the answer, but I'm going to tell you what the answer is in my belief. We know that when there are companies that are taking advantage of their workers, one or two workers can go into a supervisor's office and say, hey, boss, I want more money. This is bullshit. You're making record profits. What does the manager say? Well, I wish I could do that, but I can't do that. That's not how the company operates, right? So you get nowhere. Brick wall. Right? In fact, they may even punish you or treat you badly for even asking. Or let's say you really want to get it done. You start talking to each other. Hey, person from the such and such department, do you think that, this is unfair? We're making record profits. This happened with the United Parcel Service. They had tripled their profits in the last 5 years, but they were giving nothing more to the workers, or paltry, like 2% raise. So they got together and they organized across all sorts of different people. They didn't say, do you like Trump? Oh, you can't be in the movement. You can't organize. No, they said, with this one issue, we want to get together and do this thing. Okay? And they organize and they form a union, a collective bargaining entity that can use its power because it has the threat of removal of its labor that will hurt the company and their ability to function on a status quo basis. So the company has to at least listen in because they know there's a huge problem on the horizon if they don't. It'll affect them. Without something impacting somebody, like Israel right now, they don't have to make any changes because nothing can be done. No one has the power to change it, so why should they? The company's taking all the money and keeping it for the shareholders. Why should they change? No one can do anything about it. But when the workers organize and they can use the threat of removal of their labor as a larger number with critical mass, then you can do something. And the powers that be have to acknowledge it and to some extent acquiesce to the demand or the negotiations. So just take that same principle and instead of the corporate shareholders and management, plug in the U.S. power structure. Plug that in. Instead of the workforce, plug in the U.S. population, the ones that are being marginalized by the process. I call it the power structure at the top and the people at the bottom, the citizenry, right? Now, what do? Well, if it works for a union, it's probably going to work for the same dynamics. But there has to be some perceived sense of loss by the powerful in the establishment for them to even give a shit. Now, how could the people do it? How can we put enough pressure on them to make them have a perceived threat of loss or want to change something and acquiesce on whatever level we can get them to do or whatever the demands are? First of all, you have to have a common set of demands that are universally accepted among everybody. Somebody in the comments in a Pro-Israeli Live said today, there was one thing we agreed upon, and she said, well, that's the only thing we're ever going to agree upon. I said, no, we probably have a lot more in common. The Americans that are fighting left and right, which, by the way, is by design, they have a lot more in common than they have apart in some really key issues. So I think most people don't want this crony capitalism. They don't want this money in politics, this inordinate influence. They don't want outside countries being able to form domestic lobbying entities and affect our entire foreign policy to the benefit of their country over ours and maybe put our citizens at risk. Our citizens have to go to war to fight with them to pursue their goals over ours. And yes, we may have some strategic interest in having a relationship, but not at the level it's currently at. It seems to be completely out of kilter, an inordinate amount of connectedness. So how do we deal with that? Well, we're going to have to put some pressure on people. They're going to have a reason to take action. So we want the money out of politics, right? We don't want to have an executive that can pretty much act without legal repercussion. That Supreme Court decision is dangerous. So things are going to have to change at the systemic level for this to make a difference. It's not going to be easy. It's probably next to impossible. What else could the citizenry do to increase the pressure? Well, we could not buy things. We know there's something called boycotts, but a boycott usually applies to an individual company like Starbucks or McDonald's or Disney or whomever somebody is offended by their support for XYZ issues. But again, critical mass is really important because if 1 million people are doing it, well, it's not going to affect corporate profits. But if 50 or 100 million people are doing it, totally different story. It destroys the company's revenue and therefore their profits, and then shareholders get pissed and they force the board of directors to make some different decisions, which then restore the flow of capital, right? This is just the way it works. So we have to do something collectively to accomplish these pressure points. Now, what else can we do? Well, if those first two things don't work, which they may not, what else can we do? We could literally, if we had enough of us, we could stop the gears of the machine. I'm not suggesting we do this. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm painting a hypothetical picture of what could be used as a tactic. So what if the same 50 million people, we boycott and only buy essentials for a period of 6 months? And so the entirety of all corporations, their sales drop, and the financial ownership class is like, we got to do something. This is fucked up, right? You're hitting them where it hurts, okay? They may or may not acquiesce. They may not have the power to tell them. So what if that doesn't work? Well, we could literally, if they won't acquiesce to that smaller drop in sales, we could go out and literally block every artery of commerce. Commerce requires transportation and movement of goods and services to accomplish the profitability paradigm. If we went out and blocked every beltway, every highway, every bridge, every airport, every train station, every place where something happens, every port where stuff goes outside the country, it's literally blocked by 20, 30, 50,000 humans. They can't arrest everybody. You can gun them down, I guess, but you can't arrest 50, 60,000 people. There's no capacity for doing it. And if there were 70 million people doing this kind of stuff, it's just too much. It's overwhelming. It's what the Europeans do. They protest in mass, and the government just has to acquiesce because they know it's just going to get out of control if they don't do it. We don't have any of that here. We have pockets of it between people who give a shit and want to go out and speak their mind and are willing to spend time and sacrifice for a greater cause, but that's by far the exception. But here's what I would argue. Things aren't tough enough for many people yet. People in that center lane, there are people on the lower end of income that are getting absolutely screwed, and they're pissed, and they probably pick up something and come and join the thing right away, like, this is fucked up, where do I go? Tell me what we're doing. But many people aren't in that place yet. It takes more people to feel the pain of their current circumstances to then overcome the fear of perceived risk to their safety, their freedom, etc. You get the idea. And also, when more and more people do something, it's like a group. More and more people tend to jump into the group. Oh, I see 50 other people, I'll be 51. But by yourself, it feels very scary. Oh my God, I'm putting myself out there. But if you think I'm by yourself, it feels scary. Now, hopefully, that is going to be peaceful and nonviolent. It is against the law, by the way, to generally strike, for multiple people in multiple industries to come together and strike in general. The government has laws against that because of these very reasons. They know how effective it is as a tool to put pressure on the establishment. So it's illegal. But breaking the law in a civil disobedience manner has worked in previous movements for civil rights, for women's rights. We know these things work because they did. We have evidence. So there's no reason to say that they couldn't possibly contribute to tactics that might make a more effective outcome occur. However, and this is just being politically practical, I've watched in the last 55 years how this is all developed and how people think and how they behave and what they believe and the indoctrination and the left-right paradigm without looking at the top down. People aren't looking at the wrong, they're not aware of, they're more have become aware, like we've talked about here. Brenda said that uncovering this rock has led to other rocks being picked up, and people are like, oh, okay, now I see. But most people don't even know there's a rock to turn over in the first place. They're just completely out to lunch. They think they trust the system. They believe the bullshit. They think that things are just tough, but the economy will get better if this person, all this other stuff. They're just completely hoodwinked. And let's face it, people are busy. They're stressed. They're tired. They're usually in debt. They got other things that are more right in front of them, right? They don't have the luxury to think about some of this stuff in many cases. And those that do have the fear. It's nothing to criticize. But so what has to happen is things have to get tougher. And I think they will. And then we'll see what happens. But I still don't think, because of the way the Americans are taught to think, they're indoctrinated from school, cooperate, participate, get a job, live your life, go to watch the U.S. team play in the Olympics and USA, all this bullshit, and everything's justified. Everything we do is against the bad guys, freedom, liberty, democracy, all the bullshit. They believe that shit. My family believes this shit. So it's hard to talk to somebody who believes something like that. They're still in their indoctrination phase. They don't know there are rocks to turn over. What do you have to do? You got to throw them into the place where the rocks are. We have to have the courage to take people and literally shake them out of their complacency. That's step one. Because people who are in that center lane won't join the cause if they're completely indoctrinated and clueless. They first have to share the feeling of outrage, right? So inflation and lowering of standard of living is the beginning. It's the genesis of that awareness, which we're seeing, plus social media, stuff like that. But most people aren't there yet. People like you and I are on a different, people aren't spending on 4th of July on a TikTok with some person like me. That's 100 people out of 339 million plus other people outside the country. Most people are just living their life, quote unquote. That's what I was doing when I was 21 before I had a clue about what Israel was really doing. That's most people. That's normal. So it's our job to talk, which is what we're doing right now. Good for us. But even more so, the conversations that are more important is when you're physically in a crowd. And is it uncomfortable to upset someone's apple cart and think they're going to hate you? Yeah, it sucks. My family thinks I'm a fucking crazy. They think I'm a lunatic. They think I'm making all this stuff up and I'm just a conspiracy theorist. So it's not easy to communicate on some of these issues that are so important. But ultimately, this is what I would challenge people. This is what you always got to go where it hurts for them. You say you love your kids, right? Most people say they love their children, okay? If you love your children, then listen to what I'm about to say, because this is going to have a tremendous impact on their future and their quality of life. And if we just continue with the status quo, this is likely going to be their future. If you truly care, you want to make their future better, which is going to require some difficult and unpleasant things to discuss, because things are rolling out of control. We're moving towards authoritarianism. We're moving to an unconstrained, basically, autocrat at the top of our society, a king, so to speak, with minimization of the checks and balances, because we now have a Supreme Court that is basically 6-3 conservative pro-corporate, which means that all decisions are usually going to fall on the side of perpetuation of the status quo. And we have a totally co-opted legislature. So the checks and balances in the Constitution are being eroded or basically eliminated, such that it's going to get way worse, I believe. It just makes sense that its trajectory is going to continue, because that's the inertia, and it's going to further make life more difficult. And if we don't do something soon, the tools that they'll be able to put in place based on these, aforementioned factors are going to make it 10 times more difficult. It's like having a straitjacket on and trying to do pole vaulting. It's just going to make it impossible. So this is the time to talk about it. This is the time to organize it. But the problem is that most people don't see it, and by the time they do, it's like the train with too much weight doesn't know there's a ravine where the tracks are out, and by the time it gets within sight, it's got too much weight and inertia to stop, and it goes in the goddamn ravine. So that's where I think we are. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but I think this country is going to go to an economic and authoritarian phase that's going to be unthinkable to some Americans in the next 15 years. Mencken, you want to share any of your feedback on that, or you want to talk about something else? Share any of your feedback on that, or you want to talk about something else?
I'm gonna draw up my
Mencken,
audio.
you have an echo, by the way. Can you just drop it? I'll bring you back up.
I'm gonna draw up my
Yeah,
audio.
actually, exit TikTok. Mencken, I think you have an echo, my friend. If you can just drop out, I'll bring you back up. My name is WC Barnes 67, or Chip Barnes 67, in case you don't follow me. Nightfire, would you like to come in, please?
Hey Chip, this is Nightfire. It's very nice to meet you.
You too.
I think you and but do you follow Eric Warsaw?
Yeah, Eric and I are actually good friends.
Yeah, you and Eric kind of like definitely say some good things, like Naked Truth, like one of a good speaker on TikTok. And I suggest you guys should maybe like run for senator or congressman, because you guys basically tell the naked truth, naked truth to the American people.
Yeah.
Because
well, I appreciate that. I
nowadays-
mean, a lot of people have said similar things about running for public office. I actually know somebody who was in the Congress. So let me say it the best way I can. I would love to have a chance to influence the political process if I were lucky enough to get elected to represent a district or whatever it may be. And I think I'd do a better job of advocating for the vast majority of the constituency over some of these special interests. And therein lies the problem. Anybody who goes that path, at least in the current political framework, is ostracized and squeezed out of the party structure. And we're seeing that right now. People that are speaking to the Israel-Palestine issue in ways that they believe is truthful, like Rashida Tlaib of the district that encompasses part of Detroit in Michigan, has a very, very large pro-Palestinian community, which she's representing, which is what she should do. She is being ostracized and called out by the party as someone who supports terrorism, somebody who supports 10-7, all that stuff. She's a Semite. And AIPAC is going to go to war against her. So she is not going to win re-election, or maybe she does. She's going to be squeezed out from any cocktail parties or where all the game is played. That's what happens to people like me and Eric if we get into public.
It's actually like when you be a pro-Palestinian, it's you don't be judged by being the Palestinian. You will be judged by because of the religion.
Hey.
It's all because of the religion, because she's Muslim, and even before none of the Trump supporters wanted her to win re-election. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. So I think Jill Stein is the best candidate for presidential nomination. And so yeah, you and Eric Warsaw is the best speaker on TikTok, and I really appreciate you guys for telling the truth to the American people.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your nice words. Yeah, I agree. Listen, it's not that we shouldn't vote, because it doesn't hurt to vote, right? It doesn't really cause us any pain and suffering. But to acknowledge that voting is not going to be enough alone, I think is really the smartest thing to do because of what we've talked about. And share that with people. On these TikTok lives all the time, I try to come up when people are just talking strictly what I call retail politics, electoral politics. And I try to say to the host or hostess, hey, have you considered the possibility of what we just discussed? Like voting is not going to be enough, that the system is corrupted, that no matter who we vote for, they're all pre-selected to some extent, and they're limited in what they can do other than what the party system and the wealthy donors and all these influences decide is going to happen. And every time I get, you're in fantasy land. One guy, the handsome liberal named Tim, who I like a lot, but he said, man, you're living on Mars. Let's bring it back down to Earth, as if none of this stuff could or would ever happen, which he may be right, but he calls that stuff like too radical. But again, we've put up with the same system where we get the same bad choices over and over again for many decades. People are like, they've had it. That's why Trump got elected, by the way,
And also,
because people were sick of the Clintons and stuff. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, Nightfire, when you finish up, Mencken has been very eager to speak with me, so when you finish, I'm going to turn it over to Mencken, okay?
I'm sorry. I just want to say one last thing. This is a real G side. This is a real G side because now Netanyahu finished with Gaza. Now Netanyahu is starting in West Bank. They're trying to bring the settlers. They're trying to bring the settlers in West Bank, and they're trying to kick the Palestinians out of their home. The Palestinians bought their house in West Bank, so they're harassing small businesses and big businesses of Palestinians, and they're trying to kick out all the Palestinians out from West Bank.
Yeah, another thing, if you hadn't heard this, so Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's the Minister of Security, I believe, in the current government with Benjamin Netanyahu's party, Likud, he's in a different party, but he's co-aligned. And he said, and this is kind of unthinkable, he said that there should be a law drafted that gives permission to the Israeli government to literally unalive every current Palestinian prisoner held in Israeli prisons and jails, to make room for more because they're overcrowded conditions.
This is really messed up.
This is the kind of thinking that, unfortunately, and listen, that's extreme. I mean, a lot of people in Israel don't agree with this guy. They think he's a nutcase, which I believe he is too. But this is the kind of stuff coming out of some of the leadership, which should be alarming. When the leadership of H makes similar comments, if they say they want to unalive Jewish people, I condemn that. And yet, for some reason, when people say things like that, it just gets dismissed. How can you just dismiss that? Why should Palestinians be treated any differently in terms of the value of their lives versus Israelis or Jewish people? It doesn't make any sense to me. Mencken, would you like to come in? Welcome. What would you like to discuss, or you want to address this or anything else?
Sorry, again, the last sentence, please. What did you say?
I said that it doesn't seem fair that someone like Itamar Ben-Gvir can very cavalierly say that he thinks they should just unalive all the people that are Palestinians in Israeli custody to make room for new prisoners, which he thinks the jails are overcrowded.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think you got the point of it. And we used to have a discussion for like 40 years in Israel about it, which called a death, unaliving terrorists, T groups, right? If somebody is like taking a B and put it in a bus and people unaliving, so a lot of people want them, want the same fate for them. Because
Thank you for having me.
because what used to be, wait.
He said all the Palestinians.
What used to be.
Do you think that all the people that are in Israeli custody are people that have done major?
No. That's why I don't think you got it in the right way, because it's a long discussion. It's not about only Arabs, right? it's about also Jews,
Okay.
right?
Can you
So
elaborate? Can you elaborate?
it's not, yes, unaliving somebody that made a T action. So it's also for Jews. It's not like something, it's not like something that it's like an apartheid thing or something like that. No. So now what they say, listen, we need to release people from the prisons because we don't have enough rooms. Like they released 45 T persons from jail just this week. So we said, listen, if we don't have room, and they made these atrocious things and acts on 7 October, so let's make this rule and make more room, which make total sense now, right? If in the past people did not were not for this law, after the 7th of October, we are in never again mode, which make Israelis really dangerous
But
because
Menachem, I have a question
because
for
we
you.
have a lot of power and we did not execute it, and we were really patient about a lot of groups in the area talking they want to unalive us for all these many years, and when that happened, made us really dangerous. And
Okay.
I have to tell you that what's going on right now, it's amazing to me that it's not a lot worse, because if somebody is going to talk about Israel from now on, any group
Okay, so
in the Middle
Menachem,
East
Hold on,
talking
my
about,
friend.
wait,
Hold on.
putting threats on Israel and try really do it, they will analyze all the group. And this is what's going to happen. I'm telling you, this
Which
is not a
groups are you
game
talking
anymore.
about? Which groups are
After
you talking
7th
about?
of October, everything that you thought people can say and act in the Middle East is going to change. This is a
Okay.
really dangerous play what happened.
All right. Let's address. Let's go back to the first thing you
Yeah,
said. So
but that's one thing. I wanted to talk about APEC, and I would like to ask
well,
you
let's
actually about the Arab Pact and about the Muslim Pact and about the
hold
Russian
on.
Pact.
Make him
What
hold
I
on,
don't do,
please.
Megan, hold on. I'm happy to talk to everybody and give them a chance, but what I don't do is give somebody a chance to come and do like a 5 or 10 minute monologue and just hold your ideas. I'll give you a chance to share each one of them. But let's do some dialogue about each issue that's raised and let other people share their thoughts, and we'll come back around. That'll make for a better discussion, I think. So let me address the first point that you made about what Itamar Ben-Gvir said. So what you said, if I'm not getting it wrong, and please correct me if I am wrong, you said that that Israel released a bunch of T's, in your word, that were involved in maybe in 10-7 to make more
45.
room.
No. In general, they were involved in something.
Okay, let
45.
me
One of
let
them
me
is the chief of Shifa.
let me share one perspective again. I've been on many lives. I've spoken to hundreds and hundreds of people from the pro-Israeli perspective, not only on TikTok but in my normal life, quote unquote, for many years. And one thing I hear over and over again is that anyone who is in Israeli custody must be a terrorist, along with anybody who gets unalived in the West Bank or Gaza must be a terrorist. That's a very universally held
No,
belief.
that's not true. That's not true.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm telling you
my ex was a lawyer in the army.
Before you jump in, please don't interrupt. I'll finish my thing. I'm not going to go on a
Yeah,
long
but it's
monologue.
not true because I know it from firsthand, man.
Listen, I'm sharing with you. Next time you come off mute, I got to send you a packet. Please don't do it. I'm telling you my experience. I'm not saying it's universally correct that everyone thinks that. I'm saying the ones that I've encountered, almost all of them have mentioned something similar to that. So here's the question I always ask back. How do you know for sure? And by the way, we do have evidence from human rights groups that I can look up right now, probably 5 or 6 or 7 different major studies that they've done, that many of the people who end up in Israeli custody are held under what's called administrative detention, which could be somebody who's involved in a collusive plot. So they bring them in.
It's
and
also
become
not true.
Hold on, let me.
You can check the numbers.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, man. The way I have to work my lives is just not interrupting others. So I would take turns talking, and then we can go back and forth in a reasonable manner. So I waited about 4 minutes to let you finish your talk, and you kept interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you once. So if you want to come back up under those rules, I'm happy to have you. If you want to be some, and listen, I've also noticed this, and this is just my experience again too. People who are pro-Israel, maybe it's a cultural thing, tend to want to jump into a conversation and stop somebody every time they disagree with
You
something.
see, you see how he was controlling your life. He thinks
Hold on.
that they can control America too. You know,
Well,
same
hold on a
way.
second. I don't want to impugn him for
Yeah,
that, but I will say this. It's
same
just
way he was controlling you. They
hold
think
on.
they can control America. You know.
So I want to address that issue about T-rest allegations. So it's a very common thing for people to make the assumption that anytime a Palestinian is unalived or anytime a Palestinian is taken into custody or arrested or whatever, that they've done something wrong. And it's possible that someone was involved in an attack on a soldier or tried to use a car to ram somebody or whatever they may have done that was a physical act of violence. Okay, fair enough. That kind of thing should probably be dealt with and punished. I agree with that. However, there are many times when people get sucked up into a situation where, let's say, one of their friends threw a stone at a passing car or a military vehicle or a soldier, and the 4 other kids that are nearby get scooped up. And they all go to Israeli jail, even though one person did the act, the others are, whatever you want to call it, whatever claim you want to try to make. And they're held in many cases under what's called administrative detention. Most people who are pro-Israel deny this. And why do they deny this? Because their government tells them it doesn't happen, that there's always something they did wrong. We know from Gaza and from the count that Israel has provided from its estimation as the number of militants that it's unalived, that any male in Gaza is a target. And therefore, if they're targeted and taken down, therefore they're added to the count. Even if they were somebody who ran a donut shop and they happen to walk down the street and somebody saw him and boom, and now that person's a dead terrorist. This is the problem with the mindset, is that it never makes these key distinctions because of the mindset and the conditioning that people have been put through. I've not been through that conditioning, so I can try to look at it and make parsing. I don't always know for sure. Maybe the donut shop guy was an H group member who was, supplying free donuts to the H group, and I don't know, man. But to say it's always the case, I think, is also unfair. And this is the mindset that I hear. This is why the Ben Gavirs of the world, and by the way, he didn't say we should unalive prisoners who have done X, Y, and Z particular crime. He said we should unalive all the Palestinian prisoners. He wants to create a bill that allows them to do that. There's no distinction in that. So therefore, that guy's a nutcase. Who could say such a thing? Imagine if somebody says, "Well, we're going to change the rules. We're going to unalive all the hostages just because we want to." You'd be like, "Those people are maniacs. Those are barbarians." Why is it different when it's your people suggesting it? What do you want to say, Kitty?
Hi, Tip. How are you? I love your lives and show. I haven't been, but let me address this guy. For you to say that they also want to unalive their own is ridiculous, and you know it. You're trying to be this diplomatic person that we do it on both sides. Second of all, they're not called T; they're called resistant. We are resistant. What is the occupation about? This is not the first time that government calls for the mass unaliving people in the prisons, the Palestinian people. So for you to come up here and try to say, "Oh no, they're doing it on both sides to clear the prison." How about this? Why don't you give them this advice? So because your girlfriend is a lawyer and you're way up there and you talk to these people, how about you say this to them? How about let them go? How about see what they really did, and if it's not that great, let them go home. Clear the prisons that way instead of unaliving them. And let me explain something to you and to everybody's listening. All these resistant Palestinians who are in the Israeli prisons are not T as you claim them to be. They're children, they're women, they're mothers, they're fathers, they're grandfathers. Okay? They're people who are collected just for fun by your Israeli army. So don't come here and say, "Oh, they're doing it on both sides." We know exactly what they're doing. We've lived it. Just because it wasn't out on the light for everybody to see didn't mean that it hasn't been happening for 70 some odd years. Okay? And
Kitty, let's do this because you made some claims, and I'm sure Mencken wants to defend himself. Mencken, you did mention one thing. Thanks, Kitty. You just give a second. We want to go back and forth to be fair. Just want to address one other thing that Mencken said before Kitty
Can I
jumps
say
in.
my last word before I go? Can I say one last thing?
Well, Nightfire, give me 1 second to finish the thought, and then you can go quickly, and then we'll let Mencken respond, okay? Just to be fair. And I'll be quick. He mentioned about the idea that because of what happened on 10/7, that this is sort of unlocking the beast, that they've poked the Israelis, that he feels they've been reserved with their power, and now it's going to be a whole different paradigm, and people are going to learn what happens when you mess with Israel. I've heard this bluster over and over and over again. But there is something called reality and political consequences. And if Israel goes apeshit and starts absolutely throwing its power around in the region and starts doing crazy stuff, they will be reined in. You can't fight the whole world and win. And if Russia, China, Iran, and other aligned countries decide they're not going to allow for Israel to do this because of their crazy response or their anger, you're going to find a whole different set of circumstances. You're going to this sense of invincibility and the right to do whatever the hell you want with impunity is going to come to a very unfortunate and very ugly end.
Exactly.
And I don't want that to happen to Israelis. And this idea of this bravado, this sounds like a bunch of dumb Americans. Like, we're going to show them Arabs what's up. We're going to make them into glass. All this other bluster. It's all bullshit. All you have to do is learn to get along with others. 10/7 would have never happened if there was a peace process that was legitimate and not fake and just going through the motions to try to continue the inevitable expansion of Israeli territory and marginalization of another people. I don't want these things to happen to your people either. And I certainly don't want it to happen to civilians, which is disgusting to me, and it should be charged as war crimes. Now, I'm going to give Nightfire a quick chance to finish up before he leaves, and then Mencken's going to be given 3 minutes of uninterrupted time to say whatever he wants. Nobody interrupt him. Okay, go ahead, Nightfire.
Chip, I just want to say something very quickly before you.
Hold on one second.
We got to
Sir,
let
give me
Nightfire.
like 2
You got to
minutes.
go with some order. Go ahead.
So
Nightfire.
basically, labelizing the age group as T group. By the way, to Mencken, age group has worked with the Israeli government side by side for like 25 years, and they have said that, please, for God's sake, leave us alone. And they have been keep on saying this, leave us alone, leave us alone. And the children that they were getting off the bus and they were being harassed by the IDF. They were being RAPED by the IDF. The children, the women were being RAPED in the checkpoints, and men were being harassed. So this has been going on from the time when Donald Trump signed the Abrahamic Accord and said that let's bring peace. And so the age group has respected that that the Abrahamic Accord and respected that. They thought that there will be peace, but that has became fake. That has became fake. And when Biden was about to sign another peace treaty, that's when the age group got pissed off. They said enough is enough, and this is why October 7 happened. It's because of the first peace deal was violated from Trump, and the second peace deal when Biden was coming up with. Then the age group said this peace deal is going to be bullshit. It's not going to work. Let's take revenge. So this is why October 7 happened. Thank you so much.
All right, Nightfire. By the way, we're going to give Mencken a chance to speak. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you 5 full minutes, Mencken, if you want to use it. It's 1:23 p.m. my time. I'm going to check back in with you at 1:28. I'm not going to interrupt you. Say whatever you want. I'll take notes. Nobody interrupt Mencken. Let him make his full point. I'm trying to be fair. Go ahead, Mencken.
Thank you. So I did not say that Israel gonna go ape on everybody and doing crazy things. I said that from now on, we learn our lessons and we listen. Now we truly listen, because what happened on the 7th is that we gave a chance. We truly gave a chance. From 2006. Gaza got their own authority and their own army, and all the settlers there kicked out. They given away free plants and infrastructure, and we thought that now peace will come from that area. But now we know that when we treat people that call for annihilation, it's not going to happen. So if there is any group that's going to say anything about unaliving Israelis, and again, not everybody, not going apeshit. If any group is going to talk about unaliving Israel and going to take actions, from now on, we are really going to listen, right? We're gonna really gonna act on that. So that whole 75 years when we were okay, we did things wrong in the past and stuff like that and stuff like that. Let them talk. It's okay. See, we have peace with Egypt and with Jordan and with Saudi Arabia now and everything like that. See, I was like you in the past. I was like you, and I didn't even vote in my life. I think like 3 times, something like that. So I'm actually not ever talked about security. It was not my thing. I was a social activist for about from 2008 till COVID. And I did a lot of stuff also in the social movement in Israel. And I was like you. I was like from the start, from the beginning of the like YouTube, internet, Google, I was like searching for things. What's wrong with the system? What's wrong? And everything like organized. I was against. I was trying to see why things are not going forward in the way they should be, because we are living in a state of prosperity, like the best ever, and why things are going so bad, right? And I was like you, I was like finding things against the US, colonialism and stuff like that. And I was really, really in your state of mind. But I started to learn from the other way, to check myself, to see if something is really wrong with what I held, why I have this like negativity in me. And I really started to learn. And I even learned about what Gaddafi wanted to do, the Green Book, Libya, whatever happened to him, like what he was trying to do with the 56 United African Nations, and all of that. And I had a look on Israel and all the trade that's going on here for the last 150 years. And then I learned about the Berlin-Damascus train, if you know about the Berlin-Damascus train. If not, you will need to learn about that, because 1 month before October 7th, there was actually a convention about starting a line of trade between India through Saudi Arabia to Africa through Israel. And this is the main point of the new trade that was exactly like the old train from Turkey, from Damascus to Berlin. If you don't know your history, if you don't know what happened here before,
I know that.
from the empire collapsed, you will never understand it. 1 month after that, after this convention, Turkey said, okay, you're doing that, we're gonna revive the train. And then the 7th of October happened. So it's a power struggle in all this area. From
128.
there is a contracts on seeds and flowers, and from kilometers around these trains or these places that moving this good. Okay, so it's a lot about who controlling what. It's not that simple, right?
Okay, I agree. So
and wait, one second. And the main point.
30 more seconds. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the main point about it, please, if I can have a little bit more. The main point about it.
You've already had 5 full minutes, so we want to give people a chance to respond.
Okay, and the main point about it, what we should take about this thing is that before Israel was born, there was an empire here. There were no states. All the states that were given after the empire fallen. And about these people that you say that are in prisons, actually you can have a look exactly how many are there. How many are there for no reason, which a few hundred only for security reasons. And again, my ex actually was a part of that system, so I know a lot better than anybody about that. And I'm telling you, it's amazingly fair. No matter what other people said, I know exactly what's going on. And I can tell you, it's amazingly fair, like even better than, I don't know, it's like crazy fair.
No, I get it.
So
Okay,
whatever you get, like
so
from your...
you brought up a lot of points. We've already gone 6 minutes, so others have to get involved. But please keep those thoughts. I made notes, but because I can usually talk a lot, I'm going to go to Valente Maya. Is that what it is? Valente? Why don't you go ahead?
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me on, Chip. I really appreciate it. I like your lives, my brother. Appreciate you. The one thing I'm going to say is, listen, I mean, he made a lot of points in regards to October the 7th. I'm from the UK, and now I reside in America, and I've seen two different media outlets how they speak. But what he failed to say is there's over 6,000 Palestinians were unalive between 2006 to October the 7th. There's been a lot of reportings by the Guardian newspaper and a few other, the Herald and everybody has been reporting how innocent kids, women are being attacked by the ID team no matter what. There was a big headline in 2011 about 4 Palestinian kids playing on the beach and they were sniped. And what I'm really confused about, right? I understand, the military can see the threat when it does. And they claim the IDF is the most advanced military team, democratic military team. But when you're unaliving kids without the proper intelligence, how do you justify that? How do you justify that? And when you are changing things, of course, there's going to be a hate group who's going to form in terms of retaliation when their own people are being attacked on a daily basis. The Alaska Mosque, I saw videos of women being kicked before they're going to prayer. How do you justify that by your own team? When you're doing that kind of inhuman activity, even though that you say you left the region and you give the democracy back to the people, and you keep going in there and you're doing this kind of evil acts towards people, you're giving ammunition to somebody who's saying, you know what, I'm going to avenge this. That's how you don't achieve peace at all. You can't justify the 34,000 people that have been unalive since then. You say you got a sophisticated army. You haven't went in there tactically to take revenge for the people of Israel that's happened to. And I'm going to say something else. I'm not anti-Jewish or anything. I have Jewish friends, but these Jewish friends are not in my name. Zionism is not Judaism. Wherever there's Jews around the world, I would give my life for a Jew person if he's without even asking him if he's Jew. When I see inhuman acts that happen to somebody, I will step in front of it no matter what. That's what I've been taught up to do. And I'm a Muslim. Regardless of what you are, Christian and whatnot, I defend humanity. That's my main cause. I understand what happened October 7th was sad. But at the same time, you retaliate at 20 times as heavy than that. What do you think those kids are going to do when they grow up? Are they going to love Israel for what they did to their parents and unaliving? You guys even hung up kids upside down after they've been unalived. That's not what armies do. US and the UK army, I've never heard them do anything like that to people when they've come against us in the US and in the UK. You guys think you're invincible on everything. And I don't understand how you get away with it. But then I looked into that. I understood how you get away with it, because you have a specialist team that goes and lobbies around the world and convinces senators with hundreds of thousands of dollars to change their mind about Israel. That's how you guys are getting away with it. But how long is this going to last? I really don't know. I want peace in the region. I don't want war. But you guys have just been, the UN has listed on the, how much evil acts have been done towards those Palestinian prisoners. You're sticking metal rods into them? You're raping women? That's wrong, man. That's wrong. When you get casualties of war, you don't do that to people. We fought that all our life in the US and America, around the world. When it happened in Nazi Germany, we did that. You don't want to repeat the same history, my friend. That's what we don't want to do. As Muslim, there's 4.8 billion of us around the world, man. And we protected Jews during the World War I, World War II. Over 5 million Muslims fought to protect the Jews, bro. Don't confuse Judaism and Zionism, please. Thank you, Chip. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome to stay, by the way. We're just taking some turns. Thank you for your contributions. Kitty, it's your turn, and then we'll go back to Mencken for a response.
Thank you, Chip. I appreciate it. He said that he did his research and he found there was nothing wrong with what Israel was doing. First of all, it's an occupier. If you did your research, you would find out that everything they did is wrong. They went in and they occupied a people and a land. Okay? Second of all, you say they provoked Israel, provoking the bear. Why don't we say that Israel provoked us, provoked the resistance, provoked the Palestinians? 77 years of occupation is enough. It's more than enough. Then you say about the normalization that was going to happen just a month prior of October 7th. Mind you, the war and the occupation has been going on for 76 years. Nothing new here. October 7 was not the beginning of the war between in Palestine. Absolutely not. It was going on for 77 years, but it was hidden. And if not for the social media, none of it would have been out to light. The meaning of normalizing that all these countries, including Saudi Arabia, was going to do, that meant the demise of Palestinians and the Palestinian lands. That meant that they were okay with what you guys are doing to us, and we will be no more. And that is the plight from the beginning, from the get-go. So for October 7th, it happened. You have to remember, this did not start at October 7th. You never gave freedom to Gaza. Gaza was an open-air prison. You know it. I know it. The world knows it now. For you to say these things and misinform people, I don't know if you are anymore, because everybody has ears, eyes, and a brain, and we have social media. And so many people who were deceived by Israel and its actions, they actually took the time and went and searched and researched and found the truth to be on the Palestinian side. So when you say to us that you searched and you were confused and you didn't know what was happening, I beg to differ with you. You absolutely know what happened. You did not need to research anything, okay? Because if you did your research, you would be one of those people who changed their minds and found out to be that the state of Israel is doing genocide, apartheid, everything. You guys get creative. I mean, the Israeli state or IOF got creative. They used to just grape people themselves. Now they got creative. Now they train dogs how to grape people. I'm sure you heard about the dogs who are graping men. And that, you're going to tell me, did not happen. So the whole world is wrong and deaf and blind and against Israel. And Israel's the only one that's right in your eyes. How is that exactly? How is that exactly? Your history that you rewrote and you believe in is wrong. You have no history, okay? You're not allowed to hold a state. You're going after the religious Jews now. The state of Israel is going after the religious Jews to put them in the army, and it's a mess in Israel. It's a big mess. The army, the soldiers are defecting from the army because they are sick and tired of what they're seeing. They rather go to prison than serve that army. You know how many people are going to prison and not want to serve the army because they disagree with what's going on, what they're doing to the Palestinian folks? So how could you tell me that you researched and you found it to be that you're the right and everybody else is wrong? No, my friend, October 7th was when you shake a bottle of soda and it was time for it to erupt. And that's what happened. It's either now or never. It's either now or never. You poked us for 76 years. So the resistant group are doing what they need to do to free Palestine and end the occupation now. Thank you, Chuck.
Okay. Thanks, Kitty. Real quick, what I want to do is we take 1 second to pause before Mencken comes in. I'm very interested to hear his point of view. Just like any other live, though, please tap my face to get the likes up. I'm doing it right now myself. This will protect the live in case any comments or whatever come through. And then the other thing you can do, if you'd like to, I mean, the more people come in and listen, we can really have a good dialogue that people can listen and learn and make their own decisions, is if you hold the screen down for like a half a second, and then your list of mutuals will pop up and you can invite people, which I do before I start each live. We have 142 people, which is great. We're up from about maybe 80 or 90. But if we can get it up over 200, that'd be great. So if you could invite other people, if you're willing to, that'd be appreciated. Now, one last thing. I haven't said much, so before Mencken comes in, I'm going to make one brief, just reflective comment, and that is, people said a lot of stuff about this. I do agree with him, by the way, that there's a much broader web of geopolitical issues regarding energy and transport routes. This is Richard Medhurst. If you don't follow Richard, he made a great video about this. There's a competing set of energy transports to Europe. Europe is a very valuable market. This is why the Nord Stream 2 pipeline from Russia was destroyed by the Americans and whoever their associates were, because they don't want Russia to get the money and they don't want them to have the political control that energy resources give them over future situations. So there's no longer a vulnerability to Europe from Russian political or financial problems there. But on top of that, there's an other proposed route, like he said, India, Saudi Arabia, through Israel, through the Mediterranean to European ports. So it's competing pipeline routes to get money and energy, and this is a big part of the world, let's face it. So some people argue, and Richard does, that the efforts to create havoc in Israel and Palestine was one to delay this creation, because Israel's been very effective at creating peace with these various, the UAE, which is part of the project. Saudi Arabia was on the verge of signing a peace accord, but they've since backed off regarding what happened because they're upset about the way that things are happening in Gaza. I want to mention one more thing about the West Bank, and that is the prisoners that are taken and kept from Israel. I mean, it's the more that I've learned about it, the more sickened that I am. I mean, I know a lot of people from Israel say the prisoners get treated really well. Listen, I don't want anybody to get mistreated in prison, whether it's someone who's held a hostage, whether they're in a house or underground. I don't want them to be mistreated, underfed, made to sit and whatever it may be. I don't want anybody to be tortured, or even soldiers who are held, they're captured, let's say, a bunch of Israelis surrender and they capture them. I don't want them to mistreat the soldiers or kick them, beat them, misfeed them, berate them. Just listen, they're held until the conflict's over and they're exchanged for other prisoners. I don't understand how people from Israel are not aware of a lot of these things the government does. And like I said, and I'm going to turn it over to Macon right now. The thing that got me to change my views on this issue, I was 21 years old. It's 36 years ago. Somebody did a presentation on the first Intifada in my political science class to like a senior project. And the stuff she was telling me, I was like, this can't be true. There's no way. And she was mentioning some of the things that the Israeli military and government does vis-a-vis Palestinians, which it justifies based on its security and its interest. But I just think, how can you try to justify this stuff? I think Valente was mentioning some of these things as well. How can one justify these things? These aren't just, it doesn't matter who's doing it. These are bad actions. We saw the U.S. at Abu Ghraib in Iraq, what they were doing. That's to be called out. That was a scandal. Why is it that what the Israelis do isn't something that can be called out by their own people? I don't understand it. I mean, I understand protecting your team. I'm an American. I speak all the time to the atrocities that my country commits because I think that's the right thing to do. Why is it that most Israelis are whitewashed and they're told they have to think Israel's the good guy, a moral army, the whole nine yards? I'm interested to hear what Menken's view is. He said he was a social activist. Menken, are we just all propagandized or lying, or what do you think?
Okay, so there are a lot of points. I wrote it also. It was like 10 points. So I there is no way I could
I'm going to give you
get
10
to all
minutes.
of them.
10, I'm going to give you 10
Yeah,
minutes.
10 minutes, it's a lot, but I can dig for 10
I'll
minutes
give you
if you
10
want.
minutes, okay? I'm the fairest host you'll ever find that takes alternative viewpoints. So go ahead, 10 minutes.
Let's go. So let's talk about you. What you said that you were 21, and I started also. I think we are about the same age. You're an XZ gen, right? So
Yeah,
what I
Gen
think
X.
that we are the same kind of the same age. We started at the beginning of when the internet started providing us information, and I didn't know that I was up for a lot of propaganda, like one-sided propaganda, and I actually believed in a lot of things, like let's say about the thing which connected to what you've been through in university, which a lot of political groups give us the wrong information, and with time we wanna be right. We want to think that what we do is just, and we keep on going, and that's what I did for a long time. Until I started to check myself. Actually, I always check myself, but some points I kept like on the side. And one of the best things I ever did for myself is check myself always and leave my past behind. I left a lot of social groups, a lot of activist groups, when I saw how they react to different subjects and they don't really just, and I'm not for it. right? I'm really not for it. One of the things that I actually did was I was a part of a group against the banks in Israel. It was about taking people things when one of the family were in debt and something like that, right? So actually it was 4 years in trial against two CEOs. They were prosecuting us. They want us in jail for a long time. So trust me, I'm putting myself out there, okay? I'm not just talking, I'm not like putting a flag, or I have a sign, or I'm writing in, on Facebook or whatever. Not like that. I'm not that man. So I really understand you. I really, really understand you, but I fixed my mind with time. I tried to see the perspective from each side. Who tried to manipulate me? Who tried to give me the wrong information? I was so upset about the US for such a long time, and the UK, and then I started to find out, like, okay, let's talk about slavery, right? For a long, long time, I thought US was a part of the big slavery all around the world. And then I found out that actually the Muslims were a part of the trade of slave for 400 years. They were actually sold, the slave, to Africa, from Africa to the US. So things started to change my mind when I started to learn those points, and I started to understand what's going on, like with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, which I was like it was really mindfuck when I was like, wait, a Muslim is for anti-slavery? Why he's not talking about what's going on in Africa right now? He's talking about freeing the slaves, but he's a Muslim, and he's not talking about what's going on. And then you can see the list of states that released the slaves, and they're all the good guys. It was Iran before the revolution. It was Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you can actually see it. It was Egypt. All the guys that actually came to one group with Israel were the same that freed the slaves, not Muslims. And actually you can find how many slaves there are now and which countries held them. You can see still Muslims. Okay? So, and there were activists in these universities. A lot of people thought Malcolm X is want to feed the slaves. He's a Muslim. He have qualities and stuff like that. So this is one side of that matter, which from that time you have a lot of groups of Muslims starting to manipulate information in universities in the US. So let's leave that aside. Open air prison. Israel is the biggest airborne prison, right? If you take the same situation of Gaza and you put it on Israel, Israel is the biggest airborne prison, right? Yeah, we have an airport, right? But we can go to any other country around. We have securities around if we want to move. It's not the EU, it's not the USA. So why don't you call Israel the biggest airborne prison? It's kind of a hypocrite, right? If you say, why we don't give the Palestinians airport, well, you need to look at the history, what they did with airplanes. So I don't think people want to give them airport, especially after the 7th of October and even before. So let's leave that aside. What will happen if they're going to try it again, right? If any group is going to try what happened at the 7th of October, I told you, it's going to be devastating. It's going to, because I'm telling you, I have a lot of leftist friends, like radical, like guys that going with a Palestinian flag in protests and stuff like that. Everybody are now on the right. Everybody.
Hey Chip, how are you? Hey
And
everybody.
if something is going to happen, no one will be on the side of the Palestinians. No one. And everybody will let just the military do whatever they need to do. So it will never happen again. And all the militia groups around the country, like Hezbollah, Fatah, El Zadin, all of them, slowly, gonna vanish. Trust my word. Israel is not what it used to be before the 7th of October. This is not the same game. If somebody gonna open his mouth and gonna say the same word that they used to say, Israel is not playing anymore. Now a lot of people laughing and think, oh no, we know they're kind of weak. No, I'm telling you, what used to be will never be again. It's sad to say that, because we actually give a lot of trust. So let's talk about, you said that it's about fuel, right? Moving fuel around. Well, actually, Israel was a big part of it, yes, and still a big part of it. A lot of fuel going to Israel and then to Haifa, which and then from the other side you have biggest places that make the oil from the fuel from the oil. So this is a big part why Israel trusted in this area. It's not just about Israel, America, right? It's about Europe. So they trust Israel. They don't trust other parts because they're not stable from a lot of change of regimes and stuff like that. About the train, and I would really
Not to
love it
mention,
if
you also came from Europe, literally your entire nation.
No, actually, I'm from Yemen and I'm from Judea. My tribe is Judea.
Chip, can I go
So
next if you don't mind?
don't tell me what I am and where and who I am, please.
Also, you're a
Okay?
Yemeni. You should be talking about
No,
Yemen,
no,
not Palestine.
really, relax. I'm more Middle Eastern than you.
For those who just came in, hold on. For those who just came into the live, just to let you know, I'm not trying to come at you. What we're doing is we're giving each person a certain amount of time. A lot of things were said towards Mencken by a few different audience members, or panelists. So we gave him a 10-minute window, which I'll extend another minute. He has until 1:54 to finish his points of view. I've been taking notes, and then we'll go around the panel. Let me tell you the order for those of you who don't want to wait, or if you can. The next person to speak, since Kitty was here and before you all came in, it's going to be Kitty, then Federico, then Ayado, and then I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name in Arabic, but you have a circle, and you just spoke a second ago. That's going to be the order, and we'll give each person between 3 and 5 minutes. I just ask you to be judicious and not talk too long so others can respond. If you ask somebody a question, they have the right to open their mic up and respond, unless it's rhetorical. And I just ask that people don't jump in and talk over each other. Please stay muted while you're there, and that'll let things run better. And again, we may open the mics up in a bit if it can be orderly and have more of an open discussion. But for now, let's do that. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mencken. Please continue.
For sure, thank you. So about the Berlin-Damascus train, it's not about fuel, it's not about just that, it's about militarization, like moving militias. It's about the area around the train, about you have a book with 6,000 different plants and other stuff that around these train, these routes. So it's not just about fuel. So maybe you would like to know more about it, and then also militias movement. That's why World War I actually started. So about how many Palestinians are in jail? There used to be 3,000 about 2022, and now there are about 9,000. All what you think, what you know, there is not about a research. If I did the wrong research, it's not about that. We know exactly the numbers. And there are only a few hundred, like 200, 300, and you can actually check the numbers that are in there without like a reason for security measures. So it's not 1,000, it's not kids, it's not, and anybody that go there, go through a trial, go through evidence, except those 200, 300, right? And actually, Israel released 1,700 people from the start of this war. So don't tell me we want to pick them just for fun. We don't need them. What happened before, so about the trade, what I think caused that, it's, yes, also a lot of things that happened in the past,
154.
but also the thing that happened in the past, right? Which the conflict, let's say, but also that Iran used Hamas to stop this trade deal with, they thought that the Middle East is going to turn against Israel. And about this
Hold on,
Israel
then,
took areas illegally. This is
just to let you know. Okay, you made a lot of points. I made notes on all 9 of them. Just we're going to take turns. Before Kitty goes, I want to just say a couple quick things, and then I'm going to mute and let everybody else take their turn with no further comment from me. Okay, just to address some of the points, I want the audience to think this over, just in case you missed any. So. He mentioned about the concept of the relationship of Islam to his history of slavery, 400 years, and said that they're not the good guys because people didn't speak out against that or something like that. My question on that would be, what do the Palestinian Arabs have to do with that, because they weren't actively involved? That's one thing. Israel should be called the open air prison because in reality it's under threat, not the people in Gaza, and it has fortunate enough to be able to have freedom of movement because of their security work, but that it's the one who's kind of the victim, as I guess the idea there. Use the word give them an airport. You said that it's dangerous to give people in Gaza access to air travel because we know what they've done with airplanes, your words. And why should we give them? And I want to just make a note that the idea that somebody else has the ultimate authority to, quote, give something to the other, give to them, speaks for itself. If anything happens again after 10/7, there are not going to be any more of these groups. You mentioned H in the north. You mentioned other groups. You said that if it happens again, Israel's going to unleash, I guess, whatever it's going to do. Again, I call that word bluster, but people can say what they want about that. Israel's not playing around, is what you said. Europe, because of energy, trusts others, they trust Israel more than others to handle the processing of, I guess, distilling things and political stability. I think that's questionable. You said the Berlin to Damascus train, which I'm not as familiar with, is more so for munitions and other, I guess, contraband. I have to look into that. I will. Thank you for sharing that with me. You said that all prisoners go through trial. You mentioned 300 of something else. I don't know if you meant administrative detention. Israel is the only country in the world that takes people under the age of 18 and gives them a military trial because they're considered under military rule. They're not considered Israeli civilians. That's why they go through that military process. You said they released 1,700 prisoners after 10/7, didn't designate whom. And then he also talked about the role that Iran may have played in using the H group to be disruptive towards this trade route, which I believe to be true as well. I think that was involved. That's the picture of what was talked about. Now, Kitty, would you like to jump in and share your point of view? I'm going to go on mute for a while other than the direct traffic.
Yes, it's going to be a duel. Here you go.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just going to answer to some of the points that were said before we get into the overarching issue. The first point that you made about slavery and Islam, there was something called the Zand Rebellion of 869, in which they outlawed the practice of slavery under Islamic rule. Now, of course, there are tyrants, there are governments that still follow those disgusting practices, but that is not overarching on the religion. Just as how in 2013, very, very modern times, the Times of Israel and Haaretz published articles, which you could look at on your own time, or you could look at as I speak, that there's actually a very big issue of slavery, or what they called, quote unquote, indentured servants, that Israel brings in from other countries. In fact, after those quote unquote indentured servants are used by families in Israel, they are then later forced to become what in the article outlined as sex slaves. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point that I want to make is a majority of the slaves that came to the United States of America were Muslim, and due to colonization had to then change their religion and had to become Christian and had to become quote unquote westernized as per the United States and Europe. That's another point. But all of that aside, just as Chip said, this has absolutely nothing to do with the genocide that Israel is committing against the Palestinian people. In fact, you're right. Let's not call Gaza an open air prison, because calling it a prison implies that the people that are there did something wrong for them to be considered prisoners, did something that gives Israel the permission to call them prisoners, when in fact, Israel is just a genocidal tyrant dictatorship, among other things, that took all of these people and shoved them into this 25-mile strip of land. Of course, Gaza is an open air prison. I don't know how someone who is a house entity that is allowed to control their water, that is allowed to go to work while they are blowing up Gaza, is allowed to still attend water parks and attend virtual school during what they call a quote unquote war that's actually a genocide, is living in an open air prison. But in fact, the people in Gaza who don't have the ability to control their water, don't have the ability to control the nutrients or the food intake that go in, don't have the ability to control their education or their schooling, are in fact the people that are under the I mean, to call it apartheid, to call it colonization at this point is even then a weak term for the heinous atrocities that Israel is committing against the Palestinian people.
Thanks,
And
Katie.
that was my daughter.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know that was your younger. I could tell. Sorry, I hit the mute button by accident.
Hello.
Real
Can
quick,
I ask
hold
a
on,
question,
JSL.
please?
Hold on, JSL. Hold on a sec. Let me re-explain because we have some new guests. We're going through an order. We're giving each person 3 to 5 minutes to share their views uninterrupted. People, please stay on mute. The order is as follows, just so you can know if you want to wait. I don't know how much time you have. Kitty just went. It was her daughter speaking. She did a wonderful job, by the way. I don't know your first name, but well said. Then Federico is going to be next. And then it's going to be Abu, he's in the second from the bottom on the right. Then LA Musica or Musicasa, and then J-Cell, and then there's someone trying to get in named Iswat. Real quick, if you're having trouble connecting, I'm not stopping you from getting in. Sometimes on TikTok Lives, it'll show on my end like a spinning wheel, like your computer when it's slow. That means that you're not connecting. So usually that's a Wi-Fi thing. The best thing to do is exit TikTok, put yourself on airplane mode, reconnect your internet, come back into TikTok, and then re-request. I'll bring you right up, and I'll put you in front of somebody else if you do that. Okay.
Hey,
Next
Chip,
turn.
hey Chip, I want to have another say, and then I'm going to go, but I'll wait till my turn if you can let me know what I'm
Okay, I'll
going to
tell you
say.
what I'll do then, because it's going to be Federico, then it's going to be Valente, and we'll continue the order for that I spoke to. Okay, please go ahead, Federico.
All right. Hi, guys. Hi, Strip. Hello, everyone. I'm going to start with the point of slavery. Slavery, as we all know, as the Prophet, peace be upon him, was calling for Islam, that was a slave owned by one of the Quraysh, and his name was Bilal. And Bilal tended to listen to the Prophet while he was talking, and then he was placed under torture. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he went and asked the owner of that slave if he can buy the slave from him. And then the owner of the slave asked the Prophet for a very expensive price. The Prophet went ahead and paid that price. And he says, why would you pay that kind of money for a slave? He said, the Prophet replied, if you would have asked me for all and everything I own in exchange for him, I would have gave it to you. And that was Bilal al-Habashi, he was the first African or black-skinned Muslim that the Prophet Muhammad chose to be the first guy to call for the prayers for Islam. And since then, in Islam, slavery, it's a sin, and it says that the humans are two kinds. One of them is your brother in religion, and the other one is your brother in humanity. I go to the next point about all the resistance group around Israel. They dare move. I would tell you that this morning, around 10 o'clock in the morning in Palestine's time, you've been awakened with over 200 missiles fired from Lebanon and a rage of drones. Every military bases that was in the Lebanese border all the way to the Golan Heights was hit, and was hit badly. What is Israel waiting for in case, if that's not enough, like you want them to send more, or what is it? What's stopping you? I see that what you're saying, that no one can move, but a lot of people are moving on a daily basis. and I guess Israel is incapable of responding. The point number 3 about the port of Haifa and everything that comes from the Saudi Arabia, all of that to the port of Haifa, that will bring up a bell for me. Bring up a bell that this route, it used to be from Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon to the port of Beirut. Yes, the port of Beirut, that about 4 or 5 years ago, was destroyed. I wonder, what does that have to do with the port of Haifa? And I think I'm done on my 3 answers. I don't know if I forgot to mention anything, but if I did, I will get back at it.
Okay, no, that was great, Federico. Thanks for sharing that. Federico's from Lebanon, by the way, for those of you who don't know. He grew up there. He was there during the 1982 Israeli occupation of Lebanon. So he has some good stories. We'll let him share those later. Okay, it's going to be Valente, and then we'll go to Abu, and we'll go from there. So Valente, let me make you big. It is your turn, sir. 3 to 5
Thank you,
minutes.
sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, Meekin, I want to say something, a couple of important points you raised. I felt like you think that Islam is a bad idea in terms of humanity. Let me just tell you, my friend, there's 4.8 billions of Muslims around the world, okay? And none of them are trying to follow any kind of unraveling, unpeace attendant in terms of attacking Jews or anything like that. So please don't try to be an Islamophobe when it comes to talking about Islam. If you want to know about Islam, study it properly before you actually speak on it. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say a couple of things. He mentioned that he feels like Israel is an open air. How can you be an open air prison when, especially when you have the power to determine when people can leave, when people can migrate, when people can do certain things, or when people can open a business where people can work? You don't even allow any Palestinians to have any passports. That's a really atrocious claim to make. And when you talk about such things as, airports and planes, my friend, Palestinian had nothing to do with the attacks or you're talking about what you smile about. I was in America that day when that happened, traveling on business, and that was a very sad day in humanity, the amount of lives that were lost, and that's nothing to smile about. Because end of the day, the world turned its turning around on that time, and I know the Zionist movement has spent billions of dollars changing the narrative towards Islam. You want people to hate Islam, that's why you actually have spent so much money in terms of social media and other platforms and other media trying to put Islam on the stake of around the world, saying it's a bad idea for anybody to be Muslim. Even my Indian friends had trouble traveling through different countries when that was praised. Let's get back to the fact of Palestine. Listen, all I'm going to say is, and I want to close on this, is that if you want a diplomatic way of solutions to move forward, first of all, you need to hold people accountable. We can hold the H group accountable if they've done anything bad, but we also need to hold the IDF accountable for the evil acts that they've done, and the people in power, especially Mr. Netanyahu and his counterparts. Because what they have done, they have changed absolutely the whole narrative around the world. The only people around the world that are actually saying to you that they feel threatened by Israel is the entire world. Spain, all these other countries, Ireland, are calling for you guys to do a ceasefire and to be more tactical. There's too many kids being unalived, and I want you to turn around and say to everybody that you will work towards stopping this kind of behavior. Let's move on that. Maybe Israel will have a chance in the future. Maybe Palestinians and Israelis can live in peace. But we need to talk about that, not the previous history and not being Islamophobe. We need to move forward and trying to find a way of how peace can be achieved. And not by blaming the other side. Hold your people accountable. I'll hold my people accountable. You hold your people accountable. That's how we should move forward. Because these people are ruining for our future generation. My son's only 5. I don't want my son to grow up in a world where there's Islamophobe, anti-Semitism. I don't want that. I think people just want peace. And good Jews that I've seen, and I've been friends with for nearly 25 years, they don't want that either. They want peace. And let's talk about peace. That's how we can achieve that. But let's not poke the bear too much. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Chip. I really appreciate you, Chip. Thank you for letting me on the platform. Thank you, sir.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, sorry. Thank you, Kitty. I was saying, is it okay, Valente, if I rotate you, or do you need to stay on the panel? We have one guest that wants to come up.
You can rotate me. That's no problem. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Please come back. It was nice to see you. I'm going to follow you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank
I
you
will
very
do,
much.
sir. Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, the next person that was going to go is Abu. Abu, welcome. I'm going to make you big. 3 to 5 minutes. What would you like to share?
Oh no, thank you. I'm on actually I'm on the phone with my family in
Okay.
Japan. And,
Take
but
your time.
I just
If
wanna,
you want to go back to the queue, and I can bring you up when you're done with your phone call.
yeah, but I just wanna quick before we lose this guy because he's saying Israel is a open air prison. Hopefully, Hezbollah is gonna open the gate for you, my friend. I'll get back to when I'm finished with my phone call.
Okay, thank you. We'll make you small again. Okay, so Abu's on hold. La Musicasa. Welcome, La Musicasa. Let me make you big. 3 to 5.
Hola.
What would you like to share?
Hello from Costa Rica, my friend. I always see your lives, and
Hey,
I'm
pura
just
vida, pura vida, pura vida.
Pura vida, all good here. We survived the hurricane. No, everything's fine. Man, I just
Yeah.
want to use to my time to really appreciate your work as a communication guy. You really rule the panel, and I think it's great you let these people be here and learn about what the world really is and think about what is going on. From Costa Rica, everything is totally horrible. Every day is very sad about the history is happened against Palestine people. And I think that problem is bigger that we can bite at once because it's big topic. I mean, these people is related with religion, with tradition, with weapons, with economy, actual device, dollar, and they need the war to maintain the fiat system economy in top. I mean, that's one of the tools they have because how are they gonna fight against Bitcoin and new shit is coming, new technology? They know the time is done and they are really desperate and they're showing off that actually every time they appear. And every time there's less Zionists appearing in the panels, and that's great. And I think the problem is even leaking because right here in South Pacific, Costa Rica, there's some group of Israeli Zionist people that rape a girl and create some problems in some community. They are bragging about that, and my nation is really peaceful nation, and I think in the end these people will meet the worldwide intention about peace because if they becoming violent people, they will be more wise, and violent people will stop them. And that's what I want to share with you all, and say thanks to all that light workers that are waking people and fighting against these demons. Actually, what we are seeing is a manifestation on some spiritual ground in many ignorance of people and materialism of people and selfishness, and we see what is going on. Their target is the kids, and we need to stop this as a mature people, mature and wise people. The Zionists need to know the real mature people is in the world. So thank you, Chief, for everything. Pura vida.
Sure. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing your views. I did want to add one thing to what he said, which I thought was very wise. There's a guy named Ray Dalio. I really encourage anybody who's curious to learn about the way empires sort of rise and fall. And his argument is that China is on the ascent and the United States is just coming over the top and heading down. And what he said is that empires don't go down without a fight. And a lot of people think that some of these conflicts we're seeing is the beginning of those fights that the U.S. is trying to orchestrate to slow down or eliminate these rising threats, other currencies, other empires. we'll see how it plays out, but it could get kind of ugly. I hope it doesn't. Okay, the next person that's coming up is J-Cell. I'm giving the rest of the order too so people know where they are. We're giving each person about 3 to 5 minutes. We're staying on mute to be polite with each other. If somebody mentions your name or asks you a question, you can unmic and respond. Let's keep it civil. Okay, we have J-Cell, then we have user number 863 whatever, then Sunshine, and we're coming back to Mencken. I'm sorry it's taking so long, Mencken. I know you probably want to talk. But again, take notes, everybody. I'm taking some notes too. If anything gets said, I want to make sure we cover it. That's critical. Okay, we're going to J-Cell. J-Cell, make you big. Welcome, sir. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you, sir? Nice to see you.
You as well.
Yes, so basically, I have a few points to make. I am deeply sickened and I am deeply angry about the injustice that is happening to the people of the Gaza Strip. And I feel as though there's no more international law, no more international rules-based system, because the United Nations, the international community should have put on sanctions against the State of Israel, should have taken military action against the State of Israel, should have stopped and condemned the State of Israel, but none of this happened. They've been, Israel has essentially been given carte blanche. Israel is now a law unto itself. It is now it is now operating above the law, which is extremely distressful to see. Now, I believe that they keep on, the world keeps on blaming October 7, and the world is just, and the Western countries are talking about, yeah, well, everything started on October the 7th, but I'm sorry to tell them that the conflict didn't just start on October the 7th. This goes back like 75 years ago to 1948, 76 years ago to 1948, where Zionists occupied and stole the land of Palestine from the Arab indigenous population there, and where they treated them with disdain and absolute contempt. So, now they're talking about a peace process prior to October 7. They were talking about a peace process in 93. However, unfortunately, there has never been peace in the land of Palestine, because I simply believe that the ideology of Zionism is incapable of bringing together Muslim, Jews, Arabs and Israelis. I don't believe that an ideology like that can actually do this. Now, if the Israelis are making the argument that they should have a homeland for themselves, fair enough. Why did they not give the Jewish people a homeland in a place like Germany, so they could carve out a sliver of Germany, a part of Germany, as part of a compensation package for what the Germans did to the Jews, and give them a land there? Why did the Jewish people have to take over a land that was occupied by the Palestinians? Now, the Palestinians were previously pagan Arab, they were pagan Arab peoples in the past. They were Palestinian Jews in the past. They were Palestinian Christians in the past. Now the vast and overwhelming majority of them are Palestinian Muslims. The fundamental point here, the Palestinian people were the natives of the land in exactly the same way the Native American Indians were the natives of the United States of America. So therefore, I believe that the land should be relinquished and should be given back to the Palestinians. And, the Palestinians should decide, should be given a right of self-determination, and they should be given a right of, independence over their land. And if indeed the Jewish people want a homeland, they can always go over to and take a sliver of Germany, take a section of Germany as part of a compensation package for what happened to them previously. I hope I haven't come across as extreme, and I hope I haven't come across as fanatical in any way. Thank you very much, Chip Barnes.
Yeah, J-Cell, do me a favor. I want to ask one question to you for the audience to consider as well, and then we'll rotate if it's okay. By the way, let me see if there's still somebody in the queue. There's one person in the queue, so if somebody who's up here would like to rotate, or we can wait until someone is. J-Cell, you mentioned the fact that because the harm that happened, the Holocaust, which was horrific, And there have been other times when Jewish people have been mistreated, obviously through history, which is also equally horrible, but none worse than that. And so, therefore, you feel that there may be the obligation from the Germans who did these things to not only compensate them as they've been doing, but also give part of the land for them to be there. Because many of the people who have since come to, or some have come from European countries to populate Israel. So the question is, what about the Jewish people who claim that 3,000 years ago, the kingdom of David, which lasts between 2 and 220 years, that entitles them as their ancestral homeland to have some or all of the territory that they believe was theirs back then? What would you say to that argument?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned that earlier. Basically, what I would say was that initially, before the Jewish faith, you had pagan Arab Palestinians living on the soil, and they converted, of course, to they became Palestinian Jews. So the religion is like changes, and then they became Christians, and then they became Muslims. Fundamentally, it's the Palestinian people, whether they are Jewish, whether they are Christian, whether they are Muslim, it is their native indigenous land. It is not, that land does not belong to the Ethiopian Falasha Jews who are originally from Africa. It doesn't belong to the European Jews who are originally from the Ukraine or from Britain or from France. It belongs to the natives over there. So that would be my issue right there. The fundamental point was there were Palestinian Jews that previously existed, but the native indigenous people should be taking care of that particular land. That would be my perspective. And besides, there was a person called Ehud Barak who used to be prime minister, who said that, look, at the end of the day, why should they care about what our religion says anyway? Our religion is not their religion. So if I were to come to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and say, oh, I have a religious book, and therefore my religious book says I need to take over all of Britain, and I'm going to displace the native indigenous population, that would not be acceptable. That would be my point there. So it's for the Palestinian Jews, the Palestinian pagan Arabs, the Palestinian Muslims, the Palestinian atheists that should live on the land of Palestine as the native indigenous population. That's what I would say to that.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good. Thank you for that point of view. That's
By the way,
yeah. We have gone about 7 minutes. We do have to give somebody else a chance.
One more second. Can I just come in 1 more second, sir?
Yeah,
Sorry about this.
It's okay.
Yeah. Did I come across as extreme or like too radical, or was it just?
Well, the way you presented it was thoughtful, and it was done very concisely. It depends on which point of view you're looking at it from. I think some people who do believe that the ancestral homeland belongs to, quote unquote, the Jews would take issue with the assertion that everyone from Europe is not indigenous, because from their point of view, they were originally there, but they got expelled during the Roman era, and therefore they still have a right to return, given that it was originally. Other people would say that because it was so long ago, what gives you the right to claim that 200-year period as it being solely yours? There were people there before then, there were people thereafter. How do you pick that one point in time? And shouldn't there be given consideration to who was living on the land when this decision was made without their consent to change the circumstances? So I see both arguments. I tend to lean towards the latter. I don't think you presented it in a way that was radical.
All right. Thank you very much for your help, sir.
All right, that's great. Thanks for being here, JCell. I think the next person was going to be user number 8635. Then it's going to be Sunshine, and then Mankin, and then that's the order. Yeah, I'll make you big. Go ahead. Welcome, user. How you doing?
How are you, Chip? It's good to talk with you. Long time I didn't talk with you. I want to give the other perspective about this conflict.
Okay, please.
With the people who call themselves Palestinian, they are actually Muslim. Hamas consider himself like a part of the Muslim world, of the Brotherhood of Muslim, and about the nation of Islam. All the Muslim, Shia or Sunni, are part of the nation of Islam.
Okay.
The conflict between Israel and our neighbor, it's a religion conflict because they are Muslim and we are Jews. I am from Israel, and I'm proud to this to be Jews. And my grandfather prayed to Jerusalem, and all the time we was here Jews in Israel, and we come back to our homeland. So it's a religion war, but not by the Jews, by the Muslims themselves, because they consider us like less of a cockroach, at less of a cockroach, not human people, satanic people. Listen to what they say. They are saying in the Quran, in the Hadith, that we are not human. We are in the side of the Satan. And I want to ask you a question. Before, when the Islam came, you have still Jews in Israel in a village. What they do to the Jews? Once they give jizya on them, second they kill them, and three the Jews
Conversion.
escape from things. We come back under the Ottoman Empire, Muslim Empire, Ottoman Empire. We come back under them, under the Muslim, and they cannot understand this. They cannot understand it, the miracle of the God. And I want to say to you, a big rabbi say, every president of a nation who will talk against the Jews will be in heaven, not in heaven, one big rabbi says this. See what happened to the president of Iran. See what happened to the member of Turkish parliament. From now, I don't say this. A big rabbi say in Israel, somebody, leader who talk against Israel, the Jews with hate.
What happened to Sharon?
Second, I want to ask you a question. Who destroys the big library? And check me, ship of Alexandria.
Are you asking me to respond?
All
right
the
now?
knowledge.
Go ahead, continue.
His internet is very poor, Chip.
Okay.
All the big library of India.
There we go. By the way,
All
user, we only heard, we didn't
the
hear the
big
last,
library.
we didn't hear the last 10 seconds because your internet cut out. Can you repeat yourself?
Iran, Bifam. The Muslim destroyed all the knowledge of Alexandria library. You can check me. In one, and if I kill,
Okay, right.
kill.
User, right now, I just want you to listen for a second. Your internet is cutting out.
If a Muslim
So
kill a man,
hold on, real quick.
not
Your
not
internet's cutting out, so we're only hearing a little
according
bit
to
of
the
it.
Muslim law.
Okay. I just want you to, user, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm happy to listen to whatever you want to share, but your internet keeps going down, and so we're only hearing bits and pieces. So if you can restore your internet connection, if you want to come back up and finish your time, you had about a minute or two left. So I'll keep you online. Come on back. Okay. I just want to respond briefly before I pass the mic on to our next guest, which is going to be, that was David. This is going to be Sunshine and then Mencken, and then we'll go around. But real quick, so the comment he made was about Islam and its destructive nature, its violent nature, whatever. My question comes back to, though, he's claiming that the Muslim Brotherhood has this relationship, and it does, by the way, there's some origin of this, with H Group in Gaza, that they believe in a lot of the same things. They have a common ideology. The question is, does that ideology extend to the totality of the Palestinian people? Is the average Palestinian, I'm talking about the mass numbers of the 7 million people, do they believe in the same thing about the hadiths? Do they hate Jewish people? Are they looking to convert everybody? And I know in the past there was the jizya, or there was the forced conversions. You know, these things happen in the past. That's not happening in Palestine. And the question is, he said it's about religion. And I hear this argument all the time, that it's about religion or it's about hatred of Jewish people, like massive anti-Semitism, or some combination of the two. They want to get rid of the Jews, take over the land, and then have everybody be an Islamic area, Arabs only, whatever. Now, if I believe that, I would be on the side of Israel and protecting them from this horrific, bigotry and whatever caliphate. But that's not my understanding. And I think that one of the problems in this, and again, it's just being an analyst, is that people who grow up supporting Israel are told repeatedly this explanation, this framing of events, and that they, quote unquote, are out to get us. Now, what happened in the Holocaust was clearly somebody out to get the Jewish people. There's no doubt about that. There have been pogroms in the past where people were out to get the Jewish people. No doubt about it. The question is, because those things happened, is it clear that the same intent is with this new group of people who happen to live beside, or is their intent based on something else? Could it be that they feel a sense of injustice, frustration, anger for what happened not only in 1948 without their consent? Obviously, they were on the losing end of a pretty disruptive thing, but then all the things that have happened since, including the 73, 67, the checkpoints, all the things that go on that make Palestinian lives difficult, which are the things I learned about in 1989 that I found objection with, which I think a normal objective person would be like, hey, what WTF? So I want to just challenge you back on that and see what the panel thinks about that. I won't go into the others.
May I put my sense into that, Chip, for a second?
We have to give turns.
Just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry.
I got you.
I have so many people. I wish I could do it, but I have to be fair. Sunshine, you're next. Let me make you big. Welcome to the panel, and then we'll go around the horn as fast as we can. 3 to 5 minutes. Please try to be concise and to the point. Let me make you big.
Hey, Chip, good to see you again. I've been sitting here watching this chat, so I'm going to come at this a whole different perspective way. Okay? I see Mencken in the comments just threatening and degrading and making jokes and this, that, and the other. That's the mentality that we're talking about right here. You're looking at people as if they were like just items on a chessboard. Yes, I've been watching this chat. I see all the shit you guys have been saying. You gotta understand this. The American people, we don't have a right to vote because that vote's already been paid for by all of the Jewish people that have the money in the pockets of all the politicians. You take the Palestinians. They're minding their own fucking business, and Israel decided they
just real quick, I'm not trying to stop you, Sunshine. One of the things the algorithm does is if we say words demonstrably, like you just said with the F-bomb, it can take the live down. So please use measured language, TikTok-friendly language. Please continue.
I apologize.
No worries.
I believe people are not looking at it okay, it's the same as red and blue. Israel, Palestine. You got to break it down to the human person involved, okay? The United States, I am from the United States, and right now I am ashamed to be part of my
incoming
country.
voice call from mom.
But I look at the Palestine and I look at the Israel, and I have sat and listened to both sides for a very long time. I am not opinionated in anything, but in today's chat, I have seen the disgustingness, the arrogance, the barbarianism, as Yusuf says, of those people. And it shows in the chat, the mentality that they have. The I word is intending on taking as much land as they can. And unfortunately, the United States is right there backing them. Everything, okay? The whole thing in Ukraine and Russia. You guys don't realize America sanctioned Russia and stole $30 billion from them when this Ukraine war started, okay? I'm not for either side. I am for...
It was 225 billion.
Yeah, you have to look and see the innocent to the cruelty. Okay, like in your comments down here, all of you making jokes and this, that, and the other, threatening. You're literally threatening people from anyone that is not of your mentality. Okay, you are judging. You are just blatantly being disgusting toward other human beings. And that is my point right there. I am pro-Pally because of this. I am pro-Russia because Russia's been picked so many times he could have already blew us up, but he hasn't. Think about these things. When you're sitting here in this chat making verbal threats, making jokes, calling names, that is why you have the reputation you have.
You're
muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Sunshine, thank you for your points. I wanted to ask you if
I'm
you're okay
good.
if I
I'm
rotate
good.
you.
I'm
'Cause we
done.
have some guests. Is that okay? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Please come back. I'm giving you a follow. Okay. The next person to come up is going to be, let me check my notes. It is going to be, Mencken is going to have a chance to respond. Mencken, we have to stick to 3 to 5 minutes because that's what we're doing for everybody.
Chip,
But
I'm gonna have to leave, yeah?
okay, Jay.
All
Thanks
right,
for
I'll
being
be
here.
back.
Man.
I'll be back soon, sir.
See you soon. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Come on back. Okay, Mencken, it's your turn. Please don't interrupt, Mencken. Please stay on mute, and we'll bring some other guests up. But we have to stick to 3 to 5 minutes. It's 2:35 p.m. my time. That'll give you till 2:40. Go ahead, please.
It will be kind of hard because I'm the only one talking about Israel. I think maybe some other guys, but it's really, I have like 12 points. So I'm going to start and you will decide when to stop me. We talk about Israel as the biggest prison in the world, open prison, just like Palestine. If we're talking about just not the airport is actually destroyed in the Second Intifada. And that was actually a security thing. And I'm pretty sure Israel knew what she's doing, what we're doing there. Hamas is actually created by the Mujamma and 4 other groups that came from the Muslim Brotherhood from Cairo. You can actually see a documentary about that. And they operate for like 10 years from 73. They started from 68. After the war, and they operate from 73 till the creation of Hamas. And then Sheikh Hassin became the spiritual leader. So it actually a brotherhood, a Muslim brotherhood group. So, and then they created, of course, mosques and schools and start propaganda in the children there, creating the books that we know against the Jews and stuff like that. So you actually learn about that. It's well documented. So, and then they started an NGO through the US. That's why they started operating on the US in major operation. According to the 100 years plan of the Muslim to occupy Europe and the United States through NGOs. And what we actually see, there is a lot of movement in that area, against that area in the EU. We see a lot of parties go against that. So according to you said something about AIPAC. AIPAC is a legal, not a secret group. And there are also the Muslim PAC, also the Russian PAC, also the Arab PAC. If you want to eliminate AIPAC, okay, let's eliminate every PAC that exists in, the thing is that AIPAC have 3 million members and it's well operated and it's like $1,000 something for a year for each member. And people pay because they have value from that. It's not just some conspiracy of Israel. Right? We know well that Israel got a lot of tech and a lot of businesses and stuff like that. So Israel is never took any land from directly Palestinians or Palestinian Authority. They took it from Jordan that released this area for Israel, and also Gaza from Egypt. So according to that and to the section 49 of the Geneva Convention, the fourth one, Israel said, listen, we never took any land from them. We took it and we got it actually from Egypt and from Jordan. That's why we're not actually, Israel, not recognizing any other issues from UN about that, which usually got selected, passed by 12 or 14 members. That's all. That's kind of a joke. So you can check the 49 and why Israel said it's not illegal. Israel is the Jewish home is the place of the Jewish people according to history. It's actually we had two major kingdom here, Judea and Israel for 400 years, just these two. Before that, it was a lot more years. So it's not just that. And actually you can find, and I'm sorry if people are gonna find it disturbing, but I think that Muhammad was a Zionist. According to Al-Maida, Surah Al-Maida, you can start read from 20 and you can actually see that he's talking about the return of Bnei Israel to the land. And actually it's even more than that. Muhammad talked about that if the Israelis going to return to the religion way, so actually the state as a Jewish and religious place, then they can come back. It's not just a land for the Jews, it's actually a religious state in Israel. So not a lot of people know the Quran. They actually did not read it and know anything about it, maybe like the start, the beginning, and like 2 chapters after that. So Muhammad was a Zionist. You can actually read about that in the Quran. So let me see, another one. Okay, so Israel got...
You're muted, Chip, you're muted.
That's about 6 minutes in. Sorry, I got to check that. I just try to keep the background noise down. I cook something. That's about 6 minutes in. Menken, hang on to that. I know you have a lot you want to share based on what we've been talking about. We have other members that have come in. We have Dan and someone else. By the way, just administrative, if you're trying to connect, Dan said that I dropped him. I didn't drop him. TikTok sometimes has trouble like getting people to kind of come in. So I'll say this one more time. If you're not getting in, if you think that someone's dropping you, the best thing to do is exit TikTok, reset your phone using airplane mode. That'll reset your internet connection and then come back in. And that
No, I was in the chat and then I just dropped out for a second. I don't know why.
That's okay. Just like there was somebody else who's trying to connect as a guest, and if you can't connect, that's almost always the problem. Okay, we have just let Dan know what's going on. We have an order. We're giving 3 to 5 minutes to each person to say their thing. I do want to make one thing. This is not to pat myself on the back, but this is to put out that I think that the way I'm doing this live, of giving every person an equal chance to speak uninterrupted with nobody berating them for their point, is the way to do communication. And I will say this. On every live that I've been on that's been pro-Israeli, it's been the exact opposite. People jump on me, they shit down my throat, they call me names, they question my motives, they talk over me, they mute me, they kick me out. I don't believe that's the way to treat other humans, just in general. Forget about the issue. So I encourage people to learn from this format. Hopefully try to duplicate it, okay? Anyway, so let me do this. I have it written down. The order right now is, okay, Menken just went. Federico wanted to say something before. We're going to give him a chance, and then we're going to go to Dan, okay? So Federico, please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hold on, Kitty. Hold on, Kitty. Let's say, Federico, do you want to yield to Kitty?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, Kitty, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. First of all, Meekin and the other guy who was talking, they go from one life to one life, spread Islamophobia. I know them. Second of all, do not talk about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when you don't know anything you're talking about. That's just spewing your venom and lies in this platform. Second of all, it's not about a religion issue. It's about a land issue. You know it. I know it. The world knows it. Okay. Second of all, you spoke about AIPAC not being illegal. It is the most illegal thing that ever existed in the United States. It pledges allegiance to a foreign country, not to the United States of America. It goes on its interest, not the interest of the United States of America. Okay. Another thing is, how does it feel when you come up and you hear other people from other countries, like Lasuka Musica came up and says that Israelis are doing this in his own country. Okay. You keep telling us as if you're threatening us that Israel is not coming, Israel is not taking this, Israel is not weak. You will see, you will see. Let me tell you something. Israel is the most weakest state that ever existed. If not for the United States of America and the Europeans, you would not be existing. With all due respect, it's the truth, but you are in denial of that. Your army is crying, defecting. They want to go to prison. They don't want to have anything to do with this. They are weak. If Netanyahu himself came up reprimanding Biden for delaying what his ammunition, you don't tell me that. Don't hype the state of Israel for something that it's not. It is weak. It has been tested. Before it was not tested. You have not been in a long wars. It's 9 months. You were used to going into Palestine, doing the deed, and going out victorious in your minds. But we've been at this for 9 months. We have weakened you. The resistance have weakened the army. You mentally, emotionally, whatever you want to say, the troops, your troops are gone. Okay, they defected. They don't want to have anything to do with it. So stop telling me that you are the strongest army and the moral army and whatever it is, because this 9 months, the whole world saw who you are. Begging for help, trying to make the United States go to war with every country in the region for your benefit. Okay. Another thing is, when you talk about Islam, and you talk about the Quran, I don't know what Quran you have. You probably rewrote, astaghfirullah, the Quran, so you can talk about it. I encourage you, the more you talk about Islam in a bad view, people will look it up. Just see how many people have went into Islam, in the faith, in our faith, and became Muslims just because of what happened in October 7th. That should tell you a lot. It's not a religious issue. It's a land issue. It's an occupation. You have occupied a people. We tend to talk about Gaza as we should. We should always talk about Gaza. But what you've been doing in the West Bank also is atrocious. Right now, because of 5 countries that recognize Palestine, Netanyahu decided he wants to build 5 settlements to tell them you go against us, here goes another settlement, okay? 76 years of occupation. You understand what that means? We're the ones, you provoked us. We're the bear that is provoked. Now, you get to see what real war is about, when people are resistant, when people want their freedom, when people want to live. It's not about religion, because if it was about religion, you know how many Muslims are in the world? Yeah. Just think about that for a minute. It's about a land. It's about the Palestinian land. Put that in your head. Stop telling me, oh, wait what Israel will do. No, friend. You have Israel shown that it's weak. Without the United States of America, it's nothing. AIPAC is illegal.
We see how weak you are without Iran.
Hold on, King David, we're doing a format where each person is getting 2 to 3 minutes, and we're eager to hear what you have to share, and we'll give you a chance to respond to any points. Please take a couple notes or whatever you can do. I'm doing it myself.
That's what I've been doing. I'm trying to take notes, to go through whatever
So
these.
let me let King David know what the order is, so he can decide if he wants to stay. So King David, the order from here out: Kitty's finishing her thoughts, then Federico is going to jump in, and then we have Dan.
It's my turn. You said it's my turn.
And then we have Dan's going to go, and then it's going to be you, King David. Okay.
That's fine.
No, it's me.
I'm sorry. It goes. Hold on. It goes Federico. Sorry. Let me finish. It goes Federico, then Dan, then it's going to go up to Abu, and then it's going to. If user wants to say something, then it'll go to King David. So I apologize, King David. We just have to share the mic, okay? And please, by the way, just real quick, hold on. Let me tell the rules. The way that the panels work here is that everyone maintains on mute while the other person. You'll go big. 3 to 5 minutes at your discretion, maybe a little longer if we have to talk something out. And then just please be respectful and not jump in on somebody else. And if you don't like what they're saying in the comments, please be civil, please be topic specific, not individual attacks. Let's show each other respect, because the only way this is ever going to be solved is if we find a way to communicate on a civil level and get a peace agreement. Okay, with that in mind, Kitty, please finish up, and then I'm going to turn it over to Federico.
Yes, thank you. This is actually all I had, and I'm tired of. I see him all the time on other lives. Him and the other one who was talking before. They're spewing Islamophobia. If you hate Islam so much, stop talking about it because you're not changing anybody's mind. You're looking foolish. That's where it is. And I yield to yield. I'm sorry, I give the mic to you.
Thanks, Kitty. Right now, we can keep everybody on the panel because we have. We don't have anybody in the queue, but if that changes, we'll have to rotate. I do want to bring up a couple of things that Kitty said, and Federico, if you want to address these, or Dan, if you want to address them. We talked about land, not religion, or hatred of Jewish people. I make that point a lot. I want to hear what people think about that. You talk about weakness. Kitty's claiming that the Israeli military is not this undefeatable sort of invincible force, but it's going to run into some realistic obstacles.
Not from where I'm standing. I'm in Tel Aviv.
Hold on, Dan, come on. I just shared with you the rules, so let's stick with them. I'm reiterating some of her points, and people can share their opinion, including Federico, Dan, and King David. She said that there's an arrogance and overconfidence that seems pretty omnipresent. We can address that. I tend to concur with that, even though, you call it what you want. It's just an impression. That they're looking to start a regional war and get the United States involved, and that sort of a force to destabilize the region rather than for peace. And she said what's happening in the West Bank is reprehensible, and the fact that Netanyahu has publicly committed to building even more settlements than usual is just another sort of finger in the eye or poking the wound of Palestinians. Okay, let's let Federico go, and then we'll turn it over to Dan. Federico, welcome. Please share what you'd like to share.
All right. They keep mentioning Muslims Brotherhood and the biggest allies to Israel in the Middle East. The largest Muslim country is Turkey, and it's ran by Muslim Brotherhood. So keep the crap, cut the crap on that thing. They keep mentioning ISIS, and we all know during the war in Syria, the ISIS fighters were getting treated in Israel. So cut that crap again. And I advise all of you that speaks about religion, if you are not a Muslim and you don't know, if you have a question about Islam, ask. Don't state what Islam is or what Islam is not when you're not a Muslim. You cannot speak for Islam if you're not a Muslim. What you think is not what it is. So if you have a question about Islam, ask. Do not paint Islam in the way you want to paint it. It doesn't make you credible. In regard of the response on Lebanon, that this morning Lebanon woke you up with 200 missiles and a fleet of drones. Why is it Israel still quiet? Why has not responded yet? Some people tells me in the comment that they are unaliving the leader of H group. How is that? What has changed for you? Did it get better or did it get worsened for you? Did the buffer zone got bigger or the buffer zone got tighter? That's all. You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Federico. It's going to be Dan's turn, but please, audience members, don't report Dan if he says something you don't like. Don't be mean. Listen to him, because understanding someone else's point of view is really important, even if you disagree with it. Let's show respect, kindness, and not behave in a way that reflects poorly on us as people who support Palestine. Go ahead, Dan.
Yes, actually, I kind of lost my train of thought, but what I wanted to say that, yeah, I think Israel is a strong country. I think from my standpoint in Tel Aviv, in the beginning from 7th of October, there were like many missiles coming to our direction, like thousands and thousands every day, alarms, taking my 3-year-old kid to the shelter, a lot of panic that is gone now, so evidently what's happening is working as far as I'm concerned, as far as the security of Israel. So I'm glad for the other side to have less missiles pointing to our direction. Also, many bigger armies than Gaza have, Israel just wants to exist and actually wants peace. And like other big countries like Jordan, for example, and Egypt, that have bigger military capability have given up and learned to accept Israel and to live with peace. And the country, the place of the Palestinian people, that it's called Gaza, and in the West Bank, they actually are continuing to wage war on us, even though they must know that they cannot win us militarily, and they are willing to still sacrifice their people and and actually complain for G side at the same time. It's just illogical. The logical thing is to stop this, start acting in a peaceful way, surrender and release our hostages for everybody to be saved. It's just illogical to continue and complain about it. Evidently they cannot win. Evidently, as I can see it from my perspective, the Israeli army is actually winning. And it's just, start accepting the existence in this small piece of land will flourish eventually in the future. This is how I see it.
All right, thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Stay on for a second. I do have a couple questions, but I want to make sure I understand what you said first, make sure I listened well. So you say that Israel's strong, that in Tel Aviv, at the beginning of all this, there were thousands of rockets. You had to go to shelters, which I don't agree with. That's terrible, too. And that there was a lot of panic at the time, but that has since quieted down. That Israel, in general, just wants to exist and wants peace. Jordan has a larger army, but they've decided, because they know that they've not been able to prevail, that they're just going to decide to live in peace. The West Bank,
Also Egypt, yes. Yeah.
Egypt, and so the West Bank, you think it's futile for people that continue to use violence because it's not going to make a difference, and it just makes things worse for people. They have no right to claim a G-side is happening. Expect us to act peaceful and release the hostages and kind of get back to peace that was before 10/7, and that the Israeli army is winning.
Yeah, yeah. If the first step for peace is quietness, and is quietness. This is how it begins. How do you begin having peace with somebody? First of all, has to be like some kind of acceptance, and quietness, and then conversation, and then eventually hugging.
Okay, well, if it's okay, I want to address a couple of those points. And again, let me address them, and then I'd like to hear your thoughts as well, based on what I share. Okay, so first of all, getting back to the rocket fire. Obviously, Israel's Iron Dome does a very good job. Not that something couldn't get through theoretically if you didn't have that, but let's face it, very few of those penetrate the system, and those that do very rarely cause much damage, if any, to persons or property. Every once in a while one does, which is bad, but it's not the kind of thing where every day, dozens of people are being unalive, buildings coming down, a total destruction, although it does create an atmosphere.
1,000 wrongs don't make a right.
Listen, I understand that point of view, but the point is the impact of the wrong actions is not substantial to person or property.
No, but the act itself is wrong.
Okay, well, you can call it wrong, but I'm just talking about the impact, the end result of the wrong activity in your view.
I wish we didn't have this technology, because this technology is actually skewing the whole outcome of this matter. If we didn't have the technology and the innovation of the Iron Dome, there would be like targeting a lot of civilians gone all the time. You understand this would happen? This is not normal.
I get it. I understand that point of view. But again, just to reiterate, Israel's defenses, this system that was put in place to interdict projectiles that come into Israel's airspace, is very effective. And over the course of all of the rockets that have ever been fired, this is documented, you can Google it, guess how many Israelis have lost their lives as a result of rocket fire?
I'm so glad there is almost none.
Yeah, it's 6.
Okay,
so if you look
very
at the number,
good.
If you look at the
Still,
number,
it's not. It's still, I prefer for not to have any rockets point in this direction.
It's more than that. It's more than that, buddy.
Hold on. That look it up again. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying it's not a good condition for two neighboring countries to have in their existence. You understand? One country that wants actually peace and are willing to give back territories and to pull out and to give aid, and the other country just wants to destroy the other country next to it.
Okay, let's address that, because I think that's a fair point of view to share. So again, I'm probably one of the people that's gone to more pro-Israeli lives and been able to listen, because I rarely get a chance to speak, and when I do, I get cut off and talked over and called names, which is unfortunate. And but this is a different format, so we can actually have both sides, which is good. The concept, the narrative that Israel just wants to be peaceful and wants to be recognized to exist in peace and get along and whatever. Okay, let's address that. So again, The H group is a militant, violent portion of the Palestinian population. Very small numbers numerically. Palestinians are about almost 6 million people. Of the 6 million people, about 26,000 are militants, and about another 12,000 are administrators or part of the party apparatus. So it's a little bit under 40,000 human beings. Divide 5.76 million by 40,000. You'll see it's a very minute fraction
But
of
they're
the
controlling
population.
the government, the governing force over there.
Let me finish the idea. Let me finish. I let you finish. So, in terms of now, the argument that I hear often on these lives is that because people supposedly, and I've not verified this, but they say 70% or more support the actions of 10-7, meaning from their perspective, they're for terrorism, they're for unaliving civilians. All they care about is getting the Jewish people. And they don't talk about the resistance concept. So let me elaborate on that briefly, and then I'll get your idea of that. So, in my understanding of resistance, the U.S. did it. Our founding fathers resisted the British occupation. Other liberation movements have resisted what they perceive to be an oppressive set of circumstances. South Africa comes to mind, with a minority leadership of white people, a majority population of black people with unequal rights. We call that apartheid. They eventually resisted and they overcame that, and now there's a different political solution, which I'm sure a lot of white people don't like, being on the other side of political leadership or political majority, or what are you going to call it, power. But that's what it is. So with Palestinians, from their point of view, if they perceive there to be an injustice based on what happened in 1948 and 1967 and all the things that have happened since then, notwithstanding the things they've done to harm Israelis, let's acknowledge that for being bad, cafes, buses, cars, whatever the things may be that have been done. Obviously, those things are horrendous and people should be upset about that. However, if it's within a context, and I'm saying it's justified, but if it's within a context of trying to overcome a set of circumstances that one perceives as oppressive, is it beyond the realm of understanding that someone who is, you mentioned earlier, Danielle, that people should just, quote, get along, act peacefully, release the hostages. So the question would be, if you found yourself among a population who your popular belief system is that you're being oppressed by another people, that you're being harmed, which is, it's irrefutable how many people have been unalive since 1930.
Yeah, it's a belief system. That's the problem.
So now the point is the belief system based on hatred of Jewish people, which is the argument I hear, or some combination complement of Islamic fundamentalism?
It doesn't matter.
Or is it, as Kitty said earlier when she was talking, she said, is it about land? In other words, they perceive the injustice to be primarily what they refer to as the Nakba. And you can call it people fled. You don't have to acknowledge any of the things that they claim. But either way, people who were living somewhere weren't living there anymore. I think we can agree upon that. There was a creation of this thing called the Jewish state.
This happened a lot in the globe. People were like...
Well, let me finish. I know I'm going on a lot here. This is important. So some people celebrate that as a miracle. I've heard a lot of people in my travels talk about it that way. Other people say it was a nightmare. So again, one group had a benefit. The other one had a loss, took an L. That's the way it is. The question is, Dan, I want to ask you this. Do you believe that the driving behavior that motivates and the existence of groups like the H group or Islamic Jihad, does that come from a abject hatred or religious fervor, or is it based upon the concept of resistance of occupation and fighting against what is perceived injustice?
Look, myself, I'm not, I don't want to rely on religion because I'm not a very religious person per se. I just know what I can say, that from my standpoint and my family's standpoint, and a lot of the Jewish people that live in Israel, and my parents were born in Israel actually. The standpoint that we did everything we could as far as our voting power, as far as our protesting power, we did everything we could to gain peace, and it worked in many ways, like with Egypt, for example, in Jordan, and also voting for left-wing parties and so on. Not really left, everybody's more. Most of Israel wants peace, and most Israel is actually leftist, mostly, It's not really extreme right, like even Bibi is like kind of center, So from my perspective, me and my family were leftists, and we're voting anything for the existence and the possibility of peace. So from my perspective, I did everything I could, I did everything I could. I don't know what else to do from my perspective, and the fact that this happened. And this is happening right now on these platforms, and I'm receiving all this hate and all this bigotry and all this, lies. is shocking to me, even after 9 months still, you know. I don't know myself what else to do for Israel, for my country to have peace, and for people to self-actualize themselves on the land. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me jump into that, and then we're going to switch over to the next guest because I know people are waiting patiently. I apologize to those who are waiting. Okay, so let's just run an exercise here. And again, as an American, obviously it doesn't affect me directly as to what happens in the region, other than my personal sentiments. I agree.
I'm actually an American citizen, by the way.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to hear it. I mean, your parents are from the country, so they originate there, and you have a good connection.
I was born in the U.S. myself.
Okay, no problem. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, so here's the question: what could bring peace? So, from the Israeli perspective, I think genuinely most Israelis, especially the ones I've talked to, they really truly want two things. As I think Dan's right on the number. He said that they want a recognition, in other words, a right to exist, and secondly, they want peace, meaning security. Okay, fair enough. I don't want to have projectiles coming from the sky, whether they're shot down or not. I don't want to have to go to a shelter 5 times a week or whatever it may be. That sucks. I don't want people that are committed to my destruction from my point of view. I don't want people to attack my country periodically and attack my civilians or even my soldiers. I want to avoid all that. Okay, I acknowledge that point of view, and if I were in those shoes, I may feel exactly the same way. So here's the thing that I've noticed, and again, this is just my interpretation. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying this is from what I've studied for 35 years, and I've had a lot of work put into this. Here's what I've observed. One, the things that are absolutely necessary for Israel to protect its security is one thing. The other things they do over and above that are the things that I've had most difficulty trying to get my head around. Secondly, if you look at what the leadership has done, not the people, the leadership has done, not that there isn't criticism to be had of the other side's leadership as well, as far as money and not treating the people well, and I agree with all that. However, I don't even think the H group is the best political entity to rule any part of the Palestinians, but that's my opinion. But notwithstanding criticism of those factors, what Israel has chosen to do is to create this sort of like carrot in front of the audience. Hey, we want peace. We want to do this. And they dangle it, even with the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords were supposed to be a 5-year window for temporary arrangements in the territory to show good faith, as you're referring to, in order for there to be an agreement struck. During that time, the Israelis put out offers that had no ability to include autonomy. That's the big problem here, is autonomy. None of the peace officers, and yes, some of them have included more land than others and have been reasonable in other ways, but this is the problem. If your goal is autonomy, self-determination, just like the Israelis want with the Jewish state, which I think is a good thing to aspire to, why do the Palestinians not have the right to aspire to something similar? The problem that I've noticed is that at every turn, whenever the Palestinians have made more reasonable attempts to meet at the peace agreement, the Israelis have cut the process off. And they tell everybody publicly, hey, we've done all this, we've made all these offers, and all these other people, these unreasonable, hate-filled Muslim extremists that want to use terrorism to kill all our people, they won't be peaceful. That's the narrative. That narrative, from my studies, is false. But many people agree and espouse it. So here's my question. If you believe the H Group's revised charter in 2017, which I take it for as it's written, it says specifically that, one, the H Group, because they're angry about the original injustices, refuses to recognize what they call the Zionist entity. Okay, their language, not mine. But notwithstanding that right to not recognize it, they still are willing to use the pre-1967 borders as a way to establish separate sovereign territory from Israel to coexist. Now, my personal belief is it's not practical, obviously, because of just the logistics, the people, the history, and the unwillingness of the Israelis, of leadership, not the people, to give way on any of the issues that they feel that, because they're in a position of power. They don't have to. Let's face it. They're negotiating from a position of strength. However, if you say, how can there be peace? I'm telling you right now, I've talked to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Palestinians. I've never had one of them say they hate Jewish people, not one. I've never had somebody say that they want to forcibly convert.
Because they say it in Hebrew, Yehudi, not Zionist. They say Yehudi.
Hold on, King. Hold on. We'll get to it. I'm putting this out there because this alternate perspective is so important. And this is the one impasse that I've found in all these lives that I think is the obstacle to peace, is this acknowledgement. We don't know for sure. It may be, I'm going to acknowledge the side of the argument that I disagree with. It may be that no matter what happens, no matter what is granted to the other side, that there'll never be peace because these people are extremists. All they want to do is get rid of the Jewish people, and therefore there is no negotiating with that. That's craziness. It's insanity, and you can't negotiate with insanity. Therefore, there's just whatever has to happen for Israel's security is what it is. That's the current status of affairs. That's where we are. Now, is it possible
is it possible that if there were to be autonomy, that there could be commensurate security? People will point to Gaza who argue against that possibility and say, well, look, we tried it once. We pulled out in 2005. We forcibly removed our settlers. We, quote, gave them Gaza and all the accompaniments. And look what they did. All they did was ruin the place, steal the money for the leadership, and attack Israel. That's what we hear, right? That's the narrative that I've heard over and over again. Let me present you with an alternative way to view it, just in case you can possibly put this into your orbit. If Israel was divided into two parts that were non-contiguous, and it was a sovereign state or it was a territory inhabited by Jewish people, and somebody in the smaller enclave up in the north, let's say near the Galilee, decided that they were going to remove their occupation or their forces and their people that were in a territory that you saw as your own, but the remaining larger portion of your territory, including the majority of your population, was still living under the same entity's control militarily, because they claimed that even though you had lived there for 150, 300 years, that they have a right to it and they have a right to maintain it, and you have unequal rights with them, and you're treated as military rule. You can't get citizenship, and you're mistreated horribly. And part of your territory is liberated from that structure. Would you see it as a complete relinquishing of the problems you face? Or would you rather identify with the totality of your people? You don't see the geography, even though there's a political divide. There's a more radical group that was in this sliver up front and more conciliatory group in the south. But either way, your people, the people that you identify with culturally and as far as your ethnicity and your religion, is one people divided into different spaces. Would you then see yourself as liberated, or would you see yourself as very small portion of liberated, and you're thankful for that, but there's still a struggle to be had to fully liberate your territory and your people? Can you see that as a possible way of viewing something?
Yeah, I see it's unfortunate. But do you really think that Israel wants to expand its borders?
Absolutely.
I really don't think so.
Why not?
Because I think if they would, if they wanted to, they would. If you know, it's like what's happening with Russia. You know, they want to do it, they do it. You know, places that want to expand their borders, make wars to expand borders. I think that actually Israel, the fact that they actually pulled out, and the fact that there weren't any checkpoints in the beginning, and the fact that there are checkpoints now, and all this, controlling of their borders is because of the other side, not accepting and wanting to actually eliminate us, and actually maintaining this illogical ideology, even though that they know they cannot actually physically, practically do it. This is how I see it. I mean, and from my perspective, again, I did everything I could, and everybody I know did everything they could for this to be peaceful, and I remember I'm actually in my 50s. I'm 54. I remember going on the roof and seeing the Sadat plane come to us and sign the peace agreement, and how happy everybody was, and when everything is happening with Jordan. I mean, this is things that we're like longing to happen. And I think that most of the Jewish people in Israel would like to have quiet and peace. And the fact that these people are divided into two portions is really terrible. But I don't think I think it came because of the other side didn't want to accept us from the beginning and waged war on us. And as you wage war, in war you lose territories. This is part of how the globe acquires territories in war. In war, when somebody wages war on you and they lose it, you usually acquire territories. And then, like the Sinai in Gaza, we gave it back. We wanted to do it to get peace, and we won these territories, and we gave them back for peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's address that just for one. We're going to go to the next guest because I know people are waiting patiently. I apologize. This is just a really...
But you understand my perspective from where I'm coming from.
I completely understand that perspective. And I think that the peace agreement that was struck between Egypt and Israel is a step in the right direction for the region. And hopefully that can be done in its totality at some point. But I think from the perspective of the Arab population that's been living with what has happened since 1948, those who have been scattered in some way, shape, or form, they've become refugees or physically moved, or, it was a big disruption. Let's put it that way. So from their perspective, they feel that because of the way their circumstances have been handled and what happened to them,
Like, for example, the Israeli narrative is that, hey, Egypt was coming after us. They were building up forces. Nasser was saber rattling and they cut off a key shipping route. So therefore, we have the right to get ahead of this and go in as preemption. That was the
Yes, it's
justification.
unfair. I agree. It's
Well,
unfair
so,
and some.
but the fact
It's
that
unfair.
Israel pulled the trigger first, that Israel moved its troops first, and other armies then met the Israeli movement, and they lost the battle, and Israel has since claimed territorial dominance because of said military victory, is dubious. And people can interpret that differently. But the way the world has looked at it internationally is they've used a resolution after World War II, citing the fact that every country agreed after that point through the UN that you wouldn't take territory by force aggressively and offensively. And after the conflict, you would return the territory. You wouldn't occupy and annex it. What Israel hasn't done is formally annexed it, but what it has done is maintain a military presence. Now, in Gaza, it's a little different. Gaza was a hornet's nest. And it was too much trouble after it was returned by Egypt to the territory and the Gazans were living there for it to be sustained. It was an unsustainable security situation. So they made the calculation to withdraw, which wasn't for the benefit of the Gazan people. It was for the benefit of Israel's security and having basically be able to sleep at
We
night.
didn't even want it, right? We wanted to give it back. Is
I
that
understand.
true?
But notwithstanding that particular resolution in that part of the territory, the way I like to look at it is this, and see if you think this analogy is stupid. But if I'm somebody on the schoolyard and I'm a smaller, less equipped, not a strong kid, and some bigger football player with his 5 friends are standing there, the guy takes his big, military boot and sticks it on my neck. I'm on the ground, my hands are tied behind my back, and I got 5 knives in my side. And the guy's twisting them periodically. And why is he doing that? Because he's mean and he can. He's got a position of power over me.
I don't think we're mean.
Let me finish the thought. So if he reaches down and removes one of those 5 knives, I still have 4 in me. And the guy says, "Now listen, you need to be peaceful. You need to accept the situation that you're in, and then there can be peace." What would you say to the bully you're looking up at? You're like, "Dude, are you out of your fucking mind? You're standing on top of me. You're more powerful than me. You're using that power to basically overwhelm my people. You got 4 knives in my side that you keep twisting, and you're telling me I need to be nice?" Can you understand how somebody would look at that and go, "Wait a second, how can you possibly expect that of us?"
Yeah, but you think we want to be strong? We have to be strong.
Okay.
That's what you fail to realize. We have to be strong because look at how many countries around us
How
wanted
do
to
you?
take
But
us out.
something has to begin somewhere. Maybe this guy that's on the floor has to try to be I don't know. I mean, it's complicated, obviously. The circumstances are not great for the Palestinian people. I agree. But this is not the way to go about it. And every
let's
time
say
they
that,
go about
let's
it
say
this way, they lose more. Actually, they lose more. And the fact that they're willing to lose so much all the time, and to show the world how much they lose is also a problem.
well, again, so in other words, when people are under a difficult set of circumstances from their perception, you don't have to agree with their story, but if they strongly perceive it and they have such a strong tie to their land that their very identity as human beings are tied to it, and they're willing to give even their life to defend what they believe is theirs, which seems to be the case in the region. So you can disagree with them, but if that's the sentiment they hold collectively as a people, and they're willing to go to any extent for the purpose of dignity, and they even use the term martyrdom, which is some sort of a noble way to lose your life in the circle of big, not proactively hurting civilians per se, but just being unalived in a building coming down. They call that same person a martyr because they're giving of their life to a bigger cause.
That's very sad.
If they're willing to endorse any amount of strife and hardship towards a greater good, because they look at it as a part of that struggle, how can you possibly vanquish an enemy with that mindset? You're going to have to find a way to resolve it peacefully. And like I said, asking somebody who's in a very vulnerable situation with a lot of difficulty in life, who
What can we
periodically
do?
fights back,
What
but
can we do?
to ask them to quote play nice, we've seen what playing nice has done in the West Bank. The Oslo Accords were basically a way to play nice. The political government said, okay, let's try something to work with the Israelis. Let's work towards a peaceful framework. We'll share control of the territory. We'll try to work together as best we can to limit the amount of T attacks, which still happen, by the way, but still, that's because of frustration. There's been no political resolution because every time something is tried to be worked on, Israel, points to this idea that they want to unalive everybody, that the radicals control the day, which they don't. And secondly, they've said that, and this is why King David said it, we have to, what's
But Chip,
happening.
I don't want to
But
stop you,
those
but your
missiles coming all
monologue
the
is so
time
far
inside.
on. By the time you get to us, we're gonna lose all the damn points that you're talking about, buddy.
That's a fair thing to say. Okay, let me put it this way.
You're
If
you're
Israel,
going too
if,
far without
if real
understanding
quick,
why.
this is the last point. If Israel uses the argument about radicalism and Islam and wanting to get rid of the Jewish people as an excuse to never go to the peace table or not offer deals that are acceptable, how can there ever be peace?
What do you think should we do?
I can tell you exactly what should be done. What should
Yes.
happen is Israel's been sequentially occupying and settling territory in the West Bank, what they call Judea and Samaria. In the areas that are controlled, Area C, which is considered solely Israeli control, they're building settlements. They're settling the land, and in some cases, displacing.
You think
actual
this would solve the problem?
Well, no. Put it this way. I will say I don't know for sure.
Could
But
you
what
please
I
move on, please?
Chip, let me just give you one example. One
No,
example.
it's
One
my turn.
example.
It's my turn. I've been waiting for almost half an hour. It's my turn.
Okay, that's fair enough. Let's park that for a second and let's give Abu a chance to get in. Go ahead, Abu.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been a long time. Sometimes you lose your thoughts. But first of all, I'm sorry I don't have my glasses with me. But the guy he was speaking about the prophet, what's his name, Monkey or something. First of all, as a Muslims, we're not supposed to be sitting in a discussion with the prophet and the religion being insulted, unless the person comes with a civilized way of debating, and then we can debate. But if somebody comes in here and insult the prophet, we're not supposed to be sitting with you or listening to this nonsense.
Okay.
Now, Chip, I want to ask you a question.
Yep.
As an American citizen, I believe.
You cut off. Sorry. I heard you believe, and that was the last.
Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
Chip, sorry, I have a phone call. I'll be back.
Go ahead, Dan. Yeah. Let me make you big, Abu. I'll make Dan smaller. Yes. I mean, I support the fact that it's written into our Constitution and it's maintained by law. So in a way, I accept that it exists. I'm not excited about some of the problems that come out of it.
Okay, so you have the right to burn the American flag.
Yeah, that's the First Amendment.
Okay. Do you have the right to question the existence of God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the right to question the accuracy of the Bible?
Yes, absolutely. We have the right to say anything except for encouraging hate speech or violence.
Okay. So why are we prohibited in questioning the Holocaust?
Well, we shouldn't be. I don't think anybody is by law, but socially it's considered taboo because it's deemed to be anti-Semitic and mean-spirited.
It's so many books has been written about the big question about what they call the Holocaust is being taken off the shelves. You cannot read it. You cannot buy it.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive subject for people that are Jewish because from their point of view, it was an attempt to exterminate the entirety of their people. So anybody who questions that makes them feel as if they're participating in the desire to exterminate them.
Well, they have the question. They question about the existence of God. Who is more important, God or them?
Well, to many people, God. I'm not a religious person, but I'm sure most people would answer it God.
Okay, as far as the Egyptian peace treaty with Israel or Jordanian peace treaty with Israel is nothing but a toilet paper. The Egyptian people and the Jordanian people, they wipe their behind with it because it's only nothing but a piece of paper. If you open the border in Gaza right now, in Rafah, if you open the border, I guarantee you, the Egyptian people will have dinner in Tel Aviv with no arms.
Well, I would agree
No
with you
fighting.
that this is the point. The populations that are the leadership, just like in my country, the leadership is not representative of the majority or even the vast majority of human beings. Most people say, well, hey, these Arab countries are getting along. We have these peace deals. The people in those countries do not support those deals at all. And if they had a chance, they would have their leadership change those deals because based on the behavior of what Israel does to the Palestinians as they see it.
Netanyahu made a big deal about the normalization with the UAE. Ask me how many times they have a war with the UAE. How many times they have an argument. He's making a big deal. If you want to have a peace, you need to withdraw, give the Palestinians their land, and we call it. If you keep occupying the Palestinian land, you're not going to have a peace.
Which
You're
part
not
of the
gonna
land?
sleep in peace.
Which part of the land? From 1964 or the entire territory?
No, not now. First we talk about 67, and then we talk about the rest of it later.
I meant 67. Sorry, I think I said
Yeah,
64.
yeah. Because once we get to the 67, most of these people they're gonna go back to Germany, Poland, New York, Philadelphia, wherever. They're gonna have to go. They have no choice but to go.
Is it
How
real quick? Do you think a
possible?
Jewish state? Hold on, this is a quick question. So, do you think that a Jewish state, in principle, is a fair idea? And are you supportive of a Jewish state? And is it just about the location, or do you support it in general?
Only if you have a proof, you have a birth certificate, and you have a proof you don't have dual citizenship. If you have a dual citizenship, you have no right to be in Palestine.
What if your parents are from there and you just live elsewhere, like Dan?
Go back to your parents where they came from.
They come from Tel Aviv. He
My
said they
parents
born
were born in Israel. Yes, it's okay.
Yeah.
If your parents born in Palestine, yes, you can stay there. But if you have a dual citizenship, go back where you came from.
No, my parents were born in Israel. I was born in San Jose because my dad was going to school there. What's my situation?
Yeah, you can stay. We can let you stay.
You can stay. And what about the other people? What about who's gonna? No, I'm just asking technically, who's going to pay their mortgage and the car payments when they, who are they gonna call? How do they leave? How do you see this happening technically?
What do you mean? You want me to be responsible for your mortgage?
I'm saying if you want people to leave, actually they don't have where to go because we can't call Poland, our places in Poland and Germany, wherever, we're not able to go back there. You understand that?
No. You do have properties. Most of
No,
you
no,
guys
we
have
don't,
properties.
we don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I'm telling you, we don't.
That case
So-
would be up to the Palestinian people. Move on.
This is a very unrealistic dream. I don't
It's
see
going
this
to happen.
happen.
It's going to happen. You know why?
How do you see this happening exactly?
It's going to happen. You know why?
When?
Because after October 7, Israel was exposed, my friend. The big
Israel was
tiger,
exposed?
the big monster. It turned out to be a spider.
Explain to me how this is going to happen technically and what's the time frame.
It's going to happen. This is the beginning of it. It's going
Explain to
happen.
me how, please. I understand you're saying this 3 times, 4 times. How is it going to happen?
Okay, go look at the airport. Go to the airport and look how many people are leaving what's called Israel.
No, actually, people are coming back. They want to be here now. This is exactly the opposite what's happening.
Absolutely not.
I'm telling you, yes. Many
Absolutely
people,
not.
many are making aliyah. A lot of people is saying that this is the best place, the most secure place for the Jewish people right now. And a lot of people are actually coming back here, and a lot of people are moving here to Israel right now.
How many people in the south? Answer my question. How many people in the south?
No, hang on, and I understand, but I would just want to understand how do you think this is going to happen, all what you want to happen, and in what time frame exactly, and technically how it's going to happen. Because obviously, if you say this, you thought this through, right?
Listen, how many people in the south left their houses?
Yeah, a lot of many displaced people for sure. They're gonna come back if they're gonna come back after we finish because we're now almost finished with the operation in Gaza. There's no more. I'm telling you, there's no more missiles. No more. No. The beginning is we are destroyed all the terror infrastructure and all the missiles point to Israel. Israel is more secure right now, and eventually these people are going to go back home. And they're going to rebuild. And they're going to rebuild. I want you to explain to me realistically how do you see this? What you're saying is going to happen.
This morning, you guys got hit with 200 of them. Just
from the north of Israel, from Lebanon.
Just a
you're
wake-up
talking
call.
now. No, this is from Lebanon, though. It's from the other side.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Where are the people in the south? Where they living right now?
No, it's in south is not Lebanon. Lebanon is in the north. You have to get more educated. You're just talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me jump in.
I'm talking about Kiryat Shmona.
Can we get on this, please?
Let me just
No,
jump in.
but he's saying some crazy stuff. I want to understand.
I think the question that Dan asked is a fair one. Let me just put this out there. And we're going to
First of all, the conversation.
We're going to move to the next topic, okay? I promise you, we're going to let everybody peek. We're going in order. King David's going to go next. He's waited a long time. Hold on, King. I'm going to get you next. I
I
promise.
know, but Chip,
Let's face it. The reality right now is you're going to like what I have to say.
Chip,
Trust me. Hold on. The reality
I
on
don't
the
want to
ground.
interrupt you, man, but just 1 second, 1 second.
Listen, man, I'm happy to have you on the panel, but I got to be able to run it the way I do. I'm pretty fair. I'm always give people a chance, but sometimes the conversations have to be tidied up with a bow on the top. This is what we're going to say. We're going to move on. And you come on back up. I'll let you in. Okay. Real quick. The political circumstances right now, even though there's been a shift of awareness and people I do believe have seen more than they've ever seen before about not only the conflict, but also how Israel chooses to conduct itself vis-a-vis Palestinians. Say about that what you want. But a lot of people believe that this is the beginning of what is going to be an eventual change to the dynamics. I don't know exactly what shape, over what time. Let me say one more thing. If the United States goes through some kind of revolution, which there are a lot of people that want to see change in the United States, they're pissed, but we're not quite there yet, I don't believe. But if we ever do go through that and something changes vis-a-vis Western Europe and U.S. support for Israel, it's going to be a big game changer. The ability to act with impunity, both at the UN and militarily, will change. Also, if the leadership in the, quote, Arab countries that currently suppresses the public dissent, which is over the issue of Israel, and they take over and they run the militaries, there will be an all-out attack on Israel. Now, these are a lot of what ifs. I don't know exactly if they'll happen or when they'll happen, but because of the social media and the change of tenor around the issue, it started a movement that might lean in that direction. Whether it fails or moves forward, nobody knows. Right now, it's not going anywhere because the political dynamics won't allow it. That's the truth. Dan is right. So let's leave that alone for right now. We haven't had, come on back up. King David, you're going to have, I'll give you 5 minutes of uninterrupted time. You've waited patiently. Go ahead.
First of all, this guy that was just speaking, I would have cut him off in the beginning, questioning the Holocaust. It's the most documented war ever, and he's trying to question it. I mean, that's disgusting.
Just to be fair, he didn't say that, David. He said, why is it based on the First Amendment that other things are permitted that are pretty serious breaches of public beliefs? But this is what he said. Why is it that we can't question that? He didn't say he did question it. Why is it we can't and I said it's a social thing. People get ridiculously upset. They think they're questioning whether you support the genocide on Jewish people. That's what I said. Is that true?
Whatever, man. This guy's a Looney Tune, bro. I don't even want to waste any time.
Okay, you don't have to. You can disagree. Go ahead. What else would you like to say?
First of all, when you were talking about the West Bank and why we don't leave all the settlements and then give them the West Bank and then we can have peace. Well, first of all, let's go to test subject number 1, which was Gaza, which we left the settlements out of Gaza, gave them the land. There's no checkpoints over there. There's security blockade. You know what a blockade is?
I do.
Okay, so the blockade, which was not just Israel, was also Egypt. They put a blockade on them, and that's to stop the weapons come in. And look what happened. Look what happened to Gaza. It turned into a terrorist jungle gym. I mean, the whole place is filled with tunnels, infrastructure at schools, in UNRWA, with doctors. I mean, the whole system is there's no system like this in the whole world, where the whole system is through a T group and they're all connected, civilians with doctors and all that. So you want us to leave? You think if we leave West Bank right now, all the settlements, and give them that land, it's going to be peace? Do you think that? You really think that?
You're asking, or you want to answer? Or you just
no. I'm asking you. I'm saying after you see what. Look at test subject number 1, which Gaza.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Now do you think if we do the same thing with the West Bank, that's going to happen?
It'd be impossible for anyone to say with absolute certainty. I believe that in the political pragmatism, and maybe people have said I'm naive for saying this, but I don't know. But it depends on how it's done, obviously. If there's an international peacekeeping system in place that stays and helps with the border control, and stops militants from doing things like rocket fire, and the internal apparatus that's agreed to in conjunction with the International Peacekeeping Force and the Palestinian Authority of however they choose to govern, would have to find a way within the agreement to make sure that the security of Israel was lock solid and guaranteed. I can't say it's going to happen for sure.
So you agree it's dangerous to do that? It's dangerous.
Hold on. Now let's go to your test subject number one. I mentioned earlier that when you have a people that see themselves as one, they don't see themselves as I'm Gaza and those people over there are different people. They see themselves as one. I've had somebody on the panel yesterday who's a Palestinian who said the exact same thing. We see our brothers and sisters in God. This isn't the people that are political. Most people aren't political hardliners. We're political people here, but we're the exception. Most people are getting up every day and trying to find something to eat, feed their kids, go to work, just life. So that's it. That's most people. They see the Palestinians in Gaza and the Palestinians in the West Bank as still under the oppression and threat of an other. That's how they see themselves.
It's a disguise. It's a disguise to throw people off, like people like you that have no idea what's going on, with fancy words to make you think it's occupation.
Right. So hold on a second. I didn't mute you, by the way, Dave, but just give me a second to answer. You interrupted me. So first of all, you don't know what I'm aware of or not aware of. So rather than make the assumption, if you have something you think I may not be, why don't you ask me what it is and I'll tell you if I know it or not. Secondly, they see themselves as one people. This is the key to differentiator. I hear this all the time. And by the way, listen to this language. We gave them Gaza. We gave them Gaza. Now, my understanding is that the people that were living there, the Israeli military and police came into a territory where others were living, decided to build in that territory because it had an original war that was won in 1967 against the Egyptians, which later turned into a peace accord, and in 2005 decided to vacate that land for its own security interests.
Okay, so we're not there.
Hold on. If that isn't giving somebody something, that is exiting territory.
We wanted to give it back to Egypt, remember? We wanted to give it back to Egypt.
But Chip, we're not in there. We're not in there. We're not occupying it.
We
actually offered it back to Egypt.
This is the point. I got to make this point, and then when I finish, you can have the rest of your 5 minutes. I'll shut the hell up. If you see the people as a contiguous group of people, and another force decides to leave a small portion of your population territory, land-wise it's small, population-wise it's big. It's 2/5 of the population. If an army that you view as an oppressive force or a nation state partially removes its oppression on you, you still have oppression. So why would they play nice all of a sudden?
Chip, okay, listen, you can go. I can give you 2 seconds to go right now on Google. Look on Google Maps, and start searching some streets in Gaza, and look how oppressed they are over there. Look at the pictures before the war. Look at all the cookie shops and the weddings and all that.
What's your point?
What are you talking about, dude?
What's your point?
The point is they weren't oppressed.
I'm talking about the people in the West Bank, not the people in Gaza.
How are the people in the West Bank oppressed? It's all it is checkpoints for security.
Okay, wait a second. Now
no, Kitty, you don't have to speak. It's my turn.
This is really important to understand. This is my big frustration, and I didn't know this either. Okay, so when I learned this in 1989, okay, this is just something that was out of the blue. One of my classmates did a presentation on the First Intifada. I didn't even know what the hell the First Intifada was. I was clueless. I got the same story that I got from everybody else in America. Israel's our friend. It's a Jewish homeland. It protects the Jewish people. They're our ally. All these crazy Arab T-words are trying to attack them and unalive them, so we have to help protect them. That's all I knew. That's what I'd heard. And what I heard in the presentation by this classmate shocked me. I was like, what? Are you serious? These things that I learned that I had no clue about, I was like, wait a second, why do they do that? What's that all about? Why do they have an occupation force? Why did they take the land after this war that started under preemption? Why are they militarily occupying them? Why are these hardships being imposed upon them just because someone else says it's for their security? So what I encourage people to do is, and again, you don't have to believe this, if it were just a few checkpoints along the border, I'd be with you. It's not that. It is so much more than that.
But Chip, we didn't take the land. All we did was make a state, and then they made a war. That's what happened.
But I'm talking about 67
we didn't take the land. We made a state.
67 onward, Israel took the land. It's still
no, they didn't, man. Go back. I think you're confused, man. What happens was we declared a state. And they started a war with all the countries around us to annihilate us.
Where did you declare that state?
What was the genesis of that war?
I'm just saying, they didn't kick anybody out. Those people ran.
What was the genesis of that war? What caused it to spark off?
Again, we didn't kick
of the Jewish state.
What caused the war to spark off? Just answer that question. It's a very simple question.
Yeah, but you're using words like we occupy them and we want to take more land and all this stuff.
On 48.
Like
Forget about 67.
You're going on a monologue for like.
Wait, when somebody
so
says
much to your story.
Hold on. When somebody, King David, just listen. I asked you like a not even a 2 second question. I'm not monologuing. I'm asking you a simple question. Now you're saying you're going back and forth. Why did that war in 1948 begin? That's a simple thing to talk about.
Yeah, why did it begin?
Well, I'm asking you, from your point of view, why do you think it began?
Well, from your point of view, what
Declaration
do you
of the
think happened?
independence of Israel.
I'm just asking you, what is your impression? I'm asking you what you think. Why did it happen? What did you come to
To
learn
have
about
a
that?
state with borders to protect Jewish people.
No, but why? No, but why was there a war? What started the war?
Non-acceptance, like there is now.
Dude, they said no.
Over what issues? That's what I'm getting at. What was the crux of the matter? Is what I'm trying to get you to say.
They didn't want the partition plan. They didn't accept the existence of Israel.
Why didn't they accept it?
Because of the percentage or something obscure. Ever since it just got worse. But they didn't accept. The whole world accepted. They didn't accept. The Israelis accepted. The Jewish people accepted almost everything they were, offered, and the other side never accepted anything offered. This is what happened.
Okay, so why did they not accept it? That's a fair question.
Because they want the whole thing.
Okay, why did they want the whole thing?
Everybody wants what they want, I mean, this is like part of because I guess we were here before.
What was the percentage of population? This is important. What was the percentage of Jewish population versus Arab, whatever you want to call it, population?
I guess it was like 70-30. I'm not sure. Don't remember.
30-70. What was the percentage of land granted in the partition plan?
About 60-40, maybe.
So 30% of the population gets granted 60% of land. Now, if you're somebody who's lived there for decades, and somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, guess what? There's this new plan coming."
It's not somebody. It's the entire unit. It's the entire globe. It's
the people. Hold on, what would you say about that? In other words, if somebody came to you today and said, "Guess what? 2/3 of your community is going to another group of people that has 1/3 of the population," would you be like, "That sounds fair. Let's do it"?
That's not what happened.
But it's 75 years afterwards, and we won.
Let's go back to the beginning. You can't skip ahead. That's the whole point of this. Why did the war start?
This is what was voted for and accepted by the world and the Israeli, the Jewish people. And the other side that did not accept waged war, which they lost. And in war, you lose territories, which Israel tried slowly to give back for peace. The other side never wanted any peace, including now, by the way. And it hasn't changed. This is so sad. It's the same situation. Exactly. The Israeli people want only what we have. We want to be in peace. We don't want any more territories. We want to be left alone. The other side wants to demolish the other place and not build anything for themselves. It's like really like children in kindergarten. One is building a building from Lego, and the other kid is just like demolishing his building. This is what he wants to do. He does not want to build anything for himself. This is what's happening.
Let's do this. That's Daniel's feeling. Let's do this. I'm going to give King David another 3 minutes. I'm not going to interrupt. Sorry, King David. Go ahead and finish your thoughts. I'm just going to park that other issue.
No. I don't like to. I want to go point to point, like back to back. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want a monologue on something because we're not getting anywhere with that. We're just somebody's just talking. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever you want to do. I mean, I just want to give you a chance to direct it your way. What do you want to talk about? I'll do it your way. Unlike the lives that I go on that are pro-Israel, I get bounced around like a punching bag. But go ahead, do what you want to do.
It goes both ways on everybody, man. They all do it. The Palestinians are worst. You got 8 Palestinians going against 1 Jew, so they can get views. Come on, it's even worse.
Well, yeah, I can't speak for other
Some of
people.
the Palestinians are sitting up here. We have been respecting you, so respect.
That's fair. I think King Dave's being fine. So what else would you like to talk about?
I'm just saying exactly. Anyways, listen, man. At the end of the day, these people. I think there's a lot of people that want peace, and they're not getting their voice heard with the Palestinians. I think there's a lot of Palestinians they want peace, and they don't care about the return. To get more land, get back old land or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think they're happy with where the land is right now, and they just want to make peace. And they're not getting the voice out, and there's a lot of these people, man. They're indoctrinated, man, from a child to unalive Israelis, and they don't say Zionists, they say Yehudi, Jews. It's about Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? It's not about the land with a lot of them. It's about Yehudi. So I think you're smart on some stuff, but a lot of this stuff I don't think you don't know because you're not born there and you don't know the culture, man.
King David, I was born there. Are
What
you
does Yehudi
familiar?
mean? What does
That's
Yehudi
what.
mean?
Well, I just want to answer that point because, again, what I like to do, David, is I like to ask questions. And so I don't usually make assumptions about what people do or don't believe or why they believe it. I like to ask those questions. So when you make the assumption that I just don't know what's going on because I don't live there, do you think that I haven't done research and listened to people who do, including people from both sides? I've had plenty of conversations with Israelis who live there. They've shared their point of view, like Dan mentioned. And I've had plenty of conversations with people who see it differently based on the changes they've been through in their life. They grew up one way. And you mentioned the word indoctrination. It's interesting because this is not me using it. People that grow up in either households that are very pro-Israel or use the word Zionist. I don't want to use it in a disparaging way, but it talks about reinforcing the concepts that are talked about frequently, or those who grew up in Israel with the same thing. They have since come out and said, that as I was growing up, this is their words, not mine. I have video after video saved of people speaking to this, that they were the ones who went through a substantial indoctrination from birth, that they were the ones who were told that the other wants to get them, that everybody's against us, that the existence of this nation state is critical to our very survival as people under the concept of never again, and that we have to do anything and everything to preserve it or we're toast. That's what he said he heard growing up. Listen to this is a good example. I'm going to lay on the plane so you can finish. Dave Smith, for anybody who wants to verify this, I'm not making this crap up. He's just one of many. He's a Jewish American. He grew up in a household that spoke to this issue very similar to the way I just laid it out. And he has since learned a lot about it through research, which is what a lot of people either don't do or can't break free from the cultural or social aspects of what they think they know. And that's how I learned about this. I didn't want to think what I think. I don't want to be critical of Israel.
What about all the peace we did accomplish to make, though, Chip?
Hold on. This is an important thought. This is a really important distinction. So if the accusation is that Palestinians are hateful and they want to unalive and they want it all because they're indoctrinated from birth to hate Jews, that's what you just said, right? If I thought that were true, I'd be on your side of this issue 1,000%.
Okay.
I don't. But here's the thing. I know that's not true.
I know it is true.
The opposite. I think it's. How do you know it's true? What is the
How I
evidence?
know it's true? Because let's say let's say they're right and all
We've
that.
seen some math books.
1 second. Why can't you protest peacefully? I'm happy with that. Go protest peacefully. Go to the UN. Go do this. Go to you know what I'm saying? You don't have to unalive people to get your protest across.
David. So David, I'm
Yeah,
sure that
you don't
you're
have to
telling-
cross the border to kill
Yeah,
1,200 people to get your point across that you want some land.
I agree. It would be ideal if violence
Okay.
was not part of the plan. But let me ask you one question.
That's what these people do.
You have. This is not to be a smartass. I'm sure. Do you have access to a computer right now?
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to type in right of return protest violence. And why do I want you to type that in? Because in
I
Gaza-
understand that, but listen,
Let me-
the
let me-
many
let me tell the
years.
audi- Let me tell the audience this. This is really important. So you just made the assertion that why don't they protest peacefully? Go to the UN, have a protest, whatever. Gazans and people in the West Bank have done exactly that. In between
I'm
periods. of
sorry.
time.
You should protest for 100 years like that instead of one time unaliving somebody and raping them and kidnapping babies and all that stuff. I'm sorry, buddy. No, it doesn't matter what you do. You'll never make yourself right. You're making yourself worse. You're making the situation worse.
If I may,
Let's do this.
Chip.
Let's do this.
Propaganda that we all debunked.
Chip,
Why is he
don't
saying?
you agree? Hold on, Chip. Last thing.
Everybody go on mute. I have to switch the speaker, David. I gave you plenty of time. We'll bring you
Okay,
back up.
last thing.
Okay, real quick, 30 seconds and land the plane.
Yeah, don't you agree that now the Palestinians made it even worse for their own cause?
Temporarily, they're suffering more than they have before.
No, we did not.
Hold on.
Worse.
Just in terms of physical suffering, I think that that's indisputable that people are going through suffering. But I think in the way they view it differently. You view it as their short-term suffering. They think it's towards a greater long-term goal. That's how they
Chip,
look
you
at
know
it.
what they're worried about? Defunding us, taking people. If you're so worried about your land, what are you worried about Starbucks and all this shit? You know what I'm saying?
Hold on,
Bro.
just real quick. So let's finish. So King David made a lot of points. I want to just respond to one. So when somebody says to me, "Hey, buddy, you just don't get it," or "That's the flavor of all this," or "You're making yourself," first of all, I'm not Palestinian. I'm not an H group member. I'm not an H group supporter. I'm not doing anything. If you're referring to the people making it worse for themselves, yes, maybe part of. Ever think of this? This is part of the possibility. Do you ever think that part of the calculation on the part of the H group, maybe it's disgusting, but if they did decide to do what they do, knowing it was going to be a monstrous return attack, which it has been, let's face it, it's been very violent, no matter how you want to justify it. And what has that caused? Now, again, you can disagree disagree with this, but perception for most people is their reality. What's happened is, because of social media, a different media landscape than has ever existed before in all of the previous conflicts. It's just people are on apps like TikTok. Even Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL said this. We have
But
a
it's
TikTok.
false. It's wrong. It's
Hold on,
false.
Daniel, listen. You may think that people are uneducated and idiotic, but let me tell you what people have been seeing, and you can try to spin it how you want. People have been getting image after image and story after story of thousands and thousands and thousands of Palestinian civilians, which seem innocent and nothing to do with militancy, dying in record numbers and in horrific conditions, hospitals being disabled, food being cut
Would
off.
have never happened if October 7th didn't happen,
I get it, but I'm just telling you the
What do you mean you
perception.
get it? That's the whole story.
You have to listen. You have to listen to this. This is important. But just forget about what happened before. I'm just telling you. What
Perception is about numbers of
guys,
perception.
guys, let me finish this thought. Let me finish this
ابليس
thought.
هذا كاذب صهيوني مخادع ماكر لا توجد ادله انا بدي اناقشه بالادله.
Guys, hold on. I
If
don't wanna
it doesn't rain, you won't get wet.
Okay, I don't want to start dropping people what I have to. Okay, so what I want to be able to do is finish a sentence and not have people interrupt, and then I'll go quiet. I've been very good about giving people plenty of time, and it's disrespectful when you jump in. I'm trying to make one point, you step on me, and it's just not going to happen. So, and I'm the fairest host there is, so don't give me any bullshit about it. Okay, what I'm trying to make the point of is that when you're talking about public perception, yeah, people were outraged when this attack happened. We got messages about 40 babies. This was for a week. All we heard was the heads removed of 40 babies and how just barbaric these people were, and everyone was sympathetic with Israel, much like they were for the United States after 9/11.
That's not true, by the way.
Whenever
Chip.
somebody gets victimized, it makes the news in a big bad way. Please don't interrupt. So that is indisputable. The U.S. airwaves were only filled with sympathetic stories of barbarism committed by the H group against Israeli civilians. That's all that was talked about. Now, what has happened since? Israel has chosen a certain path to respond to this. Some people say it's out of vengeance. Other people say it's justified because the targeting is blah, whatever you want to say is the imagery has made its way out to the public. And people have to decide for themselves, whether they do research or not, how they respond to that. And a lot of times people don't even think, they just respond emotionally. And what's happened is that tens of millions of people around the world have seen what is perceived to be a massively disproportionate, cruel, callous, barbaric response to, yes, a cruel, callous, barbaric act on a much smaller scale. And they've seen devastation of the physical infrastructure. They've seen hospitals disabled or destroyed. They've seen hundreds of journalists being unalive, medical people being unalive, university presidents, all sorts of professionals, people rounded up and stuck in camps, people unalive by snipers, tanks rolling over, bulldozers running over people, mass executions, people being blown up with buildings, and it goes on and on and on.
What's the point, Chip?
It's very hard, Daniel. It's very hard to justify that behavior when everyone sees it happening over and over and over. Once or twice, maybe 5 times, whatever shit happens. But over and over and over and over. So people are like, wait a second, this looks fucked up. Let me try to find out more. And then they start turning over the rocks that I turned over when I was 21. And they go, that's messed up. What else may there be? That's messed up. And they've gotten this chain reaction of like, wait a second, we thought these were the good guys. These people aren't the good guys. Now, you can disagree with that assessment and that process, but that is where perception has gone to after the start of the response. That's it.
Yes, but we're looking for truth, Chip, not perception.
Well,
You understand?
I mean, for
Because
most people,
there could be a difference. There could be a difference between the actual truth and the perception that we're talking about.
So what would you say for those people who feel like the way I just described, how would you reorient them to what you believe is, quote, the truth?
Well, the truth is that we have to, make sure, like I said before, that there's no many missiles pointing anymore to our direction, and that this thing will not happen again. And we're in this unfortunate war that we are, actually, from my perspective, from what I researched, the actual casualty percentage or a ratio is pretty good as far as urban wars go. And we are going after the militants that actually perpetrated us and going after their infrastructure. And these things happen along the way, which are very gruesome and disgusting, but they cause a false perception of what actually is true.
Okay.
What is the
So real quick, I'm gonna move the mic around because I'm gonna come up with an order right now, and if I screw up, I'll reorient. So people just tell me. So I know some people have been waiting a long time who haven't spoken at all yet, so I got to give them a chance. One last thing to say about that before I pass the mic, and that is this:
you know, if you can convince people, again, this is a battle of perception. The media, part of any conflict, they say the first casualty of war is truth. Everyone's trying to spin things their way. We get it. Israel's had a very successful run at spinning things their way for a long time. They're still good at it. They're amazing. But they've lost control of some of the avenue of information dissemination, which has led to other perceptions being garnered. Whether they're right or wrong, these perceptions are real in people's minds. And so you can try to educate them, which is your job if you think they're wrong. But it's the same job that everyone else has had to do for decades when Israel's been sharing what they want people to think, and others have to try to reorient their thinking to what they believe is the truth. So it's interesting to find yourself on the other side of that challenge, I would say.
No, but you're saying perception all the time. You're saying the word perception. The thing is, perception is not truth. Most of the time, and a lot of the times, and not always, you know. And there is truth, there's perception.
Here's a question I want to ask anybody, not for an answer, something just to be thought over, mulled over. So whenever I'm thinking about something, and I try to challenge my beliefs as much as I can, because I don't know. I mean, there's things I don't know, I don't even know right now that might pop up. I'm like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I need to change what I'm thinking about this because that's more evidentiary. But the question I like to ask people is it possible that your point of view is either partially or wholly incorrect? Just as a thought process, myself included. And the answer to that, if you're being reasonable, is yes. It's always possible that something I'm believing is incorrect. I believed as a kid growing up in America that we were the good guys. I was a staunch patriot as a kid. I used to wear the flag stuff, and I used to want to go in the military and all this other stuff. And my life experience of learning more changed my feelings in such a way that I'm now different about that. I don't hate my country, but I'm also aware of what it does. And the story that I got, the narrative, the indoctrination, was one story versus what I found out to be reality. My argument is that most people who take the pro-Israeli point of view have had a limited journey in that experiential process, to the extent to which is that if they're open-minded, they haven't seen the things. They don't know what they don't know, or they just don't want to know, and they're not willing to turn the rocks over because it would not fit in with what they want to believe. It's like tugging on the rug they stand on. Just think about that for a second. And
Can I answer that for a second?
You believe the USA are the best guys? Just think it over. Just think that over, okay? Now let me see who's next here. I'm trying to make sense of this.
The USA are the bad guys.
Hold on, Red Sand has not talked yet, and then I think that where did he go? I don't see him anymore. Red Sand.
I can make it brief. I've got points here to say to answer debunk the Zayo Hasbara bullshit. Primarily, you just spoke about
let's do it based on arguments, and let's be respectful. Let's not call Zions. Let's say just say something that this is something that counteracts the dialogue from the Israeli side, or something more respectful.
Okay. But I don't recognize that entity you just mentioned. I have a problem with recognizing it as an Egyptian. Okay, so number one. Your brother Chip, you have just mentioned that the influence, that their perception and so on. No, I really stress that there is an AIPAC that pays money for people to be with that illegal apartheid occupation. There is Epstein Island that has videos of multiple heads of states under Ehud Barak's management of the island. We have these yet to look into. You know, Maxwell and all the Jonathan Pollard, who was released, a spy recently released by Trump back in 2000. And also we had a spy, his name is, what's his name?
Jonathan Pollard was one.
Yeah, Jonathan Pollard, okay. And then we can say about regarding the Edge Coast that he got offended. There was Romanian, there was Gypsies, there was, LGBTQ resistance. You know, they had different logos. If you go to engineer, Palestinian engineer, he would educate them on it. It wasn't just that. And we have also the Steins, rather, they were unaliving their secular, they were unaliving everybody, Hannibal directive, everything. They were doing this like the Aragons, like the Haganah. Okay, talking about the boycott, in brief, we have boycotted unhealthy products produced by Zayo, BlackRock, and the other company, whatever, Vanguard. Also, they're producing the boom booms and the pew pews. Okay,
Israelis don't. Zayos is.
I don't talk when you spoke, right? I didn't speak to just. I don't want to hear you. Egyptian peace accords. Me as an Egyptian, my boy, my family, everyone around me here. If I bring you one random guy from the street, Christian, be he or Egyptian Christian or Egyptian Muslim, he will tell you, even if he doesn't believe in God, if he walks the earth not believing in anything, he will also not approve or subscribe to anyone who have transgressed against us and who claim falsely to be the Israelites who left Egypt. You believe they also claim, you know, they make these series and intermingled pieces of lies that they, I mean, how can these guys would have ever touched an Egyptian monument, you know, building the pyramids? Anyways,
so you want the war, or you want the war to continue? Yes, you want war?
Nothing to hear from you. I don't talk to
war.
Zionists. We are not Arabs. That's number one. I'm an Egyptian. We are actually the mother of the Arabs is Hajar. She's the wife of Ibrahim, and she was the mother of Ishmael, and he was an Arabized Arab. Guess what? When they were a prophecy of Prophet Muhammad coming among the commons who were not given any prophet before, these guys, they took their children, they went and lived in Medina and in Mecca just for them, waiting for the prophecy to be fulfilled within them. And guess what? When it was not fulfilled within them, because they have, you know, disrespected God, they have broken the promises they given, everything they did with Moses. We know the whole story, and we have the whole thing written in the first verse of our Quran. So after they did this, they became the damned. Okay, so this is according to our scripture. Okay, so or Christians and Jews, even the Jews in Egypt, they wouldn't go to there to occupy Palestine. They went to elsewhere. We still have records of people coming back telling us we are still living in the United States. We never went to the Zionist state. And okay, there's also we dragged the settlers. They didn't give us Sinai back.
Nice,
we actually feed on the barley line, and we attacked them. We took our peninsula. We got.
You're muted, Chip.
Why?
I do. Hold on. I do want to ask a favor of everybody, just to try to be a little bit. I know you're angry. You probably feel a certain way very strongly. That's fine. But while we're in this dialogue with other people, let's not use pejorative language or say things like Zios. You can say the people with which you disagree, the people you think that have occupied the territory, the people you don't believe or agree with. Just don't use pejorative language. It's not fair. It's disrespectful. Okay. Thank you.
Dragging settlers from the Egyptian peninsula. We have videos of their settlers refusing to leave the land of Sinai, which they never have no traces of them. We have no traces of them in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. There is no trace of anything. They're claiming falsely that there is some prehistoric mention of the state of Israel. Okay, so all these, and I think I debunked enough now. Let me just give you the final, if I'm okay with this.
Yeah, to me what he
this
said, I
guy
didn't get
keeps
it.
telling us that we have peace as Egyptians. We don't have peace. You please don't believe this. Don't live in an illusion that we are peaceful with you and that we are your brothers. We are not keeping food from the Palestinian. They are occupying the Rafah border. We have our truck drivers, our 20,000 trucks there. It's the truck city of the world. You can check it on Google. You can go zoom in on Google if you have good. And by the way, everything that happened on the 7th was military. It was never anything out of all the bullshit they said about it was not true. The Nova Music Festival, the cars, they actually buried them because they want to, get rid of the evidence of the Hellfire, Apaches. We don't have Apaches with H Group, right? And they know what they did. They know they used the Hannibal Directive in Kibbutz Be'er. We forget those, and we keep mentioning. They keep mentioning beheaded, they're footed beheaded, the 40 whatever, and the grapes, which never happened. They have no accounts of, and the UN never approved. And they are just twisting. This is their way. We know this, and that's why you have no chance. It's not a Muslim thing. If it was a Muslim thing, we would have 2 billion of us here at your door, yeah, bro. You would never imagine. And these guys, you can imagine these guys. Look at them. You imagine these guys can be from this region. Let's have a look. Let's have a comparison. Here you go.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you. Real quick.
One thing before Mufasa says something.
Hold on. This is administrative. Danielle, but we have to take turns. But I have to limit the time now because we have 8 people in the guest box, and I also need to rotate some people out. So if anybody's willing to volunteer, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll have to do it.
I'll say one more thing and I'll drop.
Hold on, Dan. No, let me finish the administrative thing. This is important. For those of you on the guest box, if you try to connect in, if I choose you and you're like getting ready to come in, I'm not dropping you. A lot of times TikTok has difficulty bringing people onto a panel. To fix that, all you have to do is exit the TikTok app, change your phone from onto airplane mode, and then put your internet back on, come on back in and re-request. That usually fixes it, okay? Do me a favor, everybody. This has become a great conversation. We have a more balanced panel. A couple seconds, we'll have 3 and 3, which is great. I want to give each person 3 minutes of uninterrupted time. That means that if you're not speaking, you have to stay on mute no matter how much you want to jump in. If anybody does jump in, unless you're being directly addressed, I have to drop you because we have to have a good conversation and it gets too crazy otherwise. But I want to be respectful. Please don't use language that someone, listen, just put yourself in the other person's shoes. If you wouldn't want to be talked to that way, please don't say things like that. Even if you're angry, I know it's just, there's better times and places to speak like that. Not on this particular live. Okay, that's being fair. Thank you very much, Red Sand. Red Sand, is it okay if I drop you down so we can make room for another
I
panel?
apologize if I used any language. I wasn't I didn't get the warning in the beginning. I apologize, bro. And thank you. And please don't change your mind ever, because these guys, they will always try to change your mind. Make your own mind, man. We're not trying to change your mind. We're just showing
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not going to change my mind based on, if people make a valid argument that makes sense to me, I will certainly incorporate it in the way I think. I think that's being open-minded. I don't think people, quote, change my mind. I think that I make changes to my opinion based on what people share. Okay, let me bring up a couple, I'm going to let Mufasa, welcome. I'm going to let you go for 3 full minutes. Please do not interrupt. And if you're in the comments, please do not be disrespectful to the individuals. Then I'll bounce back.
When I can talk?
We'll go back and forth. Palestinian, but I want to let Mufasa say something. He's a very knowledgeable guy. I've talked to him before. Welcome, Mufasa.
Hello, Chief. I'm just setting up the timer, so I
Yep,
will
I'll
see
get
if
you.
we-
It's 4:04. I'll get you till 4:07.
Can I have the big screen, please?
Yep.
So we've seen an example of the amount of hate, manipulation, distortion of reality, lying by this Egyptian. Just starting off with Egypt, by the way, they actually built up the concentration camp in Gaza Strip. They also gave Israel the Gaza Strip under peace agreement, which, by the way, by definition makes it not an occupation, except of 50 years later, the UN decided it's an occupation. But then he went on rambling about the cars of the Nova Festival. We hide them. There are actually monuments all over Israel. You can literally go all the way through Israel and see the cars from the Nova Festival. Then he went on rambling about the Apache helicopter that was proven debunked completely. The Apache attack was next to the border. You can clearly see in the video of the Apache attack, the border like 200 meters away. The Nova Festival was 4 kilometers away. No connections between the two. These are the amount of lying. Now, he tried to deny the raping. He said the raping never happened. So this is a UN representative came to Israel investigating, concluding after watching 50 hours of videos, 5,000 of photos. Let's hear what she has to say.
No, you can't show video. Can't show video. You can do the audio. Let me tell the audience.
I've shown this video multiple times. There's no problem with this video.
No, I hold on. I don't want those to get the live taken down. You're welcome to come back up. What you can do is you can start the video and then take away from the person's face and let the audio speak. But I've gotten lives taken down immediately for showing video now. They've changed the standard.
If there's no weapons there, it's okay.
Hold on, real quick, guys. So what I want to say is this. I watched that report, and again, being open-minded, what I said to somebody is if there's evidence that there were, in fact, other independent groups that conclude certain things, that needs to be acknowledged. So what was being referred to in that particular piece is there was a UN committee that, again, there's a couple of asterisks, but I'll tell you the main conclusions. They investigated the allegations, they reviewed information like was said, and they concluded that there were 3 instances where they thought they had reliable and confirmation testimony and evidence to conclude that SA was involved in 3 cases. There was another one where they thought the evidence was compelling, but it wasn't quite as enough, but it was possible. So there's 4 cases. Now, the reason I mentioned this is because we were told from the Israeli side that this was a widespread act and used as a widespread act within the conflict, that it was all over the place, that massive numbers of women were affected. I don't know exactly what happened that day, so I can't deny any of those allegations.
You know what, Chief? Eventually, history writes itself correctly.
Let me finish. Hold on. Next time you interrupt, I'm going to have to drop you. I don't want to do that because I like you, but I don't want to
keeps having to say this. So what I'm trying to say is this: the allegations from the beginning that I heard them was that this was a widespread practice, that all these guys came in and they slaughtered people and they did all this to all these women. Anytime it's done to any women in one instance is horrific. Okay, let's not put that out of the way. It's a war crime. It's horrible. It destroys lives. It makes people, just irreparably broken. So in that regard, it's disgusting. But there was also an asterisk at the bottom of the report. If you read it, it says that the conclusions drawn were based primarily on Israeli testimony. Other third-party groups that have requested to come in and further investigate the allegations of the more egregious atrocities have been pushed away and turned down by the Israelis, which leads me to believe that there's just, I don't know, man. It adds another layer of doubt to a picture that seems a little bit clouded from the beginning. That's my take, as honest as I can make it. I don't know what else to say except for, again, if there was direct evidence or video evidence or some other substantive forensic evidence, I'd be all over it. I'd be like, okay, this happened.
Let him play the audio for this then. Let them play the audio.
Okay. Does she use direct language? That's what I need to know, because if she uses direct language, we can't play that. Just 1 second, Kitty. Okay, by the way, I tried to find out the battering order here because I got way out of control. It's hard to remember who goes next. I think user 86353. And Mufasa, if you come back up, I'll give you a full turn. I just didn't want to get banned.
Mufasa, come back up.
But let me get user, go ahead and start speaking, and then we'll go to Mufasa when he comes back up.
Thank you very much. Again, I talk about the Islam and why it's a conflict of religion. First, in 48, Egypt, Jordan, and the other Arab country wanted to take Israel to a part of the south, Gaza and Beersheba to Egypt, the other part to Jordan. But unfortunately, the Jews was more strong and more smart. And we win this war. No Palestinian mention. Again, Chip, I say to you, it's a religion conflict. And never have peace here. I'm very pessimist because, see, this Egyptian who was talking, I don't want to say a name against him, the God will handle him. Which aid he have? Which aid to Israel? Which aid to the Jews? Believe me. I said to you honestly, most of the Egyptians are brotherhood of Muslims. They are real Muslims. They are following Muhammad, their prophet. What Muhammad do, they have to do. If Muhammad analyze
misinformation, Chip.
If he analyze the Jews, don't trouble me, please. If he analyze the Jews, he have to analyze also. So they have to follow. Second, they cannot win Israel because Israel is under the nature. They don't understand how we came back under a Muslim regime of Ottoman Empire who make Holocaust to the Armenian people. See, I said to you, never have peace with Muslim in this area. Still until they are believing that we are cockroach and not worse from a cockroach. We are a Satan and devil. I don't believe in peace with them. See, the Muslim conquered Spain, arrived to Vienna, arrived to France. How they come back now to Europe? By immigration. So you cannot, they don't stop, it's a war. You don't have a peace, something we call peace in Islam. Something we call peace, it's only for a while. I tell you the truth. I read about Islam and I have a knowledge about Islam. I say to you, never have peace with Islam. Never, because they conquered, they want to come back to Egypt, to Israel, because it was under Islam law. They want to come back to France. They want to come back to...
Okay, listen, I let that go for as long as I possibly could, user. Listen, most people, when they hear something like this, tie this to the quote, like the Jews control the world. But saying that all Muslims are violent and they can't be peaceful is an absurd statement. Are there examples of the hijacking of Islam for fundamentalist and violent purposes? Of course. We've seen multiple examples of that. Is that indicative of the majority of Muslims around the world? Of course not. So it's silly to say that there can never be peace. If you have the attitude going into any kind of situation where people who are practice Islam happen to live, and you're going in ahead saying there can never be peace, what does that make you? That makes you unpeaceful. So again, just take that somewhere else where you can be more welcome. There's plenty of places you can repeat that and be happy. But
No, I say to you,
it's not going to be here. Okay, Mufasa, I interrupted you. I'm sorry about that. Please continue your time.
No. Okay, so can I have the big screen, please? I'm not going to show this video right now.
It's okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah, go
come
ahead.
back to this later the way you wanted to. But
Just don't want to get banned. That's all.
For sure. By the way, I've shown this specific video like at least 100 times. Never got banned or anything. This video is completely fine. At least 100 times I showed it. There's no problem with that.
Okay,
I
well,
find it
just
very
people have told
curious
me
that
not to
you
show
brought it.
videos, so I'm just trying to be smart about it.
So I just want to point out the facts, okay? This is the Muslim world. I don't have a problem with Muslim, by the way. I served in the IDF underneath a Muslim officer. I have Muslim neighbors. I provide services to Muslims. I don't have a problem with Muslims. I do have a problem with people that trying to radicalize Islam in order to conquer the world and to demonize the Jewish people, calling the devilish Zionism colonizers and all these horrific lies. So this is the map of Islam in the world. Just for reference, this is Israel.
Hold on. Those are nations that may have a majority Muslim population. They're not the Islamic world. Okay? Just to be clear.
Yeah, like at least 70% Muslims in these countries.
That's a fair way to put it.
Okay, so it's pretty safe to say about a country that has more than 70% Muslims that it is a Muslim country. Never mind that the majority out of them are ruled by Muslims, meaning in the prime minister are Muslims, the government are Muslims, and so on. So this is the Muslim world. Just for reference, this is Israel, including the West Bank and Gaza. And they are trying to call us the big colonizers. This is such an absurd. It's ridiculous. Israel is one of the tiniest countries in the world. This is the indigenous land of the Jewish people. There is no dispute about it. But the Palestinians trying to rewrite history, claiming that they are the indigenous people. We can go step by step and I'll show it to you. So I'm not going to show this video. I'm going to play it and you listen to it. So this is a UN representative. After investigating 50 hours of videos, more than 5,000 of photos. Let's hear what she has to say, and I'll give you a hint. It's the exact opposite of what you just said, Chief.
Okay, let's hear it.
Occurred during the 7th of October
Hang on,
attacks.
let me play it a little bit backward.
Reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence, including rape and gang rape, occurred during the 7th of October attacks in at least 3 locations, namely the Nova Music Festival site and its surroundings, Road 232 and Kibbutz Reim. And in most of these incidents, victims were first subjected to rape and then killed. And at least 2 incidents relate to the rape of women's corpses. With regard to the hostages taken to Gaza, we found clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and
Just amplifying clear and convincing evidence.
degrading treatment has been committed against captives. And we also have reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may still be ongoing against those still held in captivity.
So this is just a hint of it. Now, if you want to go and see, I'm going to show for the audience. The Palestinian will try to claim that these websites has viruses. So I recommend go from a public computer, okay? Don't risk your own computers. By the way, I did check. There are no viruses in any of them. I sent these evidence multiple times to Chief Barnes and he deleted them immediately, trying to deny it on his own Telegram account multiple times.
Wait a second. Just to let you know, I'm going to say this one last time. And then, by the way, I'm going to drop you for this because I'm tired of hearing this crap. I have never, ever, one time deleted anything that someone has sent me on Telegram or directed me to a Telegram channel because I am genuinely curious to learn the truth. Now, this UN report that came out, again, it shouldn't be discounted. However, I don't know the reference material upon which they drew their conclusions. I can't doubt it, but I will tell you this. Every other attempt to investigate these crimes, including a big professional British team that represented the network of Al Jazeera that had unlimited funds to do the investigation, were turned away by the Israelis, wouldn't provide any evidence. So I don't know. Again, it's the evidence that matters, not just the conclusion of this particular UN representative. And none of the evidence has been released to the public. Now, maybe you can say, I've heard
Who
someone.
would you listen? Who would you listen to if not her?
Hold on. It'd be helpful.
I drop also, Chip, because you're not letting.
It'd be helpful to corroborate the allegations if the evidence was provided to the public in some form or another. It doesn't have to be the most graphic portions of it. It doesn't have to show actual photographs, but something to corroborate it other than just.
That's disgusting. I'm sorry. It's
I'm not trying
disgusting.
to. I don't want to. I don't want to
It's
see.
disgusting that you actually want to see it. It's disgusting. You've heard the testament of a UN representative.
So it's a piece of the puzzle to take into account, but also absent the evidence, it's difficult to accept it in its totality. But we shouldn't discount it, and I can't deny anything that happened that day because I just don't know for sure. But because you ask questions, you're considered to be a horrible human being. And just like I said, wanting to see the evidence doesn't mean I'm some sort of interested freak show that wants to watch horrible things. It just means that I want to substantiate what's being claimed. Period. End of story. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, I'm not necessarily entitled to see the evidence because I'm just some guy in America. But the reason I wonder is that they've been very reluctant to release any evidence to substantiate the most claims, even to investigative groups that promise to keep it quiet, like human rights organizations or independent investigations. That leads me to just a wonder.
But hold on, Chip. This is a UN report. Sorry, and thanks for letting me up on your stage.
Reason or
It's
ground.
not your turn. We're all waiting. Can we
Yes,
just?
we need to let somebody. So, and one last thing to say, Israel is the ultimate buffet line of UN. So when the UN says Resolution 242, you got to get the heck out of the West Bank, ignore it. Don't accept it. When they say something that condemns Israel's lack of a ceasefire, they condemn it. They say, who cares? We ignore it. When they come out with a report that's favorable to Israel's point of view, oh, look at the UN. Look what the UN said. So again, you either support the UN or you don't support the UN. There's a report out right now about Israeli atrocities in prisons and in other places in Gaza. It gets rejected as being slanted and someone's anti-Semitic. So again, it's hard to buy these arguments. I mean, again, if you're consistent and you say the UN has validity for its reporting structure, okay, we'll look at the reports. But if you reject them 19 out of 20 times, and when one shows that it does something that you want it to say, now all of a sudden the UN has validity, it's just not fair. It's not a fair standard to apply. Kitty, go ahead and we'll take turns. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The issue here, Chip, and everybody who's listening, including the ones who dropped, you're not used to being confronted with the truth or challenged by the truth. You're used to doing what you want to do and when you do it and not be challenged by it. But your word is good enough for everybody. I understand your anger. I understand your frustration. You've been found out to lie, do what you want, and not being held accountable for your actions. Now the world has held you accountable for your actions. And that is what's angering you. I've heard so much stuff come out of all of you, the propaganda. You are squirming. You are squirming. You know what's going on. You know the world does not believe you anymore, and you're hurt, and you should be. Instead of you changing your ways, instead of you doing the right thing, you continue to do the wrong thing. Chip just told you don't show that video, but no, you want to show the video. You want to be held in an upper.
What about books?
Excuse me, it's my turn. The arrogance of you, the arrogance of the Israelis, the arrogance of you thinking you're above the law, you're above humanity, you're above everybody. Some of you in the comments said that you are the God. People, it's okay for people to find you out to lie, okay? The other one wants a resolution, how to live together. How about this? End the occupation. End the occupation. You said that during the attack of Iran, you sheltered. How nice that you have shelters to go into. Palestinians do not have shelters. They don't. You get them right where they are on the ground, but you get to shelter. Iran did the world a favor. It showed how weak Israel is. And your dome, it showed that your dome is in the midst of your civilians, of the citizens of Israel. It showed that you are weak. It showed that you are not the moral or not the strongest army in the world. This is something that really hurts you. I understand. Okay. You want a resolution? End the occupation. end the occupation. Let the Palestinians live. You talk so much, Dan, about you want to live free, your family, you're worried. Just the same way that you're worried about your family and you want to live free, the Palestinians do that. And I'll tell you this, if it's Gaza or Akka or West Bank or wherever in Palestine, we are all Palestinians. We are all Palestinians, regardless what village,
You
town you
cannot be a
come from.
Palestinian,
We are
lady.
Palestinians. And you are such Islam, you have such Islamophobic.
Let me just remind the panelists of the rules of this live, just to be clear. I'm not trying to be mean about it. So what we do is we take turns giving each person between 2 and 3 minutes to share their views uninterrupted. If somebody addresses another panelist directly with a question, would hit a pause, then we can have back and forth. If you interrupt somebody and come off of mute more than once, I'm probably going to have to drop you, which I don't want to do. You will get your turn, by the way. I encourage people like I do to take notes if possible. If not, do your best to remember. I try to stop people from monologuing. Every once in a while, we go a little longer than 2 or 3 minutes with an engagement. If it merits that, that's at my discretion. I try to do my best. I will be fair. I encourage people to respect each other, both panelist to panelist, as well as audience to panelist, not disparage people personally, not to take things, out of control, Jerry Springer. When Kitty finishes, before I go to the next guest, and I'll tell you the order, I'm going to say one thing about the report, which was not included in what Mufasa shared. I just researched a couple of articles which discuss specifically what they based it upon, which I think is highly relevant to the conclusions. Go ahead, Kitty, finish up. Hopefully you can unmute. Sometimes the system delays the unmuting. While we're waiting, there we go.
Okay. They have such hate for Islam, okay, that they're trying to make it into a religion war. Get it in your thick heads. It's a land. This is our land. We were born on it and we were be unalived on it. We are all Palestinians. Put us where you may put us. Label us where you may label us. We are Palestinians. We will resist this occupation. We have not stopped resisting it for 76 years and we will not stop. Just like you enjoy and love your freedom and love your families, we want our freedom and we love our families just as much. I've heard so much from out of all of you, and Chip was so god darn generous, gave you every minute to let you speak, so you do not do the same for him or any of us, okay? You have called us animals. You have called us so many names. We have not called you anything. And put it in your head, it's not against the Jews. We have no issues with Jews and Judaism and the people who practice the faith. We have issue with the Zionist state, your ideology to get rid of all the Palestinians and take the land. And you want me to feel sorry for you? You're this tiny little state in Palestine. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? Tell you, okay, it's a little tiny thing. Go ahead, take it. We'll just leave. That doesn't work like that. Life is not like that. You need to get it through your head. End the occupation. End the occupation. Give Palestine its land. We want to be free just as much as the next person. I have so much points. It's like, I don't even know where to go, where to begin, what to do, okay? You provoked Iran, thinking that the United States is going to go into war with Iran. You provoked Iran and Iran responded to you. And that even made you more weak. It showed the world how weak you are. It exposed everything about you. And this has just begun. The resistance will not stop for those of you who think it is. And for those of you who are spewing Islam, 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 go read a real Quran, not the ones that you're trying to change and spew lies in it. Thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate it.
Real quick before we go to the next guest.
Can I try to?
Hold on. I'm going to give you a chance, Bayron. You're next. But you need to say one quick thing. So it's fair for Mufasa to bring up the report. And listen, the language that was used by that UN representative is very stark. And so from their point of view, now there's one key thing, though, that I had forgotten the details of, which I now remembered after I looked it up, which is originally what caused me to have these doubts. And again, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm not trying to negate what the UN said. I tend to believe the UN more times than not. However, this is so important, okay? This is the same author who was speaking in that clip that Mufasa was showing us. She said, quote, and you can look this up. This is on ABC News. Let me get the title of the header so you can see what it is. It says, UN report finds clear evidence of Israeli hostages experienced SA in Gaza.
Okay. Now, down in the article, it says this is as far as them sort of telling what they based their conclusions on. Very specifically, we made a finding. Let me put my camera on this so you can see it. I'm not lying to you. I'm not a liar, but I'll show it to you anyway. So it says here. Let me flip it around. Okay, here we go. So let me show you the top of the article so you can see it. It's abcnews.com, abcnews.go.com. Here's the article title. UN report finds clear evidence of Israeli hostages experiencing SA violence in Gaza. Okay? Now, where did they do this report? Did they go to Gaza? No. They went to the West Bank and Israel. Okay, so they didn't go into Gaza and find out anything about that. They didn't talk to anybody inside of Gaza. Here's what they also say. This is so important. Quote, we made a finding of clear and convincing information which is higher than reasonable grounds to believe, but lower than standard of beyond the reasonable doubt like a criminal case. This is the most important line. In many instances, one has to rely on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony. Now, I can't say for sure, nor can anybody, that the accuracy and validity and veracity of every witness who was talked about was on point or not on point, was exaggerated or truthful. Okay, from what I've seen so far, let me just share this one example, and I don't know if this example applies to this set of circumstances. It may very, very well be, you've got to be fair, that every eyewitness testimony and every account of stuff is totally truthful and that all these things occurred. To not say that is not being fair. However, the reason why I bring doubt into it as someone who's watched this for a long time, let me put you on my face so you can see this because I'm not trying to make stuff up. Okay. There was a young woman who was turned over to the Red Cross. She was one of the hostages that was released. And a cameraman came up to her right after she got released and asked her a simple question through the window of the Red Cross vehicle or Red Crescent, whatever it may have been, and she didn't speak much good English. She was obviously someone who spoke mostly Hebrew. But they asked her and she understood what they were asking. They said, how are you? How was your captivity? And she goes, everything okay, treated me good. Everything was good. Meaning that she didn't say at that time that she'd been through hell, that she'd been mistreated, that she was starved, that she was beaten, that she was SA'd, or any of those kind of things, which if somebody was traumatized and the first thing somebody says is, how was it? They're not going to say in a smile, everything
the captors
okay.
were right next to her.
Fine. Hold on. No, they weren't. That's the point of
they
this.
were.
That's
Yes,
the
they
point
were.
of this. These were not the captors. This video was
The
made by
captors were right next to her. I remember watching that video. The captors were right next to her when she answered those questions.
Yeah, I was very clear about the way the panel works, so I'm happy to have you come back up if you want to work with the panel. If you don't, that's for you to figure out. Okay, so my understanding, again, if I'm wrong, I'll admit that, but my understanding is that the person, this is what was used as, this is what, there we go, do it again. I'm trying to be fair. This is what this is a fair thing to talk about. If it does turn out that it was somebody pressuring her to say one thing and then later she could tell the truth, quote unquote, then that's a different story. But my understanding, based on what I saw happen and what was explained within the clip of the video, and it could be wrong, is that she was not being threatened to say one thing or the other. That the other videos, especially, let me give you one other example, okay, which goes, again, you can't say that every situation is the same, but you can use your logic to determine based on what you've seen before. And let's face it, past behavior is indicative of future behavior in most likelihood. So if you abuse one, you abuse the other, you abuse them all, right? Either by not feeding somebody, by beating them, by mistreating them, spitting on them, whatever you do that you think. And by the way, I would argue that the Israelis, and not to be too much of a tangent, are the ones that do this to Palestinian detainees. There's all sorts of human rights reports about how they mistreat prisoners. At the same time, they claim publicly how gloriously they're treated, right? So again, just going along with this whole thought process, if you look at what the very first few hostages were released, we saw video after video. First was an old woman who was actually shaking the hands of her captor and thanking them for not being horrible to her and treating her well. When she was on camera, they asked her, hey, what's up? How are you? How are you doing? And she said, they cared for me well. They took care of my hygiene needs. They were attentive. They were kind. Is she lying? Was she in front of a camera? This was an Israeli TV station that was interviewing her. Was she lying? Was she like given 10 million shekels to go against the Israeli government and lie in public? I don't know. Now, there's other videos showing captives getting into vehicles. They're not like scared. They look
happy almost. There's a girl with her dog, for God's sakes, that wasn't harmed, that's walking out with her dog and leaving. If these people were cruel, they would have unalived her dog. So again, maybe I'm just not getting it. Maybe I'm completely misinformed. Maybe I'm subject to Hollywood. I don't know. It's possible. But given those things that I've already seen and they make sense, then if you apply the same standard to this situation, my understanding was this is another example of someone who had been released. They were by themselves in a vehicle with Red Cross staff waiting to leave after their captors had released her and gone away. And then she spoke to the camera and said what she said. And then 3, 4, 5 weeks later, when she'd had time to get home and I guess interact with people who were part of the Israeli government or whomever, and they might have said something to the effect like, hey, this isn't a good look. We can't have people saying that they've been treated well because it doesn't go with the idea that these people are barbaric, Islamic, disgusting human beings. You got to do one for the team here. And so she gets on Israeli TV and she gives an interview and she starts talking about how she was horribly mistreated. It was her own personal Holocaust, diametrically opposed to what she had said in the first interaction she had after she was captive. Now, again, I did a video about this. It could be truthful. I don't know for sure. But it just, when something looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, 9 times out of 10, it's a duck. Now, if I'm wrong and someone can show me evidence to the contrary, I'll admit it and apologize for being wrong. I think that's fair. But that's how I look at these situations. And I don't want to look at them that way because I'm some sort of a slanted eye. It's because of the history. Again, when I learned about this in 1989, I was told one whole story and I believed it. And then everything I've seen past that, once I've learned the truth, the Israelis, listen, this is not me. Let me tell you, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who is the assistant or the second in charge, the chief of staff to then Secretary of Defense Colin Powell under the George W. Bush administration. He interacted with the Israelis all the time, all the time. He's the person that on behalf of the Americans would directly deal with them and then pass the information on to the Secretary, Colin Powell. And here's what he said. He said, let me preface my remarks by saying, this is when he was giving an interview about something to do with the conflict. The Israeli officials lie. You can never trust a single word that comes out of Jerusalem. Let me make sure you're clear about this. These people are incessant liars. They lie. Now, those are pretty strong words coming out of an American official's mouth who dealt with them directly for a lengthy period of time, 4 years. So are we to believe that that guy's just making it up? That this whole idea that I've viewed of my life, that I'm just some sort of a propagandist and I'm confused and I'm an idiot, I'm a moron, and that everyone who speaks differently is right, and me and Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who dealt directly with the Israelis officially in a diplomatic and way for logistics on defense, just made it up? Why would somebody say something like that, knowing how the circles work in Washington, D.C., knowing how much backlash people get for speaking out on these issues? Why would he make that shit up? Was he being paid off by H Group? Did somebody from Qatar write him a huge check? Is someone paying my bill? These are fair questions to ask. Now listen, it's possible that I'm wrong, he's wrong, that the evidence points elsewhere, but that's just not how I see it, and I'm not doing it for nefarious reasons. So because of this pattern of behavior, it leads one to question, especially when somebody says that the information they're drawing their conclusion from is from witnesses. They don't have forensic evidence. They don't have video evidence. They have witness testimony. And it appears that, and again, it's possible, for those of you who are pro-Israel and you're sick to death right now that I'm even saying this, you're like, oh my God, this guy's an anti-Semite, he's a horrible human being. That may be what's going through your head right now. Maybe I am a sick person, maybe I'm just stupid. But is it within the realm of possibility that someone within the Israeli structure, whether they work for, what's that group called that comes in and deals with the aftermath, I forget the name right now, but they've lied, they've clearly lied. Zaka, they've clearly lied about atrocities that day. Is it possible that representatives of the Israeli government, Mossad, or whoever deals with these issues, spoke to some of these people and said, hey, couching this situation in anything but a bad light is not good for our country. You're a good compliant, supporter of Israel, aren't you? You love your country, right? Well, let's just be a little, let's say the right things. Let's do to these barbarians what needs to be done. Possibly. Is it within the realm of possibility? My answer would be yes, it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know. But again, given the past behavior, it seems a worthwhile question to bring up, which is why I look at this with a drawn eye. But if it turns out that it's 100% true, I think it's fair for us to acquiesce to the point, acknowledge it, apologize, and move on. I did, by the way, on my lives mention this report without even mentioning that caveat that I said there. because I thought it was fair to do so. Because if somebody from the UN, based on their judgment, would write a report like this, there's a reason why they did it unless they were influenced. And I tend to believe UN work on general. I don't tend to question it and cherry pick what I want to believe and what I don't. So I'm a bit confused. And if they're basing their results based on inaccurate or slanted testimony, then that's problematic. If it isn't, if it's truthful, then it's disgusting, it's horrific. And by the way, and I'm not defending the H group at any level, whether it's soldiers, civilians, SA, none of that. I think they're gross in terms of what happened that day, and other people support them. I'm not among them. But at the same time, I don't want any group to get hit with false allegations or extra, ridiculous allegations that make them look worse than they really are, to try to create this support structure for doing an absolutely disproportionate response, which in many ways seems to be the goal of the slamming of them in public. And think about it. If they were even, the Israeli government even asked consultants when this first happened, what are the things that will outrage the public the most? What types of things will create the most support for whatever we want to do next? You know what they were told? Women and children. Talk about harm that was done to women and children. Emphasize that. Now, I don't know if the things that happened just actually happened and they were just put forth in the way they were, the burnings, the grapings, the mutilations, all the things we're talking about. One allegation by this guy, Yossi Mosef from Zaka, said that there was a woman in one of the kibbutzim that had her thing cut out from her when she was like 8 months pregnant or something like this, and that it was stabbed, and that they had evidence of it having happened. And so the interview he was in where he made this assertion, the interviewer said, I can pull it up and play it for you. The guy said, I have evidence, it's on my phone. And he reaches for his phone, it's not in his pocket, so he walks off to find his phone. He comes back and he goes, I can't show it to the camera. Guy says, okay, no problem. So they shows him the phone, and he says, here's where it happened, this is what happened. He's like, well, excuse me, I don't mean to be insensitive, but there's no victim here. There's no person, there's no infant, he's like, well, we didn't think at the time to document it. This is the spot on the floor where it happened, though, trust me. This is the kind of crap that gives you you're just like shaking your head like, if you say you have evidence, do you know what evidence is? Do you know what evidence is? Evidence is something that indicates what happened. A blood spot on the floor could be someone who's unalive through a gunshot or whatever, and they perished terribly. But it doesn't mean that other event occurred the way it was said. And this guy was standing in front of a panel, giving testimony to what had happened. He was crying. He was like, and it looked like a performance that was straight out of Academy Awards. Just over emotional, completely. It just looked fake. Now, the other thing I watched again, I'm trying to do the best I can to try to be fair and look at stuff. And people are going to criticize me for taking this tack, but again, I'm not questioning it because I want to be a jerk. I'm questioning it because it seems dubious. There's a documentary that was made by Sheryl Sandberg. She was the former second in charge at Facebook, now Meta, to Mark Zuckerberg. And it's called Screams Before the Silence. And it follows a very similar tact of women or others testifying, much like was referenced in this report, about some of the crimes that were SA related on 10/7. Now, I will say this, of the people that did the interviews, there was one woman who I thought was absolutely lock solid believable. If she was lying, she's an amazing liar, and maybe she's an actress, but if she's lying, I'd be shocked. So I know that made me think that at least one thing did happen. I don't know if it was done by an H group member, a civilian, I don't know. But the others on there sounded like it was a joke. Like it was, one said she heard something happening over a wall. That was her testimony. So we think this was happening to those people. What the hell's that? Another man said he was aware of stuff happening, but he didn't provide any evidence either. And they just didn't seem credible to me. And why Sheryl Sandberg would use that type of presentation style in a movie that was supposed to be a lock, slam, dunk to prove that SA happened is beyond me. She's no dummy. Now, having said all that, as dubious as it all seems to someone like me who tries to, pigeonhole stuff, it could have all happened. Maybe my judgment of both the report, of what Colonel Wilkerson said, what I've seen with my own two eyes, and what the eyewitnesses have said, or the movie, maybe I'm not seeing it right. It's possible. So I have to be open to that possibility. And what I've said in my videos is, it's not fair for any of us to say with certainty that nothing happened. That's unfair. However, it's also unfair to say to people that they can't question things because of their spidey sense or because of what seems to be implausible allegations or what don't look like credible reports that are based on eyewitness testimony, not on forensic evidence. And on top of that, this is the other part of it I want to emphasize. When other organizations have tried to come in to corroborate the evidence, to independently analyze the very things that are being alluded to, guess what they were told? No. No. If the Israelis wanted people to be aware of these atrocities and it was everything it said was that, the more the merrier. Come on in and corroborate this. The 47-minute video that was shown to a select group of journalists, which outlined video and other evidence of atrocities on 10/7 committed by the age group. One of the journalists who saw this footage, who was allowed to see this, said it was horrible to watch. There were a lot of atrocities committed, the worst of which he said was a safety, they have these safe rooms, and he said there were two young children, it was his father, and one of the militants took a grenade and threw it into the safe room in front of the two kids, and his father perished. And he thought that was exceptionally disgusting. But he said what he didn't see was any evidence of the more horrific allegations, like the burnings and the grapings and the baby thing and all that stuff. And what he said is that, he made the same conclusion. He's like, listen, I don't know what to say, but, it appears as if, if these things happened, it would be documented. Now, I've spoken to people like Coach and others who are pro-Israeli, and they say there's a tradition in the Jewish culture that they don't, for respect or religious reasons, show a dead image. It's like respect for the family or whatever it may be. Now, I can't question that because I don't know the traditions and I can't even criticize that if it is, whatever. But it sure is convenient in a situation where evidence would be really helpful to substantiate the cases that are being alleged, where that gets in the way of that. So no investigation, courtesy for the unalive because the tradition doesn't allow for it, and we're left to believe, trust us. I don't know what to do with that except for still have some doubts in my mind. Again, if those doubts can be cleared up, fair enough. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Maybe my questioning is inappropriate. I don't know. But to vilify somebody who has questions, I think is unfair. If you're somebody who believes every allegation because of the side that you're on, and you believe them because of the side you're on, then I wonder, listen, if you're going to be objective, imagine somebody outside the country like a detective. And a detective is not married. He's not an Israeli person. He's not a Palestinian. He's a detective. And the detective, or she, and they come in and they try to analyze the evidence. And then they make judgments based on the evidence. Now, eyewitness testimony is a form of evidence, but it's not rock solid because it's someone's version of events. Now, a video showing something occurring where somebody is gang essayed, that's evidence. That is evidence. And no court of law is going to reject that video evidence. As far as I know, that evidence is not there. Photographs of it happening in real time, or of a victim in a position after it just happened or something to that effect, is evidence. That's evidence. Now, commentary, discussions by others after the fact, it's possible they're accurate, right? The detectives are going to take these things into account. But in this case, and this is why they say it's so hard to prove SA, not that women shouldn't be believed, but it is literally a he said, she said environment where it's difficult to make absolute determinations. Is that fair to say? Is that fair to say? Now, it doesn't mean that a woman's testimony should ever be discounted, because I think if a woman is saying something that it happened, the presumption should be that she's telling the truth until there's further investigation. But again, the fact that none of the witnesses that were talked to in these allusions were ever allowed to be talked about by independent investigators, that may be too uncomfortable for some victims or for some witnesses to talk about it. Fair enough. But whatever could be done forensically and investigatively should at least at some point be allowed to happen to corroborate the story. And if I was an Israeli, I'd be like, come on in, let's do a group presentation. I want you guys to go sing this to the heavens and tell people what happened with these barbaric people. But that's not what's happened. So do with that as you will. Those in the audience can decide for themselves. Those who are pro-Israeli are probably mad as hell and want to tell me to jump off a short pier. I understand. Listen, if there was ultimate clarity, I would speak to the ultimate clarity, to be fair. Okay, so someone says, can I speak, please? So who was asking, can I speak, please?
Yeah, me. I believe I'm the only Israeli here right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Share you. I'll shut up for about 5. Go ahead. Say what you
No,
want
it's
to say.
okay. I personally, as an Israeli, I live my whole life in Israel. I served in IDF proudly. I intend to live, work, create family, build a house, everything here. I personally don't find your way of looking at things as disgusting. I think it's right that you look at both sides. I think that's what a lot of people don't do these days, is they don't look at both sides. And I think that the most important thing that people forget, and when I speak about the subject, I think it's very important to not forget that both Palestinians and Israelis and Jewish people have the right to live here. I'm not going to say who has more, because who has more is like a kid who's trying to argue about who has more love. Both Jewish people and Palestinians have a right to live here. I think both, I'm not going to speak about religion because I'm not a religious person. I'm not going to talk about something I'm not really really well known about. But personally, I do believe the Palestinians and Israelis could live together. But I think both the Palestinian government and Hamas, and of course many other more jihadist groups, of course the Houthis, Hezbollah, Iran, Assad, Sisi, Turkey, everything you can say that everybody, I don't want to say against us, but there is a fair point to be against us, because me as an Israeli, I personally don't, okay, saying this is very undermining, but I don't like the Israeli government. Really don't like the Israeli government. If I could use many more disgusting words, I would probably, but I don't want, something to happen to your life or to anything, so I would just keep my language at bay. The Israeli government,
Yeah, what don't you like about them? Can you clarify?
first of all, from top to bottom, I truly believe that Benjamin Netanyahu there is a campaign in Israel that you are the head, you are the main suspect, which I do believe that he did build this government. He did put those radicalists, extreme rights, who still live in the delusion that we as Israelis, we have, or anyone in the world can just expel millions of people out of a land. Doesn't matter their land, no land. You just cannot do that. You cannot do that. And I think Palestinians needs to understand as well that you cannot do the same. You cannot just take 6 million Israelis and just expel them and just kick them out. Because me myself, I was born here. I have many friends who was born here. I have just as right as you, a Palestinian, to live here in a city that I live very close to Gaza. And in October 7th, I remember people, militants running my streets, looking for victims next to universities, next to schools. Thank whoever that they attacked on Saturday, which is off day, because God knows, or I don't know who would know what happened if they attacked during school kids hours. I would not even want to think what happened if that was the case. But back to the Israeli government, it's clear as day, 9 months from everything that happened, that no investigation, truly an investigation. They look like they only care about sitting in the chair, very comfortable chair, keep promoting this, together we win, together we would win. And it's just, it was nice, it was propagandist, it was like true propaganda that every single country in the world would do. And no matter if America was attacked, we all know there's going to be a lot of propaganda, fight for your country. If it happened in Iran, it would happen. If it happened in Russia, it happened. If it's going to happen in any country in Africa, Asia, South America, everybody would be propaganda. Everybody would spread propaganda, trying to make everyone patriotic, because it's just how life is. Everyone trying to love their country. But to be seen that their own government here in Israel is trying to push back, like, oh, it's Mossad is guilty, or it's the Shabak is guilty, the government is guilty, IDF is guilty. Everyone is trying to pass around blame like it's a hot potato game, and nobody is really stepping down. First of all, I truly think that in Israel there's going to be people, military officers, that should face jail time for treason, because what happened is Israel, I would like to believe so, right? We knew that something like that would happen. We cannot just continue doing operations. Some justified, some not. I'm not going to speak about which operation was justified, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are going to say no operation is justified. But it's just it's disgusting. That also, I personally going to say something that I seen in Israeli government, that they right now want to go on a 3-month break. There's something to say. For the last 9 months, the whole government, not government, the Knesset is like the parliament, they want to go on a 3-month break. Now that personally, it irritates me because it feels like they've done nothing for the last 9 months. Nothing. Now, it's the devotion is higher than ever. And that's exactly what people want. People want us to divide because people make money from devotion. People, they excel and they make financial gain from devotion. The more people are separated, the more people are on this side, on this side, on this side, the more financial gain. And because human beings are today, unfortunately, very much into the financial gain. It's disturbing to see how the government really let us down, but also understand that there's no point, because no matter what us Israelis would do, the world will hate us. It doesn't matter what we do. I truly understand that Israel can invent all the cures, help everyone, and still will people hate us. And it comes to the point where, you know what? I don't think that a Palestinian state would be a thing, because I believe that Palestinians and Israelis as well, but I will speak on the other side, they really have this, I say, fantasy in their mind that Jewish people are just gonna one day get up, leave, like it's nothing. And they keep using pictures of people in the airport saying, oh, they're trying to leave, like people are not allowed to go on vacations. It's just like trying to spit like we trying to leave, like we trying to escape. No, I remember the attack in Iran. Did we provoke Iran? Yes. Did Iran provoke us? Yes. That's what happened when you have both major conflicts in the area beefing with each other. Or beefing is very euphemistic, but I don't think it's shown Israel's weakness. I think quite opposite. It's shown that from 500 missiles, only like on one hand you can count how many like hit, and it only killed about 2 children, two kids, 2 young females, about 8 or 6 years old. One of them is Muslim, is Bedouin, which is, I don't know if that's success for the Iranian government. Then fine, you go off. And to think that not only did the US help us, it's also Jordan, your own Muslim brothers and sisters that quote unquote would never support Israel. They helped, and they got over 100+ missiles taken down.
Saudi Arabia too helped.
Yes, and they before the October 7th, they were even in talks of making an alliance, financial alliance.
Why would Saudi Arabia help, do you think, if they hated Israel so much?
It's just this weird. Again, in the end, Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Iran, Assad, Turkey, Algeria, Morocco, everyone trying to spread this propaganda that all Jewish people are bad. You should kill all Jewish people. You should murder them. And you see this. You see people getting murdered in France. You see a young French woman getting raped just because people found out she was Jewish. You see swastikas being drawn on German doors of Jewish people. Like, the world is coming back to 1948, so to the 1930s, and it's quite sad that there is a lot of Muslims who see Israelis as a vile partner, because in the end, I don't like to think it's religious, but it seems like Hamas and Hezbollah and us and everybody that's around us, they want this to be a religious war.
He was raped because she was a Jewish?
Not only Jewish, I say it to you because a lot of people have this idea that all of Israelis are white and Palestinians are people of color, right? So it's also a part of this conflict. because
Let me do this. We can go on for a long time with the points. I just want to ask a couple quick questions and let you respond, and then we'll go to Bearju next because he's come on, and then we'll go to Viv. Okay. You said this. I'm going to ask two questions. You can answer them however you want. I'll go on mute. You said that no matter what happens, no matter what Israel does, that everyone's going to hate Israel. And so, Mike, what I wanted to ask you was, do you think that that has anything to do with the choices and behavior of Israel, or do you think it's due on anti-Semitism? And regarding what you just mentioned, I've heard a lot of focus on atrocities and anti-Semitism in Europe and other places, attacks on women in France, people in traveling and this, that, and the other place. Do you think that that has the same attitude that people who are from Palestine, the average everyday Palestinian Arab, do you think they also feel the same sentiment that results in those kind of attacks?
I speak about the first question. Wait, I forgot. Excuse me. What was the first question? Apologies.
Yeah. What the hell was I talking about there? Somebody remind me what the first question was. I'll try to think of it just a second here. It was about.
Yeah, I remember. Apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the people hate us no matter what. Is both anti-Semitism, especially in Muslim countries, because that's what they grew up on. They grew up that Jews they powerful, and I see a lot of people have this narrative that Israelis live for free and everything is free here, and education is free, and I get a free house, and I really want to know where this is, because I'm for damn sure as right now as an Israeli who works here, everything is very expensive. We are one of the most expensive countries in the world, so I'm very much want to know where this free things happening, because I would love to sign up. But is back to the question. Apologies. Is in Muslim they really? I don't say because they're Muslim, it's because of just how people are taught. Education is key. Education is king. If you educate something to hate something or someone for a long time, then from this one person is going to educate two people, and those two people are going to educate four, and therefore you have millions of people who instantly hate not only Israel but also Jewish people, and is also not only anti-Semitism. I would agree that the better part is the decision of our government, because the government have this blind faith that we can do whatever the fuck we want, excuse me, language, that we can do whatever the heck we want and nothing is going to say anything. And I think it's delusion, right? And I think the government and Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and Smotrich really pushing the strings of the US, really pushing the strings, and
תמכור אותנו חמודי.
אין למכור אחינו, אין מה לעשות אחינו. תראה מה הממשלה הזאת 3 חודשים עכשיו הולכת לצאת מפגרה. 3 חודשים אחרי שהם רצחו 1,500 אנשים ואף אחד אפילו לא בחקירה, לא בכלא.
But you don't.
Okay, real quick, let me just...
Apologies.
So, okay, that's okay. So just to reiterate the rules of the live, and this is the last time I want to say it, please. Bayron, I'd love to have you come up and share your views. Please come on in and join the conversation, but we don't want to come off mute and interrupt people. Sometimes the conversation extends a little longer because the subject gets to be a little interactive, which I try to use my discretion, but I try to keep it limited so people can speak. If you can't come up and stay muted, which you haven't been able to do so far, then I won't be able to bring you back up. So if you agree to those conditions, come on back up. I'd love to hear your views. We can even have an open mic between someone like Big Poppy and someone like yourself, because this is different views within the realm of Israeli politics, which I find interesting. But I know it's more cultural to kind of have a heated discussion back and forth, but this is just what keeps the live more manageable. So if you can respect those rules, come on back in. I'd appreciate to have you. Okay, just finish up Big Poppy, and then we're going to go to Viv, and then we'll go up to Mufasa. He's been waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish quick because I'm about to go to sleep. I think, again, and a small point, just because I'm criticizing the Israeli government doesn't mean I'm saying anything about the Israeli people. The Israeli people are beautiful. They are smart. They're patriotic. They love the country. They love to experience new people, and they accept a lot of people. Of course, every country has their own people and their own ideologies. And of course, there's a lot of people who hate, who are Israeli. But the Israeli people are beautiful and more respectable and more courageable and more strong than our government, and that's what really boils me over. Now, the decisions of the government is really questionable. You can say it about every single government. If this atrocity like October 7th and before October 7th, the intifadas, the wars, you can say a lot of decisions, and no matter what decision would happen, there's always going to be someone who criticizes it. When it comes to Israel, then the criticism is even louder. So I just wanna, I'm about to go off, but I just wanna, for the people who listen to this, just keep this, like, please stay out of this mindset that Israel is just gonna disappear one day, like it's never existed. It would never happen. And for the Israelis, please stop thinking that we can just kick Palestinians out, like there's some rats, like we can just get them out of here. It will not happen. We need to live here together. If we not be able to live here together, then things are not going to be any different than the last 76 years. Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Chip. Have a great of your day. Apologies.
Don't go, please.
You're welcome to stay, by the way, if you want to, just to stay.
Nah, I'm about to sleep. I have work tomorrow.
That's okay. Well, thanks for being here. We'll come on back soon. We'd like to continue the conversation.
Too bad.
God be.
Viv is next, and then Bayron will give you a chance to come in after Viv. Go ahead, Viv. Or I said Mustafa. I'm sorry, Mufasa, and then it'll be Mufasa, then Bayron. Sorry about that, Mufasa. Viv, are you want to come on in?
Can I have the big screen, please?
We're going to go after Viv if she's there. Viv, are you there? If not, I'll let Mufasa go. Okay, Viv, you'll be next after Mufasa, whatever's happening. Mufasa, here's the big screen. Please don't interrupt Mufasa. Let him say what he wants to say. Comments, be polite. Thank you.
Chip, thanks for having me on your live.
Viv,
You want to go to Viv?
do you mind, Mufasa, do you want to let her go or do you want to go?
Yeah, sure, she can go, no problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me, Chip?
Yes, I'm going to put you on the big screen and then Mufasa will be after you. How are you doing? Yes, we can hear you fine. Yep. Yeah, but you're muted still. I don't know if you can come off mute. All right, Mufasa, let's let you go. Viv is having a microphone issue. So, Viv, please work that out, and then we'll let you go after Mufasa.
Hi, Chip, thanks for having me on the panel. Can you hear me?
I think
Yes.
she has a connection problem.
Let me leave her on the small screen because whenever I switch her to big screen, she loses her mic. Viv, you're muted. We can't hear what you're saying because you're muted.
She have no connections.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to drop you down and then come on back. You're muted. Best thing to do is to exit TikTok, reset your internet connection, come on back in, and I'll bring you up. But Mufasa, I'll make you big. Go ahead.
Okay, now, I showed this multiple times, and you tried to claim, Chief, that it's irrelevant. And I'll start by explaining, so this time I will start by explaining why this is relevant. This is the old charter of an age group, Hamas. When they were elected into power, this was the charter. This is literally what the Palestinians voted for. First of all, notice, for them it's a holy war of Muslim brotherhood. More so, they actually call this war the Al-Aqsa flood, stating that for them it's a holy war. Now they're quoting from the Hadith, okay, the Bukhari Hadith. For those of you who don't know, that means basically the words of Muhammad that went from mouth to ear, and they quoted verse 2922, and I'm quoting it. Okay, the time will not come until the Muslim will fight the Jews, and I'm hiding the world, unalive them, until the Jews will hide behind the rock and the tree, and then the rock and the tree will say, "Oh, Muslim, a servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and unalive him." You cannot get more genocidal than that. Now we have multiple videos of the leaders of Hamas saying that the 7th of October will repeat itself 1,000,000 times if necessary. Now you can say it's all a lie. I don't care. We know for facts. And if you go, if you want to see it again, I will show you.
Well,
You can go
I'm not.
either-
Hold on. Don't assume that I'm going to say it's a lie. I agree. The language in the first charter is concerning.
No. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the mass raping, systematic raping, the
Oh, I
beheading
see.
of children, the unaliving door-to-door innocent civilians, deliberately, indiscriminately targeting civilians, more than minimum 1,000 rockets per year on main cities in Israel for the past 17 years. By the way, since the beginning of this war, more than 3,000 of Hamas rockets landed actually inside Gaza, unalived thousands of civilians, innocent children and women, but they're blaming IDF for that. So please go to either one of these, mostly in here, and you will see evidence of graping, evidence of Hamas footaging themselves, going door to door, unaliving themselves. Just for example, if you go to this one, this is the only one here I can show on TikTok. Most of it I will get the live banana, so I'm not going to do that. But if you go to October7map.com, you can see in a very beautiful and horrific way what happened on the 7th of October. Every red dot is a person that got unalived. This is just, for example, the Nova Festival for Peace and Love. Every blue dot is a person that got kidnapped. You can actually press each and every one of them and see who it was. So just for example, okay, so this is the Nova Party. This is Kibbutz Be'eri. Kibbutz Be'eri was one of the extremist leftists of Israel. They used to bring people from Gaza, children, to Hospital Barzilai in Israel to treat them for cancer. This hospital was targeted 3 times. Twice it was kaboomed, and once they missed it. Hamas targeted this specific hospital because it was collaborating with the Palestinians. They target this specific kibbutz because they were collaborating with the Palestinians. Also, they target the Kerem Shalom cross border, where Israel actually providing the aid into Gaza. So they bombard this as well. They are bombarding everything in Israel constantly, and they are not accountable to anything. Any other country in the world will start a full-scale war for just 1 year of 1,000 rockets on main cities, not alone the 7th of October massacre, 2,000 armed people, and 1,000 civilians penetrated in more than 54 points simultaneously into Israel, went on a rampage, door-to-door, unaliving anybody they could find deliberately from point blank. Now you can try and say, like I've heard you saying multiple times, this was Apache helicopter. I lost 2 very good friends of mine. If you go to these websites, you will find a video of the occasion in the Nova Festival, and you will see my 2 friends lying on the ground under the stage, behind the stage, on the floor with a small hole in the head, not from Apache, from a short distance rifle. That's what Hamas done. Any other country in the world will go to a full-scale war. Now, for all of those radicals who are trying to blame Israel for genocide, if you actually conclude the numbers, and I've been investigating more than 1,000 hours of investigating into this war, the ratio between combatant to civilians is the lowest ever in urban warfare. It's 3-to-1, meaning for every 3 combatants of Hamas and Jihad Islamic, Shmerorists that went into Israel, raping, beheading, unaliving door to door, for every 3 of those, we have 1 civilian casualty from the IDF. But the only problem is Hamas and the Health Ministry of Gaza counting natural causes as if they are casualties by the IDF. There should be at least 7,000 by now, natural mortality, but they count 0. All of a sudden, 0 mortality in Gaza. Amazing. Miraculously amazing. Also, they are counting the thousands of civilians that were unalived by Hamas misfired rockets, as if they are casualties by the IDF. So I'll give you one example, and I'll show you this video. I'll show just short of it because I don't want to get you banana, and with that I'll conclude. So if you go to the CNN report about the El Hali hospital, I give this example because in this example you can see hang on, I'm trying to find it in the meanwhile. In this example, you can see clearly one example of a misfired rocket that Hamas fired, and it misfired. It was actually Jihad Islamic. So they blamed Israel, the IDF, for that misfired rocket. They claim that 500 people were unalive. Okay?
Right, this is the Al Shifa hospital. Yeah, the Al Shifa hospital.
The El Hali hospital. El Hali hospital. Sorry. So And later on, it was investigated very fairly by a lot of journalists, including the CNN and the CNN's expert military brought from UK and so on. And I'm going to show it right now. Where is it? There it is.
While you're looking that up, Mufasa, I just have to let one of the moderators know. Hey, Federico, I have to do something for about 5 minutes. Can you handle the moderation? We're giving people about 3 to 5 minutes each, approximately.
Sure.
Is that fair? Okay. Yep. Thank you so much for helping. Please continue, Mufasa.
Thank you very much. So this is one example of a misfired rocket. I'm going to show the part of the video shortly, just so I will not get you banana. So let's count the lives, okay? It was proven it was a Jihad Islamic rocket and 68 casualties. Hamas blamed IDF. They said IDF kaboomed this hospital. Lie number one. They said 500 people were unalive. Lie number two. Later on, the Health Ministry of Gaza reported 476 casualties, a very accurate number. Lie number three. The hospital was not kaboomed at all. The rocket actually landed on the parking lot. Lie number four. By the way, they never retract the number. So you can see, obviously, that the numbers are fabricated from the Health Ministry of Gaza. Now let's go to the video. I'm going to jump on to the more important stuff, just so I will not get you bananaed.
That doesn't work. It gets a certain distance, and then
something happens that's pretty catastrophic. When you see this, what do you see?
I see a flame out of a rocket.
This was caught on Al Jazeera live by accident. Okay, we have 3 different angles of the same rockets.
And we've been talking about this all day.
Now let's move on to the more interesting parts.
Here's a video of an explosion from. This shows what looks like satellite imagery of the area where this rocket may have come down. Right. This is the explosion site. They're saying that if you look over here, this is what typically you would see if there was an IDF strike, even as large as 19 meters, a much larger crater. It doesn't seem like we see that here. And we also have some before and after images here. This is the hospital, the Al Ali Hospital. This is the explosion site in this area here. And here it is after.
Yeah.
So you were just discussing the size of the crater.
No crater.
Some of the images are not super clear.
No.
Whether there was a crater or not, but when you look at this is up close at the cars and the site of the fire. What do you see?
Well, what I saw earlier today was a photo of a very small crater about right there. What you see in this area are a lot of burned cars. What you see over here are cars that are not burned. What you see across at this building, if you had a picture of the building, which I think...
No, I can go on, but it's very clear what actually happened.
Mufasa, I have a question for you. Can you show me another picture of a Palestinian rocket that did the same amount of damage that you just showed right now? Like
we can show multiple. Yeah, I can show multiple.
The same amount of damage.
I can show multiple of occasions, not only that. Thank you for this question. In matter of fact, this is just, for example, to extend the amount of damage we're talking about. So this is of course,
these are red dots.
Hang on. Stop interrupting. Thank you. Stop interrupting. Thank you. So
but
this
is not answering my question.
Can you? I am. I said I can show you multiple. I answered it. Now this is just to elaborate how big is the phenomenon I'm talking about. This is in the IDF website. This is, please note the date, 21 of October 2023. Why is that so important? Because by this date, this area right here, which is the most populated area in Gaza, was still populated. And by then already 550 rockets misfired and landed on this area. We're talking about thousands of civilians, women, children, innocent people in Gaza. Stop interrupting. Thank you. Stop interrupting. Thank you.
You're not answering his question, though.
I did, and he's keeping on interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Chip.
We're talking about...
Real quick. Mufasa, real quick. I'm sorry to jump in on you. So the one question I asked you before when you showed me this map was, this is information from the IDF. So that just, again, people can say what they want to say about that. And then secondly, Federico asked you if there was a way to show an image that showed damage from a typical H-group unguided rocket that shows the same amount, more, whatever the damage that was done in the parking lot. And you said you have examples, and then you moved on. Do you have those examples available to show, or is that something you just happen to have but you don't want to show, or what's the situation? Oh, sorry, I must have muted you. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
As I said, I have multiple videos I can show. Most of them we cannot show here on TikTok. If you would like, I would love for you to send me your Telegram account. But you specifically, Chip, already did, and I send it to you, and you say you didn't delete it, but you did delete it, but never mind that. So if you just type down misfired rockets by Hamas, you will find multiple evidence of multiple occasions on Google that misfired rockets landed and caused horrific damage. This is just for elaborating even more to explain that this occasion that Hamas and Jihad Islamic firing rockets, unaliving Gazans and blaming Israel for that, it's not something new. This is from 2021. Mid-year, May 2021, already 680 rockets of Hamas rockets misfired and fell in Gaza. This is something constantly happening. While they are saying that their numbers been proven by the UN reliable, no, the UN just quoting their own numbers, the Health Ministry of Gaza. If you go to unwatch.org, you will find a whole articles, a lot of articles, multiple evidence about UNRWA, the organization that is supporting the Palestinians. By the way, there is only organization for refugees of Palestinians and one other for the rest of the world. Curious why. And UNRWA was caught participating in the 7th of October massacre, including holding hostages, committing war crimes themselves. This is UNRWA, and multiple evidence of incenting and indoctrinating young children to go and ram over Jewish
we're in a
people.
monologue right now, so
And it's my time, so don't interrupt me. Thank you.
No, I mean,
Can I please go next?
For your
One
turn.
second,
Thank
one
you.
second.
Just Mufasa,
Don't
we have
stop
to
him, Chip.
Hold on, real quick. I'm happy to have you share information, but we do have to give other people a turn. We can't go 15 or 20 minutes per person. I know you have a lot of information to share, and by the way, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
But we have to share the mic a little bit. So finish up your thought next 30 seconds, and then let Federico direct traffic. Thank you.
Cool. So this is just to show you, this is in the ICJ court, represented, of course, by Israel. This is by the beginning of January. Okay, so we're talking about much more by now. 2,000 rockets misfired of Hamas have landed inside Gaza, causing untold level of harm. Okay, by now it's more than 3,000. So they're going to continue like. Now, this example, the El Hali Hospital, is one good, very example. Why? Because I've heard specifically you, Chip, and others, many others, saying that Israel lied because they said it was the Jihad Islamic rockets, and this is how people, the Pali liars, painting Israel as the liar, making up a lie, and then said Israel lied. And by that, they can say about everything that we lied, no matter what.
Mufasa,
There is no
I can go.
just to conclude 2 sentences.
Frederick,
There is no G
How are you
side.
going to save it from the Egyptians?
Stop interrupting. Thank you. Let me conclude.
Yeah, guys, please.
There is no G-side going on in Gaza. There is propaganda by Pali liars that inventing history, inventing evidence, inventing everything, trying to brainwash the masses. But if you actually learn, and please don't take my word for that, make your own research and find out the truth.
So I have a question. One
Chip,
second.
can I
One
talk now?
second.
Can I talk now, Chip?
Hold on one sec. Well, real quick, I want to just first say this, and this is fair. Mufasa, thank you for sharing the things that you shared. It's just frustrating when somebody automatically dismisses what someone else says as far as, so in fairness to Mufasa, he's raised some legitimate questions. I took a screenshot of the resources he shared. I'm not sure what happened with the deleting thing. It wasn't purposeful if it did happen, but I don't remember deleting anything. But I will take a look, and I'll try to do it from resources that don't affect my devices. That's fair, and it's going to take me some time. And I will promise you, my word is this: if the things seem to have legitimate evidentiary value, I will speak to them in that manner. And if they don't, for whatever reason, I will speak to them accordingly. I think that's fair. But I don't dismiss anything he said outright, because that's not fair to do, and that's not being unbiased. Okay, we're going to let Bayron go, and then it's going to be Federico, and then I think Elisa, and then Berbokas, and then Mencken. I think that's the order, but whatever happens, happens. I got to do that 5-minute thing. I'll be back.
Byron, you want to go?
Byron, you're up. You need to unmute yourself. You're muted.
Byron, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, Chip, you are with me? No, he's not with me. Okay.
I can hear everything that's being said. I just can't.
I would like to show you. I would like to show you also because I love very much books and I love very much history. And I don't look at Google or Wikipedia that everyone can put a value of conspiration stuff. So this is book before 2,000 years by someone that the Christians love very much. It's called Josephus Flavius. And it's called in Hebrew Yosef ben Matityahu, and he wrote 4 or 5 books. Okay, one of them it's the War of the Jews. Okay, and he never mentioned people of Palestine in that land. Okay, I will not open it. What about journalists? You like journalists, especially pro-Palestinians? The name is Joan Peters. She wrote a book also from then and before. Okay, this is her picture, and she's the one
we don't read
who was.
Hebrew.
Just a minute.
But we don't read Hebrew.
خليني أحكي.
No, I mean, you can speak, but we don't understand Hebrew.
No. Let me talk. I know
Please
very
just
much
translate it.
I know very much the culture. Just a minute. I know very good the culture Arabic because I'm 12th generation on this land. Okay? So check it out. She was a pro-Palestinian, that girl. Okay? In the 80s, she came over to Lebanon to discover what's going on with the war. Okay? And she decided to writing a book about all the conflict. This is in Hebrew, say the origin conflict between Jew and the Arabs on earth of Israel. Okay, you can read it, you can check out. She never mentioned also people of Palestine. Next, I have 900 years of history in the time of the Muslims. Okay, I will open the first and I will show you some source that the.
Hold on, my friend. You are showing us Hebrew books. We don't understand any Hebrew. And you're claiming she said, he said, she said. It's not something that we're going to take your word for. So either you show us sources in English where everybody can understand, or move on to a different topic, because all of that you're saying, they're saying. But to us, I don't know what you're saying or what is written in that book. So I'm not going to take your word for it. And I muted you. Now you can unmute yourself and go back to the subject, but don't open any Hebrew book because no one here understands Hebrew, so it's not fruitful for the conversation.
Yes, and also maybe just share your opinion and talk about what you believe in and why you
I want to show you facts. I want to show you facts. Don't distract history. It's about that. It's only about that. Okay? And you will hear what I have to say because I have 900 years of history. Okay, that the Muslim came. Just a minute, I will show you what time Omar ibn al-Khattab came to Israel, especially to Jerusalem. When he came to Jerusalem, okay, this is a book only for 638 until the Templars came over. Okay, and never,
my friend, again. You can speak, say what you want.
So scared. Why you are so scared to hear the truth?
I'm not scared.
Because you're not making any sense. You're not making any sense, dude. We want to hear what you think, but you have to
mute me.
I'm saying I can mute you.
This is my time. Don't mute me.
I can mute you, and I can drop you if you keep unmuting yourself.
Mute me. Don't mute me.
Don't unmute yourself.
You will hear all the truth. You will hear all the truth, historical truth. Okay? We are dealing about the truth.
Okay, sounds better now.
Real quick, I dropped him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ron, we're more than happy to listen to any argument you want to make, whether it's personal, whether it's evidentiary. But people here do not know how to read Hebrew. So when you're saying that a book says something, if on page 172, second paragraph, author so-and-so makes the following claim with the following reference, put that up. But if you put a book up that's Hebrew and show us the cover or the insert, nobody can read it, nobody can reference it except for what you're saying it says. So again, no one's trying to be unfair to you. If you think you have the goods, bring them, but bring it in a format that people can acknowledge what you're saying. If you think that's unfair, there's probably a live somewhere where people are bilingual. This is just not one of them. Okay? When someone like Federico is trying to explain that to you, please don't just listen. You're not listening. So we're not trying to keep you from, we're not trying to silence you. We're trying to make what you have to share of use to the conversation. That's it. Okay?
Thank you, Chip. I have a question for Mufaza. Mufaza, you claim that Israel is not targeting civilians. I am Lebanese. I lived in 1982 Israeli invasion to Lebanon. Why is it that every time Israel engage in a war, the mass majority of the victims are civilians?
False accusation. That's simple.
16,500 in 1982 civilians in Lebanon. Is that a false information?
False information.
Do you wanna go on Google and Google what was the casualties in the 1982 war on Lebanon? What was the casualty? Can you go look it up?
Tell me, dear.
I'm telling you, 16,500 civilians.
No, tell me, dear. What was the casualties of civilians in the WW2? Maybe in Dresden.
You know, Lebanon is a small country. It's not the World War II. So I don't assume that you are comparing Lebanon to the World War II. It just was an invasion to a country was 10,000 kilometers square. So that would be not comparison to the World War II. I'm just asking, why is it in 1982, 16,000 civilians, in 1996 about 4,000 civilians, and 2006 about 3,000 civilians? Like, why is it that's always the case with the civilians amount in the Israeli wars are always high? We're not going to talk about mowing the lawn in Gaza. We're not going to talk about the daily atrocity that happens to the Palestinian people. We're talking in general full-scale war.
Yeah. So first of all, if you actually learn the history of wars between Lebanon and Israel, you will find a very interesting, significant, basic fact, which is Israel only went into war with Lebanon after being attacked by the same organization that was established originally by the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Movement. And
which is what organization is it? What organization? The name?
Let me finish.
Say the name of the organization.
PLO. The PLO established Fatah, and Fatah later on established Mizballah in Lebanon.
Fatah established Hezbollah? No, wait. Let's take it one by one. Me and you. I'm Lebanese. I live there. I know. How did Fatah establish Hezbollah?
Yasser Arafat was in Lebanon, was he not?
Yes. But how did they establish Hezbollah?
He was in Fatah when he came to Lebanon, was he not?
He was Fatah. He is the leader of Fatah.
Exactly,
yeah.
And he actually assisted establishing Hezbollah.
No, Hezbollah was established after the Israeli got to Beirut, and they put the Palestinian PLO on a boat, and they sent them to Tunisia. Back then, there was no Hezbollah.
Yeah.
There was no Hezbollah there.
Only the Yasser.
I can give you another tip. Maybe you like it. The Iranian.
Maybe you let me finish my point. And
no, because you said that Fatah established Hezbollah. I'm gonna make a point and say who helped establish Hezbollah. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's the one that helped establish Hezbollah. Go on.
Also, that is true. That is actually correct. I'm actually happy you brought that up. That is a very significant fact. But just to be clear, Yasser Arafat, the first ever prime minister of the Palestinians, he actually assisted in establishing Hezbollah. But more so, you did mention correctly.
How did they establish?
Can you let me finish a point?
I'm asking you. No. I want to know how did they establish?
The other point, please.
You see, you're telling me a story about my country, and I know Hezbollah wasn't established while the Palestinian presence in Lebanon. So I know Hezbollah was established after Fatah was moved to Tunisia. So now you tell me how from Tunisia Arafat was able to establish Hezbollah in Lebanon.
So he made deals with the Iranians and he managed to provide them a lot of support, mostly money. That's like in very simplifying it. But more so, you did mention correctly that Hezbollah was supported by Iran and Qatar, by the way. Most of the money comes from Qatar. Now, please
Qatar
note,
consider Hezbollah as a
can you let me
terrorist
finish
group.
one point without interrupting in the middle? Is that possible? Thank you.
But if you don't say misinformation, if you say
Yeah, of
misinformation, I
course,
have to
everything you
correct
say
you.
it's 100%
No,
true
I'm
facts.
talking reality, through
Can you
history.
let me finish a point and then reply? Whatever you want to say, I will hear it, but let me finish a point. Thank you. So you did mention correctly that Hezbollah was established mostly by the support of Iran and Qatar. The money comes from Qatar. You didn't mention Qatar, but never mind that. Please notice that the same organization, the Iranian regime, support Hamas in Gaza and Gov Arayot in the West Bank and the Houthim in Yemen and other Shmerist organization. Basically, if you want actually to understand what's going on in the world conflict right now, so we have all these superpowers fighting among each other, mostly Iran trying to conquer the world. They're trying to unite the Muslim world because the Muslims are very diverse. You have all different types of Muslims, right? They are not all together. But Iran's trying to connect them all together. Specifically with Lebanon, they completely demolished the country. Lebanon used to be the Paris of the Middle East. A beautiful liberal country, mostly, by the way, Christians. The majority, like 60%, used to be Christians. Today it's the other way around. It's like 60% Muslims, and it's ruled by Hezbollah, basically ruled by Iran. So Iran, if you want to read about it and actually understand it, you're going to type down Muslim Brotherhood 1991 100-year plan. I'll say it again if someone want to type it in and read about it. Very, very interesting, very important in order to understand the conflict. Muslim Brotherhood 1991 100-year plan. Iran has a plan.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you very much, Mufada.
Let me finish the point.
No, but we're taking. There's other people that want to talk. At least I want to talk. We'll get back to it. We
Finish the
just
point real quick,
Mufaza. Let everybody
Let me
speak. We'll
finish
come
the
back.
point,
We'll come
please.
back to it. We'll come back to it. Just
Let me
let's
finish the point,
allow
please.
other people to speak. Okay,
Come on, we got to take turns. We can't give
Yeah,
7
We'll
minutes.
come back. We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, coming back to it, sure. I was in the mid-sentence. Let me finish the sentence, please. So,
Listen, come on back up. But listen, you're not in charge of the live, bro. And we're happy. You mentioned a lot of cool stuff. We have to investigate it. But you can't be telling the moderator what he's going to do. You had about 8 minutes of time to talk there, way more than anybody else, and you're demanding more time. Just be reasonable. Come on. I don't even get 15 seconds on a pro-Israeli live before I get shut down. Okay, go ahead, please, Federico.
No, at least I wanted to talk, right?
Thanks, Federico. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, it's I just Googled what he said about 60% of Lebanon being Christian. It looks like that maybe could be true, and I can see that both sides, they have a good point, right? But my issue with this and hearing this kind of conversation is that it's so focused on all kinds of stuff that I frankly feel is irrelevant. Like, I don't care that the Jewish people were there 2,000, 3,000 years ago. I don't think that's a relevant talking point. There's no question about it that both people, Jewish people and Muslim people, and before that it was just people. I mean, before both Abrahamic religions were created, it was just people living there. So frankly, I don't care about the age group charter. I mean, but if we want to talk about charters, like, I suggest you read the Likud party charter, which also says a lot of astonishing things. And you talk about that it's a holy war, but your prime minister, Bibi, is quoting Amalek from the Bible. So he's the one who's making it a holy war as well. So it's just like, every time I hear Zionists talk about, and I say this with respect, I I'm really not trying to, be confrontational here, but you guys always like bring stuff up that frankly I think is irrelevant. Like it doesn't matter both if the Jewish people were there 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Both people were there, and both people are still there. So how are we going to move forward, and how are we actually going to solve this? Because if you guys are really amazing people, and so progressive, so free, so liberal, and so like open and welcoming to everybody, then why is it that I never hear a Zionist talk about solutions and talk about what can be done in order to stop the booming and all that stuff that's going on right now? And then another thing I want to say is, yes, both parties have bad characteristics. I don't agree with the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm a very liberal a young woman. I'm in my 30s, living in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the Muslim Brotherhood would agree with how I live my life. So I'm not for them. I just want what's going on to stop, and I want it to stop for good, because it's been going on for 80 years. And to be
Alisa,
frank with you, I'm going to wrap up right now.
no. I just want to point something to you that the Muslim Brotherhood runs Turkey. Turkey is the largest Muslim country in the region, and Turkey and Israel are allies.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a really good point. And there's no question about it that this whole situation is nuanced, and I believe what you say. So, but my point is this.
I forgot to tell you that they host Hamas.
I'm going to wrap up, guys, and then you guys can speak, but give me 30 seconds. So, what I just want to say is that at the end of the day, I think the most important thing here is, and I don't hear any Zionists do this, and this is why I think that a lot of your talking points are manipulative and kind of like repetitive of the brainwashing your government does. And mind you, look up Journalists Without Borders and see how low Israel is on the list of free speech over there. But I'm 15 seconds. So what I just want to say is that if we all really want to make this stop and go away, then I think it's important that Israel also takes responsibility for what has been going on. And I never hear anybody take responsibility. It's always like talking about like the past and stuff that has happened, and like your guys are pointing fingers. But at the end of the day, you guys don't want to leave. They don't want to leave either. Like, understand that both people are kind of in the same situation. So
but one's stronger than the other one, so why fight?
Can I please reply to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Mufas.
First of all, thank you for speaking so calmly, and you brought up really good points. I wrote it down point by point. I will go point by point. First of all, you mentioned the charter of the Likud. You're talking about the charter of 1977. It was replaced 5 times since then, replaced completely, erased. The charter you're referring to in 1977, which is not relevant for many years now, like more than 20 years, it says that from the river to the sea, it will be Israel. Back then, in 1977, there was nobody really talked about a Palestinian state that much, but some did. Even
before you move on, before you move on, I don't mean to cut you off, but before you move on, let me just respond to what you said about the charter. So if it's so that the Likud charter has been replaced 5 times, then why are you bringing up the old age group charter? They also reformed their charter.
I already explained, and this is very significant because we're talking about the charter of the Hamas when they were voted into power, meaning the Palestinians voted. When in the charter it doesn't say from the river to the sea, it will be only Palestinian. It says to commit genocide on the Jewish population. Nowhere in the charter of the Likud you will find out any comment about making a genocide anything about to anyone. Now the second thing you mentioned is Bibi Netanyahu talking about Amalek. This is a big misinformation spread by a lot of people. If you actually listen to the interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, he said that he's referring to Hamas. He also said that we're not going to harm civilians. So basically it's taking his words completely out of context. It's not him making this war holy or about religious at all. It's talking about, he's comparing the Hamas to the Amalek because they did the same actions, meaning they raped, they beheaded, they kidnapped babies, just like Amalek did. That's the only reason he mentioned Hamas being like Amalek. Zionist, I really encourage you to go and look the definition. It only means the right for the Jewish people to be on their own indigenous land. That's what it literally means, but a lot of people demonizing this term. You said both people were there, but if you actually read history, for example, Hadriani Rilandi history book 1718, or from Memorial, or when and how the Arab immigrated into the land of Israel, and I can give you a lot of more history books, you will find out the Palestinian immigrated into the land in the 18th and 19th century, mostly in the 19th century. They were not there for thousands of years. It's just distortion of reality.
Even if that's true, but even if that's true.
Hang on, let me move on to the next point. But then again, and I will conclude with the solution. It's a very, very important point. Even though both people were there before Israel was reestablished as a country in 1948, and there was a petition plan. To keep it short, I really don't want to take too much time. There was a suggestion the Palestinians would have their own land. Back then, they were not referred as Palestinian; they were referred as the Arabs of the area of the mandate. And they refused, and they started a war, 5 Arab countries against Israel a day old, to eliminate the Jewish population, to commit a genocide. And that is the only reason why they lost the land. Those who fled into Egypt were concentrated by the Egyptians in the Gaza Strip.
That war was started by the Nakba. Yes, they attacked Israel because they had mass immigration.
I'll give you another history book to read. Read The Meaning of Nakba. By
Mofaza, please. Let's keep going point by point because we don't want to. We want to keep.
Yeah, it has to be a debate.
We want to keep you here long.
That's what he's trying to do.
Let's keep it point by point and keep the answer as short. Because
just wanted to say that I'm waiting for 2.5 hours.
I'm going to try to keep it really, really short, okay?
Okay. Mufasa, can you do 30 seconds and then let's move on?
Thank you.
The biggest lie, right?
2.5 hours, guys.
Just read the history book.
Red Sand, you're next.
That's what he's doing.
30 seconds to conclude, please, guys. Thank you. Just read, you want to know about the Nakba, read the history book of Konstantin Zorak, the one who coined the term Nakba. Back then, at the time, not 50 years later, reinventing the Nakba. Read his history book. He is the one who coined the term Nakba. Read what the Nakba really is. Then you said something about freedom of speech in Israel. We literally have 15 members of the government who are Arabs and Muslims. 2 out of them actually called to the annihilation of Israel. That is freedom of speech. We have 2 main journalists in Israel, newspapers, that going against Israel. You can clearly say everything you want to say in Israel. There's a complete freedom of speech.
10 seconds to wrap it up.
Now let's move to solution.
Thank you, Mofaza. Thank you. Let's end.
Okay, guys, to the bank guy with the books from 2,000 years ago. Okay, so this is the university. Oh, can you put me on big screen though, so I can give you like a little bit of insight. So when you go look for something and you want to blame Islam and all this shit, you could look at this, right? This is a Geneza. If you ever know what a Geneza is, I hope you know what it is. You would turn out not to be Jewish if you don't know it. Anyways, Cairo Geneza. And this is how it's written. This is Old Hebrew. It says Arab. Look, this is information about this document. By who? By Cambridge University, right? Right there. They ripped this Geneza somewhere in the 1800s, when the British were here, rather. Physical location, Cambridge University, class mark, I don't know what, this number here. And the Cairo Geneza, origin place is Egypt. Date of creation is 1111. That's 11112 CE. And then Hebrew isolated Tiberian vocalization, associated names, these people. And then there are several leaves have been joined and end-to-end create a rotulus. I don't know what that means. Anyways, this is all the data of this Geneza, and it has information. A letter from a Jewish notable who had previously been Minister of Finance in Egypt, seeking assistance. You know, guess this date here, he was in the time of Salah ad-Din, the one who actually took back the Jerusalem from the Crusaders. So this He had previously been a minister of finance in Egypt, seeking assistance from the Jewish community in Constantinople. Okay, the letter begins with many lines of poetry and greetings to the Constantinople community, after which the writer describes his fall from favor and how he has now been supplanted by a new Christian minister of finance, the recently deceased Nagid Mevorak, and I don't know, evasion by the Vizier Al-Fadl is described, and the very high regard in which he was held at court. The Nagid's death had presumably left the writer and the other Jews in high positions exposed to court intrigue. So dated to soon after 1111 CE, when the Nagid died. Whoever this is, it's a story about someone being in government within the Muslim Khalifa of Salah ad-Din. Rest my case.
What was your case?
That Muslims are not there to get you, because especially, I mean, we have an issue with Zionists.
Muslim wasn't created until the 700 BC. What do you, I mean, AD, man, what are you talking about, dude?
Again? I didn't
The
get
Muslim
you.
religion is a new religion. It just started not too long ago.
610.
What are you talking about, 1100 BC?
I didn't say BC, man.
That's
Can
what it
you
says.
read?
Yeah, I can read.
Can you read?
You can't read.
This is CE. This
Oh,
is not
CE.
BC.
Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
أرحمك. أيوة. So this is a Geneza. It's written in Hebrew. Its origins are there. It's in Egypt. It's written by a Jewish person who was actually a vizier. He was a finance minister. So this is what I'm trying to prove. You are not these same people you're talking about. You know, you're not the same people who are living among the
Yeah, why is
Khalifa.
it in
That's
Hebrew? Hold
why-
on. Why is it in Hebrew? Why is it in Hebrew?
It's in Hebrew.
That's not Arabic.
It's in Hebrew. It's in Hebrew.
Yeah, that's
What's it? I never said it's in Arabic,
that's Jewish
Habibi.
language.
Oh, you see, you have a problem, okay? This is the language they used. This is the communication. It's, على فكرة, we have a lot of those. We still have the ones that you haven't.
Yalla, yalla.
Okay?
Khalas.
We have ones in Alexandria, in the cemeteries. We have ones in Cairo. We have
You
ones
guys
in
try
other.
to erase our history. It's not going to happen, bro. You can
What?
try
It's
all you
written
want.
by it's written by real Jews,
Okay, but what are you
man.
trying to say? What are you trying to say? Because you're debunking your own self.
No, I'm not
What
debunking
was the
anything.
point? The Jewish
Just
person
saying-
was vizier?
Listen. Oh, this David. Oh, this another guy. I don't know who that is. Anyways, so listen. What I want to tell you is that this, what you claim that Islam is out to get you. We were installing Jews into Jerusalem whenever they were thrown out by the Crusaders. So this is the one I want to refute, right? Whatever you want to bring out books, you don't bring me a brand new copy of some bullshit book you want to prove I can't read, and you want to tell me that this is some 2,000-year-old book, you know? And if the Palestinians came in the 18th century like you claiming, you know, then they've still been there before you.
Again, that's why we established a state, because we have been persecuted in and out of the land. That's why we were found in Europe. Why are we in Europe? Because we got persecuted and moved out of the land.
But let me say this about that King David, that maybe is true.
You have a
But
list of
what
how many
was the
times
point?
you go out.
So the
Let me-
Jewish person was vizier? What was the
What do you mean,
point?
what's the point?
Let me just say
What's
this
the
about the state. So it's maybe true, David, that there was,
What do you mean maybe
Israel was
true? It's
established.
100% true.
No, listen. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. Hang on, I'll make my point. But the thing is, the Palestinians also were trying to get their state before it was the Ottoman Empire, where it was just a big chunk of
They have
land and
no
a lot of
history.
cities.
They have no
Listen
history.
to what I'm saying. It's in a
Zero.
lot of cities, and every single state got permission to become a sovereign state by the British, except Palestine, because they were saving that chunk of land for the Rothschilds who bought it. So you can't say, oh, that's why we created a state, but they never had a state, because they also petitioned to have a state. But it was always in the plan to save that chunk of land for Israel, because some rich people could lobby the shit out of the English.
Let me tell you the three main
British
things.
Party
Let me tell you the
and
three
get
main
that.
things of
So-
Judaism. First of all, there's one God, and we need to pray to Him. Second of all, is that
Is Red Sand done? Are you done, Red Sand?
wow, this
Well,
people
I mean-
love to talk, bro. It's unbelievable.
Okay,
Can
guys,
guys,
can you please let Red send, and I'll have you talk,
I'm not,
everybody.
I took more than one go, so I need Menken to talk, even if he's a Zayo. Let him have he's been here for 2 hours, man. So, God, Mufasa
real quick,
went
guys,
all
just
over.
real quick, please stay on mute if you're not your turn. I'm doing it too. So just anybody who's not speaking, mute up. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's amazing you have that rule, but they don't follow it.
Can I reply to what you said, Red Sand?
Which day is it? I can't count.
Give the guy some time. The guy at the top beside Chip, he needs to talk, and I need to shut up. And also you, Mufasa.
Mencken, let me make you big. Thanks for waiting. I'm sorry it took so long for you to speak. Go ahead. Please don't interrupt him. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope I'm gonna get enough time because I got a lot to say. I'm gonna start with something personal. Again, I'm gonna start with the thing that I can understand why people think the way they think about the Palestinian issue. And of course, there is a lot of information, but we talked also about forensics evidence or about evidence for something that happened. And I encourage you to look at the presentation that you got when you were in the university. You remember that you talk about that. Maybe there were no evidence there, but something impacts you, right? And it's a good thing. You're a good person. Of course, there's somebody that hear something like atrocities is you want to be on the right side, right? And in those times, of course, there was no internet. There was nothing that you can confirm. There was a lot of disinformation from each side. And again, I'm gonna direct you again to the time when talking about the slaves in the movement of black Africans in black American, African American try to get the rights. And we talked about Martin Luther King, and also about Malcolm X, about supporting Israel, supporting Palestine, and how this movement actually corrupted by talking about releasing the slaves. And I talked about Islam that for 1400 years actually practice slavery, and also in the conduct.
Hold on. I don't want to stop you, but I just want to tell you, just as a human being listening, you're tic-tacking to things that I'm not connecting to. All I know is that Malcolm X and other members of the liberation movement for African Americans said that Palestine is a liberation movement as well, and that the world won't be free until Nelson Mandela said this. The world won't be free until Palestine is free.
I know.
What do you keep going to Muslims? Just try to say something that's coherent, because I'm not following you. I don't think anybody else is.
Sorry, because I waited so long and I tried to jump from a lot of points. I'm sorry, I'm going to talk slow, and I hope you're going to give me the time. So there is an issue between Muslims and Christians and Jews supporting Palestine or Israel. And Malcolm X was a Muslim, and MLK was Christian, and he supported Israel. So you need to look at why Christians support that religion or Israel, and why Malcolm X, which again was a Muslim, Muslims support the practice of slavery for 400 years. 1400
MLK supported Palestine, just FYI.
MLK did not support Palestine. He supported Israel. You can check it out. You can actually check it out. So, of course, resistant is a right. No dispute about it. But actually, we talked about the Ottoman Empire. There was got dismantled, and this land was actually started to get formed to different kind of people, right? So when we talk about giving the land to the Jewish people, we're not talking about just Palestine, right? Because if we look at the history, it's not about just a land called Palestina. It was Syria, Palestina. And Syrian got a lot of land. Actually, Jewish people got something like only a quarter or even less. So when you look at the separation of the land, it's not that Jews got more. Actually, the flow of people to that area started in about 1800, only 250,000 people here, and then the Falachim started to come here when the Jews start to develop the country. So maybe you want to look about a little bit about that, because the people that came here along the 150 years were not here. They were not from this place. They didn't have like indigenous origin from here, like Jews. And how can we see that? We can see that by DNA, right? And the DNA shows us the Levant. It's not, and the Levant is not just about Israel. The Levant is also about Cyprus. It's also about Syria, Lebanon, and all this area. The only people that claim and have actually origin to Israel and can show you it by DNA are Jews. All the other people can claim they came from Israel, but you can say that they're from Syria.
Hold on a second. So I've researched this thoroughly and listened to so many lives. What you just said is just not factually correct. In fact, one could even make the argument that people's DNA go further back than those who claim. But I think both peoples can make a historic claim from a DNA standpoint to the land to some degree. Some more so than others, some less so than others, based on where they've moved to, the different people they've mixed with. But that's just not a true statement. Just both peoples are from the land originally. Immigrated, okay?
I think I fixed it when I said that. True, they can say they came from the Levant area, but the only people that claim all throughout history that they came from this area, specifically Judea and Israel kingdoms, are the Jews, right? What's called Bnei Israel. The Jews is a new term starting about 200 years ago. There is no such thing as the Jewish people. There is Bnei Israel, right? There is the people of Israel. So let's move forward a little bit. And the fact that people say that we want to remove all the Muslims from here, this is easily disputed because a lot of Muslims still were here when 48 happened, right? So it's easily disputed. It was so easy to get everybody out of here if you really want it. But why should we gonna leave some people here, some Muslim here? It doesn't make any sense, right? And I will direct you to also what Gaddafi said about the 67 and 1948, which I talked about it before. There is a claim, he put a claim that if Israel going to take to court the Arab nations, they will win. You can actually hear him speak about that. And I know it's really hard to change your opinion, but the fact that if you can see all of that different kind of puzzles like taqiyya, the principle of taqiyya, that Muslim can lie if they, can promote.
What is taqiyya?
Relax.
No, we want to know what taqiyya is.
It's okay to lie, right?
What
if
is
you can
taqiyya?
promote.
What's the meaning of taqiyya?
I'm telling you the principle of it, right? The principle of it is that you can lie for your the promotion of your religion. It's also to defend yourself, like converting or something like that. But in the other hand, you can take prisoners, you can take wives, and in the same.
I give you my time, man.
Right, relax. But I don't want to. I want to talk about solutions, right?
No. Tell me about taqiyya verse, please. Bring it out of the Quran, out of Hadith, out of anything. Okay, please bring it out, taqiyya, please.
Nankin, you can unmute and bring evidence. Just don't, because all you've been saying right now, it's only stuff
it's in the Quran. If you want, I can give you the same hadith and the.
Listen, we're Muslims here. We don't know nothing about taqiyya in the Quran. So, unless you're looking
so
at
you
the
don't know about hadith.
If you're looking at different.
So let's talk about Zionism in
Lincoln, I have my little boy here. I taught him Quran and religion. Do you want to ask him?
Okay, so you probably
my boy understands that he cannot lie according to Quran, right?
Yeah,
we are not allowed to lie.
So you know about if you can have a look at the.
Can you please stop talking about religion and talk about the actual facts that are happening
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
I'm talking
ground
about
right now,
actual
because
facts.
none of
I'm
us,
talking about
neither, hold on one second, neither you or I or anyone on this panel believe is expert on religion to talk about it.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
No, no, no.
Of
We're
course it
not
is.
experts. We don't
So
have.
why Jerusalem
We
is so
we don't.
important?
Well, hold on
Why
one second.
Jerusalem is so important?
Menken, I'm telling you,
Yes.
don't
Why
bring
Jerusalem
up
is so important?
for who?
For Muslims. Take over Jerusalem, Al-Aqsa.
Okay, so
Lead of Al-Aqsa,
you
right?
just said
Why?
it. You just said it. The Aqsa. So it's important because of the Aqsa. So what is your
Okay,
question?
so it is a religious issue, right? And
What does
that's
that
why
mean?
I want to talk about the other side.
Hold on one second. If the Aqsa Mosque is in Jerusalem, okay, how is that makes it religious? Like we have mosques all over, we have churches all over, and
Yeah, so why Jerusalem is so important?
why are you tainting the whole religion because of the Aqsa? The Aqsa, yes, it is important to us.
Yes, why it's so important that you have to
So why
take
why is it
wars
so important
for
for
all
you?
the?
Why is it so
What? So why
important
do you
for
want
you?
all Jerusalem?
Why is it that you want to destroy the Aqsa Mosque?
Who?
You?
Who wants to destroy?
Okay, so can I continue about my points? I know it's a little bit
So change your.
triggering when I use
That's what I'm telling
when
you.
when I
Change-
use the Quran. I know.
Let's not. Yeah, let's not.
Yes. So what I wanted to say, there are a few evidence and puzzles when you look at the Quran and you see what actually the facts that happened in October 7. You can also look at the investigation
do you want me to quote
of the prisoners
Babylonian-
on
do you want me
YouTube.
to
You can
quote-
actually hear them say that they actually did the things that.
Listen, I can quote the Babylonian Talmud and tell you some nasty shit that it says, but I'm not
Yeah, but
bringing.
talking
I'm
about
not.
now.
I'm not. I'm not. Okay, I'm not bringing.
I'm talking about the investigations
I'm not
on YouTube,
bringing.
right?
I'm
Of-
not
of
bringing the
Hamas
Talmud
members.
in. I'm not bringing the Talmud in.
Guys, listen, let's get off the historic and religious
Yes, but I'm
platforms.
talking.
Hold on, let's get off the historic religious platform stuff. Let's talk about modernity. Okay? Again, I've heard the argument that because of the nature of it, indigeneity or God gave this to whomever, that 3,000 some years ago, this is the entitlement. If you make that argument, there is no counter argument because God is the ultimate authority, and who can argue with that? Again, who was living there when all
I'm
this
not
went
talking
down?
about religion.
Hold on, who
I'm not
was living
talking
there?
about the right.
Who was living there physically, bodies on the ground in 1947, and who had to be moved in order for these changes to occur? And one more point I wanted to raise: you said that the Israelis clearly don't want to get rid of all the Arab people or Palestinians because there's 2,000 or 2 million that live within the society. Yeah, that's true, but they're not an impediment directly to the establishment of this greater Israel. But those that live in the West Bank and throughout the region are. So what they don't necessarily want to get rid
But
of
they
them.
actually did. They actually
Hold
did.
on.
There were movements
Hold
of
on.
our.
The purpose of the Israeli government is not to unalive everybody. I've been criticized for saying this. I don't believe they give a shit. They don't care if they unalive people, but they don't necessarily want to. They want people to be compliant, to work within the systems they want to establish so they have control, and if possible, get as many people out who are standing in the way of that. That's it.
Like every government. Come on. You're just saying what every government wants. It doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't mean a thing.
But they're
Come on.
expanding their territory in the process of
Come
trying to
on.
achieve
It doesn't
that.
mean a thing. You just said what every
where are they
government in the
expanding
world
to?
wants.
No, that's
But
true.
what I want to show you, it's that there are a lot of Muslims that are actually Zionists. You can actually, it's about religion because you can see that there are a lot of Muslims around the world are actually
And that's
Zionists.
wrong too.
And if you want to
It doesn't matter.
One second, please.
One second.
No,
One
I
second.
wanna.
You can actually go.
Lebanon shooting at Israel?
Okay, how is
Hold on, real quick. So we have to be a little bit fair. There are a lot of people on the panel that aren't speaking, and we've had someone named Anochi that's been here for a while. I know that Mufasa wants to come in. Just to let you know, Menken, I've kept track of this. You've been on for 14 minutes. So I want to make sure we have given a chance for other people to speak. We're not being fair with timing. Anochi, would you like to come in and share your point of view?
I'm going to do it fast, really fast,
No,
2
you're
minutes.
not. You're going to
Okay.
leave. Jesus Christ, man. I'm trying to be respectful to everybody, and then somebody thinks that their voice is just that much more important than the other. I've been keeping quiet. I think I'm the person who has a good chance to share too. So just be respectful of others. I think, thank you, Mufasa, for waiting your turn as well. Come on, guys. Come on back up. But just let's try to be, listen, be polite to your fellow human beings. Okay, go ahead, Anochi.
Yeah, very briefly. So there was a guy showing you books in Hebrew. You thought that's in Hebrew. So the first book was Yosef Flavi, which is available in any language. So the point he wanted to tell that none of historians mentioned any Palestinian people, not under Roman Empire, not just to illustrate that.
I remember this person. This is just the denial of the history and the existence of Palestinians, the 9 yards. It's hard to understand him. He's just a
Denial, but stating the
he's not coming up on this particular
denial,
panel.
but
I
stating
can't
the facts. Big
hold on.
difference.
I just can't stand that kind of approach and the way he speaks and the way he goes best. I just don't want him here. Anyway, people can talk about that subject if they want to. We're trying to talk about modern history, not 4,000 years ago, not the Romans. We're talking about 1945 to present. Let's talk about it.
Hey, Chip.
Yeah. Why only that time frame? Because the narrative makes sense for your narrative.
No, it's not about my narrative. It's about who was living on the land in modern history.
Whose land was on it before for many?
Both people were living on the land. Both
Who was
people.
Because
living
you're
on
on
the
the
land
because
between
you're on the
18
land for 100 years, walking your sheep. You own it.
Hold on. Let's do this. Let me make it clear again, okay? And then you can go to a panel. There's tons of them out there that talk about DNA and 1,500 and 4,000 years ago and God this and God that. That's not helping the conversation. We're in modern history. All that claim is not going to change the fact that the people that had been living on the land in recent history feel dispossessed of the land. You may disagree with their feelings, but the reason why they're doing what they're doing from the standpoint of using violence is not because they believe they're wrong. And they don't agree with your historical claim to land, your ancestral argument. They believe, and again, you can disagree with them, but if you want peace and you want to live without people attacking you like happened on 10/7, which I want, you have to be a little more reasonable than that. Just like they have to be reasonable and not want all the land for themselves. It's called a compromise. So if you want to say you're justified to take it all, and people can either acquiesce to your demands and play nice, or they can go away or be unalive, like Ben Gavir keeps saying, well, that's not a reasonable position to take. You're the one not being peaceful. And if somebody else wants to say they want to kill all the Jewish people and they won't take anything but everything, they're being unreasonable. Somewhere in the middle there's a solution to this. But my take is that the Israeli government, its leadership, not its people, have done everything they can to say they want one thing and prevent it in actuality. Not that there aren't arguments to be made to criticize the Palestinian side of this along the way. So let's talk about that. Let's cover that time frame. Okay? That's all that matters right now.
Hi, Chip. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So I just want to make a public announcement, it's a warning. For people just getting into the conflict, always, always double check the websites, make sure there's no malware in there. Several websites that Mufasa has mentioned, they do have malware. I've researched them, and don't go to Hamas.com. Don't even try it. It's already been established that that one has malware. They have hackers. After I found this out, it's very hard to trust anything I'm going to certain websites. So just double check. You can click on different search engines, see if there's any websites you could go to instead of the ones they give, just for information purposes. Be careful. Be very careful. Once they get malware into your system, then they could pretty much see everything you post. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to talk about modern history? Anybody want to talk about modern history?
Yeah, sure. I would love to.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Go for it.
First of all, to this comment, I did check it for malware. There are no malware. But again, if you think he's credible, you think there is, so please don't talk over me. I was not talking over you. Your lies and your nonsense. But never mind that. If you think there is a malware, please just go to a public computer, a coffee shop, a library computer, and do it from there. Okay? And you'll see there are no malware or no anything. Now moving on to recent history. So I'm going to start in 1948. Is that fine for you, Chip?
Well, whichever. Yeah, sure.
1948. Okay, so it was the partition plan, right? After, really shortly after, the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, that's how it was called. By every document of the British Mandate, it says upon it, Eretz Israel means in Hebrew, land of Israel. That's how it was called. In 1946, they gave 73% of the land to the Arabs.
Chip, you're loud. Can you mute? Chip.
In 1946, the British Mandate of Palestine, Eretz Israel, that's how it was called, gave 73% of the land to the Arabs. This is the Kingdom of Jordan. They brought a king, Abdullah, from Saudi and gave them a land which is 3 times bigger than all of Israel, by the way, and some of it is ancient lands of the Jewish people, but never mind that, put the ancient history aside, right? So 73% of the land was given to the Arabs. Up until today, the majority of Jordan are Palestinians, right? So they already have a country, but that was not enough. There was a petition plan on the remaining 27% of the land to divide it 56% to the Jews, 46% to the 54% to the Jews, and 46% to the Arabs, remaining on the 23% remaining. This is Israel. And the Jewish accepted and celebrated their independence. And the Arabs refused, and they started the war. 5 Arab nations.
Faster, real quick, 2 questions and I'll let you continue. I'm trying to jump in. I don't want to interrupt you. What was the percentage of population in the land based on the percentage of the partition plan? And secondly, did the Jewish aggressive groups like Irgun and Leahy and Stern and others, did they do anything that was physically violent preceding the conflict?
Sure. So about the aggressive that you mentioned about the Lehi, the Haganah, if you actually study, and this is why it's so hard to start in one point of history, so they were responding. If you actually learn it, so you'll see ever since the Balfour Declaration in 1917, the Arabs heavily massacred the Jewish population on the land. So yes, the Lehi, the Haganah, and others had to fight them back, of course. All the people that massacring the Jewish people. Ever since the world recognized the right of the Jewish people to return to their own indigenous land, the world recognized it. The Arabs even went further and massacred the Jewish people even further. Because I can give you massacres in the 1700s.
Population, that was the first question. Let's answer that. How many Jewish people, percentage-wise, were occupying the land? How many Arab population versus the percentage of the partition plan? Just put those numbers out there, please.
So the Arabs were like the majority, like 3 to 1, okay, like 1 million, and the Jewish population at the time in 48 was like 400,000, a little bit more than 3 to 1, less than 3 to 1.
Okay, so just to be clear, real quick, just understand. So let's do a quick math exercise. So if somebody was going to split a pizza among people in a room, and you're all hungry, and 70% of the people in the room were from one group, and 30% were the other, but they offered somebody more than half the pizza to the people who are a third of the people in the room, would you say that's a fair split of pizza? And most people go, no, that's not 50-50. So that's not what you say, it's irrelevant. The point is, why would it, first of all, let me finish. This is really important because Dave Smith talks to this, the comedian who talked to Joe Rogan. Of course, if you're the Jewish population, you're going to say yes to that. You're a third of the people, less than, and you get more than half of something, you're like, oh yeah, I'll take that deal. And of course, if you're the Arab group that wasn't consulted on the arrangement of that structure, you're going to say, F that. F that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please try not to interrupt me. Okay? So number one, as I said before, this is completely irrelevant because just 2 years previously, they actually received a land 3 times bigger than all of Israel combined with Gaza Strip and the West Bank, which is Jordan. That is the 73% of the British Mandate of Palestine. You're completely ignoring the fact that they were given 73% of the land before dividing the remaining 23% of the land. Never mind that. You're completely ignoring the fact that the majority out of the Arabs living on the land lived on the land only for like 20, 50 years, the majority. Only minority lived on the land longer than that. Never mind that, you're completely ignoring the fact that the majority of the land that was proposed to the Jewish people was the Negev, uninhabitable land at the time. Israel developed new technologies in order to inhabitate the Negev. Not only that it's true, I will give you a history book to read about it. Read again, Adrian Irlandi history book. Read For Memorial and Memorial, and I can give you multiple history books to read more about the Negev. The Negev was not habitable. There were only drifters on the Negev, not a town, not a city, not anything.
Still not.
So the
Najaf
majority, so
is still
still
not.
up until today, the majority of the Negev is desert. Still up until today. So the Arabs got the 46% after they got the 73% of the whole cake from the remaining.
Was Jesus born in a desert? Was Jesus born in a desert?
No.
So how you say it? Like the Roman occupied the desert, or they occupied the civilization?
Why are you constantly
Because you're making so many points that they don't make sense. You said that there is no Palestine didn't exist, or it wasn't.
And you brought up Jesus. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, because you're saying that the land wasn't developed, and the
Jesus
Jews
was born
came and developed it. That's
okay. Let me show you the map. Let me show you the manipulation you just did and deflecting. Okay, let's open the map. See where is Nebulous and what's the Negev I'm talking about. No connection between the two, but you love diverting from the subject.
While I was looking, I want to say one thing, Mufasa, real quick. One thing while you're looking that up. Okay, so here's my question. If you're somebody who has the majority of the population in a region, and you've allowed certain numbers of people that were not being allowed elsewhere from Europe and from the United States, we're all not allowing Jewish people in because of anti-Semitism. And so you're the one place where they're allowed to come in, and you treat them with respect and dignity. Now, there was some rubs along the way, but there was a teeny population of Jewish people in the region in 1900. You can look it up. It was minuscule. It was like 2%. And then it soared to about a third over the course of the next 35 years. Look it up. If a bunch of people immigrated to your town and then somebody proposed that X percent of your land is going to be cordoned off, more than half of it, for a bunch of people who happen to show up over the past 25 years, you'd probably be opposed to that, right? That doesn't seem like a fair deal, no matter what. It's like, wait a second, these people came in to live in the territory. We don't have a nation state. Now they're going to have a nation state, and we're going to have to deal with the consequences of their being there. It's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're coming in and basically partitioning off territory for their purposes. I'd oppose that too.
Okay, can I have the big screen? I'll show it so you can see it for your own eyes. Number one, before I'm moving on to what you said, this is Nebulous right here. And he asked me if Jesus was born in the desert. This is the place of birth of Jesus Christ. This is the Negev. As you can see, this is the desert. Now to the big point, and again, what you're completely neglecting, Chief, the British mandate was all this area, which is Israel, and all this area, which is Jordan. So all this area, which is 3 times bigger than this, was given to the Arabs. They already got 73% of the land. On the remaining 27% of the land, they decided that the majority of the valuable land will go to the Arabs. And Israel, the Jewish will get mostly this. And some areas here. Okay? So they gotten the majority of the land, the vast majority of the land, they gotten the better land, but yet they would not have the Jewish people that were exiled and persecuted all over the world and ethnically cleansed in most of Arab
Then why
countries.
is that land Israeli then? Why is that land Israeli?
Why am I constantly being interrupted?
I want to ask an informative.
Dude, it's not a monologue. We all have to talk.
Alisa, I want to ask an informative.
I'm trying to answer his question for the third time.
I'm asking you on the.
Richard, you have to be flexible.
Can I finish the answer before you talk?
It's regarding to your answer, just regarding to your answer.
But I did not finish my answer. Let me finish the answer and then say whatever.
I'm looking at the map so I can understand better what you're telling me. Okay, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to understand better what you're telling me. So you tell me all this green area, starting from Lebanon all the way down, it was a desert, and when they established Israel, it was developed and made into a green.
This is what I was
trying to understand. Yeah, I know.
Completely not what I said.
I get you now.
The exact opposite of what I said. So this right here, this is the Negev. This is the desert. As you can see, it's still a desert. By the way, the reason for that is the Sinai Desert. As you can see, the sea making a turn here. So the wind coming from here. All this area has a lot of clouds and this area does not. This is the Negev. Okay, this is the desert. This is the majority of the land was proposed to the Jewish people on the partition plan. Okay, and just a little bit tiny of areas here. So again, the Arabs received 73% of the land and then the better part of the remaining 27%. But still, that was not enough for them. They started the war. 5 Arab countries, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi, Lebanon, Iran participated in Russia. 5 Arab nations against Israel a day
Iran
in,
was still
a day
ally
old.
to the Israel back then. Iran was an ally. The Shah was a
That is the
friend of
fourth
Israel.
time. That is the fourth time you interrupting me. Please, I would love to hear what you have
Just
to say.
correcting you because you said
But
Iran was
please
involved.
let
You
me
said
finish.
Iran was no.
No, it's
Mufasa,
impossible
you
to
can't
talk
just
with you
make
guys.
blame. Iran at
Impossible.
the time it was the biggest ally of Israel.
It's good riddance. It's good to lose him
Just because you're on the panel. Hold on, real quick. Let me finish this, guys. Hold on. I don't want to mute people or kick people off. Mufasa, I'm just going to address this to you. Dude, you can't come on and just talk incessantly for 7, 8, 10, 12 minutes and expect everybody to be quiet while you, quote, finish your point. People on the panel want to talk too. So if you want to make a brief point and you want to do it in segments, that's great. But please take turns. It's the same thing that happened with the previous person. You can't just talk forever, okay? Now, having said that, here's my question I want to ask everybody, just to point this out there. If you're living in a region and you say they, quote, gave it to the Arabs, people have been living there for a long time before the shift of the Ottoman Empire, right? They were coexisting in some way. There was a smaller Jewish population. There was a much larger Arab Muslim population. But those dynamics shifted after World War I dramatically, as I laid out. Here's the question. Why should a group of people that have been living in a certain format culturally with the commerce and all the layouts, why should they have to give up any part of the territory to the establishment of another state? Why can't people live in a territory together as is and not change the dynamics? And if those dynamics are going to be changed through collusion and backdoor deals and other people deciding for them without consulting them, wouldn't that make somebody upset? That would make me upset. That's a fair question to ask. So when you say they rejected it, of course they rejected it. It's like, why should this be a thing in the first place? What the hell, dude? Just think about that for a second if you're from that side of the vantage point. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that point. I'm just saying that's a fair point of view to look at, right? You have to look at that reality. Why should there be an artificial ethno-state imposed on a region where people welcome people in, where others wouldn't welcome them, and all of a sudden there's this backdoor deal to turn around and carve out, more than half the land? Does that make sense? Or whatever portion you want to refer to it as, based on the Jordan, Transjordan, whatever. Doesn't that resonate with you at all, or you just completely dismiss that as irrelevant and people being, whatever you want to call it, stubborn or whatever? I can see both points of view on that. I can understand the desire to create a state for people who are Jewish and the Zionist movement. I get that, but you're completely ignoring the other people's point of view, saying, well, they should just have to make room for us because we just deserve this because of what God said 3,000 years ago. Does that make any sense? I mean, can you put yourself on the other side of that situation and just see it from that vantage point for a second? Maybe. I hope. So let's share the mic. I'm going to do this. Everybody's going to get 3 minutes. 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes. I'm going to put you on a 3-minute timer. I'll actually time it on my phone. When the noise goes off, you got to stop. If you're mid-sentence, I'm going to stop you, okay? 3 minutes, no more monologues, no more lengthy conversations. Who's next? I think that Elisa should have a chance to speak, and she probably I'm going to bring two more people up. Okay, listen, in fairness, Federico and myself included, let's not interrupt people during their 3 minutes. Let's give them a chance to speak through without interruption, unless they address you directly, in which case you can respond. Okay, that's fair. All right, Elisa, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I accidentally hit the mute button for you. See if you can get open again.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yep, good to go. Thank you.
Sorry, I had an airplane fly over me. But yeah, I just want to say that I think when you're debating these kind of stuff and talking about things on the lives, I think it's important to, number one, allow people to ask follow-up questions and allow them to ask a question. And instead of immediately starting an argument and saying, you interrupted me, like, I think it's important to have the conversation being flexible, not so rigid. Because this is the thing, it's not okay to just say a bunch of stuff and it not being factual, it not being true, and then expect everyone to just believe you or believe what you're saying. I don't think that's not a way forward. That's not how you actually resolve things and find common ground. Some of the things that he was saying was absolutely not true. Like, for example, one point that Zionists always fail to mention is that, yes, the surrounding Arab countries, they did attack, but that was triggered because of the Nakba, because there was mass exportation of people. People were fleeing the country, and those who weren't fleeing, they were being unalived. So it's not like out of the blue, they just wanted to attack them because they're just bad people and they just hate us Jewish people. It wasn't like that at all. These countries, surrounding countries, they couldn't handle so many refugees coming in. No country will be able to handle that. So what did they do? And in my opinion, I think they attacked way too late. They should have been defending the Palestinians way earlier, but finally they decided to help out the Palestinians, and already it was too late. Almost 1 million people were unalived, 750,000 or something like that, and even more people were displaced, like just like they're being displaced now. They went from the people that are living in the strip right now in the refugee camps. They're like refugees from other cities and other places in Israel and Gaza. So anyways, I think that's important to just be objective and understand that Israel has a major, major, major part in this. And if Israelis want to be praised by, oh, we're, the moral army, we could have wiped them out if we wanted to, but look, we haven't, because we're the good guys. If you guys want to have that kind of praise, that means that you have the responsibility, right? If you have the responsibility, you also need to take accountability for the bad things that you've done. And I just never hear that. I mean, the Nakba isn't a fairy tale. It was their Holocaust. Why do you think the only Jewish people can experience the Holocaust? No, any human being in the world can experience that. And I would argue and say that a lot of different groups of people have experienced it, not only Jewish people. So that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thanks. It's good stuff. Okay, let's go to the anti. What would you like to say? And by the way, if you're somebody who wants to come back up, all I ask is we don't interrupt each other and we try to limit our conversation to brief points, and then we can have back and forth. Like Lisa said, that's fair. Okay, go ahead, please, anti.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of misinformation going on, and I really, really want to stress how important it is to watch what websites everyone goes to. That's really what's been going on a lot lately. A lot of malware, a lot of hacking, a lot of people getting into your whole history. I can't really prove it, but that's a hypothesis I have. That's another tactic. They're trying to get dirt on anyone they can before they even gain any influence. So just be careful out there, everyone. That's why I mainly came up here. Once I once I seen him try to advertise a website, I was like, this is not safe. This is pretty dangerous. So everyone has to double check. So that's all I have.
Do you have any opinion on 1948 and why? This is why I always like to ask the question why. Like, why was it that there was an attack? What prompted it, if anything? What would be going through the mindset of people? And all I ever hear is, I'm going to tell you what I hear. I hear that people just hate the Jewish people. They couldn't stand to have Jews in their region. If that were true, how could there be an influx of Jewish people from 1900 to 1947? How could that be? There would be massive programs to completely eliminate the population. They had been there well before the Ottoman Empire came through. That doesn't make any sense. So it was the calculation to try to forcibly change the dynamic, creating an ethno-state in the region and basically either dispossessing or shifting or locating, basically disrupting life as it had been for the benefit of one group that created the animosity, not the other way around. It wasn't that animosity existed and all of a sudden it was just unleashed. Think about it. How many people who are Palestinian are going around the world harming Jewish people? How many people have harmed people who are Jewish outside of that region? I'm talking about Palestinians. I'm not talking about people who practice Islam. There are people who are Islamic that have done things to harm Jewish people. But there are people that have done things to harm all sorts of people. There's hate in all sorts of cultures against different groups of people. And it gets played out that way, unfortunately.
I get what you're saying.
What's a situation where Palestinian Arabs outside of that region, in other words, not dealing with specific Zionist aggression against their population in the land they perceived as theirs, have they acted against Jewish people?
So what's going to happen after Lebanon? They keep shooting missiles since October 8th.
Okay, so I asked a very simple question, and you
we don't know. We don't know the stats, bro.
Just give me one answer. Put it this way: are you aware of an incident where this has happened? Yes or no?
A Palestinian unalived?
Where a Palestinian Arab outside of the region where Israel is, given like what happened on 10/7. Have you heard of an incident of a Palestinian Arab because of hatred going after a Jewish person and either unaliving or injuring them?
Have you Googled it yet, or you need me to Google it?
I'm just asking you if you've heard of one right now before you do any more research.
On top of my head, no.
Yeah, I mean, either. And I don't think there is an example of one. If it is, it's very rare. So again, if the argument is that Palestinians hate Jews, which is, we always hear that, they want to get us out of the region, they want to unalive the Jews. I hear that all the time. Or they're on an Islamic crusade. I don't have any examples outside, especially even before the Zionist movement really got its foothold in the region, where there was massive anger towards Jewish people in and of itself, just
But I
because they were
always hear,
Jewish.
yeah, but I always hear that the Jewish people are trying to genocide the Palestinians, but their numbers keep tripling and doubling and tripling and doubling. So what are you talking? You know, we're trying to extinct them or get rid of them, but their numbers keep going
What
up and up and up. So
what
the
does that have
same,
to do with what we just talked about? I just
because
mentioned a point. Now you're
it's a
shifting gears.
fairy tale. It's a fairy tale. The same thing that you're talking about is a fairy tale. These
What's a
people,
fairy tale? My argument was that no Palestinian is known to history to go after Jewish people before the Zionist project started moving in and
yeah,
changing the circumstances of
and
the
no
region.
Jews are trying to extinct the Palestinians. Their numbers keep going up.
I'm just addressing that one issue first. We can shift to whether this should be called something or not. If you want to make that argument, we can talk about that. But why are you moving right away instead of saying, okay, yeah,
Because
that makes sense?
it's the same analogy you're trying to make, bro. It's the same thing.
No, it has nothing to do with each other.
Same thing. It's the same thing, dude.
How so? Please explain your logic. How are they the same thing?
Let me tell you something, man. Because you're trying to make Israel sound like they're a liar and all that. But can you tell me how many times the Palestinians lied?
Just a second. I'm trying to follow your logic here. So let me just paint the
But I've been
picture.
waiting a long
Hold on.
time to talk to you.
Let me paint the logic. Okay. Let me paint the logic. Just let me finish the sentence. So I just made an assertion that there's no documented hatred or hate crimes or unalivedness by Palestinian Arabs against Jewish people, which is contrary to the claim that Palestinians hate the Jews and they just want to get rid. Even members of the H group who may have
Because that's not the
affiliations
root
outside.
of the problem here.
Hold on. I said, let me make the point. So then you went from there and said, if they're trying to perpetuate a G-side, these people keeps doubling and tripling. Now, what does the first one have to do with the second one? And then you went to a third one. I'm just trying to understand your thinking.
Nothing. That's the whole point. Like you're bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with the whole situation at all.
Well, wait a second. No, why does that have nothing to do with the situation? I said the fundamental reason why people are claiming that there can be no negotiations is because there's a core hatred that exists between the Palestinian Arabs and Jewish people. And the motivating factor behind everything we're seeing is because they don't want to live beside Jews. They want to get rid of us. I hear that all the time. And that I'm naive for not understanding that. So the point I was raising as a counter argument to that was historical fact, which is what I just talked with you about. As far as I know, and maybe you know, you can maybe research it, I'll do the same. I don't know of a single incident outside of that region where people, other than responding to the things that they're unhappy about given the Zionist movement's desires and activities, that has ever targeted a Jewish person. And you went to
Forget the Palestinians. Let's look at the H group, which are funded by Iran, and Iran uses them as proxies to go and commit crimes. So you have to remember, dude, this is all the hand of Iran. This is why Iran is the big hand. If you get rid of these T groups, you'll probably have a better chance at peace, which is what Israel's trying to do right now. Get rid of these groups out of there. You know what I'm saying? And let the real Palestinians take over, because these people are proxies to Iran. That's the whole.
So do the Iranians want to get rid of all the Jewish people too? Is that the allegation too, or what's the goal? What's the motivator?
Go look on his Twitter, or what he says every day. Go look what Khomeini says on Twitter every day. Go look at his Twitter.
Does he say that? But wait a second. So you can do us the benefit of the fact that I'm not in front of his Twitter right now. I'm actually in my car, sitting parked, so I can't reference stuff unless I go to the internet and leave my coffee break. But the question I want to ask is this: who is the he? You're talking about Khomeini, the spiritual leader, the head of the Iranian state. From your understanding, you can paraphrase. What is he saying that indicates hatred towards the Jews and a desire to unalive all Jewish people?
He says the end is coming for all the Jews.
Okay, so when did he say this?
I mean, not specifically Jews, but they try to cover it up with Zion, like the word Zionists. That's their key word.
Okay.
That's their trick word to not say Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Are there Jewish people who don't support Zionism? Yes or no?
Yeah, but it's not many.
Okay, well, so we're saying, though, that there is a difference, or there can be a perceived difference between Zionism, the ideology, and Jewish as an ethnicity or a practicing of a religion. Yes, no, or am I crazy about that?
Yes, go ahead.
So the point is, if there is that differentiation, when he says the word Zionist, which you think is coded for all the Jewish people, but I just pointed out that there's a different distinction between that term in terms of the relation it has to the behavior that's happened in the region versus the ethnicity or the religious practices of the people. You're making this extension. You're conflating the two ones all together. That he's
And
intentionally
here's the
targeting
proof.
Jewish people.
And here's the
So
proof. On October 7th,
okay,
when H group came in, they didn't just unalive Jewish people, they unalived Filipinos, Muslims, Christians. So, you know, these people don't care, man. They don't care about nothing. It's not about the land, bro. They want the Jewish people, anybody on this land. You know what I'm saying? Like their whole terrorism is to terrorize people, and it doesn't matter about who, what, where.
okay. So your assertion is hold on, your assertion is. Let me make sure I understand this. Your assertion is. Hold on a second. Your assertion is that because of the behavior of October the 7th, and because other people other than Jewish Israelis were unalived, you mentioned Filipinos, maybe the other workers that were there that got caught up in the violence, that these people are just raw, brutal thugs. They don't care what happens to whom. They're just a violent proxy of Iran, which you believe, using the term Zionism, is an extension of a desire to unalive all the Jews. So it's just violence for violence's sake, and that they're going to continue to do what they do because they're just violent people. Is that your argument?
They're always going to have an excuse for what they're doing, man. You know what I'm saying? They're always going to have some kind of new buzzword that comes out, like pedophile or Jew or Zionist, or they always have some kind of new word that's going to come out tomorrow. That's what they do, bro. That's all they've been doing for 75 years. They don't want
my name is Chip. My name is Chip, not Bro. But you can. But in other words, here's what I hear when you're saying this. Again, I'm somebody. I don't know how old you are. Not that age makes all the determination, but usually with age comes time, and with time comes the ability to do more work, which I have done a lot of. And your perspective is, as a younger person, hey, dude, you got to figure this out because you just don't get it. This is what's going on. And I would counter that argument with, hey, how many books have you read on the subject? How many documentaries have you watched? How many debates have you watched? How many podcasts have you watched? How many things have you learned about the conflict? There was only books when I was younger. They didn't have the internet. But I've spent a ton of time, probably many thousands of hours, trying to better understand this with lives, conversations, debates, books, films, movies, documentaries, podcasts, debates. And
So
I
what's
come
the
down where I
solution?
come down because of the
So what's the
I
solution?
come down where I come down because of the totality. And then
So
somebody
what's
like
the
you comes up and
solution?
says, hold on. Somebody like you comes up and says, dude, you just don't get it. So my question is it possible that the tack that you're taking may not be inclusive of the same amount of work that I've done to try to better understand what is at the core of this
Okay,
problem?
so all the work you did. So what's your solution? So what's your grand scheme solution?
Hold on, wait a second. It's not just, listen, there's a difference between assessing a situation, taking a position on what you think is the right or wrong side of it, and having a simple snap your fingers outcome that's going to make it all work like pie in the sky. But
Well,
let
that's
me try
what
to
you
answer your
want. That's
question.
what you want if you
Let
want us
me
to
answer.
move out
Let
of the
me
West
answer the.
Bank.
Let me answer the question as best I can if you give me the opportunity to. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's not my solution, okay? But here's what I've heard people speak to that I think would, if not that it's politically practical. There's a difference between what's pragmatic and what's possible versus what could happen ideally. So I'm going to give you what could happen ideally, and we'll work our way back to what's politically pragmatic or not. Ideally, what would happen, which is what's specified in the 2017 H Group Charter, is the acknowledgement of the pre-June 4th, 1967 borders that the Israelis now occupy militarily, which is referred to as the West Bank of the Jordan River, the territory that used to be under Egypt's control and occupied by Israel called the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights in southwestern Syria, that those territories be relinquished to the right ownership, which is the Syrians and the Palestinians. And then there can be some sort of international peacekeeping force that roots out or stops the more radical factions, or maybe the radical factions, when they come to the table to negotiate said agreement, will agree to lay down their arms because there's a legitimate path to self-determination. They've actually said that, by the way, that if Israel is willing to agree to relinquish the territory pre-1967, they will disband their militant arm completely.
Chip, sorry to break it to you, but that's what they said in Gaza. If we left out of Gaza, they would do the same thing. Nope, that's not
It's
what they
not what
do,
they said.
buddy.
By the way, just so
That is
no,
what
wait a second, King. This is where you're wrong, man. Again, you
he
got to
said,
you
dude.
got to study this stuff. Listen, I'm going to give you a little idea to take a second and stew. Okay, go do some reading. Now, why did Israel leave Gaza? It wasn't that the Gazans asked nicely, please leave and we'll be nice. That never happened. The reason why the Israelis left Gaza was because it was an untenable position militarily and politically. It was like being in a hornet's nest. It's like trying to set up a place to live in where there's hornets around you 24/7 a day. And they couldn't handle all the ridiculous amounts of violence and pushback against the occupation and the settlements there. So they made the decision, difficult, which is politically practical, to remove the settlements and to physically and forcibly remove the settlers who did not want to leave because they couldn't provide security for them. And they were tired of having their soldiers killed. That's why they decided to leave. You may not believe that, but that's called history. So the story that's told, again, getting back to the story says, we gave them Gaza and all we got in return were rockets. But again, as I said earlier, and this is really important, and Kitty can speak to this if she wants to come up, the bottom line is this: Palestinians don't see themselves as Gazans and West Bankers. They see themselves as the Palestinian people, not only those that live in the territories, but those that live in the diaspora. And they all aspire to the same end goal, which is dignity, respect, freedom, and autonomy, but not being under the boot and control of somebody else in the process of achieving that, but to have full freedom and to have some version of their own place to be, which they've been denied for 76 years. If you just get out of one place of a territory that's otherwise entirely controlled by another, you haven't removed the problem. You've partially clipped off a toenail. And if you have to have your foot removed for surgical purposes to get rid of gangrene and you remove a toenail off the big toe, you're not solving the problem. You're solving a small portion of it, which still needs to be remedied in total. So the people of Gaza, in solidarity with the other Palestinians in the West Bank, continue the fight for said autonomy. If you don't understand that, you just don't understand the conflict.
You're absolutely right. Thank you so
one
much.
second. I want to add something. That the guy who took the decision is the favorite of them all, Ariel Sharon. He was like an extremist. He was actually saved. The United States sent a whole army with tanks coming down in the Sinai Peninsula just to save this guy, Ariel Sharon. He's the one who took the decision. And I also want to, before we skip the point, I want to make sure, Chip, it's a valid point. The Jews lived among the Egyptians. My aunt's still alive. I can bring her on. She will tell you that she misses her friends who are Jewish, who left Egypt. I don't think they went to Israel, Palestine. They are somewhere in the world, but they never were persecuted in Egypt. You know, under the military junta, when they started doing these weird things like the Lavon affair, then they had to run away because they were doing the same. The outsiders, they came and they manipulated the Egyptian Israeli sect, like we call them, and they made them, like they were booming their places. They were doing this to the Americans, to the Jewish community in Egypt, in Iraq, in every place in the Arab world, for them to make a desperation for them to run to Palestine and occupy it. So we welcome them in. Also, a valid point. The Greeks, they fought the British in 18 something. Let me bring that out 1 second, and I'll let Kitty go. 1882, the Greeks. We have photos of the Greek, regiment who were fighting the British from occupying Egypt. We never heard, Alexandria in particular, we never heard any Greek claiming Alexandria as Greek land.
Yeah, something I want to point out that the latest attack on a synagogue in Dagestan, it seems to me is the same way they used it when they had to have the Jews run away from the Arab land, where the Zionists went to do attack on their positions. The latest attack in Dagestan is the biggest proof, because the majority of the people that left Israel after October 7, they went to Dagestan. And the only place that really got attacked to make them run back is Dagestan. But I need to make a point, Shep. I really need to give you credit, man. We allow them to come on the panel. They talk and they talk and they talk. And that is something that we're not privileged to when we go to their panels, besides getting mocked and cussed at. And I ask everybody, please, let's bring the live to 120K at least. Support Chip. He's been doing a great job. He's been standing with us for the longest time and doing everything he can to bring the story of Palestine up to the light. So please, everybody, tap, share, support Chip.
Yeah, Thank you,
Okay.
Chip, for having me again. I appreciate you
Sure.
as Palestinian, and I appreciate you, and I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for talking about our plight.
What did I get wrong? What did I, in terms of answering that young man, what did I get wrong about
Nothing,
that, or what do you think needs to be added to that?
nothing. They know. First of all, he is. He doesn't know what he's talking about. With all due respect, he's just up here to cause chaos and spread misinformation. And if he knew anything about that region, he would know that we coexisted with the Jews, with the Christians and the Muslims, and everybody lived their lives, and each person had their community. Okay, and it's not about the Jews. We have nothing against the Jews. Okay, and they know it. It's about the Zionism, the state of Zionism. It's either they want it all or none. He knows that. Unfortunately, they know that, okay? But they come out here and he says a lot of things that I just scratch my head, you know? And you asked him the question about Palestinians, had they ever did anything or go after any Jewish community or Jews or hurt them? He didn't even answer that. But it was done to the Palestinian community. As of late, this woman in a pool in a community in a community pool, she asked the lady was hijabi. She asked her, where are you from? She told her, I am Palestinian from Gaza. She went after her kids and tried to drown them in the pool and tried to choke her with her own hijab. If not, people around jumped in and saved that child. She had her hand on the 6-year-old child's neck in the pool trying to unalive her. Okay. It seems like and I'm not saying that she claims to be Jewish, but we know better, okay? It's the hatred that they have for the Palestinians that motivates them to do such a thing. We never went after them. We coexisted with them. And he said another thing, that after October 7th, that we went after the Christian community, the Jewish community, the whatever. I mean, thank God for social media. They unalived so many Christian Palestinians just because they're Palestinians. Forget about the religion. It's not about religion, people. Please trust me on that one. They bombarded all of their churches, very old churches. They went after their own Jewish community. Okay, they're still going after their own Jewish community. They're trying to forcibly let the religious Jews go and serve their army. You could all look it up. It's on social media. Okay. So I don't understand when they know the truth and they know the fact, but they come up here to spew their venom, to spew misinformation, to confuse folks who probably don't know much about it. But thank God, people are smarter than that. They don't know anything. They go and they search it and research and they find the truth. They find the truth. Okay. They keep saying October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. October 7th existed because of everything that was going on 76 years. 76 years. If they can't understand that, that's on them. That's not on us. We live here in the United States, Chip. We live in the United States. Have you ever seen an Arab, a Palestinian, a Muslim, or a Christian Arab community violent? So a lot of people, not to toot our horn, say, if you want to be safe, live amongst these people. Okay. We don't go outside of Palestine and declare war on people. That's not who we are. I dare them to come up and say, yes, you did this. Yes, you went to this country and you did that. Our issue is our issue. It belongs in our land. And that's where we're fighting it. We're resisting. You want peace and the occupation. Ceasefire. Stop what you're doing. But I understand their anger. They've been found out after 76 years. They don't like laws. They never adhere to any law. That's who they are.
Yeah, one more point to make before I ring up Elisa, because she wanted to say something really quickly. I heard earlier that there's free speech inside of Israel, but if you don't know, I have videos that show this. 2 different women, Palestinian women that are Israeli citizens, were arrested because they liked social media posts that expressed support for what happened on 10/7. Now, again, you can say whatever you want to say about that. You can say it's, if you're Israeli, you shouldn't support that because it's but again, that's not freedom of speech. In America, you can say, I'm glad 9/11 happened. I'm not saying that personally. I'm saying you can say those words and not be taken to jail and arrested. But in Israel, you can't like a social media post. And don't even talk about the occupied territories in the West Bank. You literally have your phone taken from you at every checkpoint. Somebody goes through it. They force you to open it up. If you like any social media post or do any kind of a comment that even remotely talks in favor of what's going on or even against anything about Israel, off to jail with you. Off to jail with you. And then you know what awaits you, which is this horrific experience. So, Elisa, what would you like to share? And then we'll go around the horn.
I just want to comment on your interaction with that guy. And I just also want to say before I say that I really admire how patient you are, because I sometimes go on TikTok Live and I see you on Zionists lives and I'm just like, Chip, how do you do it, man? I really don't. I commend you. I think, yeah, I'm impressed with your patience. But anyways, what I wanted to say was how crazy that conversation was to listen to when he said like, oh, Zionism, that's just like another word that they like made up, whatever. And in reality, Zionism is a word that was invented by a Jewish Zionist. His name was Nathan Bierbaum, and he was the Secretary General of the Zionist organization. And it's just crazy to me. That just shows like he doesn't even understand where Zionism comes from. And if you want to support a group and call yourself, I'm a proud Zionist, then understand at least what that means and how it's originated and how it started. So I just think that was crazy to hear.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. As far as being patient goes, it's just the way that I try to communicate, because I think it's more effective not to yell and scream and Jerry Springer things. But trust me, don't get confused patience with enjoyment. I do not enjoy being the target of those audiences. It sucks. But anyway, and the other thing that's good to do is to be an example. I don't want to behave poorly to reflect negatively on both myself, but also the position I'm trying to talk about by yelling, screaming, cussing, name calling, all that childish stuff that happens back. And for me, it speaks volumes when someone behaves that way. I've recorded the lives before and played them back. Be like, listen, if you're dealing with somebody like this, how can you have an adult conversation? So there's that. But I want to mention something about the Z word, the Z team. So it's not so much, people will make the claim that, hey, people don't understand Zionism. Zionism is nothing more than just the desire to establish a Jewish homeland at their ancestral land. That's what I hear. But it's bigger than that, and here's why. Yes, that was the quote-unquote stated purpose of it, but Zionism, if it was just that, whatever. But for me, the way I see it, again, the experience that I've had, it's so much more than that in terms of the mindset that sits behind that, which goes way past just that core goal. It's the example of we're better, we're chosen. Anybody else that stands in our way is less than or not worthy. We're the greatest people in the world. Why do these other people, why didn't somebody take them? It's this whole idea of we're the ones and they're just them. They're these lesser people. Columnist Gideon Levy talks about this. He's a very famous columnist. He works at Haaretz, a very prominent Israeli newspaper. And he's a columnist. And he talks about this issue. And he says, listen, the unspoken and unfortunate truth about Israeli society is that most Israelis look down on and think they're better than other Arabs, even ones that live inside of Israel, but especially those that live in the occupied territory or in Gaza. They're just not seen as the same. Now, let me give you an example of that. There was a TV interview or TV talk show where they had an Israeli citizen who was of Islamic descent, I guess Palestinian Arab, and there was a Jewish member of the leadership team, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's this really hard right, finance minister of security. And he said on the show, his name was Muhammad, the person that was representing, he was Muslim, Islamic, or whatever you want to call it. He said, I'm sorry, Muhammad, but your freedom to walk down the street is not as important as the safety for my family. This is what the guy said. So in other words, my rights supersede yours because I'm Jewish. My safety matters more than yours. That's not an egalitarian society. That's not equal rights under the law. That's racist. That's basically apartheid.
With all due
argue otherwise.
With all due respect,
may I just respond?
Sorry, hold on. It's an urgent matter. There is a Victoria down there in the chat. She just wrote you in Hebrew. I translated it. Chip, you are the scum of the human race, wishing you a forced hospitalization. That's what she's wishing you, and she calls you scum of the human race, bro. Well, I just reported the lady. Her name is Victoria with 3 Zayo.
Don't report anybody on the live. Don't report anybody.
No, it's okay.
On the live.
Listen, she's
I
entitled to her
reported the
opinion.
comment. The comment, not the person. I did not comment. I did not report the whole live. I reported the comment as being racist, brother. This is a harassment of our brother Chip, and I don't
Okay,
accept
thank you
this.
for doing that.
It's okay. I just
Yes.
screenshotted it, so we'll see what's
I did
Victoria.
too. I did.
Hold on,
Can I
real
just say
quick.
something?
Let me answer her real quick, because again, Victoria, I'm not going to get angry with you. You're entitled to your opinion. But listen, Victoria, the question I would ask somebody like me, rather than condemning me or calling me what you called me and whatever, wishing bad upon me, is ask somebody in this position who takes a different point of view on this issue. Hey, what was it in your experience that led you to say the things that you're saying? Are you doing it because you hate the Jewish people? Are you doing it because you somehow have a sympathy for Islam? Are you Islamic? Have you taken vows to Islam? Or what else might it be? And just listen for a second. And it's fair that somebody can disagree. Listen, I'm an American. I support my country, but I also disagree with much of what my government does. I don't hate all Americans. A lot of Americans support the government and criticize me for being critical of the American government. They say, if you don't like it, leave. Okay. Similarly, a lot of people who are supportive of Israel or who support the concept of Zionism, and they interconnect Zionism, Jewish identity, and the Jewish religion into one, Ben Shapiro and many others, they see that any criticism of any aspect of that as hatred towards the Jewish people because they see them as interconnected and unbreakable bond. I'm just using a point of differentiation that I think is fair as a critical thinker to see the difference between a thought process and a political ideology, a religion, and an ethnicity from where people come. I don't think they're all the same. So I just disagree with that conflation. Now, just because I have a critical point of view towards the political belief system and the implementation of said political beliefs through actions of a government and military doesn't indicate hatred towards a people, which is why I believe you're calling me the scum of the earth, because you think I have some abject hatred towards one group or the other. I don't. Okay. And I know people always say this is tokenized, but literally, one of the people who I've helped the most in my life, who I've done a lot of work for recently, is going through a terrible situation with his family, some legal troubles, is a Jewish friend of mine. He's part of Jewish Voices for Peace. We met through a peace rally, and his name's Ariel. And I care a lot about the guy, not because he's Jewish or not. I don't dislike him because he's Jewish. I care about him because he's a guy that needed help. He's a human being who went through a difficult circumstance. So if I were somebody who hated people, why would I volunteer to help somebody who was somebody I met at a peace rally who's a Jewish person? I would just say, whatever, do you deserve whatever you get, right? If you're a Jewish person. That's just ridiculous. So we're all human beings at our core. I disagree with people who espouse the Zionist ideology because I think it causes negative and harmful outcomes. I think it's selfish, self-centered, and it just doesn't have any place in a civilized world, in my opinion. I'm not unhappy that it has resulted in a homeland to be protective of Jewish people. I'm for that goal. It's just the where, when, and how that it happened I disagree with, because there were others that got harmed. And to look at it from that nuanced perspective does not mean it's done from a hateful perspective, if that makes sense. So I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you can come to find a way that people like me are doing it because of an analysis and not from some sort of hatred or some other angle that's not appropriate. And people that do say things in my panel that are hateful, somebody earlier today in the comments said about the Jewish people, what was wrong with what Germany was doing? And I immediately called out that comment and said, that's not appropriate. It has no place here. Please don't write those such things in my panel. So I come to the defense when somebody does something that's anti-Semitic or inappropriate, as we should, as good human beings. So I hope you can think of those comments through and maybe reflect on that based on what I just shared.
That was one second, Red. 1 second. That was uncivilized comment with a civilized response.
Thank you, Chip. Can I just please comment on what you were saying before that about Zionism and what it really means? And I completely agree with you because I have experienced this situation on both sides. Because some years ago, I was volunteering and taking a leadership course for the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles, and they took me to Israel, and I experienced all the beautiful Zionist propaganda. I mean, I really drank the Kool-Aid over there, and then I started learning more about it, and it has so much more meaning and depth to it than just these simple explanations that Zionists say, like, oh, Zionism just means that you believe Jewish people have the right to be safe. And it's like, yeah, of course I believe Jewish people have the right to be safe. That's like a natural right that all humans possess. It's not just something only you Jewish people or us Jewish people can do. So they simplify it to such a mundane level where it's like, oh, Zionism just means that you believe that Jewish people are okay or deserve basic rights. And it's like, of course I do. But in reality, it was started with very different intentions, and they knew exactly what they had to do in order to make their little ego dream goal a reality, you know. And I think that's part of the brainwashing, because I experienced that. Part of the brainwashing is like this slow integration of playing it down, and simplifying it. Oh, which basically is that we have to be safe. And then the more you're in it, the more you start eating that soup, of the Zio soup. And then all of a sudden they convince you that it's okay to drop 1,000-pound boom booms on a group of people. It's just like insane. That's how it is, and that's how the Zionists, that's one thing they got right. They understood that they had to play a generational game, that it was a game of slowly reeling people in and allowing those fundamental Zionists to reel their children in, like that crazy settler Zio woman, Rachel Zimmerman or something her name is, I can't remember.
Daniela Weiss.
Oh yeah, Danielle Weiss. Yes, I don't know why I said
Yeah.
Rachel, but she even talks about, and she has admitted on CNN interview, that you have to brainwash people. You have to constantly talk about what happened to the Jewish people and why you're doing this, because you have to literally like shove it into people's minds. And I experienced that when I was down there. So I think it's important also for people who say that they are Zionists to really dig deep, okay, and don't accept this simple explanation that anybody gives you. Like, learn to think independently, and if you're going to support something, then at least know everything you can about it and then support it.
Yeah, so just expand on that thought for one thing. So for those of you who haven't seen this, this is an excellent thing to look at, which kind of summarizes and depicts in real life what was just being discussed. For those of you who don't know, there's a thing, it's a real thing. There's what's called Aliyah, which is people outside of Israel that are Jewish making a trip to move into Israel, and they have a right to do it. So people that are from the actual, let's say, East Jerusalem, who are of Palestinian descent, they do not have the right to come from the diaspora or even from the West Bank to enter Jerusalem. They're prohibited from security reasons. But you can be someone from New York that has no relationship with the region, who happens to have Jewish ethnicity, or you converted to Judaism, and you have free reign to go into Jerusalem and set up shop if you want to buy a property or even take a property from a Palestinian family, if that's how it turns out. One thing, there was a documentary made. There's another thing called birthright. If you've never heard of birthright, when you're 18 years old outside of Israel, you have the right to take an all expense paid trip to visit and see and take tours through and experience Israel. It's not a bad thing to go to Israel and visit and but it's a country that I'm sure is pleasant to visit. But if it were just visiting and hanging out with your friends, that's one thing. But this is not. It's basically a guided indoctrination and propaganda tour, where they speak to everything that's positive about Israel. They exclude anything about what Israel does that's objectionable, like the things we talk about. And this concept of both birthright as well as Aliyah is discussed in a great documentary called Israelism. And if I had to retitle it, it would be, how Zionism is used and how it's indoctrinated into people, which is what Daniela Weiss says. We have to pound it into people's heads. We have to make them understand that the only way we can be safe as a people is to continue expanding and settling Judea and Samaria and the Eretz Israel, they call it, which is all the land from the Nile River in Egypt all the way over to the Euphrates River and a ton of territory in between. And that's just, in my mind, that's just insane. I mean, who are you to do all that? So there's plenty of great films and resources for those who want to look at it. Most people don't if they're already decided their point of view. But again, indoctrination plays a huge role in belief systems. And the people that I interact with on this app, unfortunately, just like I've been victimized by it in my country, are victims. They believe what they believe, not because of some work that they've done. They believe it because it's been drummed into them since they were like 2 years old. And why are you going to think differently if that's what somebody's told you your whole life? Becomes truth.
I just want to comment on that and say thank you for saying all that. And that is exactly what I experienced when I went to Israel. And in hindsight, I just see it so clearly now. And I'm just like bewildered by the fact that they really take people's naivete. Like, I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would go on a free trip to Israel where I would just like be put in this brainwashing program. Not one day passed when I was in Israel where we didn't hear about the evil H group living next door and how everybody hates Israel and we have to stick together and we have to protect each other. Like literally every day I was told that by some kind of Jewish community member through the Federation, through other organizations, nonprofit organizations that we visited in Israel. So it was, yeah, that shit is real.
Yeah, real quickly before we move on, I'm going to let Red Sand show whatever he's bringing up. I'll make him big. But one point, somebody in the comments asked me real quick, just 1 sec. That's Daniela Weiss. Give it 1 second. We'll let her talk. Somebody named Aviran said, Chip, do you think Israel should be dismantled? So let me answer that. First of all, let me do it with the practical response and then the theoretical. Practically, I don't think anything's going to change with Israel for some time, unless there's some external conflict where there's forcible intervention and forcibly changes the political dynamics in the nation state. I definitely don't want the people who live in Israel to be harmed, whether through individual attacks or some of these external forces that may or could occur. I don't think they're going to occur for some time because of the current power structure. Now, theoretically, do I believe in the concept of formation of the nation state? Yes and no. Yes, insofar as it's a safe place for Jewish people to live. I'm all for that 100%. Whenever you're thinking about creating a new nation state, the question is, what are the pros and cons of its creation? Like what happened in North America with regard to the United States of America. What are some of the pros? Well, we got to have a nation with a constitution and freedom and all this amazing natural resources, sea to shining sea, protection from foreign adversaries, blah, 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 blah. What a good thing for us. Who was on the bad side of it? Well, you have the indigenous American population that was here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, had lived perfectly sustainably on the land, didn't F it up with all sorts of industrialization, and they were systematically moved off the land and exterminated. Now, I consider that to be a nuanced situation. If you're a Native American, you're going to say, of course, America's a disaster. Days like today, which is our Independence Day, they're not out there lighting fireworks going, yay, America. They may be happy with some of the benefits of modern society that the American system may provide them, but they have a mixed feeling probably, or at best, or probably are not for America because look what happened to their ancestors. And similarly, I'm glad that Jewish people had a place to go to be safe and have a place for their own and have those benefits. But I also see the losers. The American Indians of the Middle East are the Palestinian people and the Arabs of the region during that time. Now, if you can't see it that way, I don't know if you're American or if you're Israeli, but again, does it happen in history? Yes. Is it typically the way things work out? Unfortunately, yes. Does it make it okay or fair or moral? Absolutely not. You want to go ahead, Red Sand, and show us that Daniela Weiss thing?
Yeah. Okay. So they had a introduction of how they indoctrinate them into believing that what just Elisa was talking about.
Even as the Biden administration has cracked down on settlements in the West Bank.
There is very strong support from very prominent, from very, I would say, wealthy people, wealthy Jews.
In the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Can you name any names?
No, I cannot. No.
Back at her home in Kedumim settlement, Weiss tells us she's already enrolled 500 families.
I even have on my
She's a cult.
names of people who say, enlist me, enroll me. I want to join. I want to join the groups that are going to settle Gaza.
I have to ask you though, because we're sitting here talking and we're listening.
Yeah,
to
I'm listening. I hope you are listening to it.
Which is a reminder, I think, of the people who live here, but also the people who live in Gaza. What happens to them in this vision of this new settlement with Jewish settlers even in Gaza City?
What I think about Gaza, the Arabs of Gaza lost the right to be in Gaza on the 7th of October. Yes, I do hear the mosque. I do hear the prayer. Things were different until the 7th of October. No Arab. I'm speaking about more than 2 million Arabs. They will not stay there. We Jews will be in Gaza.
That sounds like ethnic cleansing.
The Arabs want to annihilate the state of Israel. So you can call them monsters. You can call them cleansing of Jews. We are not doing to them.
She's a lunatic.
We are doing to us. I couldn't make it clearer when I said at myself as a person who is preoccupied with selling the land. Until the 7th of October, I didn't have plans of returning to Gaza. It's clear I'm not interested in cleansing.
Who the fuck are you, bitch? I don't know, man.
Hold on. Watch your language, please.
Sorry, bro.
Have become more popular since October 7th. In late January, jubilant crowds packed an auditorium in Jerusalem for the Victory of Israel conference, calling for the resettlement.
You know, these auditoriums sometimes collapse.
From the Jewish People Policy Institute found that 26% of Israelis advocate the reconstruction of the Gush Katif settlements after the war is over. Among supporters of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing coalition government, that number jumps to 51%. Several ministers were present at the conference, including far-right heritage minister Amihai Eliyahu. In a rare interview with Western media, he tells us his political decisions are guided by the Torah. Is there anything about Gush?
Another book.
Settlements in Gaza are needed to prevent another October 7th.
The language of the land says that wherever there is a Jewish settlement, there will be more security. Doesn't mean there will be absolute security, but there will be more security.
Why would you advocate for something that many would say is illegal, is immoral, is not supported by the majority of Israelis, and is also very harmful to Israel in terms of its international standing?
Why do you think it's immoral to take land from someone who wants to kill me? Why is it immoral to take my land, which my ancestors lived there, which I've even given up, to someone who slaughters, rapes, and murders me? What is more immoral than that?
Netanyahu has called resettling Gaza, quote, an unrealistic goal. But that hasn't stopped scores of IDF soldiers fighting there from posting videos calling for a return to Gush Katif.
Can I say something? How much?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, Red Sand. Thanks for showing that. Appreciate that.
I just quickly want to say, I want everybody to like really notice how that Israeli, I can't remember who that was, but the last guy that we saw, that he said something to the tune of, the more settlements we have, the more safety there will be for the Jewish people. There wouldn't be ultimate safety, but there will just be more safety. He's like leaving this little slither of possibility that, oh, the T activity can never stop. You know, the threat will always be there. And that's because Zionists, they understand that this issue and their like mission to fight, it always has to be a forever thing. Because once they say, oh, okay, we're done when this happens, if they continue past that point, then they will be the bad guys, and they never want to be the bad guys. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, by the way, he's the heritage minister of heritage, and he has spoken about bringing down the Egyptian Great Dam. So he wants to flood us in Egypt, even though we have a peace treaty according to them. I mean, that guy was calling us that we had peace. Remember that guy Don in the beginning of the live? He was like, we have peace with Egypt. We want to walk in that channel. We want to like have peace like what we have with Jordan. So I have an answer for this. They have actually installed and they have bought our puppet governments. You know where else you get your phone chip? Here in Egypt, the same Zionist way handbook they use, our government is using against us. Okay? So we are, on the days when they call for protesting against the government, we have police cadets on the street checking everybody's phone, regardless if you're a person, maybe a doctor, a respectable engineer, or you're just a commoner walking in the street. Like, they would just stop you randomly and check your mobile, and if your mobile has anything against CC, you will be taken to the you will be taken to the police, and they will not release you. You'll just be lost in La La Land. You'll just go into the prisons of CC. He built like 60,000 of them, and now he had 60,000 Egyptians in prison, or maybe 100,000. We are unaware of the numbers of people who have disappeared, not just the
Yeah.
people who are under arrest. So we have the same Zionist book. They use the same tactics because he is actually an implant. That's what we're believing now as in Egyptians, because
Yeah.
we don't subscribe to him selling our lands to Saudi Arabia or to the United Arab Emirates, which is acting as a proxy now for the Zionists. Okay,
Right.
sir? Thank you.
Yeah, just to point that out, that's an excellent point. So, in most of the surrounding nations that are not getting involved in this conflict for whatever reason, their leaders are, listen, they're not representative of the will of the people. And in many cases, they're repressive. I mean, Quinn went down, this guy Quinn the Eskimo, who tried to go down and do the Humanity Project to help get aid into Gaza, which has been difficult, by the way, given the way things work down there. But anyway, he said very quickly that there are no protests in Egypt, because if you Egypt, the El-Sisi government, as was just mentioned, they crack down on even the smallest amount of dissent, even a whisper of dissent, including social media, is ruthlessly repressed. And so therefore you have to ask, why is this the case? Why would a leader of an Islamic country in Northern Africa, why wouldn't they not be on the side of supporting those who are being marginalized, who are their Islamic brothers and sisters? And the answer is that the West is very crafty in how it deals with subverting and undermining the political processes inside these other countries to their benefit. And they get people that are compliant, ruthless, self-centered, and motivated by money and bribery and positions of status. And then they're the ones who take over. And they're the ones who run the countries. And they do whatever the hell they want with U.S. money and backing. And the same thing's happening in Jordan. And the same thing is, and wherever the U.S. is not able to do this, they then try to destabilize the leader, assassinate them, or create a war, which we're seeing in Syria, to try to achieve the same goal. They want people like Putin out of Russia. They want Assad out of Syria. They want anybody who won't, quote, play ball. They want them gone. And that's the problem with capitalism and U.S. imperialism, is it rests itself on control and all these other negative factors, which is why I'm critical of it. I'm not critical because for no reason. And again, if you wouldn't want it done to you, why would you do it to somebody else? The golden rule has to come in if you're an ethical human being. I mean, I don't know what else people think. So with that said, everybody, I do have to close the live out. I apologize, but I have to drive. And if I do that, the live gets canceled and then they take it down and I can't record it and can't post it. So this has been a marathon. I've been at it since about noon today. So it's been fun. I want to thank everybody for being here. Any final thoughts before we, by the way, there's somebody
Yeah,
here
I just want to
named,
add something. Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
go ahead. Well, there's someone named Mims who didn't get a chance to speak yet. So go ahead, Mims. You waited for a while. What's up? What's on your mind?
Thank you, Chip. I just want to reiterate on, today I saw so many horrific images coming from Gaza, and I just cannot understand for the life of me how our governments are supporting a pariah state still months into this, months and months and months into a genocide.
Can somebody mute her? Or is that she's coffee breaking? Maybe she got a phone call.
She got a call. Listen, Chip, there's something to add quickly. We have the guy controlling the border. He's a thug. He used to deal in parts of, humans. Okay. So he's actually, there is a couple of wells. There's a very well-known well at the border of Palestine with Egypt, the occupied territory. It's called Bir al-Abd. And this is where he used to unalive the Eritreans and the Africans who were tricked to come to the only democracy in the Middle East to be, unalived and used as spare parts. You guess where the Rockefeller David got his third heart? 3 hearts. Very lucky guy. Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing, is that how come our governments are supporting this? This is absolutely unbelievable. We're supporting an army and a government that is nothing less than a organ gang. They took someone, actually, they abduct Palestinians, they cut him in half. They took his organs, they left him, they stitched him up, and then when they put him back into Gaza, now he passed away because of his agony, because of his pain, he passed away. Wow. They used humans for parts, exactly like Red Sand is saying. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, that's concerning. Not a great note to finish up on. Well, let's go on a positive note. There is a chance for a ceasefire. The U.S. is at least publicly saying they want a ceasefire to occur, and Netanyahu's getting a lot of pressure. So that's the one good thing that's happening. It's not like everyone's just kind of catering to the leadership, but a lot of Israelis support getting rid of the H group, which is, again, going to be a total problem as time goes by. But they are putting pressure on Netanyahu, so maybe that will give a little bit, and maybe eventually he'll have to be forced new elections, and there'll be somebody more moderate that will have a better policy. I want to see the Israeli hostages returned. I want there to be no more death in Gaza, no more destruction. It seems like the Daniela Weisses of the world want to settle Gaza, which I think would be disastrous, but it wouldn't be surprising to me. Anyway, I want to thank anybody who moderated. I think Federico did for a bit, and Maz was here as well. Mindset Maz, thank you for helping out so much. And to all of you who made the conversation good, even those who I disagree with, thanks for being here if you're still listening. And we'll do it again soon. This will be recorded, and it's going to be put up on my YouTube channel probably sometime by tomorrow if you want to check it out. The links are in my bio. I have a link tree. If you click on it, it'll take you to the different things I have on mine, and you go to the YouTube and Rumble channels, it'll be put there. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Happy 4th of July to those who celebrate it. And for someone like me, I hope tonight there aren't too many fireworks because they scare the crap out of my dog and my 2 cats.
Same. It's gonna be a war zone. So everyone take
Okay,
care.
everybody.
Thanks a lot. Thanks,
I was
Bye.
going. Thank you. Thank God
See
I
you
was
soon,
driving
Bob.
safe.
Thanks, Chip.